Now we're fancy of getting a new member of the family. Is Sadie Robertson having a boy or girl? I know.
Plus, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren on one of Joe Biden's list of potential cabinet picks. So what does that say about the president on his agenda? Republican strategist Ted Hargis says we should expect nothing less and doubles down that the race is not over. He joins us next.
When I researched super stuff for the past while, behind the scenes too, it's amazing that something so simple can be this great for my heart.
What makes Super Beats polyphenol so different from other antioxidants? In a new clinical study, Super Beats polyphenol compound was shown nearly 2 times as effective at promoting normal blood pressure and a healthy lifestyle alone.
31 years, helping people live with low blood pressure. Every single polyphenol compound is effective. Super Beats antioxidants help support healthy blood pressure and help your body produce more energy.
I never knew how my blood pressure and my blood flow were so connected to my energy level, and now I know. I'm playing tennis longer, I don't get tired after one set. I can totally feel the difference.
Call today and find out how you can get a free 30-day supply of Super Beats Heart Chews Plus, a free bonus pack of delicious vitamin D3 chews for a new health support. Act now, and we'll even include free shipping and free returns, all backed by our 90-day money-back guarantee. That's over $30 in total free gifts. So try Super Beats Chews today. I love the chews because they're delicious and they're so convenient.
I also love that they give me energy. My blood pressure is off. And my energy level has been phenomenal.
So do something good for your blood pressure and your energy. Look your results through your money back. Call 1-800-993-2662 or visit superbeatschoose.com. That's 1-800-993-2662. Call today.
Some of us are daily journeys a short Save 50% when you pay per mile without spending. Pay less when you drive less. You never get it. Also, take your car for a road today.
Federal concert for Tess said weekend. Really excited about the grassroots to get elected, and then those communities are properly abandoned right after an election. Do you believe that she's going to be disappointed?
Providing campaign committees and keeping its progressive promises after they discuss how to fix names like Senator Sanders and Warren already reported.
So what will Biden's picks say about his agenda? Republican strategist Ted Hargis joins us live. Ted, let's look at some of the front runners. A lot of the names being bandied about focus upon these four: Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Pete Buttigieg, and of course Susan Rice there. Those names and the others that are strong that you've heard, the signal that Biden, as his campaign spokesperson says it, is going to be making good on quote incredibly progressive and aggressive agenda.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt. Vice President Biden ran on the fact that he would appoint these radical socialists to his cabinet. He got them all to drop out before the South Carolina primary to clear the field, and Warren stayed in, and she eventually had to, get everything she wanted before she would drop out. And I think that it shouldn't be surprise to anybody that the Vice President's moving forward with a pretty aggressive socialist agenda, but I still would say he's the projected winner, not the winner, and I think we still have a long way to go before we know exactly who the President of the United States is going to be.
Well, and to be fair, I mean, just because names are being floated certainly doesn't mean that they're going to be the ones who get these positions. That is still to be determined. But, also in the course of the last few weeks to a couple months, Joe Biden has come out pretty strongly, making it clear to say, look, I am the Democratic Party. Sort of saying, to me anyway, it seemed like he was taking a step away from the far left of the party. What do you think about that?
Well, you saw last week that he said he would immediately get back into the Paris Climate Accord. He's pushing all of these international agreements that are going to have a significant impact on our economy. They're going to have a significant impact on our relationship with the rest of the world, where I believe the Trump administration is going in a different direction. This is going to be a very liberal agenda moving forward, and I don't think anybody should be shocked by it.
With the Georgia runoffs coming, the question sort of on a lot of people's mind is if Republicans do take the majority in the Senate, should Joe Biden, will Joe Biden work with Mitch McConnell and shut him out? Take a listen to what Pete Buttigieg had to say on that topic.
Mitch McConnell's going to have to decide whether he wants to help move this country forward and influence progress, or whether he wants to stop progress. If he chooses to do that, I'm fearful not only would the Republican Party would pay a devastating price for what he would, but the American people would pay a price that we can't afford to pay because we need action.
I know you just heard Buttigieg's opinion. How do you see the McConnell-Biden relationship going?
Well, I think it's interesting that Buttigieg is worried about the Republican Party when he and the Democrats have pushed the most socialist agenda for the last 2 years, and it's destroyed the Democrat Party. You look at Nancy Pelosi was going into the election thinking she was going to have a super majority, and she lost 5 races this fall, probably going to be 10 races, and she's going to be a much weaker Speaker of the House. She's going into these negotiations with McConnell from a much more weak position, and her fantasies of having a socialist agenda pushed through Congress and put to the president's desk is not going to happen now with Mitch McConnell being in the majority. And really, Mitch McConnell will be the most powerful man in Washington, D.C. if President Trump is not reelected.
What do you think is going to happen in the Senate, especially what's going to play out in Georgia?
Well, I think in the end that the recounts that are going on right now are going to push Purdue over the 50% mark, and he will be winning by, without having to go to a special election. I think we will have a special, obviously we'll have a special election in the other race, and that's going to be an incredibly expensive race. We've seen what's happened in Georgia in previous special elections, and I think this is going to be no different. It's going to be every single dollar from the Democrat side and the Republican side is going into that race to make sure the Republicans or the Democrats hold that seat, and it could be the balance of the United States Senate. Thank you.
All right, still at President Obama unveiling this coronavirus task force.
But can this economic recovery plan work? To build back better. You're like her. A hungry being on a mission. Not this here, Mary. Because the halls out in the death themselves. Here's to those making the magic. Fortune or Mary way. We live.
If you struggle to lose weight, you might think you were born with the silver talents. That's exactly what these people thought. But the truth is, a slow metabolism can be created by a condition called insulin resistance. Once you have insulin resistance, fat becomes trapped inside your body, and it becomes very difficult to lose weight, even if it's not starving. But now, there's a solution to insulin resistance. It's a completely new way to lose weight called GOLO. GOLO works to reverse the effects of insulin resistance, increase metabolic efficiency, and discover healthy fat. 500,000 people who have found a smarter way to lose weight and get healthier without starvation dieting. GOLO allows you to step out the usual dieting merry-go-round and obtain lasting results, just like these people have. Head to GOLO.com now. That's GOLO.com. Go lose weight. Go look great. Go love life. GOLO.com.
Welcome to Intelligent Indoor Grilling with the Ninja Foodie Smart XL Grill. Eliminate the guesswork with the Smart Cook system. Just pick your protein, select your doneness, and then you don't have to. Then you pop the meat, and it turns into an air fryer. Bring outdoor cooking flavors indoors. The Ninja Foodie Smart XL Grill, the grill that sears, sizzles, and air fries ready.
In just hours, President-elect Joe Biden expected to deliver a national plan for the economy.
When 20 million people will be free, millions are worried about making room to be food routine. That kind of plan will put a focus on a path to a strong recovery.
Here now in his State Financial Expert and Family Partner of Macro Trends Advisors, Rich Rochelle. Rich, good to see you as always. The exact language Biden just said. Our economic plan will put a focus on a path to a strong recovery. Will it, Rich?
Well, the question is how much red tape and bureaucracy and regulation do we put in between where we are today and the path to a recovery? Because that seems to be the big fear of a lot of business owners who are looking to hire and looking to create jobs, but they're just worried that there'll be mild and bureaucracy.
There's two speeches up about economic agenda, repealing some tax cuts, increasing capital gains tax, increasing corporate income taxes to 28%, raising minimum wage to $15 per hour, and payroll tax revenues over $400,000. Which one of those will have the biggest impact, and how big will that impact be?
I think the challenge is, and we've talked about this before, you really can't tax your way into prosperity. And I think what we saw on the campaign trail was sort of the difference between the two candidates in terms of their view of profits, their view of the role of business. And the concern of business owners is if we have more taxes and our goal is to create more opportunities for workers, it's really hard to do that when we have more layers of taxes.
During the campaign, Joe Biden talked on the fact that President Trump lost jobs, albeit during the COVID time period. Unemployment rate in October, 6.9%. That was down big time from April when the real effects of COVID really started to take hold. So Joe Biden says he's going to create jobs. How will Joe Biden create jobs?
Well, it's interesting when I looked at the Build Back Better plan in terms of its fundamentals. There are lots and lots of things to talk about. We talked about infrastructure, we talked about incentivizing small business, we talked about domestic manufacturing. So all of those absolutely without a doubt things that need to be done. The question is, if you labor on
zero-sum game. So who benefits under the Biden government?
Well, we watched interesting times. We look at last Friday's jobs report. The private sector created about 900,000 jobs, and the public sector lost about 250,000 jobs. I think in the short run, unfortunately, the government benefits could be creating more jobs. The question is, if we do that, is that an impediment to creating private sector jobs? Because that's really what we need to do. And we need to create the right incentives for business to invest and create jobs. And to your point, that with a high tax policy, that could help.
And then you have to pay the piper on the pensions and benefits for all those public sector jobs. We'll see for sure. Things are well shot. I know your name. Go on your partnership when I say it out. Mitch, thanks for your time. Gentlemen over there.
We got that.
Jeffrey fans are mourning the loss of beloved host Alex Trebek after his death from cancer. Started on January 1984 when he lost first episode. He got working announcing his stage 4 cancer diagnosis last year. His final episode will air on Christmas Day. The new host is not announced. Tributes pouring in on social media. Adam Miller is the first. Alex brought touch and fun into the lives of thousands. Truly a legend in his own right. Diane tweeting, "I loved Alex Trebek. He was an incredible man and an inspiration to many." And on Instagram, a person writing, "Thank you for all the difference you have made through your work and philanthropy, Mr. Trebek. We will miss you." Trebek was 80 years old. It is 25 minutes after the hour. Will Joe Biden have to floor?
Please report back when the election is over.
Isn't it time for that question to be answered? Constitutional law expert Mark Smith said no one should change the court unless they're trying to make it another legislative branch. We do it in 5 minutes.
Staying home is essential, but some have to live longer. They can help to stay home and stay safe. They need us, and we are with you. Always said, fly today.
So I said, this is the products of region. You know, it's missing the taste of this is what they would do that. This is what
Oh no, you're coming home to a flat house, and you're talking about noises outside in the night. Outdoor lighting systems cost a fortune, and leaving lights on all night drives utility bills out of sight. You need the Bell & by Alex Spotlight, the outdoor motion sensor light that is motion over, so it automatically turns on the instant motion is detected and turns off when the motion stops. Bionic Spotlight is golden hot, so there's no expensive battery or battery situation. Simply place it with a solar panel to soak up the sun, and you're done. The panel collects the sun's energy to charge all day, so it has the power to provide light when and where you need it all night. Bionic Spotlight is from the professional security camera, but it's actually a high-tech security light with smart motion sensing technology. Yes, the instant the motion sensor detects movement, Bionic Spotlight triggers each high-intensity LED light to show the entire area with light, covering over 600 square feet. Light stays on for as long as the motion continues, and then shuts off 30 seconds after it stops, so there's no more arriving home to a night. Aluminum walkways and stairwells for visitors and guests. Light up your garden at night or the yard with kids and pets. Add Bionic Spotlight to your sports board and it helps with your outbuildings and storage sheds. So you can spend hundreds of dollars on an outdoor lighting system, or you can save hundreds of dollars and get the motion-activated Bionic Spotlight for just $19.95 with free shipping. Bionic Spotlight is year-round outdoor door and weather-resistant and backed by our 5-year warranty. If it fails for any reason, return it for a full refund. But wait, if you order right now, you can double the offer to get a second Bionic Spotlight. Just pay a separate fee. You get it all. 2 Bionic Spotlights backed by our 5-year warranty for one low value price. And the shipping is free. And when you call, ask about the contractor's discount on the complete 6-month low value set. Bionic Spotlight is all you need. It's guaranteed. Here's our order.
To order from us, 1-800-784-4260. That's 1-800-784-4260. Or order online at BionicSpotlight.com.
Men over 45, you have a free virgin meat hearing today at presenting the UroLift system, an outpatient treatment
send it back to 1100 Thursday.
Welcome back. President Trump's team vowing to file new lawsuits in Pennsylvania today after the president's attorney, Rudy Giuliani, claims he has proved voter fraud in Nevada.
On behalf here, it's one thing for a winner to be declared.
That was the wrong button.
That is obviously not Rudy Giuliani, that's Tammy Bruce, but we will continue anyway. Will the president's legal battles hold up? That's the question. Joining us, Keenan Scholar, senior fellow and constitutional law expert, Mark Smith. Mark, as you apply the law to the facts, what are these legal challenges? First of all, every legal challenge that we're going to be watching over the next 40 days is going to be have to assess on the merits and case by case and state by state. What I mean by that is, the cases involving what happened in Philadelphia are going to be different than the ones that happened in Arizona. There are different laws, different standards, different facts, and different people involved. So what you're really looking at is a series of lawsuits across the country, all of which will be different. With that said, I think the critical thing that we'll be focused on is there a major pattern of some sort of wrongdoing, irregularities, fraud? And I think that will be determined in each of these places. Now, what's really interesting is, people keep saying, well, there's allegations and no proof, but they don't understand perhaps how the legal system works, which is you start off with concerns that something's going on, and then you start the legal proceedings, and then you engage in discovery. You interview witnesses, you see the documents, you investigate, you check experts, you check out the statistical likelihood, you 23,000 votes to be held for Joe Biden representative, and then you present it to the court. Bear in mind that nothing has to happen legally really until December 14th, because December 14th is when the electors will be and vote. So we have a long time-wise between that long time that the president really thanks.
Okay, fair. And I'm just going to read you the exact quote from Rudy Giuliani because we haven't had that quote here, and this is quote: "There is strong evidence that this was an election that at least 3 or 4 states and possibly 10 is a stolen." Again, according to Rudy Giuliani. He says, in other words, it was based on false votes, and the intent of that election was based on changing that. The question based on that is, look, I mean, it would take a number of states here to be overturned in order to change the outcome of this election, correct? So how much of an uphill battle is that?
Well, first of all, that may not be true, because remember, Arizona is still counting votes, and we still have to find out who's going to win Arizona, and Georgia is going to a mandatory vote count. So as we sit here today, in the 2 states that President Trump used to win, Georgia and Arizona, he could still win those cases, those states count that. Then we really only need to win North Carolina, which is going to win, Alaska, which Donald Trump's going to win, and then we focus on the legal battles in Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania has the city of Philadelphia, and there is no debate at all on any side of the political aisle. Philadelphia has a long history of voter fraud and voter irregularities and concerns, which is why for the last 6 or 7 months, if you look at the Trump campaign's litigation strategy, they've been involved with Philadelphia, trying to get poll watchers in there, literally for months before the election. So they're looking for Philadelphia like a laser beam, and that is really where the political attention on that should be focused. Obviously, a lot of attention on all of this, but let's say Joe Biden does ascend to the presidency during the campaign. Couldn't really be down to an answer as to whether or not he would have the court. So is it really time for him to answer that question? And if he does, how does he answer it? Well, Joe Biden is not going to answer that question right now because we are likely going to a Senate runoff in 2 seats in Georgia. And the worst thing that Joe Biden can do politically in all of this was to admit that he wants to advance the radical idea of having the Supreme Court, because that probably would really help out Republicans in Georgia who would then be able to argue, look, Joe Biden wants to pack the court, and we, if Republicans control the U.S. Senate, would be able to block that action because of, Mitch McConnell would control the Senate. So I think that Joe Biden will not admit that. He should have told us what his views were before November 3rd, but he didn't, and I doubt he will now.
Maybe he said this.
Well, next week, honestly.
Let's talk about just a quick second here, about 30 seconds to go. Could faithless electors save President Trump's election? You can go ahead.
Well, I don't know, of course, whether or not he's going to need faithless electors to win the election. But that said, it's probably unlikely faithless electors would work because the Supreme Court just said earlier this year that you don't have to have faithless electors. If someone tries to vote against the will of the people in the state, then it can be removed and replaced depending on the state law works. And also, Donald Trump would need a lot of faithless electors to switch in order to succeed. So it's unlikely that would be a good strategy for President Trump because it's probably not going to work. Even though theoretically it's an interesting idea, practically speaking, it probably would not fly.
Congressman, thank you very much for all that information. We really appreciate it.
In the meantime, we are learning who will be on President-elect Joe Biden's coronavirus advisory board. Chairing the board will be former Obama Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy, along with former FDA Chief Doctor, Professor and Yale Professor Dr. Marcella Nunez-Smith. Also on the board, Dr. Rick Wright, who served as an advisor to the World Health Organization and the U.S. Department of Defense. There are 13 doctors on that board. Two extreme weather now. Tropical storm Ada slamming southern Florida after making landfall in the Keys overnight. The storm bringing powerful winds up to 65 miles per hour.
In Broward County, a man is in critical condition after being rescued from a flooded canal. Blood flooding straight from Fort Lauderdale.
Janice Dean here with Rose Storm's head. Janet, who do you see in the water?
I'm good, and the tropics keep going and going and going and going. The end of the season is November 30th, and not only do we have Ada, but we have a couple of tropical, interesting formations in the Atlantic we're still going to keep an eye on. But for now, yes, we had a landfall of Ada last night. It is going to be with us for much of the work week. Unfortunately, as it kind of stalls, it could become a hurricane as it will be just offshore of Florida, and then perhaps making a second landfall later this week, Thursday, Friday, in towards the Florida Panhandle. As a tropical storm, we'll have to watch it though. It still has the capabilities of becoming a minimal hurricane, and there are the tropical models that as you can see as we go further at the time. We don't have quite a grasp on it, including some of these reliable forecast models. We'll have to wait and see. The bottom line is this storm is going to be with us for all of the work week, so you're going to be seeing a lot of me. Unfortunately, here's the forecast radar as we go in towards the west. A lot of pattern change here in terms of rain and mountain snow over the next few days. Look at that, setting things up for a wonderful ski season across the west. And of course, they need the moisture. This has been a terrible year for wildfire dangers, so we'll continue to keep you up to date. You'll be seeing me all week, my friends.
And that's awesome. I mean, weather aside, it's always great to see JD. He never co-wins when JD's on screen.
Thanks, Janet. The Duck Dynasty family will soon welcome a baby girl. Say Robin Paul sharing a big video on Instagram, posting photos of she and her husband jumping for joy, covered in pink paint. Someone else they were expecting last month.
Still ahead after a major blow to the Democrats' blue wave, party leaders pointing fingers.
Over this socialism that's thrown out there by the so-called left.
When you kind of come out swinging, pointing fingers, it's irresponsible.
Will party infighting be the biggest threat to this administration? Scarlett Johansson joins us live with a report at a birthday celebration.
Stop Revelsis and get medical help while they're
for swelling in the neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your provider about vision problems and genes. Taking Rybelsus with a following way of release increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Wake up to what's possible with Rybelsus. You may pay as little as $10 per prescription. Ask your healthcare provider about Rybelsus today.
That not your heart will tell you do it. You also know you will find his house on the emotions. If you would not so, I will tell you.
Download the Food.com app today.
Was a man sent from God. His name was John. The son came for witness to Boaz, to Latin. And so that John sees Jesus on him. Say, behold, come, to the Lord Savior.
This Veterans Day, we are celebrating our nation's most revered heroes and honor those who have served to protect our families. Part of our all-day Proud American coverage. Visit foxnews.com/proudamerican for more. Brought to you by USAA. Veterans, the timeless gift. You live a day if the prices are unbeatable. Check out how much you care. Save 50% on all our fine jewelry and a visit 10% on loose garments. Don't miss these deals. Find every day jewelryexchange.com.
I just want to understand. I tried so hard, super green. Even tried half my kitchen to get this. And did any of that work? No. Then I come proactive.com. They have 3 different systems with proven proven ingredients and tested by your intelligence. I got my skin clear. And theirs skin too. They have a simple 2-step system designed for you. Subscribe today at proactive.com. Subscribe to consistently clear skin. Delivered to your door. That's proactive.
President Trump ramping up his legal fight over the 2020 election, attacking Congressman Doug Collins to lead recount efforts in Georgia.
Meanwhile, all eyes on the Senate as 2 runoffs for decide Washington's balance of power. Audition guest is live with Rose Hands. Yeah, that's right, guys. Good morning. All eyes on Georgia as the Trump campaign tasked Congressman Doug Collins to lead a recount effort in the state. Collins said he is confident evidence will be found to prove that President Trump won Georgia fairly. Now, the 2 candidates are currently separated by a razor-thin margin in each state. Fox News considers North Carolina and Alaska just as close to call as well. But Georgia's former gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams said Biden will be declared the hands-down winner.
We know that whether it's tomorrow or next week, the result will be the same, that Joe Biden has won the state of Georgia.
And meantime, the spotlight will stay in Georgia after for the next 2 months as both of the Senate races enter a January 5th runoff. Now, this could decide the balance of power in Washington. If Republicans want to keep control of the Senate, they will likely need to win at least one of these 2 races. Meantime, Joe Biden's deputy campaign manager out with a message of unity, saying Biden is willing to work with Republicans in the Senate.
Joe Biden believes there's down and forth with everybody. So that is, if that is the message for the American people, that's how Joe Biden views their race. That's to work to bring people to the table and to find something for all of us from being able to do that. And that's how he's going to lead.
And Joe Biden is ready to reach across the aisle. New York Congressman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is not. I'm going to be spending my next couple of months doing everything that I can to extend help and offer support to the workers of our tax holders to make sure that we don't have a Republican Senate majority so that we don't have to negotiate in that race. And we kind of get across to the favors after suffering the fun and losses in the House with simple moderate numbers and progressive policies are to blame. What we're doing some presidential even saying Sunday the radical left, quote, scared the Jesus out of rural voters, something I'm sure AOC is not happy to hear.
Anytime you can use the word Jesus, you've won. Let me say that about these things.
Thanks, guys. Chase Elliott taking home his first NASCAR championship with a dominating one at Phoenix.
The 24-year-old from Dawsonville, Georgia, is about to join his father on the building of the Cup Championship. Chase Elliott is a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
I select the winning race. Black voters for having his back, but will his policies deliver? We'll ask David Webb next.
But first time you check in with Brian Clooney to see what's coming up on a Monday. It's Monday, right?
I'm pretty sure, Julian, that according to the schedule, you have to report for duty for less than 17 minutes. Hey, let me tell you what's on tap. The White House race call for Joe Biden, but President Trump is not giving up the fight with his team expected to file lawsuits today. He unveiled them state by state by state. We've got reaction to the call road. Jonathan Turley will be here talking about his legal chances. Charles Payne is here to file with President-elect Biden could affect your finances. He did release some of his plans yesterday. And the Biden team revealing their coronavirus team will have Dr. Nicole Sapphire, which he thinks that consists of. And there's America ready for a mask mandate. Also on deck, then Leslie Cohen said, New York Post columnist Miranda Devine's got a great column today. I think Mike Goodwin reacted to calls for the country to unite under Joe Biden. Does he mean it? Democrats pushing to reset President Trump for nearly 4 years. You know, they're trying to undo his bid. That's Ben Lovich and Joe Concha will be here live. We'll discuss it all, and I demand that you get dressed. It's a refresh.
Lately, we are hearing so many conflicting voices. And I don't blame you if you're anxious and worried and troubled. But if I told you that there is only one voice that you can absolutely trust, after all, he wants nothing from you and wants to give you everything. I'm talking about the Lord Jesus Christ, who said, "Come unto me, all who are carrying heavy burdens and worry and anxiety, and I will give you rest." He's the only one who can give you true rest and peace when you come to him.
Are you waiting to find a trustworthy voice in the midst of the chaos of this world? Visit findingtruepeace.com to find the voice that will never let you down. Again, that's findingtruepeace.com.
In Saudi, the election results of the president's campaign will challenge that Joe Biden and what their next moves will mean for the country. Nick Gingrich sums up tonight on Hannity.
Your nation, stand up to others. Your voice will come louder and take it on. And dramatically simple. When God has claimed United States, yourself and your friends use already true. That's one vote. Already around the reason when vote records are stuck with that.
Just like every other customer gets.
Oh, that's cool too.
It's not complicated. AT&T is making history. Everyone who's heard this smartphone years.
Welcome back. All eyes on the Senate today. Capitol Hill turning there. COVID-19 relief top of the agenda. Mitch McConnell said a deal must get done by the end of the year, or the Democrats and Republicans are split over how much they want to spend. Some benefits like federal unemployment set to expire in the year.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi could face an uphill battle in her re-election bid. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says 10 Democratic votes could stand in her way.
New become speaker, you have to have 218 votes on the floor. When she went up for that vote 2 years ago, there were 15 Democrats who voted against her. 10 of those Democrats will be coming to Congress. If those 10 vote against her again, she will not be Speaker of the House because she won't have 118 because of the gains of the Republicans.
The GOP added several House seats this election, flipping at least 7 from blue to red.
It is the year of the GOP woman. A record number of Republican women running for office and winning.
Illinois Congresswoman-elect Mary Miller is among them and joins us now. Congratulations. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Now, for those people who are watching who might not exactly know you, tell us a little bit about yourself. I know you're a reigning cattle farmer, and you've said that you're a voice for farmers and for businesses out there. So what is your agenda? What do you hope to accomplish in this role?
Well, President Trump has inspired me, and I think the other women, of what we can get done if we ignore the establishment and really work for the people. So my district is got so much potential. We've got coal, oil, the best farmland in the world, salt to the earth people, but we need economic opportunities. And I'm a mom of 7, and they're all 17. And honestly, I believe this is a pivotal point in our country. And I want our children and grandchildren to recognize the nation we grew up in. I want them to have access to the same opportunities that we've all had to pursue the American dream. And I'm really excited for all the opportunities I'm going to have. And I've met some of the other women. They're coming from all kinds of backgrounds. We're going to bring a diverse perspective.
Okay. Ms. Miller, those are some big numbers. 17 grandkids. Speaking of big numbers, you are party. You are party. And you won an election. Look at these numbers. 73.5% to 26.5%. That is quite the margin of victory. Why do you think so many GOP women are saying, I'm running?
Well, I do think President Trump has inspired us about what we can get done if we ignore the establishment and stay on task for the American people. I believe the American people and myself as a mom and a grandma and a farmer coming from, the heartland of America, we want law and order. We would like good education available for our children, and we want economic opportunities. And President Trump has been fulfilling his campaign promises, and it's inspired us.
And Todd just asked you why a lot of women are running. I'm curious your opinion on why a lot of women are winning these seats. You got to have a lot of people voting for you in order to win it. What do you think it is about women right now?
Well, for myself, my entire campaign was positive. I focused on problem solving, things that are broken, ideas to fix it, or things that are good, ideas to make it better. And I think the American people are getting worn down with negativity, and they just want to move forward and make things better.
Somebody who was in Congress, Jason Chaffetz, who now is a Fox News contributor, says, this is Nancy Pelosi's worst nightmare. What message does your victory and the victory of your fellow GOP women send to Pelosi?
Well, I call them a club of kooks. Their ideas are bad. They're going to diminish our freedoms and our economic opportunities. And I've met the other women, most of the other women that are going to D.C. with me, and we're going to be a force out there for good.
Congresswoman-elect Mary Miller, thank you for spending some time with us this Monday morning.
Thank you for having me.
You still Joe Biden thank black voters for having his back and those policies to work.
On that part of that same adopted cultural issues as part of
Welcome to Intelligent Indoor Grilling with the Ninja Food Smart XL Grill. Eliminate the guesswork with the Smart Cook system. Just pick your protein, select your doneness, and let the grill monitor food so you don't have to. And because it's a Ninja Food, it also turns into an air fryer. Bring outdoor grilling flavors indoors with the Ninja Food Smart XL Grill, the grill that sears, sizzles, and air fry crisps.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still the phone.
circle
Still an electric car, just more electrified. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Attention, home chefs, cooks, and foodies. You just cooked the perfect juicy roast. The traditional cutting boards make it difficult to carve meats or cut fruits and vegetables. And there's always an annoying mess to clean up. Introducing the Carving King Dripless Cutting Board 2-in-1 system. Carving King's patented ingenious 2-in-1 design keeps meats, poultry, fruits, and veggies securely in place while you carve, cut, and chop. Here's the secret. Carving King spikes hold food in place, preventing slippage for the perfect cut, while the built-in draining system follows the juices neatly into the collection tray. Just remove and create tasty gravies, au jus, and more. All the taste without the waste, and no juicy mess to clean up.
Before I was cleaning up essentially my entire kitchen. Now the only thing I'm cleaning is the board.
Carving King size is big enough to handle large meats such as turkeys, chickens, roasts, grafted ribs, you name it. And even bulky, juicy watermelons are cinched with Carving King. The easy grip handles make it a snap to get from the counter to table. And the non-slip rubber feet keep the board secured in place. Carving King also includes a removable cutting board for chopping fruits and vegetables. Chop right on the Carving King or directly on your countertop.
That's the most common endorsement in all of it.
Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Welcome to Intelligent. I know this state customers can get the best smartphone deal. Bring outdoor grilling flavors indoors with a grill that grills for you.
Great stories, great value. Because thanks to Swap, it's free.
All right, that is great.
Free?
Oh my God.
Free. That's new for all right. Stream for free, upgrade for more. Thanks to Swap.
Turns out people had other things on their mind, other than taking
Welcome back. Joining me now with a look at Axios AM, political reporter for Axios, Hans Nichols. Hans, good morning to you. Let's talk about Axios' one big thing this morning, because apparently no one wants to tell him.
That's part of it, right? I mean, think of the White House right now as sort of different circles. And there are those that have accepted defeat and that think that the president needs to move on. And then those that are really egging him on. And that first camp I mentioned is that no one wants to tell him. Now, this is according to my colleague, Ron Train, who's got some great reporting on this. Mike Allen just texted me with another scoop, and that is that they are bracing for 30 days of warfare. Sort of legal challenges, everything you can possibly imagine inside the administration right now. And that the president has no intention of conceding or climbing down at all, at least for the time being. So the way Mike's source is describing this is sort of a 30-day window, which, guys, has implications in terms of how quickly you set up the transition, what you start doing, and for the country to move on and start thinking about this next chapter, basically.
Yeah, so that's actually exactly what I was going to ask you, because obviously he is perfectly welcome to file challenges in the courts. No one's saying he can't do that. If he can bring evidence, the courts will consider it. No one's saying that he's entitled to a recount. He can certainly ask for one, although it sounds like so far in Wisconsin they haven't actually come through and done that, even though they might be allowed to. But what kind of implications does this have in terms of preparing for a transition to a new administration? Because that really is supposed to start right now. It will potentially affect the ability of any Biden administration to get the work that they need done as quickly as possible. And we are in the middle of this, horrific national crisis that's getting worse. The coronavirus pandemic spreading faster than ever. So how will this actually impact those wheels of governing if the president's out there doing this?
So the gears are supposed to work. The transition is supposed to be the General Service Administration. There's an administrator there who declares the election. And then when that declaration, that finding comes in from the GSA, then you have these agency review teams from the Biden transition that start to go in and figure out how they're going to do things, where they're going to set up, how they're going to look at these rulemaking processes, what they're thinking about in terms of personnel. That can't happen until the GSA makes that official declaration and the GSA is headed by a political appointee. So look for that this week to see whether or not the GSA makes a call and whether or not that means the administrator is bucking the president that appointed her. The other aspect of this is there are things the Biden administration can't do, and the transition. And they've been planning for this, right? They always knew this was a possibility that Donald Trump wouldn't go quietly. And you're going to see a little bit of that today with the announcement of this coronavirus task force on just what they are going to do public messaging-wise. So, yes, it is. It's hard to say to what extent it's a distraction for the Biden campaign. It's certainly a hindrance, but they have been preparing for it, and it's going to be yet another challenge. Casey.
All right, Hans Nichols, thank you very much, my friend. Always great to see you. And I will say that on this Monday, I'm watching to see how Republicans continue to handle President Trump. Are they going to be willing to help ease him out of that job, or are they going to be amplifiers for the false message of voter fraud that he is spreading? I think the jury is still out. They're clearly trying to manage him, but there are a lot of questions about what that might do in the long run to our democracy. Thank you for getting up way too early with us on this Monday morning. Don't go anywhere, because Morning Joe starts right now.
We have an announcement to make. Joe Biden is president-elect of the United States.
The president-elect of the United States, Joe Biden, has run for president 3 times, and the 3rd time has turned out to be the charm. Not only the charm, but possibly the most consequential election of our lifetimes.
An extraordinary election in so many ways, not the least of which is that it was conducted in the middle of the pandemic, a campaign unlike we've ever seen before.
We were on the air on Saturday when Joe Biden crossed the vote threshold to become the president-elect. And to Willie's point about the pandemic, Biden's first order of business today will be announcing the team that will help him get the virus under control. And that team will have its work cut out for it as U.S. cases continue to surge at record levels, now surpassing the 10 million mark. And deaths, again, on the rise.
Well, and really, if you looked at the celebrations on over this weekend, they were some Times Square that were fine. You had people wearing masks, they were distanced, there was some spacing. There were other areas where people were crowded in, and I don't care how many masks they were wearing. It was dangerous, and you could expect a spread of infections. It's like we said from the beginning of this year. The virus doesn't care about Donald Trump's politics. It doesn't care about Joe Biden's politics. It's a virus. We don't crowd in like that. And then, of course, stayed up, I think, past midnight to watch an incredible football game. Notre Dame and Clemson won an incredible game, went into overtime. But then everybody jammed onto the field. And I think Sonny Bunch wrote something along the lines after watching that, I hope there aren't senior citizens in South Bend, Indiana, because, again, we have to keep our heads about us.
Yeah, you can understand on both counts, both the election of Joe Biden and Notre Dame's big win over Clemson, why people were excited, why they wanted to gather to celebrate. But I saw a lot of public health officials looking at those crowds and going, let's not forget where we are, which is, as Mika alluded to, an exploding public health crisis. Our attention for the last week, of course, was on the counting of the votes. But every day that number went up, and all over 100,000 new cases per day in this country, setting new records almost every single day. So Joe Biden does inherit this problem, this pandemic. But what he's going to do today is announce a pandemic board. And I think for a lot of people watching his speech on Saturday night, they heard unity, but they also heard competence. Oh, right, you can lead with scientists, lead with doctors. The first thing you're going to do is assemble a group of scientists to tackle this problem that remains at the center of our lives and that is accelerating as we speak. So this is not just a signal that he's sending that confidence is back and science is back, but it is going to be the most important thing he faces when he takes office.
Well, some of the conspiracy theories that were on Facebook, and unfortunately, what some of my friends said to me was, oh, this virus is going to be over right after November 3rd. This virus is just a concoction to help defeat Donald Trump. For those of you who are thinking that, I told you were wrong then, and I'm telling you now, I've got very bad news for you. A lot of public health officials believe we are about to go into the worst phase that we've gone into yet on the coronavirus, especially across the north, where people are going to be shut inside the houses, and a lot of doctors fear an explosive growth in the coming months. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, Nika, but first, let's bring in our panel and talk about the events of the weekend as it pertains to Joe Biden being elected 46th President of the United States.
We have with us White House reporter for the Associated Press, Jonathan Lemire, Washington anchor for BBC World News America, Katty Kay, and host of MSNBC's Politics Nation and president of the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton, and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent and host of Way Too Early, Casey Hunt, still with us, and NBC News and MSNBC contributor, Shauna Thomas. Good to have you all on board.
So, Jonathan Lemire, let's start with you. So the election's over. You can look at the data, just like, I looked at the data in Florida and knew right away it was over. There was no way that Biden was going to catch up there. Looked at the data in Philadelphia and realized there was no way that Donald Trump was going to catch up there. And just like you guys at the AP looked at the data coming out of Arizona back in June and figured there was no way. Just joking. You all are going to be right in the end. You looked at it, but it was a close one, Jonathan. It was a close one. But you look at those numbers, and Arizona's a perfect example for the AP and Fox News. But Arizona is the perfect example why these clowns that go on TV and say, oh, Donald Trump has a pathway back. They know they're lying. And by the way, the clowns you see on TV, expect them to be on the short list of running for the Republican nomination in 2024. Because, Jonathan, you take a state like Arizona, you have to get within 200 votes for a recount, and then the campaigns can't call the recounts. Only state officials can. You look at the numbers, Donald Trump's not going to get within 200 votes there. He's behind in Pennsylvania as much as he beat Hillary Clinton by about 44,000 votes right now. Those numbers are going to go up even more as we get the last of the ballots out of Philadelphia. Georgia, it's over 10,000 votes right now. There's no way he's going to be able to find. I mean, recounts usually find you, if you're lucky, 10, 20, 50, 100 votes. They all know this is over, do they not? And what are they doing to try to move the president out of this contentious state so they can start focusing on winning the Senate and winning those 2 seats in Georgia?
They may know it's over, but they're not acting like it, at least not quite yet. You were certainly right to bring up the recount thresholds in a number of states where at this point the margins are such, it's not clear whether the president will even fall within them to be able to have a recount trigger. He's asked for one in Wisconsin, now the candidate is allowed to do so. But you're right, they usually find a few dozen votes, maybe 100 or 2 if you're lucky. And for all the thoughts going into this election, looking at the Florida 2000 situation, wondering if we have a repeat of that scenario, it doesn't quite apply here. Not only was that, of course, only 500 odd votes, it was in one state. Here, we're talking thousands of votes in a number of those battlegrounds, including Pennsylvania, with which the president really can't win without. And it's not just Pennsylvania, it's several states. So the Trump aides privately concede that these legal challenges really aren't going to go anywhere, even if there are any teeth to them, even if they happen to be successful in one state, which seems unlikely, that wouldn't be nearly enough. So now the question is, what next? And as much as the Biden-Harris transition team is hitting the ground running, they have indeed announced that coronavirus task force already this morning. We're going to hear from the president-elect later today. We heard from his speech Saturday night calling for unity. Eyes are on the president. He stayed out of sight this weekend, just 2 trips to his golf course. In fact, he was on his golf course Saturday when the race was called for Joe Biden. Aides suggest they're trying to figure out what's next. They're watching Capitol Hill to see if Mitch McConnell will start signaling that, look, it's time to give this up. But he has received statements of support from the usual characters, Senator Graham, Senator Hawley, and others who say he should keep fighting, sort of a dangerous suggestion that indeed the results of this race are invalid. Those close to the president don't suggest, as we report this morning in the AP, don't suggest that he will ever formally concede. The question is, how much of a fight does he want to put up? There is a suggestion, there are at least conversations, that he should start having rallies in some of these states again, where the vote is still being counted and contested. Others suggest that he should take a quieter path. And they don't think that he will, of course, concede, but suggest that he should just, to let this process go, and perhaps, and then even some aides suggest decamp to Mar-a-Lago for much of the transition. One other thought, we're watching what Fox News says too, and that their anchors there are trying to signal him, to tell him what to do. But it should be noted, for a campaign that has had such sound, such fury, it may have come to an end Saturday at a landscaping facility in a rough part of Philadelphia. May have been, where this ride that began with a golden escalator may have ended, in fact, at a rather more humble location.
Next to a porn shop in a strip mall right out of I-95, which of course, really, I'm just describing a good part of your life. I'm joking, kids. I'm joking. How did I know that? We knew that was coming. Really what doesn't make a lot of sense is for Donald Trump to know or to have one challenge after another. He's going to lose every single challenge. There's not a challenge out there that he can win. He's actually, I was going to say, he's lost these states by the same margin that he won the states 4 years ago, but actually he's going to lose Pennsylvania end to end by more votes than he won it in 2016. Of course, he's going to lose Michigan by far more votes than he won it in 2016. You go out to Arizona, there's just, unless something bizarre happens in the final votes there, he's not going to get close to the 200 votes that he needs for the state to then decide whether he has a recount or not. And he has problems. He's got Republicans running the operations in Arizona. He's got Republicans running the operations in Georgia. And so, is he really going to accuse Brian Kemp of rigging the election, or Ducey of rigging the elections against him? And by the way, if you're in Georgia, and you got 2 Senate races coming up, and literally the future of American government rests on those 2 seats, because if they make jackasses out of themselves in Georgia and voters are turned off, then Democrats can win both of those seats, and Democrats control Washington, D.C. So it doesn't make sense for them to keep driving the car off the cliff for Donald Trump, because he's lost. It's over. Rupert Murdoch is saying it through the Wall Street Journal and through the New York Post. Republicans understand it. George W. Bush is saying it. Other Republicans are saying it. There's no upside for Mitch McConnell to continue this charade.
No, and these lawsuits that we've seen already time and again have been rejected, not just at the state level, but by the Supreme Court in some cases. And I want to underline the point you made about recounts. There was a recount in 2016 in the state of Wisconsin, because that state was so close. It was actually Jill Stein who initiated it. Hillary Clinton's campaign then joined it. In that recount, where Hillary Clinton hoped to take the state, Donald Trump actually picked up votes. So his margin got bigger in a recount. So that's a lesson that the Trump campaign might remember as they ask for recounts. But Shauna Thomas, Joe is right, that the more time Republicans spend on this, the more time they go down this path that has no end to it, is less time they're looking at those Senate seats in Georgia. And frankly, Mitch McConnell probably knows that. And it's a little bewildering why more Republicans aren't coming. You basically have 2 camps. You have Republicans who are saying, well, we have to respect the election, but the campaign has a right to ask for recounts and to file lawsuits. That's their right. And then you have others like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham who are saying that there's something wrong here, that there's something scandalous, that something is rigged here, going full Trump on this argument. but they're effectively in the same group, which is they're wasting the time not only of the country, but of their own party to focus on these 2 seats that will swing the Senate.
Yeah, and focus on the transition and how they're going to rotate President Biden. But I think we also have to understand that President Trump still has the word president in front of his name. And he is and will be, presumably, after he leaves office on January 20th, 2021, the head of the Republican Party. I think they're trying to balance that out. You're sort of seeing the idea of, like, what is the Republican Party going to be posting President Trump play out in front of us as they work through this transition, as they work through President Trump, contesting some of these vote counts. They are trying to figure out who they have to hold up, basically. And for now, with the Republican Party, President Trump is the head of it, so they don't want to necessarily get on his bad side. And as for Georgia, we'll see what happens with those recounts, but there is a possibility that the 2 people who are running on the Republican side in those races are going to want President Trump possibly to show up for them. He garnered lots and lots of votes in this country. It is very, very close in Georgia on the presidential level. It is clearly very close on the Senate level. They may actually need him. And so I think that is kind of the path that they are trying to walk. Now, the Mitt Romneys of the world seem to be walking it in a fairly more sane way, since there is almost no, there is none. There's no evidence of voter fraud in these cases. But what we're seeing now is politics. And the politics, despite the end of the presidential election, haven't really changed. And the Republican Party isn't necessarily sure which direction it needs to go.
Well, and the problem with the Republican Party chasing Donald Trump lead you down this very dangerous path, which, of course, and you do actually have some people whose name I'm not going to even hear, because they're doing it to try to get attention on the national stage, because they want to run in 2024. But what they're doing is they're insulting Republicans as well as Democrats when they say this process was rigged. It was the most transparent election in the history of this country. And we all know that because we've all been concerned for the past 6 months, the past 9 months, that there were going to be problems. So we had cameras all over the place. You look at Allegheny County, we had observers, Republicans and Democrats alike. You talk to all of them, and they all say that the process was professional, and it was fair, and it was just good Americans making sure that everybody's vote got counted. The gap. When the president insults the vote counting in Georgia, he's insulting Republicans. When he's saying it's rigged in Arizona, he's insulting Republicans running that state. If he says it in Philadelphia, there's a Republican that was involved in the recounts talking to 60 Minutes, talking about how he's insulting there. Again, we have the cameras in there. We have the observers in there. This is nonsense, and you don't have to ask where Mitch McConnell is. Mitch McConnell knows how to count votes. Mitch McConnell knows this election's over. He's concerned about winning those 2 Georgia seats, which he should win unless Republicans really foul things up over the next several weeks, which they could do if they follow the madness of Donald Trump.
It would be traitorous, actually, to the process that our country has in place for a peaceful transition. And quite frankly, any of these Republicans who try and do that might find themselves in the wrong location across from an adult bookstore. And that actually happens.
And by the way, do they really want to follow the path of Rudy Giuliani? Giuliani is one of the voices supposedly saying the president should fight on. How much do Republicans want to continue shaming themselves with guys who find themselves in a landscaping business on the most important supposed day of the entire campaign, next to a porn shop, and making a fool out of himself? That's what it's.
That's sort of symbolic.
Devolved to right now. And by the way, that guy, that's the guy that Donald Trump and Jared Kushner wanted to be America's Secretary of State 4 years ago.
Yeah. So, I want to get to Casey and who those Republicans might still be at this point. But first, Patty Kay, the problem Trump has is number one, as Joe mentioned, this was the most transparent election in American history. Number two, the world is resoundingly confirming these results. And that's important too.
Yeah, look, I think Americans are resoundingly confirming these results. It was interesting talking to Republican strategists during the course of Saturday and how the mood changed in the country as soon as you started getting people out celebrating on the streets, as soon as those congratulatory telegrams started coming in from around the world. At that point, Joe Biden looks like the president. And taking that back from him becomes quantifiably harder. I mean, obviously there is no evidence of fraud, but don't let his legal process come out. But it's important to note how much the narrative shifted just on Saturday. And I was in touch with people on the campaign on Friday who sounded kind of sanguine, who were saying, look, we have to let the legal path play out. We owe it to our voters. We know that it's very tricky. And then suddenly, after all the celebrations, after the announcement was made, the Nets called it, they started getting more hunkered down into their, no, this can't be the fake news media that caused this election. The president has to fight this on. I mean, it's kind of schizophrenia in the Trump campaign is what I'm hearing about how, and I guess that comes from the president on down. Like, that is the president's mood is dictating the mood of the campaign. They know that this is over. They know the lawsuits aren't going anywhere. And they know, because of all of those scenes that we saw on Saturday around the country and the trappings of government which have lost control of this narrative.
Well, it is over, and the smart people know it, at least. Casey, it's fascinating that a couple of things. First of all, I love all these Republicans that are parroting the president, saying, the fake news media doesn't call the winners. Why are they celebrating? It has to be certified. Ted Cruz, when he was called the winner in Texas by the fake news media, immediately celebrated. I wonder if Lindsey Graham is still not celebrating his victory, or Mitch McConnell is still not celebrating his victory because they were called early in the evening by the fake news media. I mean, it's this sort of hypocritical nonsense. They're creating new standards. Oh, we have to wait until he's certified before we determine whether he can really be, start planning. Again, it's crazy, but and Mika and I know and other people in Canada who've been around Washington understand that when the votes are counted and when it's obvious who the next president of the United States is, boom, the door closes on the last president. Modi of India immediately congratulated Joe Biden. Boris Johnson of Great Britain, again, another close ally of the president, immediately congratulated Joe Biden. You had people across the world, across Europe, our closest allies, immediately congratulating Joe Biden. You saw a shift in New York Post coverage. You saw a shift in Wall Street Journal editorial page coverage. And all across Washington this morning, the first order of business at Lockheed, the first order of business at Boeing, the first order of business at the U.S. Chamber, the first order of business in all of these places that Donald Trump thought were his lifelong friends and allies, they're asking one question. Okay, who here has the best relationship with Biden? Who knows Biden? Okay, who's going to be running DOD? How do we get close to them? Is Susan Rice going to be Secretary of Defense? Okay, do you know Susan Rice? Can you call her today? Can you write her? I know Susan through this, through that. It happens. It happens every 4 years. Right-wingers attack me for criticizing George W. Bush. The second Obama was president, boom. Everybody immediately started saying, okay, who knows Obama? He's an outsider. How do we get to him? The train has left the station, Casey, and anybody who didn't just fall off the turnip truck last week in Washington, D.C. understands that.
Well, Joe, it's how power works, and you can already tell that everything you laid out is true. People know it. This is the thing. Donald Trump has had such a grip on the psyche of the country, and everyone has been riveted to his every word because he was clearly leading a movement that was giving him political power, and then he was the president of the United States. But that
that's not going to be the case anymore. And it's clear everybody knows it behind the scenes, and even if they're saying these different things in public. And you're absolutely right. Lindsey Graham saying, oh, the news media has been calling elections for decades, like since the 1800s, basically. And we've called elections for Republicans, we've called elections for Democrats. I mean, anyone that, the tape is all there, you can go back and watch it. I think the challenge for Republicans and what they're trying to do, based on these private conversations that I've had with some of them, is figure out a way to manage the president himself. And I think there are some selfish motivations going on for, as you point out, the 2024 candidates. I think for serious people who are interested in governing, there is an element of concern about the president's base of supporters and what they are willing to believe about democracy. And I think that the people who are looking at these recounts and legal challenges in good faith are saying, let's let it play out, let's watch how it goes, so that they can then tell those people, there's all of this evidence here that shows our process worked, right? The president wasn't shut down, his legal challenges were considered, they were properly adjudicated, so that this gives some people, one of the main themes of the last 4 years has been voters standing up at these events, talking to politicians, saying things that, when politicians look at them and they say, where are you getting that? They're getting it on social media, these conspiracy theories. And it's a legitimate problem that's going to be with us for a long time. And Republicans primarily are going to have to grapple with that. And this, all is taking place in the context, as you pointed out, of those 2 Senate seats in Georgia, of control of the Senate. And if you're Republicans trying to figure out how to win those, you've got to grapple with a base of supporters that are believing things that they're reading online that just may or may not be true. So trying to thread that needle is very hard.
Well, and really, this is not the first time this has happened. And at the risk of offending 98.6% of the audience watching this morning, the 2000 recount, people are still running around going, Al Gore run by every count possible. You can't look at it, Al Gore right. And then you calmly say to them, well, okay, thank you so much for telling us what you read online, but, there's a newspaper consortium after, and they counted all the ballots. And not only did Al Gore not win in all of those recounts, George W. Bush won in the recount that Al Gore was asking the Supreme Court to review. I remember watching a documentary on the Upper West Side. The Upper West Side Road. And after I put on my Euro suit and I buttoned the buttons and went there, I actually had a woman crying next to me because somebody came on and said, Al Gore won by every conceivable count. Democracy has been stolen. And she was weeping, and I turned to her, I said, don't worry, it's not true. She just stared at me, with her beads and everything. I was like, what are you talking about? So we get through these moments. It's irresponsible. There are still people who believe that Al Gore got more votes in Florida based on what he was asking the Supreme Court to have counted. But that newspaper consortium, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, the USA Today, just about every other news organization you'd want in there, counted all the votes, came to the conclusion, and those conspiracy theories still are with us. You still have documentaries that have Roger Stone on there going, we're going to win this goddamn thing no matter what. And people are still freaked out. What is that, 20 years later? I'm sorry, don't shoot me, I'm only the piano player here. It's just the truth. And so, the conspiracy theories will rumble around a little bit. People take a deep breath, read the paper sack, and move on. But it's going to take a while.
Yeah, I want to know a lot more about that interaction on 72nd Broadway between you and the woman with the beads in her hair. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. You're right. That'll be in our next block, of course. 70 million people voted for Donald Trump. 70 million. He's going to end up with about 7 million more votes than he got in 2016. And Republicans owe it to them not to foment this revolution that they're trying to foment. Revolution is too strong a word, but this doubt about the election, about what happened. And they're insulting them by suggesting that something is amiss and something is awry, and they're feeding into these conspiratorial instincts that Donald Trump has built up over 5 years, that everything is not only rigged against him, but rigged against them. So they are primed for an argument like this. And if he cared about the country, if these Republican senators were going on TV and calling a rigged election, if they cared about the country truly, not about their own power, but about the country, they would do everything they could to tamp this down and to turn down the temperature. But so far, they're not. Rev, you were on the air with us on Saturday when we made the call that Joe Biden became president-elect. As I said, Joe Biden got 75 million votes, still some to come in here. That'll be the most ever earned by a presidential candidate. But again, Donald Trump got 70 million votes as well. So what do you think that vote we saw on Saturday said about the country? What does it say about where we are? And what does it say about where we're headed next?
The vote shows that we are equally divided country. Let us not for 1 minute forget that he did get 70 million votes. That also means that President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris has to now try to move forward with a very serious surging pandemic, with an economy that is unstable, and try to reach out to some of that 70 million, some of the Republican leadership, regardless as to what happens in Georgia, to try to move forward to take care of the health and the economic reality of the American people. It's time not only to tell the president and those that are going in these conspiracy theories on the right to tamp down, it's time to tell those of us that are progressive, wait a minute, this is not time for gloating party in the middle of everywhere. We have got to deal with the fact we told the American people we were more adult, we were more grown up, and we were more concerned. We need to show that, not by trying to say we beat you and take it out of the schoolyard, go back into the classroom, and let's teach America how to really do the things that we need to do.
Amen. You know, that is such an amazing point, because that's what Joe Biden talked about on Saturday night. That's what he talked about during the entire campaign. I hear some Democrats saying, oh, now's our time to stick to them. No, it's not. No, it's not. Now's the time to bring the country together. That's what your candidate, Joe Biden, promised to do. Now's the time for Democrats to work with Republicans. And yes, Republicans at times are going to have sharp elbows. Democrat, Chuck Schumer, he's got sharp elbows. You don't believe he has sharp elbows? Ask Miguel Estrada and a lot of other people. They all got sharp elbows up on Capitol Hill. No side's perfect. No side's terrible. They have to learn to work with each other. And so, Rev, I salute you for saying that. And yes, 71 million people voted for Donald Trump. I'll be the first to admit, as a small government conservative, I don't understand why, but I do know this. They're half the country.
Right.
And we got to figure out how to move forward with malice toward none. If Abraham Lincoln could say that after my region was responsible for starting a war that killed 700,000 Americans, and Abe Lincoln in the second inaugural address could talk about with malice toward none, we can do that now.
So, but I think we're talking about two things, just to close this off here. First, obviously, there's not only a massive search to understand these 71 million people and what drives them and what they need. And I think Joe Biden made that clear repetitively. And I think a lot of Democrats are too. And certainly we are. But where's Mike Pence? And these little legal battles trying to sort of undermine the results here, the results show that Joe Biden won. That's not malice. That's not trying to stick it to anybody. That's just the facts right now.
Okay, but we can use let all the votes be counted. If there are legal challenges to undertake, let them undertake their legal challenges. let the courts rule, and then we can move on. So the votes still haven't all been counted in Arizona. They still haven't all been counted in Georgia. They still all haven't been counted in North Carolina. They still haven't been counted in Pennsylvania. Is Joe Biden the winner? Yes, he's going to win this. But let the votes be
Let them
counted.
do that, but if you look at some of these legal battles and some of the stuff that Rudy Giuliani is putting out there,
Well, he's an idiot.
it's laughable. No, but my point is, what's the desperation? What's the desperation of President Trump's tweets? I won this thing by a lot. Like a little kid. It's not bothering me at all.
Okay.
I'm asking, the question is, what does he see on the other side of this that is having him act so unbelievably erratically against what is so transparent as being true? I'm not bothered by this. I'm asking the question about legal battles that he could be
years
facing.
into Donald Trump, and you're asking what does he think comes out of this? He's a day trader. As Maggie Haberman said, he's lived his entire life just trying to survive the next 10 minutes. He will figure out at some point that it's over because people around him know it's over.
Well, of course. But I think many would say the more destruction you do now, the more destruction you do to your next act.
Nobody believes him. Nobody believes a word he's saying. What destruction? Nobody believes him. Listen, I think it's reckless. Yes, it's reckless. He's a reckless man. But nobody believes him. His family doesn't believe. I think everybody knows this is over. They just do. Jonathan O'Meara, let me ask you on that point. Everybody knows it's over. What's the family saying to him?
The family are some of the voices that have been saying that it's not just over yet. As you mentioned, Rudy Giuliani is perhaps the loudest in the presidency here, but his adult sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, are also urging him to keep fighting.
He doesn't listen to Don Jr. and Eric. What about Melania and Ivanka and Jared? Are they really going to try to go back to New York as champions of undermining a legitimate election result?
Well, certainly the plan had always been for Ivanka and Jared to return to New York whenever the president left office. We'll see if that's still the case. But Jared Kushner is part of this team. He is part of the decision-making process, who has, at least to this point, has said that he wants to let the legal challenges play out, that he has not urged, despite some reporting over the weekend elsewhere. We have said, he has confirmed he has not urged the president to concede yet, but he is telling him, he is telling others this, that he should consider his options. But just one final note on this, as we decide what we talk about what the president might try to do here in these next couple of weeks, we should also keep an eye on what the president's going to do, what his goals might be for the next 4 years. Is he actually going to mount another candidacy for 2024? There's certainly a lot of pressure. People around him, close to him, have talked about his need to make money. We know about his debt. We know about his businesses have really suffered while he's been in office. I think we know the president is probably going to try to improve his revenue streams, going back to the private sector in the coming weeks or months and years. Whether he is going to try to have rallies that charge for them. Does he get back into licensing? Does he do it more in Trump country and more red states now? I think that's that. And of course, there's the possibility, the shadow of possible indictments and prosecutions and criminal investigations that could follow him and his family and his businesses once he leaves office. So that's another thing. As he and his family weigh what to do here, they're keeping an eye on that, on the future, the money, and possible investigations, and how does he want to stay politically relevant? Even if he doesn't run himself, does he want to tease the idea of a candidacy before 2024?
Well, and if he's going to run 4 years from now, or even if he wants to make money, it's better to not have one loss after another loss after another loss after another loss in the coming month or two. Much better to just throw your arms up, call it a rigged election if you have to, and go to Mar-a-Lago and sit there and plan your future, whether it's in business or whether it's running. Hey, really, I wanted to circle back just because I know there was great weeping and gnashing of teeth out there among the great unwashed when I talked about George W. Bush getting more votes than Al Gore in the newspaper consortium. I just to stop the hyperventilating before we get too late into the morning, I just wanted to read, because in politics. So if Republicans want to be stupid and they want to believe lies, they're going to be stupid and they're going to believe lies. There's a long American history. We need to look past that, move forward, and report on the next president of the United States, Joe Biden, making his plans for 2021.
I was just wondering if there was anyone telling him that he might want to mitigate damage to his next act.
He's only
not getting that.
He's only hurting himself.
Because he says the only person who thinks for himself is himself. He turns to me, he says, for advice.
Not you, but to himself.
Oh, not me. Yeah, still here on Morning Joe. We'll talk to Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger, who narrowly won re-election to her Virginia district and who had some tough words for her Democratic colleagues. Plus, the president said that a Joe Biden win would tank financial markets. But this morning, Dow futures rose more than 400 points.
Look at that.
How'd he do?
You know what they call that?
What's that?
The Biden rally.
Dave Ryder is here with his charts. You're watching Morning Joe. We'll be right back.
I love eggs, and there's a big difference between ordinary and best. Which egg tastes more farm fresh and delicious? Only Eggland's Best. Which egg has 6 times more vitamin D, 10 times more vitamin E, and 25% less saturated fat? Only Eggland's Best.
Which egg is so special, I'd never serve my family anything else. For me, it's only Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This year could use some cheer. Salvage is tested year only at the Length Tree.
We make USAA insurance for members like Martin, an Air Force veteran made doing what's right, not what's easy. So when a hailstorm hit, USAA reached out before he could even inspect the damage. That's how you do it right. USAA insurance is made just the way Martin's family needs it. With hassle-free claims, he got paid before his neighbor even got started. Because doing right by our members, that's what's right. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
Experience the power of sanctuary at the Lincoln Wristless Sales Event. Sign and drive off in a new Lincoln with 0 down, 0 due at signing, and a complimentary first month payment.
Dolph Lundgren. You've got a 160 IQ, a master's in chemical engineering, and you're technically a genius. And it appears you're quite the investor.
I like to trade.
Well, TD Ameritrade has pros ready. If you need help, say, talking through a new strategy, just in case things get a little rocky. I'm sorry. On the upside, I think that's waterproof. Amen.
Welcome to intelligent indoor grilling with the Ninja Foodie Smart XL Grill. Just pick your protein, select your doneness, and let the grill monitor your food. It also turns into an air fryer. Bring outdoor grilling flavors indoors with a grill that grills for you.
Sundays aren't the same when you move away from your team. I'll take it from here, announcer guy. I've got just the ticket. Is this the Trash Thriller of the Super Bowl ring? It's NFL Sunday ticket from DirecTV. Football? Yep. It's every game, every Sunday. Wait, no matter where I live? That's the whole point, dude. The most glorious Sundays ever. Order NFL Sunday ticket and get every live on-the-market game every Sunday, only on DirecTV.
My son needs this drug. I hope it doesn't cost too much. Help me understand. Can you tell me how much this will be? 67. Sorry. Wait, have you heard about GoodRx? GoodRx finds free coupon stuff to save up to 80% on your prescriptions. How? I have no idea. GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Rice, founder and CEO of Keepsake. If you're anything like me, you've probably got 7,000 photos on your phone. And sometimes the moments that really matter most end up getting lost. That's why I made Keepsake. The mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you. For all those of you who voted for President Trump, I understand the disappointment tonight. I've lost a couple times myself. But now, let's give each other a chance. I'll work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as those who did. Let this criminal demonization in America begin to end here and now.
Joe Biden on Saturday with that message to Trump supporters. Later that night, comedian Dave Chappelle hosted Saturday Night Live, the first broadcast after Biden was named president-elect, just as Chappelle did 4 years ago after Trump was declared the winner of that race. Here was his message at the end of his opening monologue.
I would implore everybody who celebrate a day to remember it's good to be a humble winner. Remember when I was here 4 years ago? Remember how bad that felt? Remember that half the country right now still feels that way. Please remember that. Remember that for the first time in the history of America, the life expectancy of white people is dropping because of heroin, because of suicide. All these white people out there that feel that anguish, that pain, that mad because they think nobody cares. Maybe they don't. Let me tell you something. I know how that feels. I promise you, I know how that feels. You're a police officer. And every time you put your uniform on, you feel like you got a target on your back. You're appalled by the ingratitude that people have when you would risk your life to save them. Oh, man, believe me. Believe me. I know how that feels. Everyone knows how that feels. But here's the difference between me and you. You guys hate each other for it. And I don't hate anybody. I just hate that feeling. That's what I fight. That's what I suggest you fight. You gotta find a way to live your life. You gotta find a way to forgive each other. You gotta find a way to find joy in your existence in spite of that feeling.
So, Rev, very moving words by Dave Chappelle. And I must say, 4 years ago, after Donald Trump was elected, he mocked white people who were running around saying this is the worst thing that has ever happened in the history of America. And he implied that, well, I don't know, maybe there have been worse, but slavery perhaps. And not 4 years later, that's a great message, and it's been your message since Joe Biden won this election, and that is we've got to figure out how to work together. We've got to figure out how to get along. We've got to figure out how to get the 74 million Americans and the 71 million Americans on the same side.
And it's not just some, beauty talk of work together, walk together, children. It's how we're going to get the work done. And the only way you're going to get the work done is to find ways to work together. I think the difference between some of us, and I think Dave Chappelle put it beautifully, I think Joe Biden and the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, who I spoke to about this the day she won, is that some of us on the ground. I preached George Floyd's funeral. I'm in touch with his family consistently. Eric Garner's funeral and others. These families want justice. They don't want just my side against your side. People that have suffered losses with COVID-19 are sitting there grappling with people that won't be there for the holidays. And all of us that are going into this global voting on either side or finger pointing and not really getting the work done are just as guilty of exploiting those that have suffered as those that we're opposed to. Donald Trump should not be counterbalanced with us being Trump-like on the other side. And that's all I think Chappelle was saying, that's all Biden is saying, is that people trust us to get the work done and to care about what really happened to people, not to say, I beat you, you beat me, your turn, my turn. It's time to get out of that and grow up and let America gear up for a rebound.
John Thomas, what did you think of Dave Chappelle's monologue? And I mean, I agree with Rev. I do think there are a lot of people who feel the way Dave Chappelle expressed and what Rev just said. And this behavior surrounding Trump is something we don't really want to react to too much.
Yeah, I think some of what Dave Chappelle was saying was, you know, one thing a lot of people in this country have in common is pain. Pain over who they are, pain over, you know, what has been lost, especially during COVID-19. And that if we can see that and then have some empathy for it, perhaps there is a way to bridge the divide of that 74 million versus that 71 million. I think one problem in this situation, though, kind of going back to something Joe said, which was, Joe said that, you know, no one believes Trump when it comes to how this election has played out, that there is fraud, that he actually won, all that stuff. The thing is, I think some of his 71 million supporters probably do believe him. And some of this transition process and keeping our democracy is also about the words Donald Trump is willing to say. Now, I'm not going to necessarily hold my breath that he is suddenly going to concede tomorrow or anything like that, but he does have a role in this process of getting that 71 million people who are on his side, or some portion of that, to believe that a transition, a peaceful transition, is actually an important thing to our democracy. Because in the end, the Constitution and the idea behind it, the words are great. The only reason it actually has power is that the people of America actually give it, imbue it with that power, because we believe in this idea of something greater than ourselves. And if we can't figure out how to have everyone in this country have that same conversation, be on the same page with that, then what Joe Biden is saying about uniting the country and what Senator Kamala Harris is saying about uniting the country is going to be even harder to achieve. But I think one thing Biden has is that his number one priority when he gets into office has to be COVID-19. It has to be this thing that is raging through communities, no matter what color, no matter red, blue, whatever. And hopefully that if he can put together a team that can help get us through this pandemic, that some of the people on the 71 million side will see that he wants what's best for the country. I also just want to say, it's worth pointing out once again that Senator Harris, now Vice President-elect Harris, that was history. And I think women across this country, women of color, whether you voted Republican or Democrat, can look at that and see some part of themselves in that office. And I think that can also help us get past this point if you start to see those kind of things and people talk about that too.
What an extraordinary moment. Shauna Thomas, thank you so much for being with us. We greatly appreciate it. Just to follow up with what Shauna said, yes, what I said that people know Donald Trump's lying. I'm talking about people inside the White House, Mitch McConnell, Republicans on Capitol Hill, the people that need to step up and be responsible, obviously. One of the reasons I talked about some of the conspiracy theories surrounding the 2000 election that still have taken hold 20 years later is because part of that 71 million are going to continue to believe those conspiracy theories. We just need to move forward and try to unite as many people as we can. Let's bring in Steve Latner right now. So Steve, it looks like we've got our first Biden rally this morning. What's it looking like? And take us through your charge today.
Yeah, the market will open strong today. Some of that, I think, is this announcement from Pfizer about a vaccine possibly being effective. But if we look back over the past week, we can see that the market has actually been pretty enthusiastic about a Biden presidency for some time now. The market has believed, as you can see on this chart, the market has believed that a Biden presidency would mean more stimulus for the economy, stronger economic growth, and of course a steadier hand at the wheel. And so you can really almost divide last week into three quick phases. First, it moved up in anticipation of Biden doing better. Secondly, it moved up after Election Day because the market concluded pretty early on that Biden was going to win. And also the market hates uncertainty. And just going back quickly to your conversation about 2000, during the recount, those 35 days in 2000, the market dropped 4%. So certainty is an important thing for the market. And then lastly, the market has started to focus on divided government and what the implications of divided government would be for both President-elect Biden's personnel choices as well as his policy decisions. And so if you turn to the next chart, you can get a sense as to how the market has kind of rotated around its realization that we are looking at a different scenario than it probably thought before Election Day. You can see sectors like infrastructure and renewables, which were key parts of the Biden policy agenda, falling as prospects for more infrastructure, more emphasis on renewable energy, just to pick those two examples, is diminished. On the other side of the ledger, you can see pharma stocks up 4%. This is all on Wednesday, right after the election. Pharma stocks up 4% because it's unlikely we're going to be doing much about drug prices within divided government. You see tech also up 4% because it seems also less probable that the big legislation to break up the big techs or do something to the big techs. And then lastly, you see treasuries were up, which means interest rates went down. Interest rates went down because people felt that, again, with divided government, there's going to be less stimulus, a less pro-growth set of policies. And that also drove the banks down because lower interest rates are bad for banks. It's harder for them to make money. And also the economy was going to be slower. So the question then is, what is the stimulus program likely to look like at this moment? You know that the Democrats and the White House got pretty close right before the election and failed. But now analysts are downgrading their expectation for more stimulus. So this chart on the left is Goldman Sachs, which is assuming that the stimulus program, the next stimulus program, is $1 trillion instead of $2 trillion. And you can see that it will have a much smaller effect on the economy. The red line on the left is the effect of the stimulus that we had earlier in the year, the huge stimulus package. And then you can see the dotted blue line is what the market was expecting from the next stimulus package. It's now downgraded that expectation to the red line, and this is all the effect of the amount of stimulus relative to our GDP. And then on the right, you can see, therefore, we're expecting a slower growth in the rate of GDP as a result of stimulus moving down from the dotted blue line to the dotted red line. And I would also just say that Goldman Sachs, as part of all this, has cut its estimate of first quarter GDP from 7% to 3.5%, in large part because of the stimulus, but also because of the rising caseload. So the market is optimistic about a Biden presidency, but it does think that there's a lot of work to do, and the amount of stimulus is likely to be a drag on the economy into next year.
Kathy Kane's with us and has a question. Kathy.
Yes, Steve, at one point during the campaign, Joe Biden had said that he would follow scientists, and if they recommended some kind of national lockdown, he would push for that. Obviously, he can't do it himself on a national basis, but that he would push governors to follow that. You've seen what's happening in Europe with lots of countries now going back into lockdown. Markets be concerned that if America was to take more restrictions on the economic agony in the country and respond negatively accordingly?
Sure. If we go into the yin and the yang, as we've seen throughout this virus, is that the more you shut down, which you have to do for good public health reasons, it does have a negative economic impact. The more you open up, it has a positive one. And so going into another lockdown would obviously, I think very clearly, have negative economic implications for the economy, and that's one of the things that Goldman Sachs was worried about when it cut its economic forecast. The market is responding in part to lower interest rates, which is always a plus for the market, as well as this general belief that a Biden presidency is more likely than a continuation of the Trump presidency to do stimulus, to do other policy initiatives that will get the government, get the economy going, even in a situation of divided government.
All right, Steve Radner, thank you very, very much. And our thanks to AAP's Jonathan Lemire, the BBC's Katty Kay, and the Reverend Al Sharp.
No, I'll tell you what, let's do this. Let's keep them here. Let's keep them here.
Thank you, everybody.
Because they're doing such a great job. It's a bonus hour with everybody.
Just going to say that, but thanks. Also joining us, White House correspondent for PBS NewsHour, Yamiche Alcindor, and political reporter for the Washington Post and MSNBC political analyst Robert Costa. He's the moderator of Washington Week on PBS, and Donnie Deutsch is with us as well.
Mr. Costa.
Oh, boy.
Confession time here.
No.
I always want to line up as an Alabama fan against Notre Dame because they're always overrated. We go into the playoffs, and we can usually beat them easily. This is the first time in like 20 years where I don't want that to happen because Notre Dame is back. The Irish are back, and yes, the Irish lost their quarterback during the game. He's been out a couple of weeks. But you guys ran over a great Clemson defense. Congratulations on a huge win. One of the best college football games I've seen in a long time.
I appreciate it, Joe. Go Irish. I was 3 years old when Lou Holtz won the last national championship for Notre Dame back in 1988. And to see a Fighting Irish team beat at number 1 Clemson. Wake up the echoes, as they say in South Bend.
Wake up the echoes, indeed. So we have sort of a tale of two cities right now in Washington, D.C. Most of Washington is moving towards the inevitable, which is, of course, the presidency of Joe Biden. As I said earlier, every lobbying firm in Washington, D.C. this morning, every defense contractor, every business interest, and they're all going to be doing what happens every 4 years when you have a new president, or 8 years. They're going to be scrambling around going, who knows Biden? Who knows people close to Joe Biden? How do we get in there? Who should we hire to be our liaison between Lockheed and Biden, or Boeing and Biden, et cetera, et cetera? The wheels are turning. Mitch McConnell knows that. Nancy Pelosi knows that. Most of the Republicans on the Hill know that. But there's still a few holdouts that are hanging out in lawn care facilities in Philadelphia off of I-95 who still want to carry on the fight. It's going to be a strange week in Washington, D.C. What can you tell us about your reporting? Are more members of the Trump team understanding that the loss, Donald Trump's loss is an inevitability they're going to have to face?
Joe, it was a revealing weekend because the transactional nature of the relationship between the Republican Party and President Trump was laid bare in a fundamental way as Republicans took to the Sunday shows or just stayed off and did not join the fight, mostly for President Trump just to keep fighting the election result and questioning and attacking its integrity. This is a Republican Party that's ready to move on, formally, privately, ready to deal with the Biden administration, look ahead to 2022, 2024, all this. There's a big crowd of 2024 hopefuls. At the same time, as I write on today's Washington Post front page with Phil Rucker and Josh Dorsey, Trumpism's here to stay, at least for the moment. It reminds Ed Rollins, who ran Perot's campaign in 1992, a bit about Perot's movement, somewhat like George Wallace's movement. And these movements, though, need leaders to be disciplined, to be dominant in order to sustain themselves in American politics. And for now, most Republicans in Washington and inside of the White House are nodding along with the president's unfounded claims about election fraud because they believe he still has political capital. But at the same time, they don't think he has enough political capital or evidence or legal standing to make this a real fight. But they need to show the 70+ million people who voted for President Trump that they stand in solidarity with him, at least in spirit.
Well, you know, Bob, it's interesting you brought up Perot because when I campaigned for my first time in '94, I not only went to Republican meetings, I made sure I went to every United We Stand meeting, because it was a combination of a few of the Republicans and a lot of the United We Stand people that helped me win the race in '94. You can also look to Sarah Palin, who, while she was a punchline for a lot of people in Washington and New York, at least for that first cycle in 2010, her going out and deciding that Nikki Haley should get her endorsement in South Carolina, and other candidates should get her endorsement, made a big difference for at least a cycle.
And that's why Republicans are still pretty muted. Senator Romney's out there, but even Senator Romney said, I mean, the press, that President Trump remains, in his words, the 900-pound gorilla in the room in the Republican Party. They want those voters. I mean, these are people who want power and to acquire power. Someone like President Trump, who can power non-educated and college-educated record number turnout. They need those voters to survive as a party. Because before President Trump came around, many of them tell me they felt like with Mitt Romney in 2012 and Paul Ryan, that they just were never going to win back those states in the Midwest, that the free trade message, the conservative message wasn't enough. President Trump's populism has given them power back to overhaul the judiciary, to put together a populist coalition. So without him, they're a little nervous. Does this sustain itself? So they're going to try to continue to have this fragile balance, which is transactional at its core.
So, Jonathan Lemire, let's go through some of your reporting this morning. People close to the president tell you and the Associated Press that Trump is not expected to formally concede, but is likely to grudgingly vacate the White House at the end of his term. The AP notes that the president's ongoing efforts to paint the election as unfair are seen both as an effort to soothe a bruised ego and to show his loyal base of supporters that he is still fighting. Two officials in touch with the Trump administration tell the Washington Post that some advisors have urged the president to consider his political future and not to taint his legacy with a messy exit. According to the Post, on a conference call this weekend, President Trump's campaign manager, Bill Stepien, said the campaign may be propping up rallies, protests, and other events in the coming weeks. That's crazy. Stepien said, quote, "We may need your help and support on the ground, waving flags and yelling the president's name in support. Such public enthusiasm," he implied, might buoy the president's mood. You know what? It also might provoke violence. And Joe, isn't there anyone in the White House or the campaign who can show this president the concession speeches of the last 4 or 5 presidents and how important those moments were and how big those men looked in that moment? Because something to them was bigger, and that was this country. It's beyond me that there's no one there that can help me. What do you think?
It shouldn't be beyond you.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Really?
We asked him during the campaign in 2015 who he spoke to.
He said himself.
It was advisor, exactly.
Nobody trying?
Nothing's changed.
Who's in there?
He got rid of... I can't believe you're even asking that.
I'm thinking.
I can't even believe there's nobody in there left to tell. Why do you think he doesn't have a James Baker? Why do you think he doesn't have a legal strategy? Why do you think he doesn't have competent people to guide him through this? Because he ran them all off. Hey, listen,
I know, I can't think of anyone.
Well, you know there's nobody, so I'm just curious why you asked the question.
Because it should be obvious, maybe
But
even to
there's
them.
nobody there. They haven't been there for years. He's fired everybody.
Jonathan Lemire, who's in there?
Jonathan Lemire, you don't have to answer that question because nobody's in there. I've already answered it. He ran off all of his good advisors.
She said
he ran off all of his good advisors a long time ago. And Jonathan, what I don't understand is, why doesn't he do what other presidents have done and travel the world? Like, you know, and try to make a big gesture at the end. Doing rallies around the United States does him no good. Why doesn't he go to Saudi Arabia for a while? Why doesn't he go to Russia for a while? Kick back, talk to some old friends. Anything that would be better, set up future business dealings. At least that would make sense logically for his self-interest, instead of just sitting around in Washington, D.C., losing one court case after another.
Well, the global pandemic does curtail some of the international travel possibilities for the president, but I think you make a good point that there are some of his strongest allies who have already come out and congratulated President-elect Joe Biden, including those in Riyadh. We haven't heard from President Putin yet in Russia, however. But this is the debate right now within the Trump orbit as to what the next move might be. He laid low this weekend. He golfed twice. He was there when the race was called for Joe Biden. There is an effort. Their campaign is still fundraising, although if you read the fine print, a lot of that is to retire campaign debt. That's where some of that money is going. There is speculation, as we talked about last hour, some idea of having some rallies in these states where the vote is still being counted, where there may be some legal challenges. But those court actions at this point have gone nowhere, and there's no anticipation that would change. And even if you were to move one or two.
Wait,
go ahead.
Jonathan, I thought of someone. Mike Pence?
Nikki, you raise an interesting point there. Mike Pence has not been seen or heard from since that early morning, election nights across into the early morning hours of Wednesday morning when he appeared with the president in the White House. He did not appear with the president in his other news conference in the briefing room a few days later and has stayed very quiet. We've asked the vice president's office where he's been, how he's doing. And let's remember, there's also been a coronavirus eruption within the White House. The vice president's team says that he is well, he is not ill, but he is simply watching the results and staying in Washington, although they advise he may be doing some travel later this week, destination unknown. But the vice president, though, is not a voice that has told the president to drop this fight. No one really in his orbit has done so. And it's going to take, and very few probably have the standing to do so. You mentioned Jared and Ivanka, at least to this point, though they sometimes have the president's ear on things, they haven't taken that step. So there are people who are looking to outside forces. Mitch McConnell, who we know, he knows how to count votes. It's simply a matter of time, many Republicans believe, before he weighs in. Influential voices in the conservative media, particularly the primetime Fox News hosts. Those in Trump are watching them to see if they give the president cues. There's a sense that, yes, the president may never formally concede, that he will go through, at least through the motions of a legal fight for a while. But a lot of this is eyeing what he wants his next step to be. Whether he actually wants to run for office again, or at least keep that door open to keep its relevance, whether there is an attempt to move into media, certainly an effort to make some money. And, as we mentioned, the idea of watching possible investigations close in around him and his family and business.
I guess, Joe, the question is what Mike Pence does, because I would think he wants a political future after this, and top Republicans.
Well, again, I'm going to go back to what Mitch McConnell said in a tweet several days ago, and it's something that Mike Pence has followed that approach, and it's this: count all the votes, count all the legal votes. If you have any challenges, go ahead and present your challenges. We'll go through the process the way we always go through the process, and at the end we see who the winner is. Now, we know, again, just by the numbers, we know who the winner is. We know in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is actually losing by about the same amount that he won by 4 years ago, and that number's only going to go up for Joe Biden. In Michigan, Joe Biden's doing much better this year than Donald Trump did 4 years ago. If you just look at the margin, he's pulling away there. Wisconsin's close. There's going to be a recount there, but he does. You just don't, as everybody's been saying over the past couple of days, there just aren't going to be enough votes reversed for that to flip. Arizona has really the most stringent recount requirements in America. You have to get within 200 votes. And then the candidate can't even call for it. It's the state that would have to call for it. Right now, when you look at the numbers, it doesn't look like Donald Trump is going to get within 200 votes there as well.
Georgia, Joe Biden's now up over 10,000 votes. Those kind of races aren't reversed. It's always important to remember, people talk about Florida. It's 537 votes. And we would see Democratic and Republican lawyers going from county to county. It would be a huge deal when Democrats picked up 12, 15, 17, 50 votes. We're talking now in Georgia, 10, 11, 12,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, it's probably going to be upwards to 50,000 plus votes. In Arizona, there's not going to be a recount. You go through this entire process, and there's really no way forward. And so, Manish, let me ask you, we're talking an awful lot about the Trump White House right now. What are we expecting from the Biden transition team? And even though the Trump White House is not helping them move forward at all with the transition, this is no shock to anybody. How do they do that with an incumbent president who's not going to want to let go of the reins of power anytime soon?
Well, I should first start by saying sources that I've been talking to describe the White House as paralyzed right now. President Trump is in complete denial. He's lashing out. I've been told at one point that he was not talking to Jared Kushner, who was seen as someone who would be able to reel him in a bit and get him to admit and face the fact that he is the thing that he has feared most, which is a loser of this election. And there are, of course, from my understanding, he's been talking to John Jr. and Eric Trump, who have been kind of going around the country spreading misinformation. That, in some ways, has put this transition on hold in terms of being effectively being run through the government, because there has to be some signatures actually done in order for some of the wheels of government to really start turning. And people might think that this is just something that is bureaucratic, but in fact, this is national security at stake. We're in the middle of various crises, including the COVID-19 pandemic. And one person told me that if President Trump doesn't get it together soon, we could actually be held up when it comes to the coronavirus vaccine. The operation, the distribution of that could be on the line here. When you look at what Joe Biden is doing, he's doing it all that he can to be able to be ready on day one when he walks into the White House. I've been talking to sources in his campaign. He just this morning announced a number of people who are going to be forming his coronavirus pandemic task force. Those people will be able to advise and make a plan, but they can't actually, of course, do anything because their hands are literally tied by Donald Trump and the tantrum that he's throwing right now in the White House. Another thing to note is that Joe Biden understands that he would not be elected president-elect without African Americans. And let's remember that this COVID-19 pandemic is killing them at 2 times the rate of white people, and black people are being killed at 2 times the rate of white people when it comes to policing. So when Joe Biden walks in, I'm told he has a list of things that he wants to get done. Top on that list, of course, is the COVID-19 pandemic, but he also wants to tackle immigration, get back in the Paris Climate Accord, get back into the World Health Organization, and a number of other things. Some of that stuff is going to happen through executive order. Some of that is stuff he's going to try to get done legislatively. But this morning, the celebrating is a little bit still going on in the Biden campaign, but people tell me they're really back at work trying to figure out how to move forward.
Donnie Deutsch, let's not talk about what's happening in Trump world. Let's talk about what's happening with the next president of the United States, and specifically what message you think they should be projecting. They're doing a pretty great job right now, but again, as an ad guy, as a branding guru for all these years, how does the Biden campaign, how does the Biden transition, how do they move forward during these very interesting times?
Joe, I love that you said to me, let's not talk about Trump world, and I think that that's an anthem going forward, because it's very easy for the media. There's been this drug, whether you like it or not, that is very, very compelling to watch. As we go forward and move into Donald Trump is over. Let's remember that. Let's not the media lead on it come mid-February when basically we're talking about infrastructure, maybe the ratings aren't there. And so, yes, let us move on. And to that point, what I would talk about is maybe we're not at the point. I want to pick up where Chappelle was. That, yes, 74 million voted one way and 70 voted another way, but
maybe a lot of those 70 million who voted for Trump aren't racist, and maybe people who just didn't want to defund the police or don't like socialism. You know, I've had an interaction with one person online. A couple of years ago, I said something on the air, and I got from a Desert Storm veteran, a guy in red brains, who was in Kansas, mid-40s, couldn't be more different than me, and he called me up, he texted me, you did the most nasty things, who are you to say this and this? I reached back out to him and I said, oh man, you're a vet. I sit and I'm going to argue, and I'm so sorry. We started this dialogue, and by the end of the dialogue, he was saying, I love you, brother, and right after the election, this is what he wrote me, it's just 2 sentences, 3 sentences. Hope you and your family, I know we may disagree on political sides, but I can say you're a good man, we both can agree, we both cry Americans great fathers, I truly enjoy this online friendship, hope one day to shake me up beer, I'm ready for 21, and what the future holds, ready for COVID, and unrest in this country, we say, look, and brother, and I think it's on us, it is on us to stop saying how divided we are. Yes, you have people at Trump rallies, and yes, you have people in Washington Square Park who have the extremes. But if we kind of start to own that maybe we're not that divided, that maybe 90% of us live in the same place, it doesn't become the self-fulfilling prophecy what Chappelle said was right. So it's on us. If you're on the, quote, winning side, reach out to the other side and say, not an approval, but wins together. And on the flip side, if you lost, maybe you didn't lose. Maybe we're not so far apart. And that's what Joe Biden was all about.
And Rev, the same thing. I ask you the same thing. And also, let's talk about the cabinet agencies. The transition team right now is going to be looking at what cabinet agencies need to be filled. And obviously, like I said a couple of days ago, Joe Biden is president of the United States because he won Wisconsin. He won Wisconsin because of black voters in Milwaukee County, and their accounts put him over, their votes put him over the top. He won Michigan because of black voters in Detroit, in Wayne County. It was their votes that put him over the top there. He won Pennsylvania because of black voters in Philadelphia. Their votes at the end put him over the top. He won Georgia because of black voters in Atlanta. Their votes put him over the top. So what are we looking at in terms of what Joe Biden is going to have? I suspect he may well have one of the most diverse cabinets in the history of this country. What are you hearing?
I'm hearing that the plan is that he is going to have a diverse cabinet. He's going to have a diverse staff. And certainly Vice President Kamala Harris will play a role in that. And I believe that he will keep his word. He said in his statement on election night, something I've never heard any winner say. He said, the African-American community had my back, and I will have yours. Well, we're going to see to it that he keeps his word on that. He, throughout the campaign, had periodic meetings and Zoom meetings with those of us in civil rights and leadership of organization, and with other groups like the Congressional Black Caucus. He needs to meet with all of them during this period. But I really believe that he has an opportunity to unite this country racially by what he does, by the action, not just the speeches, by fighting for justice, by getting the George Floyd vote through the Senate, by getting the John Lewis voting rights bill. He's going to have to reach out, and we're going to have to give room for those in leadership in those political parties to reach out, because we need things done. Joe Biden is a unique person in history. He was the vice president for the first black president. He is the president for the first black vice president. He can be the bridge in history that shows the possibilities of this country healing its original sin on race.
And again, you think about that, and think about the position that Joe Biden has held. It's interesting that some people say, oh, he's too conservative, he's too moderate. Think about that. He was a vice president for the first black president. He's going to be the first president with a black vice president. Also, something a lot of people forget is the fact that it was Joe Biden who came out when Barack Obama was against same-sex marriage. It was Joe Biden who came out early and said he supported marriage equality. And while it's not going to get picked up by many history books, a lot of people, most people inside the Obama administration were enraged that he would do that before the 2012 election. They wanted to wait until after the election. But it was Joe Biden that actually moved that process down the road much more quickly than the Obama administration and the president himself wanted to move that ball down the road. Hey, Bob Costa, what are you looking at this week? What are you going to be looking at today and over the course of the next several days of this very historic transition week?
We're going to be paying attention to the SEC country, at least politically. The two Georgia Senate races are now everything in American politics because the Senate majority is on the line. And can Democrats put together enough money to give Reverend Warnock and John Ossoff, the two Democrats down there, enough momentum to put together a coalition for just a few months from now to win these runoffs, to maybe put themselves in contention? It's going to be difficult. To have President Trump on the ballot, that's a motivating factor for Georgia Democrats and independents in Georgia. Now, without President Trump on the ballot anymore, you have to find a way to get them back out. So who goes to Georgia, what they say, it's going to be a difficult race for both Democrats, but it's possible because Democrats are making gains in the South. Stacey Abrams is registering a lot of voters in Georgia, and you see across the Deep South and the Sun Belt some rays of hope for Democrats, but still a tough road ahead.
All right, Robert Costa and Yamiche Alcindor, thank you both for your reporting. Now this sad news. Longtime Jeopardy host Alex Trebek passed away yesterday at the age of 80. The official Jeopardy Twitter account confirmed the news, adding that he died at his home in California early Sunday morning, surrounded by family and friends. Trebek announced last year that he had been battling stage 4 pancreatic cancer. He is survived by his wife of 30 years and 3 children. His career in the game show business lasted 5 decades. Jeopardy earned him 5 Daytime Emmy Awards and a Lifetime Achievement Award for Outstanding Game Show Host from the Television Academy. Jeopardy will continue to air episodes hosted by Trebek, who was last in studio on October 29th. We'll air them through Christmas Day. Still ahead on Morning Joe, President Trump refuses to concede. The world is turning the page anyway. We'll get reaction from overseas. You're watching Morning Joe. I'll be right back.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Well,
Here. In the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer, making life's journey just better.
With the Ninja Foodie Power Pitcher, you can crush ice, make smoothies, and do even more. Chop salsas, spoon-thick smoothie bowls, even power through dough, and never stall. The Ninja Foodie Power Pitcher. Rethink what a blender can do.
The holidays can be a casual thing, a modern shindig,
Or made just for them.
The holidays don't just happen, they're made by you. Get Black Friday prices during the Great Big Tree Street. Michaels, made by you.
Severe storm damage can cost you thousands of repairs. Hi, Phil Swift here. This storm season, you need the entire Flex Seal family of products. Make fast, easy, on-the-spot repairs. Seal up cracks and holes to prevent wind and water from damaging your home. Push flex base deep into wet surfaces to help prevent flood damage. And make quick automotive repairs. Get the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
Managing type 2 diabetes? You're on it. Exercising often and eating healthy? Yep, on it there too. You may think you're doing all you can to manage type 2 diabetes and heart disease, but could your medication do more to lower your heart risk? Jardine's can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease, so it can help save your life from a heart attack or stroke, and it lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylureal insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a heart attack?
On it. Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance. You've changed. For good. You're better at haircuts. Now, you grocery shop online. You mastered hot yoga. Kind of. And when it really mattered, you trusted ADT. Because staying home or venturing out, no one has more ways to help keep what matters most safe than ADT.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Maxed out on your credit cards? Constantly worried about how you're going to meet your monthly payments? If so, we have an urgent message for you. Freedom Debt Relief can help you lower your monthly payments, reduce how much you owe, and help you get out of debt in as little as 24 to 48 months. Do not spend another minute stressing over how to pay your credit card bills. To find out how much you could save, go to freedomdebtrelief.com or call the number on your screen. Our team of experts are standing by to take your call. Freedom Debt Relief has helped over 500,000 customers just like you to take back control of their life.
After a year, my first credit card was paid off. Then the second, then the third. And I thought, oh, this is pretty important.
The bigger your debt, the more money you could save.
Call 1-800-644-5286 to start eliminating your debt now. That's 1-800-644-5286.
Welcome back. It's 32 past the hour. There are alarming new numbers on the COVID-19 pandemic, with the U.S. cases surpassing 10 million. According to the New York Times, 1 in 441 Americans have tested positive for the virus just in the last week. The Times reporting notes that President-elect Joe Biden is in line to inherit one of the most serious and complicated national crises that any incoming president in more than half a century has faced. And several experts believe the virus is spreading out of control and could grow worse before Biden takes office. The virus is surging to record levels for more than half the country. Nationwide, hospitalizations have nearly doubled since mid-September, and deaths are slowly increasing again. There is, though, some potential promising news this morning in the fight against the coronavirus. The drug maker Pfizer just announced that an early analysis of its coronavirus vaccine trial suggested it prevented more than 90% of infections in a study of tens of thousands of volunteers, the most encouraging advancement so far in their battle against COVID-19. According to Bloomberg, the preliminary results pave the way for the companies to seek an emergency use authorization from regulators if further research shows the shot is also safe. So there's more research that needs to be done before this looks good. The New York Times notes that if the results hold up, that level of protection would put it on par with highly effective childhood vaccines for diseases such as measles. We will note, though, that the potential vaccine will still take a while to get on the market, but at least there's something down the pipe.
Well, and Kathy Kay, it's important to realize as we hear good news that we also heard good news, 6 months ago from the Oxford study that didn't pan out. And so people that are hearing the news this morning need to understand that, yes, they've gotten some good results, but we are still a very long way away from anybody getting vaccines.
Yeah, I mean, we said the word of last week was patience. Well, let's remember the word of the coronavirus is patience as well. And Dr. Fauci has warned everybody, even when we get a vaccine, this isn't a silver bullet. It's not like we can suddenly stop wearing masks and social distancing just because a vaccine comes through that actually works. When it does finally come through. We'll have to distribute it. That's a time-consuming process. It's not easy distributing some of these vaccines and getting all of the infrastructure in place. Some of them have to be stored at incredibly cold temperatures, so that's going to take a certain amount of time. Then we have to persuade, and this is perhaps the biggest concern for immunologists, we've got to persuade people to actually take it. And with the level of skepticism there is out there surrounding medical officials generally, and the trust in scientists has declined in America this year. It hasn't grown, it's declined, and some of that has been the political environment. But you've got to get enough people to take the vaccine for it to actually be effective. So, and nobody really thinks, and Fauci has said this repeatedly, that we're looking at any time before next summer, before life starts to return to normal. So it's great news that some of these vaccines are making progress in their trials. There have been the odd hiccup and there have been the odd delays where people have to stop for a while or two. It's great news that there's progress. It's what we all need. But I think everybody has to accept we've still got to do the things that we're being told to do. The guidelines are still in place for a reason.
And we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, the fight against the pandemic isn't just Joe Biden's first domestic challenge. It could also be considered his first foreign policy challenge as well. Joining us now, the president of the Council on Foreign Relations and author of the book, The World, A Brief Introduction, Richard Haass, and professor of international politics at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University, Daniel Dresner. Good to have you both on board. So Richard, give us a 101 course on the coronavirus and our own national security in the United States.
What you and Patty and others were just talking about is exactly right. Even as this vaccine pans out, it's not a silver bullet. It becomes one important tool. But I think the way to think about it, Mika, it is now going to be Joe Biden's principal national security challenge when he becomes president. Unless we get this virus under control, you can't have the economy coming back. This country simply won't have the bandwidth to be involved in the world. So this has got to be done right. Also, if we're going to show the rest of the world that things are really big, that we're going to set an example. This more than anything else would say America is back. Once again, this is a competent country, willing to talk to science and so forth. So this actually has become the national security challenge here. Not just a public health challenge, not just an economic challenge. So as goes this, so will go many other things.
Hey, Andrews, I was surprised that India's Prime Minister Modi was one of the first to congratulate Joe Biden. He, of course, has had a prior relationship with Joe Biden. South Korea's moon did the same thing. Boris Johnson, also seen as an ally of Donald Trump, came out very quickly, congratulated Joe Biden, and said he looks forward to working with him on climate change and other issues as well. It seems world leaders are lining up quickly as they can, other than the usual suspects, to congratulate their president-elect.
Yes, it's interesting to note that, traditionally what would happen is that the losing candidate would concede, at which point you would then see the rapid congratulations going to the winner. The fact that obviously Donald Trump has kind of violated that norm and is sort of, in the White House pouting about the fact that he lost has opened the door for other things to happen that essentially confer legitimacy on Joe Biden. The very fact that you have Modi and Macron and Merkel and Benjamin Netanyahu and Saudi Arabia all congratulating Biden in some ways indicates that Donald Trump can tout all he wants. The rest of the world is going to move on. And this just adds to the idea that the world has accepted that Joe Biden is the president-elect. It's just a question of how long it takes for Donald Trump to accept that fact.
Donnie has a question for you, Richard. Donnie?
Mr. Haass, always nice to talk to you. Obviously, a big theme of or takeaway of the Trump presidency was the bromance with Vladimir Putin. If you were advising Biden his first kind of Russia reach out or not reach out or stance on Putin, what's the move for him at this point?
First of all, it's noteworthy, Donnie, that we haven't yet heard from Mr. Putin. He and some of the other authoritarian leaders have not congratulated Mr. Biden, which tells you something. They're unhappy campers today. I'd say the most important thing with Russia in the short run is just to nail down the nuclear arms control agreement that's due to expire in mid-February. Just extend it. There's lots of issues down the road about capturing new systems, maybe China's involvement. But the inbox facing Joe Biden is so crowded that the last thing we need is a new era of nuclear arms competition with Russia. And then I'd say after that, then there's time to think about a comprehensive Russian policy. Talk to the European allies, talk to others. How do we deal with what they're doing in Ukraine? How do we deal with their interference in our elections? How do we deal with their attempt to murder their opposition politicians? So there's all sorts of issues. There's time for that. That's, if you will, round two. Round one, I would say, with Russia is simply to stabilize this last remnant in some ways of the Cold War.
Dan Dresner, Caddy K has a question for you. Caddy.
Policy challenge facing the United States and the rest of Europe at the moment probably is China. And it was never really very clear during the course of the campaign how much Joe Biden's China policy differed from Donald Trump's policy. I'm sure the language will change, but are we going to see a real sea change in how the U.S. approaches China? And is there now an opportunity to perhaps bring the rest of the world on board with China in order to have a more effective policy towards China?
I think you've just identified the primary difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump on China. I mean, I think they had the same position in that you had to view China as a rival that needs to be dealt with, and there's no denying that. But the difference was that Donald Trump did it in a sort of scattershot, unilateral fashion that wound up harming the U.S. economy far more than it helped. Whereas I think Joe Biden has consistently said throughout speeches during the campaign that he wants to deal with China, but he wants to deal with them in a coordinated way, working with allies and partners. So this presumably gives both Biden and America's allies across the world an opening in which they can potentially try to coordinate policy with respect to China. Now, of course, this also raises the awkward question of whether the allies and partners will be on board. You can argue that one of the problems sometimes during the Obama administration, for example, was that allies weren't necessarily on the same page in terms of dealing with China. So it'll be interesting to see going forward whether all sides basically take advantage of this opportunity to actually push together and coordinate an approach towards China that simultaneously keeps them in the global economy, but also potentially deals with the security risk.
Richard Ross, it's interesting that for all of his bluster about China, there was such an inconsistency coming from Donald Trump, who clearly admired President Xi, would lavish praise on him 1 minute, then attack China the next. And also such an inconsistency with Russia, where you have the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, being so obsequious to Russia that it required the United States Congress and others in our government to take a pretty tough line on Russia. I'm wondering if, oddly enough, the return to normalcy of a president who doesn't kowtow to Vladimir Putin in the long run doesn't end up being in the best interest of Russia as well, that we can actually, with our allies, move forward and begin a more constructive relationship.
Well, again, that will be one of the principal differences with both. It won't be unilateral. And I think in the case of Russia, what's so interesting about Putin, Joe, is that he's been quite effective in his foreign policy in Ukraine, in Syria, and so forth. But at home, it's a mess. It's one of the worst performers in the world against COVID-19. And then also, this is a country essentially without a modern economy, without a modern political system. If Putin were to die tomorrow, it's not clear to me whether there would be anything like an orderly transition. I can hear Twitter already saying, who are you as an American to talk about transition? But seriously, I think actually the system in Russia is fundamentally, because Putin has not put down the foundation stones of a 21st century country. So if he understands that foreign policy is not going to be an area of major opportunity, just maybe Russia will finally begin the process of modernizing. Otherwise, I think Russia's future is an enormous question mark.
Yeah. Okay. So It's a different reaction from President Putin last time around. So in this segment, we've been showing newspaper headlines from around the world. We're going to close with a county paper out of Scotland. The Ayrshire News is after the headline that reads, quote, South Ayrshire Golf Club owner loses 2020 presidential election. Okay. Richard Haas, Daniel Dresner, thank you both very much for coming on the show this morning. And coming up, Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger. She won a tough re-election race last week and had some tough words for her caucus. She joins the conversation next. And as we go to break, KnowYourValue.com is marking the history-making election of Kamala Harris as Vice President-elect of the United States. She's been very involved with Know Your Value. We sat down with the incoming VP at one of our national events in San Francisco where she shared her own Know Your Value moment as well as whether or not she was going to jump into the race. We also connected with her always outspoken niece, Mina Harris, about the life lessons she has learned from her aunt. Plus, we look at the historic gains women candidates made in both the House and the Senate and in races nationwide. Check out all of our great content, including our 50 over 50 series only at KnowYourValue.com.
Dr. Dave also interviewed her for the campaign, and she put that
was incredible. We'll definitely do that. Health is a huge part of knowing your value. We'll be right back.
Outside of the Maricopa Election Center, a little bit of chaos going on outside and inside. I want to show you something that is just, it gives me hope. These are poll workers. One is a Democrat, one is a Republican, and they become friends throughout this process. This is something that happens across the country. So this is the calm that's happening in this room. Meanwhile, if we stop and listen, you can hear the chants from outside.
You are watching the first draft of history right here.
Experience the power of sanctuary at the Lincoln Wishlist Sales Event. Sign and drive off in a new Lincoln with 0 down, 0 do it signing and a complimentary first month payment.
This is my body of proof. Proof I can fight moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
Proof I can fight psoriatic arthritis. With Humira. Proof of less joint pain.
And clear skin with PSA.
Humira targets and blocks the source of inflammation that contributes to joint pain and irreversible damage.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Humira is proven to help stop building joint damage.
Want more proof? Ask your rheumatologist about Humira citrate fruit.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
We didn't forget about you. Wasn't too offended.
This year, Christmas might be extra uncounted. But if there's anyone who can put the ear back on that nice monster, it's still salvage this season with Yuletide tested gear. Only at Duluth Trading.
When you're a small business owner, there's no such thing as 9 to 5. Days are longer, business hours, well, they're anything but predictable, especially when you have clients like ours. When I consider payroll providers for my business, I look for a solution that fitted to my busy schedule. short payroll makes running payroll fast and easy, so I can spend extra time with these guys.
Visit shortpayroll.com for a 1-month free trial and find out what makes us good. Making a small business is effortless.
Today, when you make nighttime urinary incontinence, don't have to wake up white. Wake up dry with the Pierre system, a breakthrough system for managing female urinary incontinence at night. How'd you sleep? Better. It can also reduce trips to the bathroom, which is a known cause of nighttime falls. Now, nighttime falls will be one less thing to lose sleep on. Simply call 800-697-3195 to order now or request a free info pack. Call 800-697-3195 now.
Do you think that did cost you House seats? The socialism label, particularly in South Florida, those 2 seats, high and deep on the police?
Well, I know about all the seats. I've talked to people down in South Florida that told me that there really was a problem down there. But I can tell you about the first congressional district of South Carolina. I really believe that that's because Joe Clinton had his seat. And I can also tell you about the Senate here in South Carolina. Jimmy Harrison, if you started to plateau with defund the police, showing up with a caption on TV right across his head, that stuff hurt Jim. And that's why I spoke out against it a long time ago. I've always said that these headlines can kill a political effort.
Hey, that was Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. And, Jim was on our show, Bury Your Feet On, and said that it was a really bad slogan. It was unfortunate that he opposed defunding the police. And Reverend Allen, who said the same thing repeatedly. Joe Biden also spoke out against the defund the police slogan. It happened time and time again with mainstream Democratic leaders. That said, that was something that was put on Democratic candidates along with socialism, the word socialism. It's interesting. So funny, we've had some guests on. It's, Joe, it's not socialism. Oh, it's not defund the police. It's in the data. It is. And it's something that Democrats are going to have to confront. Now, of course, it's a national party. So obviously, in some districts, maybe that works. But nationally, overall, it does not work. Not just in South Florida, but also in South Carolina, also in Virginia, also in other parts of the country. It caused real damage to Democratic candidates. They've got to figure out how to stitch their coalition together to remain a national party. With us now, let's bring a Democratic Congresswoman, Abigail Spanberger of Virginia. She won re-election to Virginia's 7th congressional district last week.
Congratulations. How did the final vote tally turn out? And what would you suggest was the reason for it being perhaps closer than you'd like?
Well, so the vote tally ended up being just under 2 points, and we have tremendous turnout in our district. So that just under 2-point amount, about 1.7. There's a few more provisional ballots coming in today, but I won by just about 8,000 votes. But in a high turnout election, that's right now about 1.7 point. And, this is a district that the current president, former president, won by almost 7 points back in 2016. I'm the first Democrat elected in this district since 1968. And in our district, I focus a lot on explaining the policies that I support, Democratic policies focused on strengthening our healthcare system, focused on addressing global climate change, focused on criminal justice and equity issues, and of course at this time focused on getting this virus under control and restoring strength to our economy. And in our district, a district like mine, where people aren't historically used to voting for a Democrat, there's a lot of explaining that I do every single day to talk through what our policies are, what our priorities are, and why people should change their voting practice, why I will be good for their family, their farm, their community, and our country. And I think that there's been some challenges. Go ahead.
Well, actually, I think you were getting right into that. You had some tough words for your caucus, and I'm just wondering, you see it on the local level, in talking to your constituents, to the people who voted for you, to the people who voted against you. What does the party overall need to do to try not to lose so much in the future and to still retain the core, the essence of what the party is about?
Well, I would start by saying that I disagree actually with the characterization from that Washington Post headline. This isn't about blaming anyone. This is about understanding how when we went into the election on November 3rd, there were Democrats across the country, and we heard it on the news media, we saw it in the polls. Democrats are going to win, hold the House, win seats, win the Senate, win the presidency. And while, my goodness, I'm so excited that Joe Biden is the president-elect and Kamala Harris is the vice president-elect, not only did we not win the Senate, but we lost House seats that we shouldn't have lost, in my opinion. Great members who were focused on the issues that matter to people and had voted on issues that matter to people. And what I expressed to my colleagues is this is a place where we need to do an after-action report about how we thought what would happen was so different from, in fact, what did happen. And where is it? Where are the areas of opportunity where there were some 70 million Americans who didn't think that our democratic policies would impact them, that our democratic policies would be good for them. And in fact, in some cases, might have made them wary of what our policies are because of slogans that don't actually spell out what we're for. And what I said on that call, when it comes to racial equity and justice and reforms in policing, we have voted on an incredibly good bill, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Bill. Every single Democrat voted for it, as well as Republicans in the House of Representatives. And that bill lays clear we want to make investments in policing and in training, that we want to reform qualified immunity, that we want to ban no-knock warrants, which, in my Central Virginia district is in fact already the policy for some of our largest police forces. We have specific policies that we've been for. And it got lost in some of the slogans that we heard across the country. And my argument to my colleagues is we need to be far clearer in what we're for so that people know what they're voting for. And that any sort of doubt, and to be clear, attacks are going to be lobbed against us, of course, all the time. But the more people can say, I know what those folks are for, the more those attacks will just roll off their backs.
Donnie Deutsch is with us and has a question. Donnie.
Congresswoman, I think, and you've been obviously a proponent of this, that the Biden's got to go to the center. I'm going to say something that's blasphemous on this network. I might not be invited back again. Maybe is it not such a terrible thing if the Republicans hold on to the Senate and that the country kind of we've got obviously McConnell and Biden who kind of are forced to kind of work towards the bill together. Maybe that wouldn't be such a horrible thing.
Well, I'll say this. I support coalition building. Coalition building within our United Democratic Party, a vibrant, diverse Big Tent party, coalition building across party lines. And what we've seen is that in the 116th Congress, we have passed bipartisan legislation on everything from common sense gun reforms to creating a stability and a pathway for dreamers to stay in this country, to raising the minimum wage. Passed with bipartisan support and didn't go anywhere in the United States now. So my hope is that Mitch McConnell, Senate Leader McConnell, might be more inclined to move things forward, knowing that there's a President Biden in the White House. But I don't know that it's up to him to choose to change what has thus far been more of an obstructionist way of leaving the United States Senate. Because in the House, our body of work in the 116th Congress has been building broad coalition, again, across a diverse Democratic Party and across party lines. Things like the Equality Act that we passed with bipartisan support, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act we passed with bipartisan support, hundreds of bills with bipartisan support. So I think that question is probably more correctly asked to Leader McConnell, whether or not he wants to come to the table and join the coalition that we built around some of these priority issues for the American people.
Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger, representing Virginia's 7th District. Thank you very, very much for being on this morning. So the Biden transition launches today, introducing its COVID-19 task force. We'll outline the many challenges facing the president-elect on day one. The next hour of Morning Joe starts right now.
We have an announcement to make. Joe Biden was president-elect of the United States.
The president-elect of the United States, Joe Biden, has run for president 3 times, and the 3rd time has turned out to be the charm. Not only the charm, but possibly the most consequential election of our lifetimes.
An extraordinary election in so many ways, not the least of which is that it was conducted in the middle of a pandemic, a campaign unlike we've ever seen before.
We were on the air on Saturday when Joe Biden crossed the vote threshold to become the president-elect. And to Willie's point about the pandemic, Biden's first order of business today will be announcing the team that will help him get the virus under control. And that team will have its work cut out for it as U.S. cases continue to surge at record levels, now surpassing the 10 million mark. And deaths again on the rise.
Well, and really, if you looked at the celebrations on over this weekend, they were some in Times Square. They were fine. You had people wearing masks. They were distanced. There was some spacing. There were other areas where people were crowded in, and I don't care how many masks they were wearing. It was dangerous, and you could expect a spread of infections. It's like we said from the beginning of this year. The virus doesn't care about Donald Trump's politics. It doesn't care about Joe Biden's politics. It's a virus. We don't crowd in like that. And then, of course, stayed up, I think, past midnight to watch an incredible football game. Notre Dame and Clemson. What an incredible game. Went into overtime. But then everybody jammed onto the field. And I think Sonny Bunch wrote something along the lines after watching that, I hope there aren't senior citizens in South Bend, Indiana, because, again, we have to keep our heads about us.
Yeah, and you can understand on both counts, both the election of Joe Biden and Notre Dame's big win over Clemson, why people were excited, why they wanted to gather to celebrate. But saw a lot of public health officials looking at those crowds and going, let's not forget where we are, which is, as Mika alluded to, an exploding public health crisis. Our attention for the last week, of course, was on the counting of the votes. But every day that number went up, and all over 100,000 new cases per day in this country, setting new records almost every single day. So Joe Biden does inherit this problem, this pandemic. But what he's going to do today is announce a pandemic board. And I think for a lot of people watching his speech on Saturday night, they heard unity, but they also heard competence. Oh, right, you can lead with scientists, lead with doctors. The first thing you're going to do is assemble a group of scientists to tackle this problem that remains at the center of our lives and that is accelerating as we speak. So this is not just a signal that he's sending that competence is back and science is back, but it is going to be the most important thing he faces when he takes office.
Well, some of the conspiracy theories that were on Facebook, and unfortunately, what some of my friends said to me was, this virus is going to be over right after November 3rd. This virus is just a concoction to help defeat Donald Trump. For those of you who are thinking that, I told you were wrong then, and I'm telling you now, I've got very bad news for you. A lot of public health officials believe we are about to go into the worst phase that we've gone into yet on the coronavirus, especially across the north, where people are going to be shut inside the houses, and a lot of doctors fear an explosive growth in the coming months. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, Mika, but first, let's bring in our panel and talk about the events of the weekend as it pertains to Joe Biden being elected 46th President of the United States.
We have with us White House reporter for the Associated Press, Jonathan Lemire, Washington anchor for BBC World News America, Katty Kay, and host of MSNBC's Politics Nation and president of the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton, and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent and host of Way Too Early, Casey Hunt, still with us, and NBC News and MSNBC contributor, Shauna Thomas. Good to have you all on board.
So, Jonathan Leo, let's start with you. So the election's over. You can look at the data, just like, I looked at the data in Florida and knew right away, it was over. There was no way that Biden was going to catch up there. Looked at the data in Philadelphia and realized there was no way that Donald Trump was going to catch up there. And just like you guys at the AP looked at the data coming out of Arizona back in June and figured there was no way. Just joking, just joking. You all are going to be right in the end. You looked at, but it was a close one, Jonathan. It was a close one. But you look at those numbers, and Arizona's a perfect example for the AP and Fox News. But Arizona's the perfect example why these clowns that go on TV and say, oh, Donald Trump has it halfway back. They know they're lying. And by the way, the clowns you see on TV, expect them to be on the short list of running for the Republican nomination in 2024. Because, Jonathan, you take a state like Arizona. Arizona, you have to get within 200 votes for a recount, and then the campaigns can't call the recounts. Only state officials can. You look at the numbers, Donald Trump's not going to get within 200 votes there. He's behind in Pennsylvania as much as he beat Hillary Clinton by about 44,000 votes right now. Those numbers are going to go up even more as we get the last of the ballots out of Philadelphia. Georgia, it's over 10,000 votes right now. There's no way he's going to be able to find. I mean, recounts usually find you, if you're lucky, 10, 20, 50, 100 votes. They all know this is over, do they not? And what are they doing to try to move the president out of this contentious state so they can start focusing on winning the Senate and winning those 2 seats in Georgia?
They may know it's over, but they're not acting like it, at least not quite yet. You were certainly right to bring up the recount thresholds in a number of states where at this point the margins are such, it's not clear whether the president will even fall within them to be able to have a recount trigger. He's asked for one in Wisconsin now, and the candidate is allowed to do so. But you're right, they usually find a few dozen votes, maybe 100 or 2 if you're lucky. And for all the thoughts going into this election, looking at the Florida 2000 situation, whether we have a repeat of that scenario, it doesn't quite apply here. Not only was that, of course, only 500 odd votes, it was in one state. Here, we're talking thousands of votes in a number of those battlegrounds, including Pennsylvania, with which the president really can't win without. And it's not just Pennsylvania, it's several states. So the Trump aides privately concede that these legal challenges really aren't going to go anywhere, even if there are 18th, even if they happen to be successful in one state, which seems unlikely, that wouldn't be nearly enough. So now the question is, what next? And as much as the Biden-Harris transition team is hitting the ground running, they have indeed announced that coronavirus task force already this morning. We're going to hear from the president-elect later today. We heard from his speech on the speech Saturday night calling for unity. Eyes are on the president. He stayed out of sight this weekend, just 2 trips to his golf course. In fact, he was on his golf course Saturday when the race was called for Joe Biden. Aides suggest they're trying to figure out what's next. They're watching Capitol Hill to see if Mitch McConnell will start signaling that, look, it's time to give this up. But he has received statements of support from the usual characters, Senator Graham, Senator Hawley, and others who say he should keep fighting. Sort of a dangerous suggestion that indeed the results of this race are invalid. Those close to the president don't suggest, as we report this morning in the AP, don't suggest that he will ever formally concede. The question is, how much of a fight does he want to put up? There is a suggestion, there are at least conversations, that he should start having rallies in some of these states again, where the vote is still being counted and contested. Others suggest that he should take a quieter path, that they don't think that he will, of course, concede, but suggest that he should just, to let this process go, and perhaps, and then even some may suggest decamp to Mar-a-Lago for much of the transition. One other thought, they're watching what Fox News says too, and that their anchors there are trying to signal him, to tell him what to do. But it should be noted, for a campaign that has had such sound, such fury, it may have come to an end Saturday at a landscaping facility in a rough part of Philadelphia. May have been where this ride that began with a gordon escalator may have ended, in fact, at a rather more humble location.
Next to a porn shop in a strip mall right off of I-95, which, of course, really, I've just described a good part of your life. I'm joking, kid. I know. How did I know? You knew that was coming. Really, what doesn't make a lot of sense is for Donald Trump to know, or to have one challenge after another. He's going to lose every single challenge. There's not a challenge out there that he can win. He's actually, I was going to say, he's lost these states by the same margin that he won the states 4 years ago, but actually, he's going to lose Pennsylvania end to end by more votes than he won it in 2016. Of course, he's going to lose Michigan by far more votes than he won it in 2016. You go out to Arizona, there's just, unless something bizarre happens in the final votes there, he's not going to get close to the 200 votes that he needs for the state to then decide whether he has a recount or not. And he has problems. He's got Republicans running the operations in Arizona. He's got Republicans running the operations in Georgia. And so, is he really going to accuse Brian Kemp of rigging the election, or Ducey of rigging the elections against him? And by the way, if you're in Georgia and you got 2 Senate races coming up, and literally the future of American government rests on those 2 seats, because if they make jackasses out of themselves in Georgia and voters are turned off, then Democrats can win both of those seats, and Democrats control Washington, D.C. So it doesn't make sense for them to keep, driving the car off the cliff for Donald Trump, because he's lost. It's over. Rupert Murdoch is saying it through the Wall Street Journal and through the New York Post. Republicans understand it. George W. Bush is saying it. Other Republicans are saying it. There's no upside for Mitch McConnell to continue this charade.
No, and these lawsuits that we've seen already time and again have been rejected, not just at the state level, but by the Supreme Court in some cases. And I want to underline the point you made about recounts. There was a recount in 2016 in the state of Wisconsin, because that state was so close. It was actually Jill Stein who initiated it, Hillary Clinton's campaign, and joined it. In that recount, where Hillary Clinton hoped to take the state, Donald Trump actually picked up votes. So his margin got bigger in a recount. So that's a lesson that the Trump campaign might remember as they ask for recounts.
Still ahead, more on battleground Georgia, how the Republican candidates for Senate there are hoping to thread the needle. As the leader of their party, the president is so far refusing to concede. Shauna Thomas weighs in on that next on Morning Joe.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-985-9143. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-985-9143. All the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-985-9143. That's 800-985-9143.
We need a bond on this project. I asked Markham. You know what? Here's an idea. Let's ask Markham. That's good. Now, lunch.
Ever wonder where the people with all the answers get all the answers? Ask Markham, accountants and advisors.
Wow. Are you doing for me?
To James, from James. That's just what I wanted.
Is this a Buick? A Secret Santa my song? I should have. I have been very good this year. Wow. Wow.
This year, turn Black Friday into Buick Friday, all month long. Now during Buick Friday, get no interest for 84 months on most 2020 Buick SUV models.
Before
Before Voltaren arthritis pain gel, my husband would have been on the sidelines. But not anymore.
An alternative to pills, Voltaren is the first full prescription strength non-steroidal anti-inflammatory gel to target pain directly at the source for powerful arthritis pain relief. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Some people with joint pain plus have high blood pressure. They may not be able to take just anything for pain. That's why doctors recommend Tylenol. It won't raise blood pressure the way that Advil, Aleve, or Motrin sometimes can. For trusted relief, trust Tylenol.
With the Ninja Foodie Power Pitcher, you can crush ice, make smoothies, and do even more. Chop salsas, spoon-thick smoothie bowls, even power through dough, and never stall. The Ninja Foodie Power Pitcher. Rethink what a blender can do.
Dad, it's a video call. Hold the phone in front of you. Good mom.
Power E-Trade gives you an award-winning app with 24/7 support when you need it the most. Don't get mad. Get E-Trade. Start trading today.
We're all putting things off, especially in these times. But some things are too serious to be ignored. If you still have symptoms of Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, even after trying other medications, it may be a sign of damaging inflammation, which left untreated could get much worse. Please make an appointment to see your gastroenterologist right away or connect with them online. Once you do, seeing the doctor is one less thing to worry about. Need help finding a doctor? Head to crohnsandcolitis.com.
It's hard to believe that Mint Mobile has gone so long without an unlimited. So, to introduce it, we brought in an actor we've all gone too long without. Rick Moranis.
So why am I here?
Nothing. Just a huge fan.
You want me to say something about me?
No. That would have been smart. It's $30. It's unlimited. We'll be just fine.
Sounds good. See ya.
Bye, Rick Moranis.
Shauna Thomas Joe is right that the more time Republicans spend on this, the more time they go down this path that has no end to it, is less time they're looking at those Senate seats in Georgia. And frankly, Mitch McConnell probably knows that. And it's a little bewildering why more Republicans aren't coming. You basically have two camps. You have Republicans who are saying, well, we have to respect the election, but the campaign has a right to ask for recounts and to file lawsuits. That's their right. And then you have others like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham who are saying that there's something wrong here, that there's something scandalous, that something is rigged here, going full Trump on this argument. But they're effectively in the same group, which is they're wasting the time not only of the country, but of their own party to focus on these two seats that will swing the Senate.
Yeah, and focus on the transition and how they're going to work with President Biden. But I think we also have to understand that President Trump still has the word president in front of his name. And he is and will be, presumably, after he leaves office on January 20th, 2021, the head of the Republican Party. I think they're trying to balance that out. You're sort of seeing the idea of like, what is the Republican Party going to be post a President Trump play out in front of us as they work through this transition, as they work through President Trump, contesting some of these vote counts. They are trying to figure out who they have to hold up, basically. And for now, with the Republican Party, President Trump is the head of it, so they don't want to necessarily get on his bad side. And as for Georgia, we'll see what happens with those recounts, but there is a possibility that the two people who are running on the Republican side in those races are going to want President Trump possibly to show up for them. He garnered lots and lots of votes in this country. It is very, very close in Georgia on the presidential level. It is clearly very close on the Senate level. They may actually need him. And so I think that is kind of the path that they are trying to walk. Now, the Mitt Romneys of the world seem to be walking it in a fairly more sane way, since there is almost no, there is none. There is no evidence of voter fraud in these cases. But what we're seeing now is politics. And the politics, despite the end of the presidential election, haven't really changed. And the Republican Party isn't necessarily sure which direction it needs to go.
Right, and the problem with the Republican Party chasing Donald Trump, you get down this very dangerous path, which of course and you do actually have some people whose name I'm not going to eat here, because they're doing it to try to get attention on the national stage because they want to run in 2024. But what they're doing is they're insulting Republicans as well as Democrats when they say this process was rigged. It was the most transparent election in the history of this country. And we all know that because we've all been concerned for the past 6 months, the past 9 months, that there were going to be problems. So we had cameras all over the place. You look at Allegheny County, we had observers, Republicans and Democrats. So like you talk to all of them, and they all say that the process was professional and it was fair and it was just good Americans making sure that everybody's vote got counted. And Mika, the gap. When the president insults the vote counting in Georgia, he's insulting Republicans. When he's saying it's rigged in Arizona, he's insulting Republicans running that state. If he says it in Philadelphia, there was a Republican that was involved in the recounts talking to 60 Minutes, talking about how he was insulting there. Again, we have the cameras in there. We have the observers in there. This is nonsense, and you don't have to ask where Mitch McConnell is. Mitch McConnell knows how to count votes. Mitch McConnell knows this election's over. He's concerned about winning those 2 Georgia seats, which he should win unless Republicans really foul things up over the next several weeks, which they could do if they followed the madness of Donald Trump's
It would be traitorous, actually, to the process that our country has in place for a peaceful transition. And quite frankly, any of these Republicans would try and do that, might find themselves in the wrong location across from an adult bookstore. I mean, and that actually happened.
And by the way, do they really want to follow the path of Rudy Giuliani? When Giuliani is one of the voices supposedly saying the president should fight on, how much do Republicans want to continue shaming themselves with guys who find themselves in a landscaping business on the most important supposed day of the entire campaign next to a porn shop and making a fool out of himself? That's what it's devolved to right now. And by the way, that guy, that's the guy that Donald Trump and Jared Kushner wanted to be America's Secretary of State 4 years ago.
Yeah. Coming up, Casey Hunt with a view from Capitol Hill. How Mitch McConnell is prepping for 2021 without Donald Trump. Morning Joe is back in a moment.
There's only one world premiere.
The golden ticket goes to my favorite product.
And only one Shark Tank.
You're a smart man.
Shark Tank tomorrow starting at 8 Eastern. CNBC, get yours.
We make USAA insurance for members like Martin, an Air Force veteran made of doing what's right, not what's easy. So when a hailstorm hit, USAA reached out before he could even inspect the damage. That's how you do it right. USAA insurance is made just the way Martin's family needs it. With hassle-free claims, he got paid before his neighbor even got started. Because doing right by our members, that's what's right. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
Theater. But support the love. When I started Corporate Kai, the lack of control over my business made me a little intense. And now I practice a different philosophy. QuickBooks helps you get paid, manage cash flow, and run payroll. And now I'm back on top with Koala Kai. Hey! More mercy.
Save over 30 hours a month with Intuit QuickBooks, the easy way to a happier business.
We make it so you can take it on any adventure, but only you can create the memories. We've made it the longest lasting, but only you can make it family. And that's why, for 80 years, we don't make Jeep. You do.
With employee pricing for all, get $4,752 below MSRP, plus $750 bonus cash on the 2021 Compass Trailhawk.
Why do Obama socks feel so good? Is it because they're the most comfortable socks ever? Yeah, but it's also also because when you buy a pair, we give a pair to someone in need. Thanks to you, we've donated over 40 million pairs. Visit bombers.com and get 20% off your first purchase.
You speak funny there, excuse me, you speak, be gentle.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. So you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/home.
Want to brain better? Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva has clinically proven ingredients that fuel 5 indicators of brain performance: memory, focus, accuracy, learning, and concentration. Try our new gummies for 30 days and see the difference.
Early Bird Black Friday sale is down. Men's Warehouse. Shirts start at $59. Pants start at $29. Suits start at $89. And sweaters start at $30. The Early Bird Black Friday sale. Only at Men's Warehouse and menswarehouse.com.
Over time, things wear down. Tires, brakes, and headlight bulbs too. Sylvania's lighting experts know that if you wait until burnout, you'll lose up to 50 feet of visibility. That's from here to here. In darkness, switch to a new pair of Sylvania bulbs today and see better tonight.
Let's say your car needs a new part, like an alternator. You could get just the one part at the typical auto parts store. Or for the same money at rockauto.com, get the alternator plus the belt and tensioner kit you need to do the repair right and have money left over to buy lunch. Since 1999, rockauto.com has provided reliably low prices, easy-to-use website, huge selection of parts, and fast shipping.
We've had the most competitive presidential race in our modern history. That's why every vote should be counted, every recount to go forward, and every challenge should be heard.
This is a contested election. The media doesn't decide who becomes president. If they did, you would never have a Republican president forever. So we're discounting them. If Republicans don't challenge and change the U.S. election system, there'll never be another Republican president elected again. President Trump should not concede.
I believe President Trump still has a path to victory, and that path is to count every single legal vote that was cast, but also not to cast any votes that were fraudulently cast or illegally cast, and we have a legal process to determine what's legal and what isn't.
The train has left the station, Casey, and anybody who didn't just fall off the turnip truck last week in Washington, D.C. understands that.
Well, Joe, it's how power works, and you can already tell that everything you laid out is true. People know it. This is the thing. Donald Trump has had such a grip on the psyche of the country, and everyone has been riveted to his every word because he was clearly leading a movement that was giving him political power, and then he was the president of the United States. But that's not going to be the case anymore, and it's clear everybody knows it behind the scenes, and even if they're saying these different things in public. And you're absolutely right. Lindsey Graham saying, the news media has been calling elections for decades, like since the 1800s, basically. And we've called elections for Republicans. We've called elections for Democrats. I mean, anyone the tape is all there. You can go back and watch it. I think the challenge for Republicans and what they're trying to do, based on these private conversations that I've had with some of them, is figure out a way to manage the president himself. And I think there are some selfish motivations going on for, as you point out, the 2024 candidates. I think for serious people who are interested in governing, there is an element of concern about the president's base of supporters and what they are willing to believe about democracy. And I think that the people who are looking at these recounts and legal challenges in good faith are saying, let's let it play out, let's watch how it goes, so that they can then tell those people, there is all of this evidence here that shows our process worked, right? The president wasn't shut down, his legal challenges were considered, they were properly adjudicated, so that this gives some people, one of the main themes of the last 4 years has been
voters standing up at these events, talking to politicians, saying things that politicians look at them and they say, where are you getting that? They're getting it on social media, these conspiracy theories. I mean, it's a legitimate problem that's going to be with us for a long time. And Republicans primarily are going to have to grapple with that. And this, all is taking place in the context, as you pointed out, of those 2 Senate seats in Georgia, of control of the Senate. And if you're Republicans trying to figure out how to win those, you've got to grapple with a base of supporters that are believing things that they're reading online that just may or may not be true. So trying to thread that needle is very hard.
Coming up, First Principles author Thomas Ricks joins us with his fascinating new book about how Greece and Rome influenced America's founders.
I'm Larry Wilmore.
And I'm Amber Ruffin.
And we're taking 2020 back with our brand new late night shows on Peacock.
No more tiny video call screens. We got a real camera.
We're wearing real clothes. I got out of my pajamas for this. If you don't watch, I'm going to be so pissed. I love this video. Larry Wilmore.
And Amber Ruffin.
Every Friday on Peacock.
It's the new Black Friday.
With this one, nobody's getting beat up for electronics.
Well, we'll see.
Amber.
I need a new phone, and I will throw hands for it.
On
Peacock.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks talk on the floor. It's hard time to build my life, hard time to know. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard time to build my life, hard time.
Happy anniversary.
For what?
Every year you're with us, you get $50 toward your home deduction. It's a policy perk for being a farmer's customer.
Do I have to do anything?
Nothing. Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
That really is something.
You get a whole lot of something with farmer's policy perks. Here.
May I have a little one too?
Sure. Your parents have been named a farmer's home policy for 12 consecutive months. So. We are farmers. Start with a quote of 1-800-FARMERS.
It's my 410, no excuses on game day, migraine medicine. It's Ubrelvy for any time, anywhere migraine strikes, without worrying if it's too late or where I am. One dose of Ubrelvy works fast. It can quickly stop my migraine in its tracks within 2 hours, relieving pain and debilitating symptoms.
Do not take the strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Migraine hits hard. Get back with Ubrelvy at any time, anywhere, migraine medicine.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-985-9143. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-985-9143. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-985-9143. That's 800-985-9143.
Watch pro and college football games in 4K HDR on DirecTV, the leader in live 4K sports. Catch the action live in 4K HDR on DirecTV channel 105 and 106. If you don't already have 4K, ask for it today.
Get HBO Max for 3 months included. Go to att.com/HBO Max to learn more.
The people of this nation have spoken. They've delivered us a clear victory, a convincing victory, a victory for we the people. I sought this office to restore the soul of America, to rebuild the backbone of this nation, the middle class, and to make America respected around the world again. And to unite us here at home. The refusal of Democrats and Republicans to cooperate with one another is not some mysterious force beyond our control. It's a decision, a choice we made. And if we can decide not to cooperate, then we can decide to cooperate. And I believe that this is part of a mandate given to us from the American people. They want us to cooperate in their interest. And that's the choice I'll make. And I'll call on Congress, Democrats and Republicans alike, to make that choice with me. It's time to put away the harsh rhetoric, lower the temperature, see each other again, listen to each other again. And to make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as our enemies. They are not our enemies. They are Americans. They're Americans. The Bible tells us to everything there is a season, a time to build, a time to reap and a time to sow, and a time to heal. This is the time to heal in America. Tonight, we're seeing all over this nation, all cities and all parts of the country, indeed across the world, an outpouring of joy, of hope, renewed faith that tomorrow bring a better day. And I'm humbled by the trust and confidence you've placed in me. I pledge to be a president who seeks not to divide, but unify. Who doesn't see red states and blue states, only sees the United States. I work with all my heart, with the confidence of the whole people, to win the confidence of all of you. And for that is what America, I believe, is about.
37 past the hour. Welcome back to Morning Joe. Joining us now, Vanderbilt's Rogers Chair and the American Presidency historian John Meacham, and acclaimed writer and journalist Tom Ricks. He's the author of the new book, which is out tomorrow, entitled First Principles, What America's Founders Learned from the Greeks and Romans and How That Shaped Our Country.
Thank you all for being with us. Tom, thanks so much. I'm a huge fan of your book. It was great late summer reading when you all were kind enough to forward it to me. I was thinking about you this weekend as I heard people on the left and the right shout to the heavens, my God, gridlock again. And I just thought of that Silicon Valley phrase that you lifted and talked about in your book, that this sort of creeping compromise, this incrementalism, it's not a bug in our system, it's a feature of our system. Explain.
That's right. It's central to how the Constitution was laid out by James Madison, which is, I'm going to disperse power so widely that if you want to make any progress in this country, you're going to have to find alliances. You're going to have to move together and find somebody else who supports you, even though they're from a different part of the country. And so Madison takes power and spreads it across three branches of government: executive, judicial, and legislative. Then, in the legislative branch, it has two houses, rather than the previous system, the Articles of Confederation, which just had Congress. And then you have dispersal between the states and the federal system. So American power is just all over the place. And we kind of saw that with Trump. Trump talked a lot, but not much happened in the government. In fact, I think kind of the Trump era was like we went back to the Articles of Confederation. We had a bunch of governors trying to do things, and we had a central government that seemed frozen and powerless.
So let's talk about the book more generally. It's fascinating to have you on now because you, in fact, started this journey of yours 4 years ago the day after the election of Donald Trump in 2016, and decided to go back to the beginning and to figure out what this country was about. And to do that, you studied what our founders studied, but you also examined the differences between their own education and how it shaped the leaders they became as they were framing our Constitution and our country. Talk about that.
Well, that's right. On that morning after the 2016 presidential election, I went downstairs to my library and said, what happened? How can I think about this? Well, I went and took Aristotle's Politics off the shelf. Let's begin with the fundamentals. What does Aristotle say? And that led me eventually to reading what the founders read, which is very different from how we think of Greece and Rome. They had a different Greece and Rome. Greece was somewhere off in the background. They didn't really care about Greece, with a couple of exceptions. They were very focused on Roman history. For example, they thought the leading playwright of the ancient world was Terence. Terence was a Roman comic playwright. Nobody reads today. So they had a different world they looked to. But out of this, when they looked and said, how do you design a republic, there weren't a lot of examples. And so they looked back especially to ancient Greece and ancient Rome and said, where did they go wrong? For example, one of the conclusions of historians about the ancient world was republics don't last long. So one of the questions they had going into the Constitution with Madison especially was, how do you make a republic last? How does it sustain itself? I think if they came back today, they would be pleasantly surprised that the machine they designed in the 18th century is still here more than 250 years later, still working, partly because they designed it to be changed, to be fixed, to be amended. And they've had a lot of amendments. The educations of these guys were so different. George Washington is essentially an uneducated man, to the shock of the sort of valuable people around him, like John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. Washington was very conscious of this, and his lack of education. But the interesting thing is, I think he becomes a real good critical thinker because of it. He knows he's not well educated. He knows he's not a good writer. So he finds this kid, Alexander Hamilton, who's a great writer, and gets him to do a lot of the writing for him during the war. Jefferson is a very different guy, kind of the outlier, more Greek than Roman, more into Epicurean thinking about happiness than stoical thinking like Washington. Adams is this almost a Woody Allen-like figure, wearing his heart on his sleeve. But I think Adams also has been a bit hyped in recent years. He was a disaster as a president. His most significant act as president was putting 25 journalists who were critical simply in jail. He just put them in jail for being critical. He thought that was tantamount to treason. You shouldn't criticize the president. But finally, there's James Madison, who I grew so fond of as I wrote this book. Madison is small. He has some form of epilepsy, we think. He does not have a good speaking voice, yet he has enormous influence over how the country is built. And I think plays an important role, not just with the Constitution, which he kind of proposes, let's have a new fundamental law of the land. He goes to the meeting with all these Greek and Roman references. He spent 4 years studying how do we design a republic. And then he helps invent the politics of the country in the 1790s. But Adams is kind of basically freaking out as president, saying nobody should criticize me. That's illegal. Madison's actually saying, no, let's have politics. Let's have party politics. Let's have factions that compete with each other. Because that way, power is so dispersed that people will have to come together and make deals with each other, and that's a good thing.
Madison certainly, John Meacham, reading through this book, along with George Washington, for so many reasons, more than even the Constitution, Madison appears to be one of the two indispensable men of the founding of this republic. But it is interesting, the founder that you spent so much of your life several years back writing about, researching and writing about, Thomas Jefferson was an outlier as far as his education goes. While everybody else was gazing upon the Romans and wanting to be the ideal Roman, Jefferson was enamored with the Greeks.
He was, and the phrase, the pursuit of happiness, the Greek word of happiness was what Jefferson had in mind, which was that we were in a covenant, that it was not simply individual happiness, but that societal harmony came from individual harmony. I think that's one of the great lessons for us in this moment, that in fact, our individual virtue, our individual dispositions of heart and mind find full public expression. So when people feel powerless in a political moment, in fact, they are not. Jefferson believed in this notion that harmony was conceivable. Wildly imperfect, wildly constricted, to be sure, but his basic vision of the world was one in which, to borrow from Edmund Burke, little platoons of people would in fact create this republic that would find virtue. Can I ask Tom a question? Sure. So you talked about the Greeks and the Romans. I want to ask you about a Protestant, John Calvin. Can you roll him into this for a moment?
I don't see a lot of Calvin among these guys. This is not a particularly Christian religious group of men that I can see. Religion is not playing a big role in American life, especially among elites in the Revolutionary era and the post-Revolutionary era. But that really comes into the 19th century with a doubling of the number of ministers in the country relative to the population. I want to go back to something that you said about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I see this coming out of John Locke, who writes Life, Liberty, and Property, or he called it the state. And it's one of those small, brilliant changes that Jefferson makes. Life, liberty, and happiness. Property meant you were a man of property, and that's a relatively small portion of society. Changing it to life, liberty, and happiness is so democratic because everyone in a society can pursue happiness, whether they have land or property or not. And I think I have a lot of problems with Jefferson. I'm not a big Jefferson fan. I think my opinion of him went down hugely while writing this book. That said, in these brilliant moments of his, especially in the Declaration, the small tweaks he makes in this Epicurean document, the Declaration of Independence, that sets forth the aspirations for this country for the last 250 years. It is a magnificent document. I actually put it at the end of the book just because I like reading it so much.
Fair enough. Let's go to Caddy Gay. She's got the next question. Caddy?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that notion of individualism and collectivism and the idea of harmony, and apply it a little bit to the moment that we're in, because we're seeing a real disintegration of it, certainly over on the other side of the Atlantic at the moment, and it looks like there's a disintegration of it here. Do you think it can be revived, a sense of collectivism and community that leads to harmony?
I would love to see it. We talk so much in this country about individual liberties and so on, but we forget that the Constitution, not once but twice, refers to the general welfare of the people. In the preamble and then later, it says this is really an important part of who we are, the general welfare. So yeah, I'd like to see more talk about the public good, and less talk about individual, and especially less talk about individual property and individual property rights. The Supreme Court seems to me to have been defined downward by conservatives as the court of American property. That you have a voice, you have money, you can spend it how you want. You can influence elections. I actually think the thing that would shock the founders most after how slavery moved the country apart in the Civil War, I think the thing that would shock them most is the role that campaign finance plays in our elections. They would regard our campaign system as utterly corrupt. And I think a lot of them, not all of them, would say that Americans now live in an oligarchy. It's an oligarchy that still has democratic trappings, but they had seen those things in the ancient world. An oligarchy is basically ruled by the wealthy. And I think that's what we have in this country these days.
So, Tom, we're going to be having you on all week and to talk about the founders, different founders. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about George Washington. But I just want to set that up because for me, Washington has always been impenetrable. I've read, you get the sense of who Jefferson is. You read John Meacham's book and you get the sense of this brilliant, wonderfully, perhaps the man of the millennium as far as individual rights, but a man with terrible personal failings. As you said of John Adams, it's evident there. And you go through all of our founders. It's always been difficult to get your arms around who exactly George Washington was because, well, in part because if you even touched him, as you pointed out, in public, you would give him a stern look. And yet, we read in First Principles about this remarkable man who learned from his failures in the French Indian War, who was retreating throughout the entire Revolutionary War, who knew he could very rarely win battles, but he certainly could lose them, and who was actually looked down upon by so many people, especially as he was leaving office. But as you finish First Principles, you are left with a very real conclusion that they did not deserve those great founders did not deserve Washington. He truly had become this uneducated, ideal Roman, as you say at the end of First Principles.
Well, he's a man of deeds, not words. Which is, by the way, a slogan still today inside the United States Army, of which George Washington was the first member, and the sole member when he was appointed head of the Continental Army back in 1775. George Washington fascinates me, and I think academic historians have not served him well. He is a guy who has this monumental temper. He's a volcano, and he spends his life learning to control it. And a couple of times he loses it. He just loses it on the battlefield a couple of times in Monmouth and in Manhattan. And he loses it once in a cabinet meeting. Thomas Jefferson kind of writes a transcript of what when Washington blew it, he blew hard. He was angry at Jefferson and at Hamilton for their constant squabbling and fighting and so on. But he's a man who learns. He's a man who changes. He was the essential man who, I think, because he learned and adjusted during the Revolution as a general, he begins as kind of conventional officer and winds up fighting a very irregular war. He learned. The other thing I think that people forget about George Washington is that he was a politician before he was a general, and then after he was a general. He was a politician, first in Virginia politics, elected office, and then as president much longer than he was a general.
The book is First Principles, what America's founders learned from the Greeks and Romans and how that shaped our country. And as Joe said, we're going to have Tom back each morning this week with a focus on the impact of each of the country's first four presidents. And coming up next, President Trump alleged fraud in the Philadelphia election. But the lone Republican elect commission that runs the city's election says no. Keep it right here on Morning Joe.
So really, Pierre, do you have Liberty Mutual text message charge for certain pay for what you need? Just get a quote at libertymutual.com.
Yeah, look it up. Oh, yeah. I might get a quote. Oh, Ken. Come on, guys.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
As we continue to combat COVID-19, know that you are not alone. Nurse practitioners are fighting for you because every patient deserves a champion who knows them, who listens, who dives We will win. Visit npscomebackcovid.org to learn more.
So the IRS is auditing your company?
Mm-hmm. Happened to me a couple of months ago. It's and it's Markham.
Never wonder where the people with all the answers, there's Markham. Happens everybody.
Serious doubts about the election results in many states. And I think there's also this question of what exactly mandate did Biden remove, because certainly there's no support elsewhere up and down the ballots for the far-left monsters, packing the court, the Green New Deal. These things really, in effect, got a no vote if you're running the Congress for that. So I think Biden really has to take this the size of the Trump support seriously if he's going to unite the country, because otherwise we're going to refer to as idiots and racist as Michelle Obama did. If you're going to try to keep the list as Alexander Ocasio-Cortez and others are doing, you're going to really find yourself in a situation of unresolved conflict, and that's not good for the country. So I think Biden, frankly, you can go the whole way and say, look, let's resolve these counting issues first. Let's find out the truth, and let's call on the Democrats to have transparency, because so far he hasn't, and it's the Democrats who blocked up the windows with cardboard and who are appealing all these court decisions. Let it all get in, and let's see what really happened in these states. That's the only way, I think, to get people to have confidence in this administration. We don't. That's why we want to be people who I see them, buddy. Respect that. That's all people. Try to do what it doesn't know so be. So you know how you love it. Just the power of confidence in you. And if I really try to do what it doesn't know so be. Struggle with yourself.
Like mentioned, do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the One Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-946-8120. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The One Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-946-8120. All the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the One Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-946-8120. That's 800-946-8120.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it will help your guys?
You just have to maintain balance in your first 2 months. Lose weight, bags, body weight, guaranteed. Overnight balance, 50%. That's right, save 50% on every other delicious meals delivered to your door.
Just call me now or online and you'll
Or call 877-508 right now to save 50%.
Balance of Nature's fruit and vegetables contain 100% farm local fruits and vegetables, tested pure with no pesticides, fillers, or additives of any kind. And they're the most effective protein supplements on the market today. You might ask yourself, how can a daily recommended servings of fruits and vegetables fit into 6 vegetarian households? Fruits and vegetables are on average only 5% water. Balance of Nature uses cold vacuum technology to remove the water, leaving only the whole food. We don't use any heat, air, or well-fed methods that damage nutrients. Our cold vacuum technology includes 99%
calling for unity while preparing to hit the ground running this morning, announcing members of his own task force charged with fighting the coronavirus pandemic. Cases surged to records in some parts of the country. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith. My trace.
Sandy, good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Trace Gallagher. Biden surveilled President Trump shows no signs of conceding the election. His campaign is preparing to file more lawsuits alleging voter fraud and misconduct in battleground states. President Trump is also planning to bring back his rallies, focusing on the litigation. His supporters say the future of the Republican Party is at stake.
President Trump still has a path to victory, and that path is to count every single legal vote that was cast, but also not to cast any votes that were fraudulently cast or illegally cast.
It's a wild, wild west when it comes to mail-in balloting. Everything we worried about was coming true. So if we don't fight back in 2020, we're never going to win again presidentially. A lot's at stake here.
We have live vaccine coverage for you by New York State analysis. Peter Ducey is in Wilmington, Delaware. So we begin with Kristen Fisher. She's live from the White House this morning. So Kristen, any signs from the president this morning as to what is next?
Well, he seems to be moving full closer to any sort of concession. In fact, he's moving in the opposite direction. Fox warned that the president is now seriously considering and even planning on resurrecting his campaign-style rallies in states where he is asking for a recount and filing more lawsuits. Trump's campaign is also planning on filing even more lawsuits today, and we saw that just yesterday in the state of New Hampshire saying that they claim a sworn declaration from an election worker who claims to receive voter intimidation and fraud. The Trump campaign has statement saying, quote, the sworn declaration from an eyewitness is the full definition of evidence. Those on the left and other reporters have been screaming that there's no evidence of these new charges. And thirdly, have to now focus on the legitimate issues that have been raised. Now, two things to think about, though, when you read that statement. First is that in order for President Trump to reverse this decision and for him to be named the president-elect, there would have to be evidence, hard evidence, of widespread voter fraud, not just in Nevada, but in multiple states. So far, the Trump campaign has not provided any hard evidence of widespread, and that is the key, widespread voter fraud. And then the other thing to think about is that the Nevada Attorney General's office says that it has no knowledge and continues to have no knowledge of this sworn affidavit. And here's why. The Attorney General's office put out a phone statement saying that both neither the Trump campaign nor that of the Republican Party nor this individual had filed a complaint online or in person with this alleged evidence to the Attorney General's office. Now, you just heard some Republicans like Senator Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham defending the president's decision to fight on. But others, like Milwaukee, are saying recounts are completely appropriate in states where there's very close races like Wisconsin, but allegations of a stolen election are not.
It's important for the cause of democracy and freedom that we don't allege fraud and theft and so forth unless there's very clear evidence of that. And at this stage, that evidence hasn't been produced.
And we have not heard from President Trump in person since Thursday night during that press conference that he held in the briefing room. And as of now, there's nothing on the schedule today, no plan as of now to see him in person, and that could change. But Sandra, the vice president is holding a coronavirus task force meeting this afternoon here at the White House. We expect there to be a chance that they'll be talking about that good news with that Pfizer vaccine.
And the lines will be perfectly rolled.
influence progress or whether he wants to stop progress. If he chooses to do that, I'm fearful not only that the Republican Party will pay a devastating price politically, but will be people will pay a price that we can't afford to pay because we need action.
So today, the Biden campaign is starting to begin to try to turn all the big talk about beating COVID-19 into a plan of action. Biden advisors, though, also don't want to wait for the long legislative process to play out to undo Trump administration policies. So they are starting to make a list of executive orders to sign on January 20th.
We have a little over 70 days, Dave. I hope folks are here at the moment that pull it together. But I can tell you this, that throughout the campaign, Joe Biden has noted that there are a number of things that we need to tackle with you that we need to start on day one. As that includes addressing the climate crisis.
And we do expect to see the president-elect here in Wilmington today. We also expect to see the vice president-elect later on. We just watched the press pool that is assigned to travel inside of their bubble. Joe Pack to be swept at the White House here in Wilmington. They are going to hold some sort of a briefing about COVID-19. We don't know if there will be questions at this briefing or if it's just as long as we do by members of their beautiful task force. If you will be there as all goes out. Thank you.
President Trump accusing Democrats of stealing the election. Our next guest says that is not surprising given that they've done the same thing 3 years ago back in the 2016 election. Now, honestly, stop every day. Trump accuses Democrats of cheating. When running around and comes around, Biden Mark, chief political correspondent for Washington Examiner and Fox News contributor, what are those words? So share them with all of you as yourself. What's your point?
Good morning, Senator. Look, President Trump is accusing Joe Biden and Democrats of cheating to win the election, and obviously Democrats are very unhappy with that and say the accusations are totally unfounded, but they should not be surprised. Do you remember collusion? It's a word we heard every hour of the debate for years. Immediately after the 2016 election, Democrats began to accuse President Trump of cheating to win the election. Collusion, the very synonym for cheating, is the idea that the Trump campaign had responded with Russia to fix the election. And Democrats do not talk about this just for a day or two to get it out of their system. This went on for months and for years, and was recognized with the establishment of a special counsel investigation that went on for 2 years with the full powers of law enforcement until April of 2019, when the special counsel, Robert Mueller, announced that he could not establish that collusion or conspiracy coordination had ever taken place. But this would perhaps be the longest accusation of cheating ever.
In your piece, you write this, Byron. The cheating allegation has gone on and on from mid-2016 until mid-2019. It was started and perpetuated by Democrats who sought to accuse Trump of cheating in the 2016 election. Now, some Democrats say it is time to heal. Surely, you write, Byron, no one will be surprised if that does not happen. But Byron, now we're moving forward on a day where we all wake up and it's a brand new week and Joe Biden is the president-elect. And we wonder what his agenda will actually look like here in case of 2020.
I think the Vice President Biden's campaign already probably promotes it as a work agenda. If it was political climate virus, the biggest climate plan that's ever been supported by the nominee running for president and now president-elect. We can make good on this commitment.
So are we going to see, Byron, do you anticipate an incredibly progressive and aggressive agenda should be set?
The Vice President, the President-elect, is in a squeeze, and it's not going to get any better as the months go on. It's very likely that Republicans are going to control the Senate, meaning we can't get anything through the Senate except through a Republican majority leader. At the same time, he has a very, very vocal progressive wing at this party. After all, remember, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders were two of the most popular candidates in that very large Democratic field that they're defeated in the primaries this year. So it's a squeeze for the new president-elect. How can you satisfy this progressive wing, give him enough, convince him that he's really trying to enact their agenda, and yet realistically work with a Senate majority leader who's not going to have anyone? I think what we can say is that if there is a Republican Senate, the progressive Democratic dreams of packing the Supreme Court, of making the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico states, of a Green New Deal, of sky-high taxes, I think that is all absolutely dead if you have a Republican-led Senate.
Really interesting. So we'll see on that front. You on the Wall Street Journal finally. This is the editorial this morning on the Biden presidency. Calling it Joe Biden's time to heal. What is your thoughts in the days since the election? Aaron, how will the anti-Trump he will now have to hold back his pounds left? So, based on what you just said, is there any anticipation that he will be able to do that? This very likely what we see happening with the Senate.
Well, this is two guys of healing. I mean, it's healing inside the Democratic Party, and President-elect might be able to do that. Healing with Republicans, maybe not so much. I mean, there are lots and lots of bad feelings. Republicans do blame Democrats, maybe not Joe Biden specifically, but Democrats for stretching out this long effort to remove President Trump that began before he even took office.
How do you think how this is going to affect you?
Well, Dr. Pierre, now as they catch a breakthrough in the coronavirus battle, Pfizer says its vaccine has been more than 90% effective in clinical trials. The pharmaceutical giant is seeing no serious safety concerns and that it may apply for emergency use authorization from the FDA soon. The Dow, as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, is soaring on the news, which is up almost 1,700 points. That is putting at the highest point in history. Turning to good stocks, now listen to our Bianca Maria Barroso, and next time we'll talk to Dr. Nicole Sapphire about the timeline for the vaccine.
Here's what I know this morning. We were watching the Valley story, Intel slamming the floor of keys as it makes landfall. The store's attack is keeping the entire state on high alert at this point. Plus, the Trump campaign preparing lawsuits in the state of Pennsylvania. What the president's legal effort to challenge the votes in that state means for the party. That's on the next.
What we need in the presidential race is to make sure every legal vote is counted, every recount is completed, and every legal challenge should be heard. And then in after the vote, the America will decide who will won the race.
More business is brought to you by Aspen Dental. Visit aspendental.com today.
Sharing smiles together is okay. At Aspen Dental, it's easy to help yourself to smile when you visit new patients. Get started with a comprehensive exam and full set of x-rays with no obligation. And if you don't have insurance, it's free. Plus, 20% off your treatment plan. Enjoy flexible payment options and savings from the favorites most. We're here to make your smile shine bright so you can start the new year feeling all right. Call 1-800-ASPEN-DENTAL. Let me for you. Work with today at aspendental.com.
And instead of spending money on overpriced coffee for a week,
Yeah, just a silly mistake. I guess I look pretty ridiculous. No one looks ridiculous. Director development here, around the clock.
Just so you know, next time you can submit a claim without mobile.
Thanks again for rushing over.
We can't, this is a 24/7 protection list.
They don't need, just like back in 2000 where they needed Florida, but they need building Pennsylvania. it's going to show some sort of systemic concern about fraud. We still have to get to really more factual argument, but I have to point to Jonathan Election after a lot of folks that's really affect the outcome. So it's a fairly high bar in this case.
And the phrase there was key, I think, that was not to look forward to look at this because you know that battles are really resistant to get involved in state election.
But all of this, what that is the fact that we have the players behind the game and facing the entire challenge of the top campaign. Because at some point, the optics are getting so strong, the narrative is getting so strong that folks are going to be increasingly reluctant to get in. That's why the top campaign needs new facts on this one. Because every different passes, I think it becomes increasingly difficult to capture the attention of the court and try to persuade them to change the outcome.
Yeah, the delivery final numbers that last week was good one. Probably good to see you, so thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Big breakthrough for the coronavirus vaccine having a big impact on Wall Street this morning. Dow futures surging more than 1,700 points. Could reach a big milestone in the U.S. stock market. We're watching it. Marie Bartiromo will be here on that live next. Plus this.
I'm grateful for the role I've played in nature work. And if I've been able to put my smile on someone's face, for opportunity to influence another, thank you. It's been a good day for me.
And what a life it was for Alex Trebek, the long host of Jeopardy, passed away early yesterday.
to now, really started to change how the coronavirus vaccine business. We've been watching because it opened this morning. Maria Bongiorno on this news. Pfizer and its partner, BioNTech, announced that its vaccine proved to be more than 90% effective, Maria, in their latest trials. I mean, look at this. Almost 30,000 of the Dow Jones this news, topping 1,600 points, the initial gain on that breakthrough. Good morning, Maria. Good morning, Samantha. Oh, absolutely. And when we see a move like what we're seeing this morning on Wall Street, it just speaks to how desperate investors are to get any sign that we will get back to normal at some point in the way that we were living with restaurants and services, hotels, travel, airlines, all getting back to business. All of those groups are soaring right now. Market cap up 1,600 points. Now, I will point out that Pfizer is hoping that the emergency usage will be run and it will last by the end of this month, end of November. This is an incredible story. The president first told us that he wanted to have vaccines out in the market before the end of the year. Very much debate about that. This will happen, and people are laughing and said there's no way this can happen. In fact, we've seen this take place. The markets are reacting. If we do, in fact, see this come off the market and start to get distributed in a wide way, then we will continue to see some of these goods that were so beaten down from the pandemic and the lockdown come back to life. I just want to point out that not only are we seeing a huge move in Pfizer and BioNTech and those guys at the restaurant, but you look at the airlines at 4, 5, 6%, beautiful cruise lines at 11%, all signals that investors are hoping this is the beginning of what will be really fast getting back to normal. Everything's going to airlines are saving double digits, including 25%. Delta, American, United, all of these cruise lines are double digits percentages right now. And here's what the market is reading this as the real deal, not the real deal, Maria. Best case scenario, I've got 3 Wall Street analysts that have gone through this morning and talking just to see where Wall Street really stood on this. I mean, RBC is saying this is best case scenario, makes it 60%.
vaccine, and you think about the timeline comparison, say it comes down to when it comes down to Maria, and what this means for getting people back to work, getting people back to their restaurants, having people travel again. They're saying that the protection from this vaccine, and this is after an interview with the head of Pfizer, the protection is achieved with the vaccine 28 days after the initial vaccination. So when you consider the timing that it's going to take, Maria, to get this out to market, get people vaccinated in any reasonable amount, I'm talking about the general population, Maria, I mean, what does the timeline look like? When you've got so many people that already have stay-at-home orders relative to the spring of 2021.
Well, I think it's very important not to mistake the euphoria on Wall Street for anything more than the Wall Street community is optimistic about the future. No one is expecting that we are back to normal by the end of this year, or that we are back to normal even in the first quarter. Again, we need to have this vaccine distributed, and we need to have a willingness on the part of the vaccine takers. I'm still on my same timeline that we're not going to see real normalcy until the middle of 2021. However, just knowing that the vaccine is there, beginning to get available, will go a long way in terms of creating optimism. As we get through the run that we're talking about right now, we're also talking about what's going to happen in the next 2 months with those two political Senate races and the Vermont situation going on January 5th. That's really going to be the market mover for this market, because if you see the Democrats take control of the Senate, all bets are off for this rally, because then that will mean that if in fact Joe Biden tries to push through some of those policies, the progressive policies of Bernie Sanders, like $4.5 trillion tax increases and a big government program on energy, the Green Deal, they will be starting to sell off. So I think we can celebrate and have the worry now about what's to come with the vaccine, but the importance of those political Senate races as far as Wall Street is concerned could not be underestimated. I want to finish with this because we know that we're expecting to hear the task force on the Biden administration. The president is expected to name names today as far as who will be on that team. The transition team put out this statement after the vaccine. America's still losing over 1,000 people a day from COVID, and that is rising, and will continue
because took out moderate Democrats in the process with the election, and now she's trying to take Republicans out of the political process as we move toward government. So it is her only way to pass her Castro-She socialist government ideas is to hand out the opposite voices. The good news is the Republicans were quite successful in election. I think they'll do it again. They're favored to win the U.S. Senate. They're going to pick up anywhere from 10 to 12 more House seats. We added the governorship. The Republicans held every state legislative majority they had the single in New Hampshire. It was a resounding victory for our ideas, and it must be noticed that the efforts of President Trump and the Trump campaign bill to bring in on all of those, giving us some of our highest shares of possible federal districts. And yeah, I think it's ordinary. I mean, that's the whole thing is the Republican Party is actually Alabama Republicans very kind of well managed. The Republicans are the Republican Party is, well situated going into 2022.
Let me make a better point. In 2016, Democrats didn't have the House, the White House, or the Senate. In 2018, Democrats won the House. And in 2020, Democrats won the White House. And in January 5th, Democrats are 2 seats away from winning the Senate. So every election since 2016 when Donald Trump went into the White House, voters in this country are rejecting Donald Trump, rejecting Republicans, and rejecting Mitch McConnell's obstructionism. So Donald Trump remains Senate Majority Leader until January 5th. Donald Trump will still be president on January 5th. And the more they keep fighting and obstructing and doing the kind of things they've done the last 4 years, the better it is for Democrats.
But even the Democrats probably do. If you look at, the Congressman James Cameron said, look, this is not this progressive stuff is not working. He wanted to, defunding the police, saying that it really hurt Jamie Harrison's campaign against Lindsey Graham. And here's the Congressman I get the possibility.
That stuff hurt him. And that's why I spoke out against it a long time ago. I've always said that these lies can kill the presidential attitude.
Everyone's trying to bring the party down back into the 70s. As an Italian American around the dinner table, we never heard you're eating too much. And around the progressive table in the U.S. House now, they never say we're going too far. And with basically the party having about 5. When you have Stanford, Virginia,
things that have already been litigated in court and found not to be true. For example, computer observers were not allowed to be in and look at the vote count. Not only were they allowed in, but we all saw that live stream that was going on in Philadelphia. I think what has changed, and I started to see this and started reporting on it Saturday night, is that election officials are really pushing back because they believe that it's going after the integrity of the people who have been working so hard to do these vote counts. We heard last night on 60 Minutes from the Republican commissioner in Philadelphia who's in charge of the election. He said, look, counting votes is not somehow fraud, it's not cheating, it's democracy, and called what we've been seeing in terms of these accusations deranged. Let's just say that voter fraud is extremely rare. But when it is caught, it's often a case where a well-meaning relative sends in a vote, a mail-in vote for someone who has died wanting to fulfill their wishes. There is one example that the Republicans have given that may have some validity. It's in Allegheny County. They're looking into it. A woman who died before the election and whose vote was indeed sent in. Having said that, that's one vote. And the Philadelphia Inquirer was able to reach her daughter who said, not only did they not tell us that they didn't mention my mother's name in the press conference talking about fraud, but her mother was trying to vote for Donald Trump. So if that vote was found to be fraudulent and somehow tossed out, there would be one last vote for Donald Trump. And the vote, obviously, a single vote would not change the outcome of this election, which Joe Biden is winning by a little close to 46,000 votes here in Pennsylvania. I don't have to go to Stockholm, but I know that you covered the real conflict Florida back in 2000. What would the vote this election, just give us a general sense back then we're talking about tens of thousands of votes in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I was looking it up for me because I haven't had much today, but it's the hundreds of the small thousands of votes. It's not even close. There was obviously something that needed to be recounted. The systems that are in place now are completely different than they were back then. They have hanging chairs. There's no such thing as hanging chairs anymore. There really is no legal parity. Somebody is walking over to me, my producer, and you think I would remember this after when I spent 36 days in Tallahassee. 271 electoral votes. There's nothing here that says how many votes were actually were in Florida. But anyway, a much smaller number of votes. Actually, this convention here. When you started, when I said the producer, they were 3,737. I can't believe I couldn't remember that after all the time I spent there. Well, it was 20 years ago, and we have been working for the last 72 straight days. Chris, I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, but this is really important information. I wanted to do for, I want you to do for this to bring in NBC election analyst through Charles Bridges Law School. Lee, what's your reaction to this new legal challenge that Trump is set to launch today in Pierre?
Well, Stephanie, I love the way that you started this segment. We were promised the Four Seasons Hotel lawsuits, and we keep getting Four Seasons landscaping. I think that's really a great metaphor for what is going on here. We're promised voter fraud, that there's going to be evidence of voter fraud every single time we get into court with the Trump campaign. There just isn't the evidence. And until they can bring the evidence, again, as Chris mentioned, you can't simply be one person. There has to be some evidence that shows systematic fraud. And I think the problem is that it just does not exist yet. So until they can bring that evidence, then we can't take their claims very seriously. And the courts have not taken those claims very seriously. And that's exactly what we're seeing.
Ben Ginsburg, the legal strategist behind George Bush's 2000 Florida recount, was on 60 Minutes urging President Trump to let democracy work and accept the results. But he's not doing that. And I want to talk to you about what's happening in Florida. Because the lone Republican Philadelphia commissioner told 60 Minutes as well that his office has been getting threats for legally counting votes, for doing their job. Watch this.
Coming up with just all sorts of crazy stuff. Accusations like, you were cheap. Yes. You were illegal. Yes. Or calls to our offices, reminding us that this is what the Second Amendment is for.
This is why these reasons to legitimize the election are so dangerous. So not only does our democracy depend upon the good faith of hardworking people just counting votes and doing the work of the democracy, but also these calls are putting the lives of these folks at risk. And I think that's extremely dangerous. It's something that we all need to take very seriously. We need to call it out. We need to ask for it to stop. And unless there's evidence that is being brought to the table, this should stop. It should end.
It should end. Well, we'll see. Thank you so much for joining me today. We're going to move on. We've got to talk about the Senate taking back to us for the first time since it confirmed Pierre to the Supreme Court. The chief of the Senate administration will still affect the agenda. While the lead session will focus on one thing, coronavirus relief. It has been 108 days since enhanced unemployment benefits expired and nearly 6 months since the House passed the CARES Act. I want to go to NBC's Pierre on Capitol Hill. Eddie, how is the Hill reacting to President-elect Biden, and what do you expect today? I mean, it was Mitch McConnell last week who said his first order of business is coronavirus relief.
Obviously, there, I mean, look, the prospect for a stimulus deal remains probably not great. Trump said he wants it. Speaker Pelosi says she wants it. The problem here is down the street of the White House, the president has relatively little political capital left in time to spend on pushing a big deal over the finish line. So if you are going to see a stimulus deal here, and then lame duck period, you think it would probably be a smaller deal, closer to what Mitch McConnell has been asking for, but that remains to be
the call. The song was a little tongue-tied in this last hour. I, too, am looking for another day. Hi, it's Stephanie Lee. Thank you for watching. My good friend and colleague, Howard Johnson, puts up a breaking news coverage next. She will be joined by Georgia's Democratic Senate candidate, John Ossoff.
as you take a look at the report there, it's now up by 1,100 points. Our NBC News team is here covering all of the chaos this morning. We've got Mike Memory with us with the body example in his transition to a room in Delaware. Monica August, who are agenda covering the White House. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here to talk about that promising vaccine. I think we can try to covering that muscle reaction. Next, I want to start with you because you have some exclusive reporting on how Team Biden is getting ready to hit the ground running on this UK run. We're seeing it this morning, right, with the formation of that COVID advisory board. And if you look at the team, really reporting as well on how they're going to celebrate
Yeah, that's actually what I was about. Because celebrating his victory on Saturday night, so that was getting that formally his transition to. But don't be mistaken, this team has been working quietly for months to get ready for this moment. That's happening. It's a long time to take a step in front of those walls. We began forming the transition to the spring as it looked like that was toward the end on the nomination. But Abraham and Jeffrey Johnson working with starting in the summer to really start building out the team. I started talking about what they can do and how the team can get ready for it. And these two things that they told me. One is that they're over about 4,200 individuals in the that's really going to be 1,000 individuals that we have in the federal government. But also, this is a real discriminant that some of the individuals start going into the federal agencies to start taking stock of what needs to be done starting on January 20th. What expect to see happen nominations around springtime too? Florida has been filling out the left wing gap, also getting wing support for some of the candidates that non-fixed Republican positions, and they're also still trying to bring us back to opinion on all the positions on the health care pandemic. And it's done between Biden and Deloitte, and also the 12-member pandemic task force. It's being chaired by D.F. Yankees, under Surgeon General, David Harper, under CDC Director, and as well as Senator William Smith from Yale University. There's some very interesting names also on this team, and including Rick Hunt, he's a high school whistleblower, and the sounding the alarm about an issue that some of this is not taking the pandemic seriously enough. How can Duke Emanuel, an architect of Obamacare, as the Supreme Court has joined as the view that critical things that might determine that outlaw future. And so clearly this is a party team that wants to be ready on January 20th, just 72 days away, and they're running really off and running at this point.
And the short case, as you see this campaign, and now we're seeing it start to transition, of course, is on the head on a pandemic. Michael, what you think is that as President-elect Biden is putting his team together, you've got VP10 getting ready to chair his first COVID task force meeting. I think it's the first task force meeting in roughly 3.5 weeks or so, right? Was on October 2nd, weeks before Election Day, and all of last week, as cases were surging across the United States, records were being broken, and we saw this new infection. We reached out to the White House to ask why the task force wasn't meeting, and it was simply because the priority was on the re-election campaign and those days it took to declare now former Vice President, current President-elect Joe Biden the winner of that race. But what stands out here, Hallie, is now this major development you referenced, with Pfizer announcing a potential vaccine that would be 90% effective. That's something that the Trump administration is already touting, with the Vice President tweeting about it earlier this morning. But it's so important to remind viewers of the context and the background of all this, which is that Pfizer actually was not a part of Operation Warp Speed, which is the main effort that was aimed at gathering and declaring a vaccine efficacious in the coming months. But it did strike a partnership with the Health and Human Services Department in terms of rollout and distribution, which would be the key next phase once it gets approved. But you already see there Mike Pence trying to essentially take a victory lap on this. And then you also have something that raised a lot of eyebrows today, which is the president's eldest son, Donald Trump Jr., raising questions about the timeline of this vaccine announcement and why it's coming after the election. You remember, though, of course, Hallie, was the president himself who promised the vaccine would be ready by Election Day. He promised it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and it was his own health experts who cautioned that likely wouldn't come until the end of November or December. In terms of what we can really expect, Pfizer putting out a timeline that 15 to 20 million doses could be ready by the end of the year, and then it raises this gargantuan challenge and task of exactly how that will be distributed. All of that playing out during this critical transition period where we should remind everybody President Trump, for his part, hasn't taken part in a coronavirus task force meeting in months and months and months. He's not in regular contact with Drs. Anthony Fauci or Deborah Birx. He's instead being advised by Dr. Scott Atlas, a very controversial middle-grade cases in Toronto so far with no serious safety concerns observed. I think we can say that to folks here. When you look at this, Dr. Azer, as somebody who is in the medical field, who's been following this pandemic for months and months, are you optimistic? Are you very optimistic? Are you cautiously optimistic? How do you feel about this news?
Yeah, Kelly, I think cautiously optimistic is the way that experts have received this information today, myself included, but the emphasis is on optimistic. Look, this is the first real trial data on efficacy that we have, and it is an interim analysis, but at 90%, it has certainly exceeded our expectations. Yes, it was only 94 events. We still need to wait for that. You may recall that FDA is requiring this particular safety period. That's 2 months after the last dose is received in half of participants. We're not going to get that information really until the end of November. So look, we're very, very excited about this 90% efficacy. We still need to see all of the data, however. What we're really waiting to see now, how durable is this protection? Is it preventing transmission to others, not just preventing illness itself? Is it preventing severe illness, not just mild illness? And is it also working in older individuals? We don't have all of that information yet, but not to diminish today's exciting news. This is a very, very hopeful day for us in the pandemic.
What about the distribution question and monitoring? I think that people are wondering about the idea that there might be 50 million doses out by the end of the year, when a billion doses ready next year. Talk about how they can distribute safely these vaccines in an effective way. What's the challenge ahead?
Right. Well, certainly, the Biden-Harris plan has outlined some of this in their document that they released today. Really all about equitable distribution of the vaccine. There's been discussion amongst experts now for a number of months about how something like this could get rolled out. Remember, an EUA is not the same as an approval, and the first folks who are going to be receiving this vaccine, of course, are going to be healthcare workers like myself, frontline workers, essential workers, older individuals who are at great risk, and then in subsequent waves, the general population will likely be candidates for vaccination. What does that timeline look like realistically? Perhaps by January, February, the first of us will be getting it, and then marching on for the rest of the population. Remember, we've said from the beginning that vaccine is successful. It needs to be safe, efficacious, it needs to be available, and it needs to be trusted. I think we're heading in the right direction, but there's still, we have to look at everything right now. The science is still evolving.
So my thing, Dr. Azer, I think on two very important things with regard to the context around COVID. The reason why the markets are reacting the way that they are is because they are looking forward to a life that was there before COVID. What did it look like? It looked like things were going on track. The economy was in a sound place. Unemployment was low. But the problem was we had so many parts of the economy shut down. In the future, when we do have a vaccine that has an efficacy rate in the 90% or greater realm, almost on the verge of eradication, if hypothetically that were to happen, you can go back to doing things like flying an airline, going to a restaurant, staying at a hotel, going to watch a movie on the weekends. All of these things come back into play. If they do, those are the types of companies that start to benefit. The economy gets back on track and things look somewhat normal. They did so back before the pandemic, and the reason why the markets are reacting the way they are right now is they are looking forward to a time when that can actually happen again. I would also point out that this is the most significant upside development in the market over the course of the past several months. It goes to show you how the relative value that the investors are placing on things like the election, which is very important. You're right about who the number comes in the Dow. True.
margins in these key states, they're clearly just too wide to be overcome by a handful of court cases. But even if the president's attorneys lose every single case, they've still succeeded in riling up the president's base. Anthony?
Paula, thank you. The weekend celebrations for the president-elect could make it harder for his coronavirus task force to do its job. The White House press secretary has called on Mr. Biden to condemn the street rallies that she called super spreader events. Our lead national correspondent David Begno is in New York City. David, good morning.
Good morning. This is the same spot we were in about 48 hours ago as thousands of people filled Times Square to watch the president-elect speak. Almost everybody was wearing a mask, but practically no one was social distancing. The experts are saying the election has taken the eyes off of what is the most important story in this country right now, and that is the pandemic.
From coast to coast, and in between, tens of thousands of people celebrated. Some protested, often standing shoulder to shoulder. Many of them were wearing masks, but almost no one was socially distancing.
We just haven't been very great about doing the important things like social isolation and wearing masks.
Dr. Benjamin Aker, president of the South Dakota State Medical Association, pointed to troubling images of massive gatherings within his state. Like the Sturgis motorcycle rally back in August, which hosted nearly 500,000 people. But he says with large gatherings like that and protests earlier this summer, it is hard to prove that those cause further spread of the virus.
Anytime when you put that many people in close proximity, we do run the risk of transmission.
Despite that unknown, positive cases are rising in 26 states. 41 states are seeing a rise in hospitalizations. The spread is surging particularly in the Great Lakes, the Plains, and the Mountain West regions. North Dakota currently leads the nation in death rate per capita over the last 30 days. South Dakota is second. And with the Republican governors in both of those states refusing to issue mask mandates, families of those people who've been affected are urging action.
If you go out, just take those precautions.
Cassie Malchok's father, John Gilbert, was a beloved school administrator. He spent 30 days in a South Dakota hospital. He died on October 20th. She and her mother, Christina, say the state must do more to protect people like her father.
If I could have saved my father.
At the end of this year, millions of adjustments can be rolled out. Now, on the heels of all this, I want to share a live picture of the stock markets. They are hitting historic levels. This is the good news that many investors were looking for. Now is here.
Thank you. Joining us now, Dr. Ashish Jha, the Dean of Brown University School of Public Health. Dr. Jha, good morning. It was sort of nice this morning to wake up and hear the word positive news when it came to the coronavirus. Pfizer says they have a vaccine that may be 90% effective. Break it down for us. What does that mean? Does that mean the vaccine could be happening soon, and if soon, when?
Yolanda, thank you for having me on. This is good news, and this is not just pleasantly surprised. We were all hoping to hear about a vaccine sometime this month or early next. And I was expecting that a vaccine might be 70% effective if we were lucky. So this is better than I was expecting. It's still early in terms of production. This will take some time to get the vaccine out to the American people, but this is clearly a positive step forward.
Okay, and no timeline idea on that, Dr. Jha?
So in my best guess on timeline, I think we're going to start seeing some people getting vaccinated later this year, so basically December. I expect doctors, nurses, first responders probably in early January, February. Most of us, most people in the community are probably out March to June would be my best guess. But we just need to wait for more data from Pfizer about how many doses they have before we make guesses.
Dr. Jha, President-elect Biden made an announcement today that he has a COVID task force that he's starting up. One of the things I think they're discussing is a mandatory mask mandate. What are the top couple of things you think he should implement right away?
Yeah, so we are, despite that good news on Pfizer, we are entering probably the two hardest months of the pandemic. I expect a lot of people getting sick and dying. We've got to start really acting. The two things that we think we can make the biggest difference in the short run, if everybody wore a mask, so I believe in a national mask mandate, I think it's more than necessary. And then second is having widespread testing available. That can make a profound difference on bringing the virus under control. So that's where I would encourage the president's team to focus.
Dr. Ashish Jha. Dr. Jha, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Good to see you.
We are also watching a major weather story this morning. Tropical storm Beta now drenching South Florida. More worries on the way. Dylan's in for out this morning watching the track. Hi, Dylan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, it is going to be around all week long. So let's get to it. We do have tropical storm warnings in effect for southern Florida. Some parts of Florida already have picked up 10 inches of rainfall. Here you can see the storm moving to the west-northwest at 13 miles per hour. Conditions will improve across the Florida Keys, but watch what happens this week. Most of the week, the storm will be out over the Gulf of Mexico, likely strengthening to a Category 1 storm because of the warm water. But then, as it weakens, it also reapproaches northern Florida. So that's going to be a concern as we go into the weekend for areas like Gainesville, areas like Tampa. So certainly keep an eye on that next weekend. In the meantime, though, we could see another couple of inches of rain across South Florida. Rain totals up to about 18 inches, and we could still see gusts up to about 50 to 60 miles per hour today. That's over the weather across the country. We'll get to your local forecast in the next 30 seconds.
Never run dry.
Kicked off a big project over on the east side of the valley, and the big $34 million project where they're going to be revamping 10 miles of Dallas Boulevard from Tropicana to Craig Road. The very beginning of the construction project will kick off today right around Tropicana, Dallas, and gradually work its way toward the north, I've been told. And take a look here at our traffic graphic. A little bit of slowing right now developing on the 215 heading eastbound right near Green Valley Parkway. All right, Alyssa, we'll send it back over to you.
All right, Ken, thank you. The holiday spirit is alive at Disney World. The resort released these sneak peek pictures of their new holiday decorations. They say the wreaths have hung, lights sprung, and...
Oh, another rainbow trout. Nice one.
Some of the cracks were, deeper than a person, so you can stand it up to your shoulders.
The faults of Rockford were not well known. Many wonder what's next for the reason. I'll put it back to Southern Nevada. As for a special report, seismic shift tonight. Our superstation is 3 hours.
And others, then he's going to get enormous pushback. And again, I say, if in fact it turns out that he will take office in January.
Well, the Wall Street Journal editorial board this morning is writing about Joe Biden's time to heal. Having won as the anti-Trump, he will now have to hold off his party's left. In it, it says that Mr. Biden won't say this publicly, but he will be fortunate if Republicans retain control of the Senate with the 2 Georgia runoffs in January. He will need the leverage of Majority Leader Mitch McConnell to steer a middle course against House Democrats and the Sanders Elizabeth Warren wing in the Senate. It is an interesting thought the Wall Street Journal puts out there this morning, especially in the wake of these comments by Senator Chuck Schumer. Listen.
And we take Georgia, and we take Georgia. Now we take Georgia, then we change America.
Now we take Georgia, and then we change the world, we change America. He ultimately said in his comment there.
I kind of like America. I like the liberty that we have. I like the fact that we have a system that gives people who grew up like I did, very poor, an opportunity to make good. I don't know that we want to change America so much that we don't recognize it. And we've got some people who are ignoring its history, who are ignoring its basic values, who want to change it. But I'm not sure that's a change that all of us are ready to embrace. If it's the change that people like Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Chuck Schumer are pushing hard, thanks, but no thanks. We'll keep the America that's really served people of all races and genders and ideologies for a long, long time and given the world a life of liberty. That's an America I hope we don't lose.
Governor Mike Hocker, we always great to chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, tropical storm Ada right now sunny South Florida with heavy winds, flooding, rain, and a dangerous storm surge. We'll get to that. Plus, remembering Alex Trebek and his long tenure as the host of the classic quiz show, Jeopardy.
Gold has stood the test of time. Even since 2000, the value of gold has increased by over 5.
Supplement plan can cover your deductibles and co-insurance, but you may pay higher premiums and still not get prescription drug coverage. But with an all-in-one Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you can get all that coverage plus Part D prescription drug benefits. You get all this coverage for as low as a $0 monthly plan premium in many areas. Humana has a large network of doctors and hospitals, and
Because when you 100-998.
the Secretary of State's website says the vote was recorded. It doesn't specify whether it was counted in the final tally. The Allegheny elections officials tell us that they will be looking into that claim, though, even further today. They also responded to the claim to the Philadelphia Inquirer. They responded to the fact that the claim is that the poll watchers weren't able to get access to the vote count for a full 24 hours. Here's that response. Amy Downs, who is a spokesperson for Allegheny County elections, says at no point were canvassing operations conducted without observers having the opportunity to see the process and the counting. And finally, back here in Philadelphia, Al Schmidt, who is a Republican tasked with overseeing the elections process here, he told 60 Minutes that he has received death threats over the election, but he reiterated that there is no cheating going on here. Sandra?
Okay, great. Thank you.
I believe President Trump still has a path to victory, and that path is to count every single legal vote that was cast, but also not to cast any votes that were fraudulently cast or illegally cast, and we have a legal process to determine what's legal and what isn't.
President Ted Kennedy and several other Republicans insisting President Trump still has a path to win the election as President Trump's legal team vows more lawsuits in several key states. With us now is former U.S. Attorney Guy Lewis. Guy, it's great to see you. Ted Cruz in that same interview kind of pointed to this software glitch in one of Michigan's smaller counties, and in Pennsylvania's smaller counties, rather. And it's amazing to me that you look for evidence, and that seems to be, when you have a lot of Republican votes, admittedly voting Joe Biden, that's been corrected, but that seems to be the kind of evidence that people are looking for to kind of hold on to in this. Your thoughts on that?
Trace, you're exactly right. This is really to make the kind of claim that would require either a state or not the entire nation, but certainly a state to revote. You're going to have to come up with some hard and fast facts. There's two issues here. There's the law, which the Supreme Court will eventually look at after this, and then there's going to be facts. But you can bet, Trace, that there's a flurry of lawsuits that were filed late last week, over the weekend, and there's going to be more today, tomorrow, and throughout the week.
You go back to 2000 and we look at that, and we were trying to flip, the Democrats were trying to flip Florida, right? It was one state. It was all focused on Florida, all encompassing. In this time, we're trying to flip at least 4 states. Miranda Devine for the New York Post writes the following, quoted here, Trump's team will have to provide concrete evidence of systemic fraud, enough to flip the election result in enough states to make a difference to the outcome. It's a very high bar, so I wouldn't be holding my breath, but it's 2020. Stranger things have happened. Look, we know back in the primaries, guy, there were multitudes of problems with these mail-in ballots, and hundreds of thousands of these things were rejected. So, anything's possible.
It is 2020. So you're right, though. In terms of, you remember in 2000, we were down at Palm Beach. You remember the judge holding up that card trying to determine whether it was a Chad or a hanging Chad and what the voter's intent was. Here, it's a different issue. You've got Georgia, you've got Arizona, you've got Nevada, you've got Wisconsin, Michigan. You've got states that either Biden won, either by just the slightest of margin. So if you go into those states and you can establish, which there's some serious allegations here, you can establish that either voters had passed away, or there was fraud, or signatures, or they, as a result of software glitches, that ballots should have been counted to President Trump and they were President Biden, then you're going to have real problems here, Trace, and it could throw the election.
We appreciate you giving us a little tour of your home there, Guy. I just wanted to kind of check and see that, do you worry at all about Republicans? You talk about, making their case. Do you worry at all? Do you think there's a concern that Republicans won't have the access to get some of the evidence they need?
Ultimately, well, that's a great question. Ultimately, this is going to wind up in the Supreme Court. There's no question in my mind in terms of both access and in terms of procedure. And frankly, Trace, that's exactly why so much effort, so much time, so much energy was put into this last Supreme Court justice. And you saw how that went, how contested and contentious that was. But I truly believe that, look, if you go back, Al Gore was given, what, almost 2 months to contest his election. Eventually he conceded. But I don't think you can fault President Trump for at least wanting to make sure that every vote was counted, that was proper, and that was all. What's wrong with that?
Election results are coming in, and the winner is Goldman Sachs.
About more than just the outcome. Watch this.
Military-industrial complex.
If Republicans don't challenge and change the U.S. election system, there'll never be another Republican president elected again. President Trump should not concede.
The libs are going to go
We got a fight to live on is the mantra of America.
They don't get away anyway.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, too, Tracy. The reasons that he's been in this past 3.5, 4 years, you can bet the house that President Trump is a fighter. He doesn't give up. He is more than willing and able to go to court and contest claims. We've seen that over and over and over again, and expect to see it here as well.
America need a they need a living wage now. Being in the streets isn't enough. Unless that street is in front of
private first class, awarded the Medal of Honor, and finally in the U.S. last week at Arlington.
Except no more excuses for
appointments. You may help.
Donald, Chuck Schumer, Bernie Sanders. Movements have to move. Workers have the power. Workers make the station run. Workers make the profits. Labor needs to exercise this
And
power.
prescription drugs, there is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. If you're not sure if you're
no matter what the political hacks try to convince you of, America has elected a bona fide racist to continue the presidency. Joe Biden has done more damage to minorities with policy, more damage to minorities than all Donald Trump's tweets combined. Democrats' marketing campaign has turned a demented puppet of the oligarchy, an enemy of working people, into uncle. Yeah, an uncle who would kick your family out of their home, steal your money, cut your social security, and give it to the banks and credit card predators, while sending your children to war.
Lone Star.
We need an anti-war leader right now. The next commander-in-chief is a warmonger. You could not find someone with more blood on their hands than Joe Biden. Biden is past Jackson. He's backed every war for the last 30 freaking years. Democrats who sell the overseas wars under the banner of protecting the international order, under the banner of spreading democracy. Don't be fooled by the Democrats' concerned face. All the techniques used for Russiagate are going to be displayed against the center. Just know that. All the media that willingly went along with Russiagate and fed into the hysteria of Russiagate, they need to make a stand now. Do you stand against the corrupt power class, or do you serve the establishment narrative? We need an independent media that is done. We need an independent media that will stand on principle. We need an independent media that pushes politicians instead of protecting them. Democrats are going to hide behind politics. They're going to use their identity, their gender, their fake charm. A happy inclusion of Joe Biden's racist mass incarceration state, Kamala Harris was the people chose for a reason. Ignore her. We must stand with all communities who will now be targeted by a friendly, more competent, better mannered, privatized incarceration state under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
There's nothing you can do.
Wait. There's going to be a Republican wave.
And Cal, you just talked to the doctor who's caring for some patients in the ICU. I want to know what he told you about how bad things are now and maybe you could get down the road.
Don't give in to
They're as bad as they were in May when you had that first peak. And what they're worried about is not only the community spread that we're seeing, but that it's also being transmitted within families. So this is Dr. Mike saying everybody had to say a short
people are
time.
losing their health care. losing their jobs.
A few things worry me. So certainly here in the north, people are gathering inside, and with the holidays coming up, of course, we anticipate families gathering. We know that family transmission within a household can be very, very high if someone has COVID-19. And so we're worried that we'll continue to see this rapid rise in cases. If things continue to rise and we start really reaching capacity, if we start reaching a problem where we can't provide care to everyone that we need to at a high level, I certainly could see institution of more and more restrictions.
Holly, when you run over the statistics, they are frightening, especially here in the Midwest. And testing is trying to be ramped up. Margaret Text will share this. In fact, we know here at Northwestern, that's far away as far as because people are waiting to do directly testing. But we're talking over 10,000 cases a day here in Illinois, over 5,000 a day in Wisconsin. Those two states are known as some of the highest per capita states in the country. 15,000 cases in a day, that's about 15% of what we're seeing across the country, and the hospitalization rate are also on the rise. That's really what has folks here. Generally, we're talking about 80% capacity in some of these hospitals, and again, regionally it's very bad. What's true here in Illinois is true in Wisconsin, is true in Minneapolis. They're really starting to have to shuffle patients around, Holly, to try to keep up with the ever-increasing hospitalization.
Short-term profits is the only thing that drives our
We're seeing there, and not just in Chicago, not very largely there in that city count. Thank you much. President-elect Biden has arrived at the theater in Delaware, the location where he's going to be getting his first COVID briefing as president-elect. Up next, brand new reporting on what to expect in his first 100 days in office. But first, a live look at Scottsdale, Arizona right now. The presidential race there is still too close to call. The votes are still being counted. We'll show you that in a second. Joe Biden is ahead by almost 17,000 votes as of last night. There were about 70,000 votes left to be counted.
We got to do everything to save ourselves.
Needles, essential for sewing, but maybe not for people with certain inflammatory conditions, because there are options. Take an eye injection, Xeljanz, the first and only pill of its kind that treats moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, and moderate to severe ulcerative colitis. When other medicines have not helped enough, Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and
everybody, this is the part where I tell you all our live shows are. They're already. But this is why I tell you we're doing our premium program to get extra content. But nobody's got fucking
cancers, including lymphoma and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. Needles. Fine for some, but for you, there's a pill that may provide symptom relief. Ask your doctor about the pill first prescribed for RA more than 7 years ago. Xeljanz. Injection.
Conversation. Dan. Hardcore history. Common sense. Podcast.
On the case in front of you, I'll break down the team with the greatest podcast ever. I'm Ice-T and nobody
Dan, Joe Rogan, probably the two main people who got me falling in love with the medium of podcasting. As a fan, eventually, the podcast
taken care of.
Meeting Dan is surreal. To me, it's not just a mere human living presence. It's his voice, and his guide, some of the darkest things.
Car Shield hopes these
meeting him, meeting Genghis Khan, Stalin, Hitler, Alexander the Great, and calling the most powerful leader in history all at once. Crappy hotel room, turns out that he isn't
You don't have to be a detective to know that we all
truly
car.
one of the
When your car is out of warranty, those are the pleasure can really add up. The good news is Car Shield has to take care of those extra.
First, but green, no all-in-one drink I start every day with cover all the detective days. Second, simply say, I want security. Please check out these spots. Get a discount.
Protect your car and your
Side note, internet. Challenging
Car Shield saves on expensive repairs.
me, way out.
Call Car Shield now before your car breaks down. Remember,
Both require deep understanding of human nature,
Call 800-484-9620.
Conversation.
That's 800-484-9620. 800-484-9620.
About our future. But if indeed,
can you believe all the games we fit under one roof?
Watching our world consumed by fire. Think of this little podcast conversation as an appetizer, final meal. Enjoy this thing. Subscribe on YouTube. View us 5,000 Apple Podcast. Follow on Spotify.
We're here to help your small business any way we can. Everything for small business, all in one place.
Now, finally, here's my conversation.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
And it's the environment that molds how we, the trajectory that
At some point soon, we are expecting to hear from President-elect Joe Biden. He and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris are receiving their first COVID briefing from their newly formed task force. We know that President-elect Biden has just arrived at the location where that's set to happen in the last 5 minutes or so. The coronavirus pandemic is just one of the key issues the Biden administration plans to tackle during the first 100 days in office. And a new Biden-Harris transition website puts 3 other issues into spotlight, including economic recovery, racial equity, and climate change. I want to bring in NBC White House correspondent Jeff Bennett, who is joining me live now from Wilmington, Delaware. Jeff, our White House unit split up a little bit between Washington and Wilmington these days, given everything going on here. Let's focus on the Biden-Harris administration. And we're all over the place. How's your plan to tackle some of these issues, and what we can expect for those first 3.5 months in office here?
But here's the problem.
Yeah, let's start with the pandemic.
I fully see where you're going,
That is the primary focus of the Biden transition on its first full working day today. We expect to hear from the Vice President and President-elect later today about their plan to confront the coronavirus crisis. We know that Joe Biden says he will work with governors and mayors to mandate mask wearing. He wants a plan to account for the equitable distribution of vaccines, and he also wants to expand COVID testing. On the economy, expect for Joe Biden to push through another big, massive stimulus package that includes direct funding to the states. He also wants to invest in manufacturing and infrastructure. So look, we thought Infrastructure Week was a thing of the past. And again, we could be coming back to that sometime soon. On the issue of racial equity, the Biden transition says that they will make a commitment that any Biden policy takes into account existing racial disparities. They're also calling for more funding, more investment in minority-owned businesses and historically black colleges and universities. And then on the climate change piece, Joe Biden is calling for 100% clean energy by 2050. That's just 30 years from now, just a generation from now. So when I talk to people about this policy framework, they say, yes, it is ambitious, but they also believe it is entirely practical. More practical if he's working with a Democratic Senate.
Communism.
And while we're both top priorities, we also got Joe Biden, as he has done really over his entire campaign, promising a path day one agenda. So let's look ahead to January 21st, first weekday after inauguration. What are you going to do on that first day in office?
And that stuck with me because he's one of the ones.
He says he's going to sign a slew of executive orders that would reverse key parts of the Trump agenda. So he would rejoin the Paris Climate Accords, reverse the U.S. withdrawal from the World Health Organization, repeal that ban on immigration from mostly Muslim countries, and then reinstate DACA. And so this is one of the reasons why the president signed a lot of executive orders like President Trump did. The danger is that they only last so long as that administration, or so long as there's another president who shares a similar ideology. So just as quickly as Donald Trump signed all those executive orders, President-elect Joe Biden can do the same thing and unsign it.
Right? And if you killed somebody, for example, in self-defense,
thank you much, my friend. I appreciate it. The president-elect is also kicking off this transition to prominence to black voters and using the biggest platform he'll have before inauguration to make it. Here's that moment during his victory speech, acknowledging not just the role in his presidential victory, but his win in the primary battle too.
Which, you know, is written by guys who want to get out someone is about as believable as any other political party. But in his mind, the things that he says that he had to do were designed for the betterment of the German people, right? Whereas Alexander the Great, once again, this is somebody from 2,000 years ago.
With me now is co-founder of Black Voters Matter Fund, Latasha Brown.
One of the views of Alexander the Great is that the reason he did what he did was to, for lack of a better word,
write his name in a more
You know, not that I can hear your audio,
pages of
Doctor. I
history.
don't know if that's just me, or if our control can let us
And
know.
if that's the case,
There you go. Yes.
does that make Alexander the worst person than Hitler? Because
No,
Hitler
so
thought he was
how
being
should
good,
President
whereas
Biden
Alexander
put those words in Saturday night
was
into
simply
action?
trying
What
to
are you looking
resolve
for
it.
specifically from, for
So,
example, his cabinet
the
picks, his
motivations of
policies
people
in those
doing
first
these
couple of months in office?
matter. I
I think
don't think you can just sit there and go, the only thing that matters is
I think we should keep
because that might have been an unintentional
representation in his cabinet,
in which case that person that you've been able to show them the future might have changed what they were doing. So were they evil or misguided or wrong? So, and I hate to do that because there's some people like Hitler that I don't think deserve the benefit of the doubt. At the same time, if you're fascinated by the concept of
political
and you delve into it deeply enough, you're going to want to understand why
68% of black women are wage workers.
sometimes
Wage workers have been frontline workers and were devastated in COVID-19. So we want to make sure that we see a package that really looks out for working class people in this country. That when we also talk about health care, that in the middle of a pandemic that the African-American community has been devastated by COVID-19. And so when we're talking about health expanding health care coverage, there are over 20 million Americans that don't have health care. And so we want to see that as well. In the first 100 days, also when we talk about the Green Act, that many of the folks who have been part of the movement of Black Lives have teamed up with the coalition around having a Green Act to make sure that we're talking about this accountability and the safety of our community that is incredibly important. And we also care about the environment. And when we talk about the red, black, and green, that we would have policies that would look out for climate change, that would policies that we would talk about protecting this country, this world, particularly with climate control.
Do they have something wrong with them? Are they twisted
I want to
from
ask about
something in
something that
their youth?
Congressman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said in the interview with the New York Times over the weekend about election results specifically. I'm going to read you this quote. She said, quote, if the party believes after 94% of Detroit went to Biden, after black organizers just doubled and tripled turnout down in Georgia, after so many people organized Philadelphia, the signal from the Democratic Party is the John Kasich won us the election? I mean, I can't even describe how dangerous that is, she says. You were one of those organizers. Do you agree with Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez?
I think his entire
Absolutely.
history would be viewed through a different lens, because that's the way he is, right? Genghis Khan was different from Mongolians than he does to the rest of the bad guys, right?
So this is our collective victory. So we have to acknowledge that black voting, the key to this movement, and oftentimes what we see is we see this focus around getting black voters to participate in the process, but when it comes to policy priorities, literally there's a different kind of score. Automatically, oftentimes for the first what we've seen is the Democratic Party actually shift to the right automatically. What I am hoping in this case that it was profound what black voters did, but not just black voters, black organizers, black strategists, people in the community organizations that were leading the work. We would not see this victory had it not been for Philadelphia and Detroit and Atlanta and those cities, those urban cities that the black vote was key in bringing a victory home. And so I'm hoping that just as we deliver the Biden-Harris ticket, that they too will deliver for the African American community.
And
Congressman Jim Clyburn, of course, of South Carolina, said something interesting, and you know that he's credited for helping Biden win with the Democratic primary nomination, and in many ways said this morning, I believe it was this morning, that J.D. Harrison down in South Carolina, who ran up against Lindsey Graham, started to plateau. He says when defund the police showed up with the caption on TV, ran across the set, he said that that's the first J.D. Harrison. I wonder what your take is on that.
I'm not sure that
I think that part of what happened, and what we saw earlier, what we saw earlier this year, when we saw uprisings in all 50 states that were led by members of Black Lives Matter and others that came together, the largest movement ever. We also saw the largest number of voters ever in this country vote. I do believe that some of the energy behind voters, young voters coming, more voters coming to the poll, was rooted in the Black Lives Matter movement, was rooted in the defund the police movement. It made me a paradigm shift. It took place towards politicians who may not be used to that, or maybe it's a new message. And of course, there are some people that do love a particular kind of way. But when you're seeing the energy, and when you're seeing the igniting of people, new voters and young voters really coming to the table, you have to acknowledge that the movement and the work that has been doing in the last 6 months made a difference. And that the movement in this message of police accountability and police, I do think that played an element actually of bringing people into the fold that normally would not bring themselves
I
back
think
into power.
force is inevitable.
Well, Dr. Brown, thank you so much for your time and for being with us this morning, sharing your perspective. Thank you. And thanks to all of you for joining us here. As we mentioned, you're going to see President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris shortly here at that first meeting of the COVID advisory board. So this is him. I'm not sure if this is live or not, but I do think it was the arrival as he was preparing for that briefing. We're going to have that photo opportunity coming up if he does decide to address the cameras. That's coming up here on MSNBC. Is my colleague Fred Weldon picks up our coverage after the break.
Criminal justice system along. In our acting out in ways that we as a society decide is intolerable, can you deal with that without I don't know. Can you maintain peacefulness? Right now, the annual Medicare enrollment period. Just to be a little more specific about that, you would force as general enough to include force in the space of ideas. So, you mentioned Buddhism or religion, or just Medicare benefits review from insurance. It's the battles to the space of ideas of the great debates throughout history. Do you put force into that, or do you, in this conversation, are we trying to right now keep it to just this? And that's why I trust the licensed Medicare agents. In saying that you have an intuition that force might be on this, and provide free, no obligation Medicare benefits to you, and answer any questions you have. Call now and make sure you're getting all the Medicare benefits you need. Call for your free Medicare benefits before open enrollment ends to make sure you're getting all the benefits. And they were always involved.
Just call 800-941-1283 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare plan that includes additional benefits. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copay. Call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call 800-941-1283.
Actions follow, right? And I think especially when one is not achieving the goals that they want to achieve through peaceful discussion of information, trying to convince the other side, sometimes the next level of operations is
over 100,000 people have left partners behind with Watchman. It's a one-time, non-invasive procedure that reduces stress and bleeding worry for life. Watchman. It's one time,
let me ask you a question. Do you think we'll always have one?
At Humana, we believe that healthcare should evolve with you, and part of that evolution means choosing the right Medicare plan for you. Humana can help. With original Medicare, you're covered for hospital stays and doctor offices, but you have to pay a deductible for each. Medicare supplements plan can cover your deductibles and co-insurance, but you may pay higher premiums and still not get prescription drug coverage. But with an all-in-one Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you can get all that coverage plus Part D prescription drug benefits. You get all this coverage for as low as a $0 monthly plan premium in many areas. Humana has a large network of doctors and hospitals and telehealth coverage with a $0 copay. So go online today and get your free decision guide. Discover how an all-in-one Humana Medicare Advantage plan could save you money. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Good to think through that.
And a good Monday morning to you, Craig Robert here. If you thought we would be slowing down after this election, think again, folks. Lots of moving parts this morning. The election is in President-elect Joe Biden's rearview mirror right now. His focus is squarely on this intensifying pandemic. There are more than 10 million confirmed coronavirus cases in our country right now. And so far, as a reminder, we've lost close to 240,000 Americans.
Enough.
Just a few moments ago, we saw Mr. Biden, the president-elect, in Wilmington, Delaware. He is receiving an update on the pandemic as we speak. Today, Biden expected to unveil a fair person coronavirus advisory board who will be watching and listening to find out precisely when that is going to happen. As you can see there on stage, President-elect and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris giving that briefing. Let's get right to NBC's Mike Maloney in Wilmington. He's following the Biden-Harris team as they press ahead to Wednesday.
There's other elements that come into play too. You and I are discussing this at a very high end, but there's also a tail wagging the dog.
We just got that
So think
glimpse
of a society
of the president-elect's meeting. His team rolling out this new advisory board with
How
some
much
key
of the
names.
fact that you
What
have
more do you know
members
about
of your
who's going to be on that
society
advisory board?
and that their reason for existing, what they take pride in, what they train
The last time we saw the president-elect,
their status in their own civilization, how much does that itself drive the responses of that society, right? How much do you need war to legitimize warriors? That's the old argument you get to types of the 20th century too. The creation of arms and armies creates an incentive to use them, right? And that they themselves can drive that incentive as a justification for the reasons for existence, you know? That's when we start to talk about the interactivity of all these different elements of society. So when we talk about governments, we need to take into account the various things those governments have put into place in terms of systems and armies and things like that, just to protect things for whatever reasons we can all understand. They exert force. Range of choices. It's true, you make me realize that in my upbringing, many warriors or heroes, to me, I don't know where that feeling comes from, but to sort of
saying that one of the first calls he was going to make if he was elected president was to Anthony Fauci. We haven't heard his name as part of this conversation, but we do expect to hear from Joe Biden with some remarks later, potentially in this hour. Maybe he'll give us a glimpse of whether he's MD followed up with Fauci as he promised to do. But Craig, also we're hearing from the transition team itself as the work that they've been doing quietly behind the scenes for months is now being put into action. They've identified already more than 4,300 candidates for those 4,000 positions that they need to fill in the federal government. They're also getting ready to deploy individuals into the agencies to take stock of what needs to be done. And expect not to hear necessarily some of the big cabinet positions announced anytime soon. I'm told that we should look at the Obama transition as a guide for what that timeline might look like. Instead, their focus is on filling those key jobs inside the West Wing, and also a lot of those positions throughout the federal government that don't require Senate confirmation. We know for those special elections in Georgia coming up, the runoff elections will determine the control of the Senate. That will also have a big role in determining just what kind of nominees Joe Biden can attachment in order to get into position to help him run the government starting January 20th.
People on the ground can be animals.
Speaking of the transition here, what's this we continue to hear about hurdles that Mr. Biden's transition team is facing? What more can you tell us about that?
Description and drafts, and it hasn't been
a lot of Democrats raising some concern about the fact that the General Services Administration is a bureaucratic agency you can think of as essentially the HR department for the federal government. They have yet to officially designate ascertain as the term of art there that Joe Biden is the president-elect. What that means is that Joe Biden can't yet gain access to the full panoply of resources that the government makes available to the president-elect, including bigger office space, starting the process of meeting with the federal agencies as well. Now, the GSA has said they're still waiting on, obviously, what they consider to be an election that is still determined, but some real concern about whether there's pressure being put on Trump administration is going to leave the GSA for the fact that maybe the president is, as we know, putting the child resource. The Biden transition team, for their part, is simply saying that they await that designation from the GSA. They're continuing to pursue it. They also say that the effective transition and work of protecting the United States, both at home and abroad, requires them getting the access that they need under this provision. So this is something we'll all be keeping an eye on as a potential signal of just how smooth this transition will end up being.
The greatest victims in our society war are often the warriors. So in my mind, when you see these people coming from a place like Iraq, a place where I would have been did at the time.
There is a potential
To me, those people are victims, and I know they don't have to think about this. Runs totally
Here are the latest facts. We just crossed 10 million confirmed cases in
If we're
this
sending
country.
people to
For
protect
some
this country's shores,
that is
those are
equivalent to
heroes.
the population
If you're sending people to go
Arizona
do something that
and
they otherwise
Nevada
probably don't
combined.
need to do, but they're there
The
for
nation's
political reasons, or
7-day
anything else,
average of daily new cases
defense
now
related,
about
well, then you've made victims of our
100,000. That's a
heroes. So
record.
I feel like
And we're
we
rapidly
do a lot
approaching
of
240,000
about our
American
troops and our soldiers.
lives
You know,
lost
treat
to the
them
coronavirus.
as valuable as we,
That's
as
almost
the rhetoric
6,000
makes it
deaths
sound. Otherwise,
since
we would be
election day.
more,
All that, as we have some breaking news on the
if
vaccine
you're going to
front,
send
Pfizer
my
and
son,
its
I don't have
partners,
a son, I have daughters, if you're going to send my son
so their vaccine is
into
proven
harm's
to be more
way,
than
I'm going
90%
to demand
effective.
that
The
we
results,
really
well,
need to get
are still
something into harm's way.
preliminary.
I'm going to be
I want to
angry
believe these
if
things
you put it into harm's way if it doesn't work.
So walk us
So I
through
have
this
much more
vaccine.
suspicion about the
Dr.
system.
Jones, help us understand what this vaccine means
to be heroic
and what it was
than I
not
did to
be.
people on the ground that I look at as either
And Craig, you're right.
people
This
that are
is good news
defending us,
because we thought that the
situations
efficacy,
like
which
this,
is basically the effectiveness of the vaccine, we were hoping to do around 50 to 70%. This 90% shows us good hope that these vaccines will be very effective at helping us end the pandemic. And here's what we're seeing here. So Pfizer will 43,000 people. They had to wait until they had 94 cases of people being infected with coronavirus, and then they opened up the data to look at it. What they found were, of those 94 people, 90% of them had not gotten the vaccine. Around 9 or so had gotten the vaccine. They were much less likely to develop COVID or COVID symptoms. And so what that's showing us is this vaccine is very protective. But these are very preliminary studies right now, and preliminary data. So they have to dig in a little bit deeper. They're going to wait a few weeks to do that, get a few more cases, and then they're going to go for their emergency use authorization. Looks like they'll probably get that. Most people are optimistic that'll happen. But if that does, probably by the end of the year, beginning of next year, we'll get that, and then they'll start, they're already using it, they'll start distributing vaccines at that point. And we have distribution schedules set up for phases, depending on whether you're a healthcare worker or somebody very vulnerable, or just the general population. And so most people probably look at getting it around the April timeframe, if it holds out like we think it will.
The interesting thing about the timing of
90% effective,
is you might be able to connect
again,
this. She survived
90% effective.
the most
Let's
badass
just say that holds. How does that
found in my life.
efficacy compare
Most
to
of the warrior
the data
spirit
that you
is
guys?
probably from her. She survived
So,
on board the
good point,
Ukrainian
Craig. The flu right
starvation
now,
in the
40 to
30s.
60%
She was
effective is what we're using for the range. It's usually around more than 40 to 50% range. And so even though it doesn't protect you from getting the flu, it can protect you from some of the bad symptoms or complications of the flu. Measles is up in the 90% range, and we have a better way of controlling it with the vaccine. This pushes it up into that range as well. And so let's hope with this vaccine and with the others that are being developed as well, that we have a good hope that this can help get the pandemic under control. Once it starts getting into the general population. But the vaccine is only as good as the amount of people who actually get the vaccine. So if people don't get it, there's still that vaccine hesitancy. You can have a vaccine that's disinfectant, but won't work very well helping end the pandemic unless people get it, Greg.
And they threw.
Sure, and then the anti-vax movement in this country is real. Dr. John Torres, thank you, go from Dr. Torres to Dr. Hugh Bedalia. She is the medical director of special pathogens unit.
Basically, the goal was when he was studying,
at Boston University School of Medicine and the NSA contributor. But how about we start this idea that you can have a vaccine, but vaccinations don't save lives. Vaccinations save lives. How do you convince the American public that this is a vaccine that's safe and they should go out and get it?
I mean, I view him as such a hero.
And you nailed it. I think this is such good news, right? Because not only does it tell you that we have this vaccine, but the proof of concept of vaccines against this virus can be developed, and other vaccines may show effectiveness. But it really will be that allocation, that distribution, and really getting these vaccines in people's arms, you know, and getting them, for us to get to a point where we have population levels highly meaningful on vaccine. And that is the hard work, because we've seen unpopular trends. We've seen that there's a drop in the number of people who said that they would take this vaccine, even over the last few months, as we've seen the politicization of the development process. And we know that there's a huge political divide that's going on in this country that's keeping people from simply taking medication. But I do want to stress one thing about the vaccine and add to my colleague Dr. point. What we don't know about this vaccine is we know that it is highly effective, it sounds like, in preventing symptomatic infections. What we don't know is that if you get this vaccine, could you still get infected and be asymptomatic, have no symptoms, and potentially continue to pass the virus? We don't know how long the protection lasts. We don't know how well it works in different population groups. So all of those different elements, in addition to promoting vaccine efficacy, are doing some of the challenge.
I don't know. It feels better to think of him as a hero and as Russia, Soviet Union saving the world. Because then also the United States, that the United States was key in saving the world from the Nazis.
Yeah, there's two parts
Feels
to
like
this.
that narrative
There's some adverse
I'm not
effects
sure
that are very obvious at the very beginning, and we won't know data on that. Of course, this hasn't been published yet because Pfizer's only published the top-line results so far, and so seeing this in print and getting that data in terms of what the side effects are going to be important. They say that the side effects of these vaccines are on par with others and potentially slightly more than with the pneumonia vaccine they currently have on the market. And so that's going to be an important part to see. But even after the vaccine is released, generally what happens is that there's a widespread CDC and HHS-based platform, something called vaccine adverse effects reporting system, where physicians and patients, through their physicians, are able to report those side effects. So that will be monitored. But from what we know so far, it does look promising, even from that perspective. But we need to wait until the results are published.
James Jones. There have also been some concerns expressed in the past few months about our ability to deliver a vaccine at widespread scale. That's a very concern about having vials and syringes. What do you know about that? Are we ready to get a vaccine to our people once it's ready?
That you're going to live. You
become accustomed to the idea. The challenge is whereby, you can quickly recognize is that this is a vaccine that needs 2 doses. The Pfizer vaccine is, it requires people to come back again. So that's one part of it. It's not just managing all the challenges of distribution. Some of those include, poaching, because it's a vaccine that needs to be held at really low temperatures up until the point that it's delivered to the patient. And not only that, but we need to get it out. This is the biggest vaccination, campaign in the history of humanity. I mean, that's how we look at it. It's not just in our country, but globally. And then it would be to ensure that we do that in a fashion that it's safe when people are coming back to receive the vaccines. And it's parts of administration where people get the vaccine. The advisory, the vaccine committee, the advisory committee of immunizations has put out a plan in which they think they'll create new points of entry where people can get their vaccines. Things like mobile vaccination vans, at your pharmacist, really getting into those communities that have been highly vulnerable, like the Indian Health Services, and ensuring that we get it to everywhere that vaccine needs to be. And that is going to take time because currently all we have these potentially 50 million doses by the end of the year, beginning of next year, which is at the door towards that the first populations will go to person and some will go to population.
There is a huge amount of heroism that. That gets to a question about force. Why would you use force? Well, how about to protect these people on either side with their lives?
The announcement from Pfizer seems to be responsible for the market soaring to a certain extent. As you can see, the Dow up over 1,000, that's almost 4%.
And I have this tendency to refer to the numbers, right? The machine. I said, why do you keep
and New York Stock Exchange are also
say what they
President Trump lost.
And this guy
but he's not ready to concede. How much does that even matter?
By saying, it's this awful group of people.
What will the next 2 months
he said the Germans did.
Also,
and there's that bitterness. He says, let's not forget, what they did to us and why what we had to do, right? So when we talk about these combat situations, the reason I call these people heroic is because they're fighting to defend things we could all understand. If you come after my brother and I take a machine gun and shoot you, and you're going to overrun me, that becomes a
and you pay you need.
You're saving this town right where legal services go very they get through your machine guns, they can burn these villages, people out in the middle of winter, these families. That to me is a very different sort of heroism.
set aside to compensate for
patriotism. Patriotism is a thing that you often get wrong with you.
To listen to your story,
right?
And fight to ensure that you receive the compensation you and your family may
because they understand that this is a
claim may be settled on
but they use it against us
without filing a lawsuit
in order to whip up a war.
But it is important
to get people. I mean, there's a great line, I wish I could remember it. It's
to understand more, I invite you to visit measles.com to download your full measles information kit.
Patriotism, because there's levels that you can push, and they take advantage of things like love of country and the way we have loyalty and admiration to the warriors who put their lives on the line. These are manipulated things in human species that rely on to be counter to news and directions that more
Robert Strickler. I've been involved in communications and media
consider different
35 years.
When you get this war,
I've been taking privileges on a regular basis for at least 10 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that privileges seems to help me recall things and also think.
I haven't seen it in America as much.
Enthusiastically recommend privileges. It has strong me an awful lot.
But it's not as strong as I remember, even when I was being younger. The Soviet Union. Now, what's Mother Russia? What it really was it wasn't a system in place like loving. I haven't quite deeply psychoanalyzed exactly what you love. I think you love that populist message of the worker, of the common man. So let me draw the comparison. And I often say this, that the United States, like the Soviet Union, is an ideological based society, right? So we take a country like France. It doesn't matter which French government you're in. French have been French for a long time, right? It's not based on an ideology, right? Whereas what unites the United States is an ideology. This is what draws in the pluralism kind of idea, right? This, out of many one. Well, what binds all these unique different people? These shared beliefs, this ideology. It's the same way the Soviet Union, Russia was merely one part of the Soviet Union.
So we set out
if you believe the rhetoric until
with a network of the most successful universities in America.
United
cellular
or something, right? This was a global revolution. So ideological societies are different, and to be a fan of the ideological framework and goal, I believe
we are not a discipline.
I would like to see everyone have my system goal, which is part of a bias, right? Because they might not want that. But I think it's better for everyone because I think it's better for me. At the same time,
in defeat,
when the ideology you consider stems from
President Trump is heading into his first week after the election.
There, so my bias are for the
Trump campaign official tells Indians there are not plans in the works
because we think we're spreading to you something that is just undeniably positive. We're going to free
states where President Trump is projected to lose.
It's hard for me to write my own thoughts away from it, right? Because if I were in Iraq, for example, I would want for you to write. But if you then leave and let the Iraqis vote whoever they want, are they going to vote for somebody like Russia now? And I hear from Russians quite a bit because so much of my views on Russia and the Soviet Union
they're going to plan for these recount rallies and sort of take them on the road and test them out before we really see the president getting involved, depending on whether he wants to physically attend them or not. Originally, this was something that was floated that would include him. He had expressed to aides and allies that he wanted to be back on the road and thank his supporters, honor them in some way, in some fashion. And instead, it seems he's being advised that first they want top surrogates, and maybe the president's sons to do this first and see what the reaction is and how that goes. And they pursue some of these legal strategies. And it feels like campaign Senator Bill Stephy had just held an
preconceptions,
all-staff
and
meeting at their
it's an
Virginia
all eye of the
headquarters where the
beholder.
main message was, we are still in this and to please stay in the fight, seemingly
very
trying to boost morale for some campaign aides that I've talked to in the last week or so were quite deflated, seeing a very, very narrow path, if any, evaporating over the weekend when we did project the former Vice President Joe Biden will now be the president-elect, but they feel that if they maintain the course of pursuing some of these legal options, they may be able to at least raise the idea that the president is not going out without a fight. And speaking of the president, we haven't seen him publicly in 4 days, except for on the golf course where he spent hours and hours
what the ideology of the government might be.
So the question becomes, where do we see him next?
Funny that
Could
they
it
would
be
be
that he
told
would go
war
to the
with
road
these
and
two
do an
systems
event for
because
people in
they're
Georgia,
both
potentially if a
ideologically based
recount
systems
takes place there in Wisconsin, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and put all of those discussions are happening behind the scenes. But for now, the campaign is really running out of time. They soon won't be able to pay or offer health insurance to their staffers, but they continue to solicit funds for their legal defense fund, some of which we should point out, Craig, actually can be used for paying off campaign debt, something else they have to worry about in these closing weeks and months.
Ideas of freedom and individualism. Yes. But I also remember, it's like you remember like maybe that's
Chief White House correspondent.
I also remember
and Chuck Rosenberg,
loving
U.S. attorney and senior
that's a very
FBI
different
official, both are MSNBC contributors.
the Soviet idea that we had the national anthem, which is still, I think, the badass national anthem, which is the Soviet Union. Like saying we're the indestructible nation, just the words are so American words like colonized, freedom, or like a Russian Soviet Union.
There doesn't seem to be any genuine
I just remember
winning this thing, and so
in the nation
it's
as a
really
kid.
a matter of how you get from this point of defiance to the point of acceptance. Mick Mulvaney is acting chief of staff, wrote in the Wall Street Journal this morning that once the outcome is clear, he thinks that President Trump will actually be seeing the election gracefully. We haven't seen the evidence of that so far, and I think that there's a desire on the part of the president to play out the string will there's nothing in the courts right now that would overturn this election, it looks like. I mean, there's nothing that seems to be on tap where it's making meaningful difference in the outcome. So I think that what it really is trying to get President Trump hates the idea of being seen as a loser to come around and accept the idea of the fact that this contest is really over.
To love it, and I think about that too when people criticize China, the current state of affairs, how Stalin is remembered and how Putin is. To know that
Peter's exactly right. I mean, there's a huge difference between filing a lawsuit
the American ideal of individualism, radical individualism, freedom in analyzing
one in which
the
you can
ways of
actually
the
succeed.
world
And you just think that we call
China,
evidence.
in
And so
Russia,
far, there doesn't seem to be
it
very
does.
much of that. So I agree with Peter.
If you don't take yourself too seriously,
strategy,
as
not a
Americans
legal
don't do as I
strategy.
do,
If it's a legal strategy, it's doomed to
it's
fail.
kind of a beautiful love to have for your government. To believe in the nation.
Chuck,
To let go of yourself and your rights and your freedom. To believe in something bigger than yourself.
About the election.
That's actually, that's a kind of freedom. You're actually liberating yourself. You think like life is suffering. You're giving into the flow of the way of the world. By giving away more power from yourself, you're giving into what you conceive as the power of the people.
Chuck, your thoughts on that? Is it a political
believing in the ideals of in that case, in this case, I don't even know what you would call Russia, but whatever the heck that is, authoritarian, powerful state, powerful leader, believing that could be as beautiful as believing in your hand.
The burden of proof is always on the person bringing
spend a lot of time trying to get out of my own
in this case, it would be the RNC
It is a fruitless endeavor long-term. We try to be better than
folks don't have to prove
one of the
anything.
critiques
Right now,
that China, and I always think as an American, I tend to think about
that there was some fraud or some procedures that were followed or some
you just said
some regulation that wasn't
if you
divided.
can make that viewpoint beautiful, is
And I
kind
don't
of a
think they
beautiful
can
way
from
of
what I've
approaching
seen
it.
so
Chinese
far.
would say
You don't have to worry
that
about the
what we
second half of
call
the equation.
human rights in the
Yeah,
United
the
States,
folks
we
don't have to
consider
prove
to be
anything.
everybody's
Burden is on
birthright
the plaintiff, and the plaintiff
is
doesn't have
instead
evidence.
Western rights. That's the words that you
If you're making President Trump gliding down that golden
Western-oriented, and go back to your
really, this will set the tone for his first campaign. His administration is
rights of man.
A moment
And they
from
would
Saturday
suggest that that's
stands
not
out.
internationally and always applicable,
Here's the headline
right? That you can make a case, and again, I don't believe this runs against my own principles, but that you could make a case that collective well-being of a very large group of people outweighs the individual needs of any single person, especially if those things are in conflict. If you cannot provide the greater good because of it, so individualistic, well then really what is the better thing? I guess suppose individualism, so everybody's better off. I think trying to recognize how someone else see that is
a political staff on a scheme, not seeing that would be a bad idea to have a place like that, especially given the president himself seemed to be confused about where it would be. He initially tweeted out that it would be at the Four Seasons in Philadelphia, and then somebody obviously told him that on his Twitter account said no, it's actually the Four Seasons total landscaping firm, something of a different image. I think that, that's requires would have recognized having this event at that place with that name next to the sex shop, the bookstore, was just setting a metaphor of a campaign that was over, that was sort of ending as an enemy in a parking lot rather than in the grandeur of the Trump Tower when they announced 5 years ago. You see that, I think, with enough in history book someday. It's kind of like
the founders of this
here's how it came into
like Europe, for example, and saw that standing military, standing armies were the enemy. Well, we have a standing army now. And one that is totally interwoven in our entire society. You could go back in time and talk to John Quincy Adams, one of the early presidents of the United States, and show him what we have now. He would think it was awful, horrible, and somewhere along the line, the Americans had lost their way and forgotten what they were all about. But we have so successfully interwoven this modern military-industrial complex.
Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-985-9143. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures, vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts, hearing, including hearing aids and batteries, and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Pro Medicare Benefits Health Center is open now at 800-985-9143. All and consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Pro Medicare Benefits Health Center now at 800-985-9143. That's 800-985-9143.
Is that if a place like China does not allow their people to started by making the cloud easier, they're being denied, an God, man is born free, not free is because of something done to him. Right? The government is taking away his God. So you only pay I think the idea that this is universal is in and of itself a bias. Now, do I want freedom for everybody else? I sure do.
Introducing Voltaren Arthritis Gel, the first full prescription strength non-steroidal anti-inflammatory gel available over the counter. Voltaren is a powerful arthritis relief in all Voltaren, the joy of movement.
If you frame it that way, that sounds like justice as well, you know? So it is an eye of the beholder sort of thing.
Skeptical relief. I'd love to Alka-Seltzer Plus Power Max
talk to you about
25% more concentrated power.
While we're in this healing
There are lots of people who are confused about which Medicare plan is right for them.
Hey, that's me.
One of the reasons I started this podcast
I'm a licensed
is I believe that there's a few people I could talk to.
I'm John Smith.
Some of it is ego.
At Humanity,
Some of it
so you have different needs from other Johnsons.
is there's some people I could talk to that not many others can talk to.
Great.
One person I was thinking about was Vladimir. You still speak the language? I speak the language very well. That makes it even easier. You might be
coverage for hospital stays, doctor
That's the
visits,
context in
and
which I'm
Part D
asking you
prescriptions
the
drug
question. What
benefits
are
offer
your
affordable and sometimes no monthly plan
thoughts about
premium.
Vladimir Putin from a historical
Sure,
context?
I'll get a decision out in the mail
Have
to
you
you today.
studied him? Have you thought
They're
about
free.
him?
Fine. Someone who understands the union. Call or go online now.
Here's the
Free decision guide.
find it hard sometimes
United Agent today. Humanic. A more human way
So
to have
as an American, I would say that the Russians should be allowed to have any leader that they want to have.
So we
But what an American can say is, but there should be elections, right? So if the Russians choose Vladimir Putin and they keep choosing him, that's their business.
If you're looking for the latest
Whereas an American, I would have problems when that leader stops letting the Russians make that decision. And say, well, now you're ruling by the consent of the government. You've become the equivalent of a person who may be oppressing your people.
President-elect Joe
Be a
Biden's
dictator,
lead
right?
is
Now,
growing
there's a
in
difference
Georgia.
between
Just
being
as folks
elected and re-elected and re-elected and
This
re-elected.
raised $6 million for
They
big
won.
Senate runoff elections there.
It would be silly to broad brush the Russians
Party controls the upper chamber come January. Right Campbell's in Atlanta for us and going to understand
but they seem to
that
like
John Ossoff,
a strong person.
short time ago, he's already challenged
Americans who do
Republican
too.
Senator David for big debates.
But an American would say, as long as the freedom of choice is given to the Russians to decide and not taken away from them, right? It's what they say is really elected from a long time ago and we've done away with elections since then is a different story too. So my attitude on Vladimir Putin is that's for the Russian people. And you give them the choice, right? He's only there because they keep electing him. That's a very different story. He stops offering them the option of choosing him or not choosing him. That's when it begins to look nefarious to someone born and raised with the mindset and the ideology that is an integral part of yours truly, and that I can't, you can see gray areas and nuance all you like, but it's hard to escape it. And it's hard to escape what was indoctrinated in your bones. It's like your bones are grown, right? And you can't go back. So this is so much a part of who I am that I have a hard time jettisoning back and saying, oh no, Vladimir Putin not being elected anymore is just fine. I'm too much of a product of my upbringing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, there's the saying this great areas, which is, I believe, I think this, but I think there is a point at which Hitler became a popular choice not during the 30s. There's in the same way, from an American perspective, you can start to criticize some, in a shallow way, some in a deep way, the way that Putin has maintained power is by controlling the press, limiting one other freedom that the Americans value, which is the freedom of the press, the freedom of speech, that it is very possible that things are changing now, but for most of his presidency, he was the popular choice, and sometimes by far. And, you know, I actually don't have real family in Russia. The only people who are about Putin and not liking him are that sort of activists who are young, right? Or, like, to me, they're strangers. I don't know anything about them. The people I do know who have a big family in Russia, they love Putin.
They miss election.
President-elect Joe Biden in this election, black voters. It wasn't long ago
They
this
want the
campaign was on
choice
life
to
support.
prove it at the ballot
Probably
box.
remember the South Carolina
And
primary really became a
are
turning
they so
point.
in love
And
with
Mr.
him
Biden, he
that
won
they
with
wouldn't
support
want
from
to take a
61%
chance
of
that
black
someone
voters
might
were following an endorsement
No, they don't
by
think of it this
Congressman Jim
way.
Clyburn. In the
They
general
are aware
election,
of
87% of black voters
bureaucracy and corruption
supported him.
that
More
is
than any
lurking in
other
the shadows,
demographic,
which is
that's
true
according to
in Russia.
exit polls.
Everywhere.
That's pretty typical.
Everywhere, but
She's a
like,
fellow
there's
at
something
Harvard
about
Kennedy
the
School.
Russians,
She's also
the
the
remnants,
author of Say It Louder, Black
corruption
Voters,
is
White
so
Narratives,
deeply
and
part
Saving
of
Our
Russia's
Democracy.
Soviet system
And Joycelyn
that
Wilson,
even
she's a
with the
PhD
overthrow
and
of
assistant professor of hip-hop
the
studies in
breaking apart
digital
of the Soviet
media
Union
at Georgia Tech.
and
I think thanks to both of them,
coming and
Tiffany
reforming
pushed
a lot of
idea
the
to
system
support from from black
still
voters
deeply in
for Joe
there.
Biden
And they're
has
aware
been
of that.
consistent
That's part
from
of
the
that.
beginning.
All for Putin is partially grounded
Well, it's been
in
consistent from the
fear
beginning,
of
Craig.
what
I would say
happens
after South
when
Carolina, I think that's when we saw this
take over,
coalition
greedy
after
take over.
Leader Clyburn
They see
came up and gave
Putin
him
as
his
the
stamp of
stabilizer,
approval.
as like
Look, you and I talked about this many times. Black voters are a very pragmatic group of people who look at who would
get
do
your
the
shit
least harm
together.
to our community.
Basically,
we cannot deny the fact that he was
from a
certainly
Western
helped by
perspective,
having a black
Putin
woman
is terrible,
on the ticket with
but
him, and black women
from
voters, as you know,
the Russian
are the
perspective,
Democratic base. And
is
so
the only
I
thing
think we
holding this
have to
thing
have a
together
conversation
before it goes
about why so many black
Now,
people can do something and vote in the greater good. And you didn't see that with on the other side of the divide. And we also, look, I want to acknowledge that next voter, the people who voted Republican for it do not comprise the majority of voters, so they did their thing. Indigenous voters showed up and showed out, as well as the Asian American Pacific Islander voters who are the fastest growing demographic in this country. But certainly,
suffering
by
and
far,
starvation that
black
happened in
voters
the 90s
were the
collapse of
dominant
the
support
Union.
in this
We saw the kind of
in this victory.
reforming
And I
economic
anticipate, Craig,
policy
that
that
black voters will
happened
certainly be
in
holding
power.
this administration
They think,
accountable
like, this
for some of the
guy's
things
holding
they
together.
voted for the Promise
And
for. We voted with
they
our
see
country has
elections
never really loved
as
us back.
potentially
We all voted in the hope of what
being
this country might
mechanisms by
become for
which to
us
corrupt
after we built
people
it for free.
and manipulate the system unfairly.
I would also add Native Americans to the aforementioned groups.
Somehow
As
figure out
a
a
way
way
to show that the Native Americans
the elections
by
to
and large
elect
support the
somebody
president by an overwhelming margin. Speaking of exit polling again, President Trump won 12% of black voters.
It's important to the American system is to believe in
It's the
the
highest
electoral
share
system
that
that
a
the votes that
Republican
people
candidate
give
has
her
won in the past
in various
20
systems
years.
of government,
In
whether it's
2016,
judicial,
the message
whether
of black
it's
voters from the president, if you recall,
I mean,
was
basically
literally,
the
what the hell
assumption
do you have to lose?
that
And
the
in
system
2020,
works
it
well
seemed to
enough for you to be
be
able to
trying to convince black voters that Joe Biden was bad for them. Why do you think that's a big tick back for President Trump?
Let me first say,
First
Craig,
one
I'm so happy we're having this conversation because we have to first acknowledge that the majority of white voters cast ballots to affirm that they were at least okay with some form of white supremacy. So that side of the divide is very, together. I'm not really interested in leading a conversation about what black voters didn't do, about what Latino men didn't do. Get your side of the aisle together and then we can have that conversation. But because we're having a family conversation here, I will tell you, I think, look, there are people who feel ignored by the Democratic Party. When I sat in the Eagle chair in the city, we have centered black men at the conversation because I don't think enough people are talking to them. And you see the Republican Party, and even in the Democratic Party, I would say, that they can go and talk to Joe Plummer and they can go and talk to coal miners, and there seems to be this effort to appeal to red state voters and Trump state voters, who can feel like a slap in the face to those of us who get voted. And you can see that with the conversation we're having with Fox Network now. These conversations that are being led by political anachronisms who, quite frankly, do not represent the large majority of the country. And immediately after black voters save this country from itself, the conversation retreats. But guys, wait, we need to try to understand the other side. Or guys, I heard this election with Democrats that they can't go too far left. Yet again, what a slap in the face to us after everything that black people did in this country. So I think we have to change the conversation and really hone in on the rising majority of this country, because quite frankly, this is the new American electorate that will decide races. And I remember people saying, well, wait, guys, we have to understand the other side after Trump got elected. I don't remember all this during the first Bush administration or the second Bush administration. So I would encourage people to we need to change these meetings, some of these conversations.
If we're talking about a ship of state here, the guy
Jason, let's talk about Georgia specifically. We really want to see those two Senate runoff races in Georgia.
He's not going to be held forever. So what do you think that his job is to make sure that there's going to be someone who can continue to steer the ship for the people of Russia?
They're excited and they are exhausted, but we're talking about Georgia, we're talking about Atlanta, we're talking about a city and state that's built for this. We have history
from the beginning. There was the idea, one of the fascinating things, I read every biography in English, biography on Putin,
because I think it's important when we talk about black voters.
think one of the fascinating things is how the power change.
To a granular point of who these black voters are, particularly when we're talking about a place like Atlanta. Because Atlanta has done a great job, particularly around the triangulation of music and culture, the business and politics. And so you see the hip-hop generation, particularly Atlanta's hip-hop generation, really beginning to, or taking that momentum that they have from even just the Stacey Abrams gubernatorial campaign and taking it to another level. This is something that we tend to do well in the city. So folks are exhausted, folks are excited, but I think that it's important that we understand the role that hip-hop culture and the hip-hop generation is playing as a demographic in these black voters.
What does that actually mean?
Biden called them black voters in some pretty significant ways. But I believe it was his choice of Kamala Harris as his running mate, and now BP that called in that black voter participation in black cities. But who are we talking about when we talk about these black voters, and what general cohorts, generational cohorts are they representing? We know that there was a surge
he took power.
turnout among millennials and Gen Zers, especially black Americans, but we also saw record turnout with those 30s to 50s generation, 50-ish generation, and that's Harris's cohort. And who are these voters? Many of them are of the hip-hop generation. Kamala Harris is of this generation. She's an HBCU grad. She's a member of Alpha Sorority Incorporated. She's from Oakland, and it's quite obvious that she shares the sensibility towards the cultural capital that hip-hop affords in the political process. So I think when we talk about Harris, we talk about these black voters in this election, there is an opportunity to remind people what hip-hop is and put some context around who the hip-hop generation is and why it's important to see the Biden Harris skin as one that is just dripping with hip-hop's cultural sensibilities and democratic ideals.
I think I believe he still believes it, but I think he's deeply suspicious of
is hosting AM Joy down this Saturday today.
I do believe that somebody who thinks that journalism is broken, journalism is
U.S. Housing and Urban Development Secretary has now tested positive for COVID-19.
So I understand his perspective that journalists can be seen as the enemy of the state because people think journalists write these deep, philosophical pieces about criticizing the structure of government and proper policy
that Secretary Carson has tested positive for coronavirus in recent days. And we should mention he has been around the president and may be a part of this larger outbreak that we just learned about over the weekend with Chief of Staff Mark Meadows testing positive, in addition to 4 other White House aides who were in and around different events here over the last week or so. We should also mention Secretary Carson was at various campaign events in the closing days ahead of November 3rd. He was in Michigan at a rally that I was at, and I saw him both wearing a mask before the event started, and then when he actually went up on stage alongside the president, he wasn't wearing his mask. So we saw him using that in both different kinds of ways. We understand he is doing all right. We will continue to report more information and details, but Craig, I have to tell you, it really just continues to hit home at the White House when they have seen now this is their 4th major large outbreak of infections, not just cabinet officials, but their own staffers. And I have to tell you, in the West Wing, you haven't seen much of a change in any kind of practices or safety and health precautions. And we will continue to report out what other events he may have been at in the last few days, who else he may have interacted with, and who else may have to quarantine as well.
When you remove journalists,
even America, Alabama, thank you, his Deputy Chief of Staff. I tell you, NBC News that Dr. Carson is in good spirits and feels fortunate to have access to effective therapeutics, which aid and remarkably speed his recovery. Best wishes to Dr. Carson this morning. And some big league ahead in Washington, the Senate will be backed by Republicans are split on whether to accept Joe Biden's victory or to back President Trump's legal challenges.
Problem I always have Washington here in the United States trying to tease the truth out from all the falsehoods. I'm okay.
So,
I got 30.
yeah, just a silly mistake.
My job used to
I guess I look pretty
the internet, all the newspapers,
ridiculous.
and find I used to know all the journalists by name.
The rest of his office here, people, round the clock service.
And I have
just so you know,
Next time you can submit a claim,
So I think constantly, how are people who don't have all this background, who have lives or who are trained in other specialties, how would they do it? But if the government is the only approved outlet for truth, a traditional American, and a lot of other traditions,
Hello is friendly. Hello is open. It's welcoming.
would see that as a
Everything
disaster.
we want to be when helping people find a Medicare plan. So if you're looking for yours,
And I would agree
say
with you,
hello to
still agree with
Hello
you.
Medicare,
But
a one-stop
it is
shop
clear
for
that
Medicare
something about
plans,
the freedom
including a
of
range of
the
United
press
Healthcare Medicare
freedom of
Advantage
speech
plans.
in today,
Plans that
like
can
literally
give
the
you
last few
$0
years,
copays on all
the
primary
internet
care doctor
is
visits,
changing.
preventive
The
dental care,
argument, you
and
know,
eye exams.
you could say that
With
the
Hello
American
Medicare,
system of
you can
freedom of
learn,
speech
compare,
is broken.
even enroll, all in one
Because
place. No matter where you are in your
here's the
search,
belief
give us
I
a call.
grew
Our
up
licensed
and
Hello
still hold,
Medicare
but I'm
agents are
starting
here to
to be
help
sort of
guide you to a plan that
trying
fits
to
your
see how people
needs.
views on it. My
Because we
belief
get it,
is that
finding the right
freedom of
Medicare
speech
plan can be challenging.
results
Plans can
in a
differ by
stable
price or
trajectory
benefits.
towards truth.
They can even
always.
differ by where you
So
live.
like truth will emerge.
That's
Of
why
my
we're
sort of
here,
faith and belief
to put it all
that
together and be
that,
your
yeah, there's
go-to
going to be
place
lies
for
all
all
over
the
the place,
latest
but there'll be
information
a
laid out
stable
right in front of
thing
you.
that is
In
true
a way
that's
that's
carried
easy to
forward
understand. It all starts
to the
with a few
public.
simple questions,
Now
so we
it
can get to
feels
know you
like
better.
it's
Questions
possible
like, do you want to
to
be
go
your
towards
doctor?
a world where
And which
nothing
benefits are important
is
to you?
true, or truth
Then,
is
we'll match you with
something
plans from the
that
top names in
groups
Medicare,
of people
including a range of
convince themselves
United
of. There's
Healthcare
multiple
Medicare
groups of
Advantage
people.
plans
And
for a complete
the
picture
idea
of your
of
best
some
options.
universal truth, I
Next,
suppose is
we'll help
better
you compare
thing,
benefits
is
and costs.
something that we
And
can
when
no
you feel
longer
good about your
exist
selection,
under. That
let's sign you
some
up.
people believe
Done
that the Green
and
Bay
done.
Packers is the best
Remember, the annual
football
enrollment
team,
period is here,
and the
and it
Patriots,
ends on December 7th. So whether you're
they
looking to save
deeply
money
believe it.
or find
All
better
the other
coverage,
groups, liars.
let's do this.
Now that's fun for
Let's go
sports,
find
that's fun
your
for
Medicare plan.
favorite flavors
Call
of
us
ice cream.
today
They
and
might
speak with one of our
believe that
helpful
science
licensed Hello Medicare
about,
agents. Hello Medicare.
various
Say
aspects
hello
of
to an easier way to do
politics,
Medicare.
various aspects of sort of different policies within the functioning of our government. And like, that's not just like some weird thing to complain about, but that would be the nature of things. Like, truth is something that we don't want.
Well, let me de-romanticize the American history of this too, because the American press was often just as biased, just as mean. I always look to the 1970s as the high watermark of American journalistic post-Watergate era, where it was actively going after the abuses of the government.
McConnell's as good as anyone at not saying anything he doesn't intend to. So far, his only comments on the election itself has been a tweet fairly anodyne about counting all the votes before anything occurs. I think we should look at whatever McConnell says in this framework. Unlike a lot of these other senators who have only their own personal relationships with the president and only their seats to worry about, McConnell's job is to defend his majority in the U.S. Senate. And that majority is very much still at stake with this runoff election coming up in Georgia. So I think when McConnell takes the floor, we should expect their comments largely focused on that race. And to the degree that it reflects on the presidential race, it's really not in McConnell's best interest to say these elections are being stolen, votes don't count. He needs Republican voters to go vote in these two runoff races coming up in January. And I suspect that'll be the focus of his office. Has not confirmed so far whether he's spoken to Joe Biden since the call on Saturday journalism and all that over the last week, or whether he will say anything particularly pertaining to the president's conduct in the hours since then.
That's a hopeful message, actually. So things may not be as bad as they look.
Let's look at it more like a stock market, and if you have fluctuations in the truthfulness or believability of the press, there are periods where it was higher than other periods. The funny thing about the so-called clickbait era, and I do think it's terrible, but I mean, it resembles earlier eras to me. So I always compare it to when I was a kid growing up, when I thought journalism was as good as it's ever gotten, never perfect. But it's also something that you see very rarely in other governments around the world, and there's a reason that journalists are often killed regularly in a lot of countries, because they report on things that people do not want reported on. I always thought that was
Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare approved benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free home prescription delivery, and free rights to medical appointments?
Genghis Khan? By the way, is it Genghis Khan or Genghis Khan?
It's not Genghis Khan.
hearing a
Genghis Khan
lot
changes.
about newer plans with
Also
additional
with
benefits.
Genghis
And
Khan,
want to make
the
sure
only
that
thing I'll be
we're
able to say
all
with
the
certain,
benefits that we're entitled
last certain thing I'll say.
If you're not 100% sure about your Medicare benefits, it's time to call the Medicare helpline.
I don't know how it ever got started
You
the
could be
wrong
eligible for a
way.
Medicare Advantage plan
That's
with
the first
no
one.
copays, no deductibles, and no monthly premiums. That's no as in zero.
Especially with the events that had so much inner ripples, had so much of human civilization. In your view,
Call now to
was
instantly
he
find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that
because
includes
there's
additional benefits. You don't get these automatically,
another way to
so
put
call
it
and
is
see if you're eligible.
Fred,
The call is free
he's
and there's no
loved
obligation to enroll.
many parts of the
Just call
world.
the toll-free number on your screen
And I've
now
also
to
read
see if you
arguments
qualify.
that say that he was quite a progressive
right
at
now
the time.
is the best time to call during
So
the
where do you
Medicare
put him? Is he a progressive or is he an evil destroyer of
over
humans?
65
As I always say,
deadline. Won't the front lines be busy?
What I
Medicare
try to
helpline is open during the annual enrollment period to help anyone on Medicare be sure that they're getting the benefits
and
they
they're not, I
deserve.
try to kind of
Just
soften
call
it. So they're not always like really
800-355-9911 now to find out if
in
you're
that
eligible for a
episode,
Medicare
soft
Advantage plan that
subject
includes
had to
additional
do
benefits.
with
There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare
And it's because
benefits provided are absolutely
historians
free.
have taken the
Call
position. And most of the historians have very low duties and questions I grew up with that blend. It's almost the intersection of history and philosophy. And the idea was that sometimes the world can become so overwhelmed with bureaucracy, or just stagnation, that somebody has to come in, or some group of people, or some force has to come in and be the forest fire, especially around all the dead wood, so that the forest itself is rejuvenated, and better society, and then this period like historians of the past to portray these figures who come in and
Everything happens. You trusted ADT.
creating an almost
Because staying home or venturing out, right? No one has more ways to help keep your personal safe than ADT.
better than you.
Is arthritis or joint pain holding you back? Netflix's clinical ability to penetrate right to the source of pain.
I'm going to bring up
Fast
the
acting
historical
and
forces.
long-lasting relief. X out
This
your
gets to
joint
how
pain with Joint Flex.
trade,
Now
right?
it's terminal.
If you want to say, oh yes, you cleared out the dead wood well then it's a positive thing. If you say, my family was in the forest fire that he said, you're not going to say that. Much of what Genghis Khan is credited on the other side, right? So things like religious toleration. And you say, well,
This morning, it is still not clear if Republicans will be able to hold on to the Senate block.
so this makes
If
them
President-elect Joe Biden is inaugurated in the
This needs to be seen in the context of
So
the
there's
Roman,
reason to
which
be
was
optimistic
very much like the Romans, which is the Romans didn't care what your local people
When
were.
Barack Obama's
They wanted
presidency, Joe Biden's
stability. And if that kept stability and kept you paying taxes and
are
didn't
running
want
source
militaries
of
to come in,
aggravation
then they didn't care, right? And the Romans were the same way. Like, they don't care what you're practicing as long as it doesn't disrupt their empire.
We served in Congress during
But
those
what I always like
years.
to point out is, yes, the Congress can still come in as representative to your town, decide your daughter was
Former Congresswoman Edwards, that article I just mentioned, refers to them as America's
so how liberal an empire is this, right? So many of the things that they get credit for is that they're some kind of nice guy.
How do you see this relationship
One
working
way of looking at it just be a simple mechanism of control, right? A way to keep the empire stable.
Well, it's
They're not
interesting
doing it
because
out
I
of the
think
goodness of
obviously
their
the
heart.
Mitch McConnell
They have
we know
decided
today is
this
really
the
different
way.
even than the one that we knew in 2008, but they have a long-standing relationship, and I think that,
I love the fact
we
that
know that these institutions really depend on relationships in order to get things done and make these.
They didn't know which dollar was the right one, so as long as you're all praying to the hell of the economy, maximizing the chances that whoever the gods are, they get the message, right? So I think it's been portrayed as something like a liberal empire. The idea of Congo universality, conquering the world, but it's like saying, we're going to bring stability to the world by conquering. What does that mean? Right? You can make the same case for killing somebody in the world conflict because you want to trying to make it equal for all people.
At the same time,
that
it's clear that this vaccine, even if
positive moral slant, if their motivation wasn't a positive moral slant,
And is still amazing.
The Mongols didn't see
not
that.
in office yet. And this now where we expect to be.
Is like,
and what can be done, some of it between now and the time you
shooting an arrow, painting a bullseye around it.
The purpose of this is to let you know that
how do we justify and make them look good in a way?
And so the need for bold action.
Listen, we don't have the Mongol
We're still facing a very dark moment.
the secret history.
There are nearly 10 million COVID cases in the United States.
Mongolian overlords
Last
for
week
people
we
like
topped
Persian and Chinese
120,000 new cases
we don't have their
in multiple successive days.
but it sure
Infection
doesn't
rates are
look
going up.
like this was an attempt to create some wonderful place where everybody was living a better life than they were before. I think that's later put it in a nice rosy spin.
But
there's an aspect to it, maybe you can correct me, because I'm projecting my idea of what it would take to conquer this land is the ideology is emergent. So if I were to guess, the Mongols started out as exceptionally, as warriors who valued excellence and skill of killing, not even killing, but like the actual practice of war. They started out small, and then in order to maintain the stability of the things over which, of the conquered lands, you develop a set of ideas with which you can establish control. But it was emergent, and it seems like the core first principle idea of Mongols is just to be excellent warriors. That felt to me like the starting point. It wasn't some ideology. Like Hitler and Stalin, with Hitler, there was an ideology that didn't have anything to do with underneath it. It was more about conquer. It feels like the Mongols started out more organically, I would say. This phenomenon started emergently, and they were just like similar to the Native Americans or the different warrior tribes, the Choctaws, and like me to look into it more. They seem to just start out just valuing skill, fighting, whatever they had. Pretty primitive. They used to be the best warrior they possibly be assigned.
Making sure that every vaccine is distributed equitably and efficiently and free for every American.
Back up a second. I'm reminded of the
cases rise in once more.
They created.
It's imperative that we ramp up our production of personal protective equipment to make sure our great healthcare workers have what they need to do the safe against this virus.
It's the famous trade-offs of empire.
Cities and tribes.
The trade that they
test and the supplies they need.
All those kinds of things, but they come at the cost of all those peoples that they conquer forcibly and by force. Integrated.
We want to address the health and economic disparities that being with this virus is hitting the Black, Latino, Asian American, Pacific Island, Native American communities, foreign and white communities. Focus on these communities is one of our priorities.
They come from a dramatic tradition. Now, several generations later, Kublai Khan, as the emperor of China, is beginning to do the same thing, right? And the Mongols, when their empire broke up, they settled the so-called places like that. They will become more like rulers of those places who were traditionally. And the Mongols would say, like, cognitive the golden horde, which is still in their traditional nomadic territories, remaining traditionally more Mongol. When you start talking about the Mongols, I try to make a distinction. They're not some really super special.
There's so much good work
They're just the latest confederacy in an area that saw the nomadic confederacy go back to the
because we know that we need fully defeat COVID-19 to defeat everywhere. We're advising council also includes experts on the global health security so we can restore U.S. global leadership to fight this pandemic. This is a crisis that affects everyone.
Traditional weapon
system throughout this campaign,
which I've been fascinated with. Their traditional weapon system is not one
this election is over.
Because you were talking about
time to put aside partisanship.
Every warrior society I've ever seen
designed to deal with
what the nomads had as the Eurasian steppe was this relationship between human beings and animals. It changed the equation. It was how they rode horses. And societies like the Byzantines, which were on the flank of the steppe, and then all the way on the other side you had China, below that you had Persia. These societies would all attempt to create mounted horses who used archery. And they did a good job, but they were never the equal of the nomads because those people were largely raised in the saddle. They compared them to centaurs. The Comanche is a great example. The most horse riding against the warriors in North America. The Comanches, I was watching, there's painting, George Kaplan, famous painter who painted the Comanches, illustrated the Mongols, the Indians, the Avars, and all these people did it too, where they would shoot from underneath the horse's neck, hiding behind the horse the whole way. You look at a picture of somebody doing that, and it's insane. This is what the Byzantines did, and the Chinese did. It was a different level of harnessing a human-animal relationship that gave them a military advantage that could not be copied. Right? It could be emulated. They were not as good. That's why they always hired these people. They hired mercenaries from these areas because they were incomparable. Right? It's the combination of people who were shooting bows and arrows from the time they were towers, were riding all the time. I mean, they were the hunters were going because they were never out. They ate, slept, everything in the saddle. That creates something that was difficult to copy. And it gave them a military advantage. I enjoyed reading actually about when that military advantage ended in the 17th and 18th century. When the Chinese on one flank and the Russians on the other are beginning to use firearms to break this military power of these various kinds. The Mongols were simply the most dominating and most successful of the confederacies, but if you break it down, they really formed the nucleus at the top of the pyramid of the apex of the food chain. And a lot of the people that were known as Mongols really were lots of other tribes, non-Mongols, that when the Mongols conquered you, after they killed a lot of you, they incorporated you into their confederacy. It often made you go crawl. Don't fight somebody who's going to make people go out and try to suck up all the animals before we go in and finish the job. So, to me, and I guess, okay, the Mongols would say difference. What made the Mongols different wasn't the weapon systems or fighting or warriors or war or anything. It was Genghis Khan. And if you go look at the English from outside the world's perspective, the injuries, nomadic confederacies from past history was always been the great leader in Russia that could join tribes. And you see the same thing in Native Americans including you had people like Eskimo, right? Or one called Tree. It was back in history, and these people were making history because they caused an enormous amount of trouble for their settlers. The Chinese, Byzantine, and Persian approaches to the steppe people were always the same. They would pick out tribes before money against fires, and they would use them against the other tribes. And generally, Byzantine, especially in Chinese diplomatic history, was all about keeping these tribes separated. Don't let them form confederations of large numbers of them, because then they're unstoppable. Attila was a perfect example. The Huns were another large confederacy, and they were devastated when they could unite. So the diplomatic policies don't like. That's what made the Mongols different. Genghis Khan united them, and then unlike most of the tribal confederacies, he was able to hold it together.
Opening his transition,
linger on the little thread they start pulling on this man, Genghis Khan.
which has been watching
What do you think makes a great leader? Maybe if you have other examples throughout history. And great, again, let's use that term loosely. Meaning, as per definition, great uniter, whether it's evil or good, doesn't matter. Is there somebody who stands out to you, Alexander the Great, talking about military or ideology? You know, some people bring up FDR or it could be the founding fathers of this country, or we can go to was he man of the century up there, Hitler,
which is usually done immediately legislation from
Stalin, and these people had really amassed the amount of power that probably has never been seen in the history of the world. Is there somebody who stands out to you by way of trying to define what makes a great uniter, a great leader, and one man?
Previous estimates, as recently as this weekend, were that the first vaccines would be under 50%.
Because let's take
So
Alexander
this
the Great.
groundbreaking announcement
Because Alexander fascinated the world of his time, fascinated ever since people have been fascinated.
It is a great day for science, it is a great day for humanity. You understand that the hopes of billions of people and millions and businesses and hundreds of governments that were fell on our shoulders. Now we can credibly tell them, I think we can see
These are people who inherited the greatest army of their day.
But that could come rather quickly. Wall Street now is noticing in response to Pfizer's news. The Dow is surging to record highs this morning. Right now, NBC's Mike Lemon NBC political reporter Monica Alba outside the White House and Dr. Peter Patel, who had helped policy for the Obama administration. So much news today, Mike, take it away. This was previously planned. They were not aware to our knowledge of this big Pfizer announcement, but it shows that this was the key focus of his campaign, and it's this top priority in his transition.
From other Greek leaders like the people leader.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, anybody who's been involved in a presidential transition in the midst of time, even under ideal circumstances, it's an incredibly difficult task. Biden himself was part of a very difficult transition 12 years ago as the vice president elect, of course, during the financial crisis. But now, the Biden team, knowing that the success and failure of their administration will largely be determined in the early stages by how they deal with the pandemic. And so the Biden team very clearly trying to start with that as their obvious focus, announcing this 12-member task force chaired by Vivek Murthy, the former Surgeon General, David Kessler of the FDA.
I'm not sure Alexander
Marcella Smith, some interesting names on this list as well, and Rick Wright, the ousted whistleblower from the HHS, who warned that the administration was not taking the pandemic seriously enough in the Trump administration. But it's also interesting in his statement last night, Biden did indicate that this morning he did indicate that his team was aware of this development, but he, in a real contrast to President Trump, was still very sober about what's ahead for the country. He said even with the hope that this potential vaccine represents, we're in for a very difficult winter. And he said there's still a number of steps that they have to take. So what we can expect to see from the president and from his team is outreach to the governors, to local officials over the coming years, trying to understand what they need in terms of resources to prepare them for the months ahead. He wants to be able to sign legislation on day one as part of a major COVID relief package. But of course, Andrew, the work goes well beyond that, and I spoke with transition officials who say as they look at filling 4,000 administration jobs, they already have a number of candidates identified beyond that number, and their priority as they begin to go into these agencies is going to be on filling those departments with a real stake in helping to deal with the pandemic, also getting the West Wing staff right. As it relates to cabinet agencies, though, we should look to the Obama model as indicative of how they'll proceed there. Less likely to see announcements in the near term, potentially as soon as December, though. We would start to see those other major posts fill in.
Because if you look at
it was really striking, Mike, and I talk to all of you about this. We just heard from the president-elect, because he said we're still facing a dark winter. And thanks for clarifying that you're aware of the Pfizer pending announcement, but not saying that the vaccine is the be-all and end-all, because it isn't for a lot of people who may not want to take it. It take a long time to distribute. And he is giving a realistic assessment of what lies ahead from all of the experts that we've been talking to for many months, including Dr. Patel. Saying that we still, as he's putting it,
general, regular anti-Semitism that was pretty common in Europe, and something that was a radical.
Contact tracing has to be done. We're seeing even today, we'll get to that in a minute, Monica, that they're not doing very much contact tracing despite their promises from the White House for super spreader issues coming. And that they're ramping up samples and ramp up production of PPE, and that still needs to be done with the hospital beds and the infection rates, which are off the charts. We're not talking about 10 million Americans who've crossed that terrible barrier. He says, I'm spurring no effort to turn this administration around, on some spending.
So I don't think
we've got to get kids back to school safely.
You will follow the science. You will listen to governors and mayors, which you've just pointed out, Mike. And you will show U.S. global leadership, and that goes to the executive orders that he says he will sign on day one, including rejoining the World Health Organization. And then he said, this election is over. It's time to put aside the partisanship. And this will continue. This comes as every single thing that us, we're lawsuits, we're challenges, not letting the transition start actually by stopping the head of the general services agency with the government from sending the letter that only comes when any president goes over 270, which Joe Biden clearly has. They sent a letter, this is a 1963 law, letting this incoming team have access to the federal agencies, how many jobs are to be filled, where's your data on this, where's your info, as well as the monies and $9 million for transition. We're hearing a lot about the virus because they're still fighting
There's examples, right? The blue dot,
Exactly, and
whatever
they're
it might be.
acting as if we're still in a pre-November 3rd or November 4th world, as if election day and the results definitively decided over the weekend, declaring Joe Biden the president-elect never existed. This is a president and a campaign that has doubled down in this defiance. They continue to operate in a world in which they believe they can stay on the legal course, keep in the fight. We just heard from the campaign manager, Bill Stepien, who held an all-staff call and meeting over at their Virginia headquarters just in the last hour or so, trying to tell staffers there, who I have to tell you I've been in touch with, have been quite deflated to try to keep morale alive. They believe there is still some possibility, some shred of possibility that in certain states where the margin is clear that Joe Biden is leading the president, that could shrink. Could there possibly be anything that will actually alter the outcome? I'm told that's not the case. That this is more of a populist messaging strategy and a political one to show that the president, as he is outgoing in 70 days, isn't going out without a fight. And that's why the campaign now is talking about potentially having some recount rallies that would probably feature more of the president's top surrogates, his sons, other family members, potentially, without him necessarily being there. Though they're leaving the door open to that possibility, because I'm told he also wants to thank his supporters in some way and return to the trail, so to speak, in that capacity at some point before January 20th, Andrew. But it also comes, as you mentioned, coronavirus, which continues to hang over the entirety of this White House, and we learn of more cases in the middle of yet another outbreak. Chief of Staff Mark Meadows testing positive over the weekend, and now we're learning that, of course, the Secretary for Department of Housing and Urban Development, Ben Carson, has also tested positive for COVID-19, in addition to 4 White House aides. It just really brings into stark relief those comments from the former Vice President today talking about the issue and importance of wearing a mask. That is not something we have heard from this administration. The President, of course, rarely if ever does. And Ben Carson was in that White House event after election night overnight, not wearing a mask. He's been at other events without as well.
Out of the realm of possibility that
and in fact, he's a pulmonologist and a surgeon for Dr. Khalida Patel. They claim that they do contact tracing. I really knew that people who were in the Rose Garden and who got COVID were not contact traced from the White House. They have a CDC person there, but I've heard that there is not only not contact tracing, but Mark Meadows reportedly stopped people from announcing his positive test on Wednesday, but did not hear about it until this weekend. So people who were with him at the Virginia headquarters on election night at that party, presumably not contacted if you really
does one be a hero in it? I mean, you often talk about that living through history is very different than looking at that history.
They have had to go on their own resources to seek out COVID testing. So the D.C. Department of Health has put out letters even prior to the election night, the Rose Garden event with Supreme Court Justice Amy Barrett is now kind of infamous for being a super spreader event. And we know that White House personnel, non-political even, White House personnel have had to, deal with the fact that they were not contacted, that they were in sufficient close contact because of the nature of their work. So, to your point, Andrew, around the country, only 1% to 2% of coronavirus cases are getting traced, and this is becoming an incredible problem as we now are seeing a surge in our country. We need to know how to keep people safe through tracing and testing, and I think the President-elect's task force will concentrate on those efforts.
Like, what would I do? What should one do?
And Joe Biden saying repeatedly wear a mask, wear a mask. This is not politics.
Let me ask you quickly about Pfizer, because we've heard big announcements before, but this one is now being hailed as terrific by people who are not involved in the company itself. Is that your take as well?
It is, Andrew. Let me just offer, we need to see the data, and what we've seen has really been through the company's press releases, but it didn't come from the company. An independent data safety and monitoring board kind of saw these analyses. Here's the good news. If it is 90% effective as they report, that is in line, Andrew, with what we see in the measles vaccine. This is incredibly promising. I saw the news, Andrew, and I was incredibly relieved. It means that we will have multiple opportunities to have a safe and effective vaccine, hopefully for all Americans, but likely not until mid or at the end of 2021 for all Americans, just given the complexity of supply chain and distribution.
Downfall. That doesn't sound patriotic. It wouldn't sound patriotic here in this country if you made some laws.
Politicization of this, that it's not safe, and we have to figure out that as soon as we have the data and the FDA approval as well.
So there is movement.
Dr. Patel, thank you as always.
The white rose.
It is an exciting moment in that
young people really and from various backgrounds.
Mike Remley, Monica Apple, Dr. Patel, thanks all. And joining me now, John Podesta, who served as co-chair of Barack Obama's presidential transition team in 2008. This was White House Chief of Staff to President Clinton.
Against the government.
Well, first,
and these young people
John
go out and
let me ask you about the transition.
And many of them got their heads cut off.
I think unprecedented refusal by the GSA administrator.
And they knew that was going to be
There are some reports that the confirmed that she was threatening firing if she went ahead.
And
In that case, she is obeying the guidance of this president,
and almost not even willingness, because they were so
sending the letter which would permit the transition to start.
Yeah, well, if that's true, then her course of conduct rules should be to sign the letter at the time. Because this is a ministerial act. And she has to ascertain the apparent successful candidate for the president and vice president of the United States. And as President Bush said yesterday, the outcome is clear. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been elected president
putting their lives on the
vice president of the United States. The Secret Service went so far as to enhance their protection as the duly elected leaders, next leaders of our country, and the GSA should stop, the GSA administration should stop fooling around, do her duty under the statutes, don't go down with the Trump ship,
standards and values.
Earlier reports
It's another thing to say,
he's not really even trying to contest this election. He's filing a bunch of frivolous lawsuits
and
as
not
part of
just
the public messaging
for my
strategy.
family.
And in doing so, he's endangering the health and well-being of the American people because he's delaying the proper
beyond what I think I would even be
integration of the new Biden healthcare and coronavirus task force with pre-existing agents.
Than you are yourself. So when I look at this, I look at that kind of thing and I just say, wow. And the funny thing is it's gone to most average Germans on the street in 1942 and said, what do you think of these people? They're going to think that these traitors who probably got what they deserve. So that's the idea of the power of the state
to prove that there was no fraud or nothing wrong with these
values and morality in a way that they
absolutely, and as it is, with respect to recounts, he's behind 50,000 votes in Pennsylvania. There's no recount that's ever changed that many votes in American history.
In my mind,
so, this is just, he's just delaying the inevitable. But as I said, in so doing, whether it's from the perspective of national security, the economic crisis, the healthcare crisis that we face, he is interfering with the orderly transition of power in the United States. I guess we should expect that, given the way he's managed the affairs in the White House over the last 4 years, but it's still wrong. And again, I think the administrator, if she takes her oath of office seriously, she will do the right thing, sign that letter, and begin that process of permitting that early integration, let the Biden transition team into the federal agencies, provide the financial,
My sense is
the
that
technical,
he could have been stopped in the battle
facilities,
of
resources
ideas.
that they're entitled to under the transition act.
People, millions of
And
people
again, that's
were
what
suffering
George W.
economically,
Bush did. We
were
couldn't have
suffering
had
because
more
of the betrayal of
help
World War I,
from the
because
outgoing
of the love of
administration that
country and
was
how they
provided
felt they were
by
being treated.
President Bush, his chief
And
of
their
staff, Jack
charismatic
Bolton.
leader
They,
that
from the
inspired
very
love
outset, said we're going to do
and
this the right
unity
way
that's not
because
destructive
we're
for
in
the
financial
nation.
crisis,
And
we're
that's where
into
the battle should
wars,
have been fought.
and they recognized
I
the
would
duty
suggest
that they had
we need
to
to
add
take into
value to it.
account the context
But,
of the
again, we can't
times
really
that
expect
led
that
to
from
Hitler's
President
rise
Trump.
to power
Hopefully,
and
we can expect
created
that
the
from his
conditions where his message resonated. That is
also
not a
point out
message that resonates at all times, right?
The federal nature of some of these lawsuits, in particular in Philadelphia, they said
the rise
on
of
Saturday, Jim Giuliani and
aftermath
the others in that group,
inflation,
Monday as well.
depression,
We'll be holding this conference at the Four Seasons in Philadelphia. So
dissatisfaction with the
logically, when the president
Republicans
tweeted, oh, it's going to be at the Four Seasons in Philadelphia, which is right down in Center City. Obviously, the big road got changed. But it turned out to be the Four Seasons landscaping company up in Holmesburg, which is another part of Philadelphia, not downtown.
He used that as a phrase
on his
which
front lawn
resonated
next
with
to
the population. This was a population that
the
was
shop
bitter.
selling
And even if they
sex
weren't in
shop
the times were so terrible,
activities.
and the
So if
options
this is what the Queen's
for operating within the
they had to
system
take.
in a
And we're going to
non-radical
so
way
this is how the
seemed
Philadelphia
totally
Opera
discredited.
What began 5 years ago with the made-for-TV announcement of Donald Trump's presidential ambitions, and the escalator was Woodson and Hammond high-rise, ended Saturday with his 18-lawyer shouting conspiracy theories and viral lawsuits in a northeast Philadelphia parking lot near a sex shop and a crack in its way. Another one today that one of his alleged witnesses of fraud is someone who was running for office for Cleveland, New Jersey, and was convicted of
the restoration of German authority, or you could go with the communists. The entire thing was something like and in this realm, Hitler was able to
and anger need to be overcome by the officials who have served alongside him. I know it's very hard to push back,
if you don't need
this is
German
a
greatness
moment
restored,
where
it
people
doesn't
have
resonate. Right?
do what is right, what is honorable, what they took an oath to do, which is to uphold the statutes and the Constitution of the United States. And, I think back in 2000, when there was a real
whether greatness
where
can be restored
Florida was separated by 537
ideas
votes.
that are not so
I never
from our
put any
perspective
pressure
today,
on the administrator of GSA. We authorized at the president's direction to give
so remember that when Germany and Hitler was
Bush full access to intelligence briefings in advance of the Supreme Court decision. Once the Supreme Court made its decision, Vice President Moore graciously accepted those results, and of course, every time Bush transition had access to the resources that I've been describing. That was the ambitious now, and I think that we need to think about how they're going to go down in history if they, decide that they're going to follow the president's lead, kind of set themselves on fire
and all these things are taking hold. And even if there were Germans who felt that,
We were talking
certainly were.
the perspective on the last transition as well as the year 2000 is invaluable.
What I always say when people talk about humanity
President Trump falsely claims he left on Friday the election. In the prominent Republican is very into Russia's rules. Plus, for the political country, we look at the importance of concession speeches. Not softly, but John McCain's wildly praised address and Hillary over the town. But first, when Biden's moved into the White House in January, they won't blow up. There have been their two German shepherds. Biden's got a chance back in 2008, and adopted major in 2019, making him become the first ever shelter rescue home to 1,600 Pennsylvania.
Realized, said, setting up the next war, they understood that they can only do certain things to collect the human populations for a certain period of time before it is natural to manage insurance. And there are obviously German posters, obviously propaganda.
breaking all the chains of their enemies. And I mean, Germany away, right? That was the great slogan. So I think
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-985-9143. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-985-9143. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-985-9143. That's 800-985-9143.
much discussed way that
When you take a statin
has
drug
nothing
with
to do with
cholesterol, it can also decrease your
when he
CoQ10 levels.
remilitarized Iran, everyone talks about like a couple of French divisions and they simply go and contested it. And this was something Hitler was extremely, might have been the most nervous time in his entire career because he was afraid that they would have responded with force and he was in no position to do anything about it if they did. So this is where you get the people who say, and Churchill's one of these people too, where they talk about that he should have been stopped militarily right at the very beginning of the force. I don't think.
It's 0% APR financing for 63 months on select new 2020 models now for November 30th.
There was an impact on the public that maybe could have done things that were beyond my understanding of specific German history to talk about it. But I do think that had the French responded militarily at the initial years into the area, that he would have been thwarted, and I think he himself believed, remembering that this would affect his downfall. So the potential, see, what I don't like about this is that it almost legitimizes military intervention at a very early stage that worse things are happening. But it might be a pretty clear-cut case, but it shows me perhaps there was a lot of sympathy on the part of the Allies.
More access with online
Probably had Germany back and traditional German land. They were trying, for one way, to almost like the love and sense of justice on the Allies' part may have actually stayed their hand in a way that would have prevented such much worse things later. But if the times were such that the message of a Hitler president simply we should not have removed the context of the time. And that means one or two things.
Why would your kids need a green light debit card? Well, they're going to need money sometimes. With green light, you can spend that money instantly.
I don't know
Manage what they can spend and get worse when they use their card.
Would be worse than what
Imagine the peace of mind that would bring you. Green light.
And that Hitler's always everyone's favorite example. The difference between the great man
But the Senate getting back to work this afternoon, the question is, why hasn't the German leader Mitch McConnell congratulated President-elect Joe Biden on his victory? As Trump allies Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz have been challenged the outcome of the election. And with the press center and
what does that mean?
presidential nominee Jake County,
It's still
Republicans to speak out
else
with the rhetoric coming from the president.
Yeah, it's mathematically speaking,
I think one has to be careful in the choice of words. I think when you say that the
probability
election
of
was
charismatic
correct
leaders
or
emerge.
stolen or rigged,
I'm so torn on
that's
that.
unfortunately rhetoric that gets picked up by authoritarians around the world. I think it also discourages confidence in our democratic process here at home.
Germany in that time period.
Germany now, when you see these cars coming down, hey,
And there are other periods in Germany.
Republican Congressman David Jolly, just
arose in 1930. He doesn't get any.
why is
Because
the
Germany's institution
not to
of
speak
power
out,
is not to simply
congratulating the president-elect? Is
It's the fact that
Georgia and focusing on those two
that
seats?
prevented a united front.
Andrew, I think you nailed it there. I mean, Thomas' first word here is going to join in the divide his Republican conference, especially now with this runoff coming, these two runoffs coming in Georgia in early January. I think we should look at essentially everything he does and says over the next 2 months of how best can he protect his majority by winning those two seats. And so I think you're seeing here, starting with this very anodyne tweet a few days ago saying, we're going to count all the votes and that's how the democratic process works, and saying effectively nothing else since about the election. McConnell knows he can't throw President Trump under the bus without hurting the chances of those two Republicans running for the election in Georgia. And likewise, he can't come out and trash the Democratic process like some other Republican senators have done, because he needs Republican voters to believe that their votes will count when and if they come out and cast them in Georgia.
I mean, I don't know, we're just talking about where did he pick up this hatred
McConnell says and does between now and January.
There's stories in Indiana and so on.
Well, thanks so much for picking us up. Turning now to David Jolly.
The idea of anti-Semitism really
dismissing the elections out.
as opposed to actually believing
If
it.
Republicans don't challenge and change the U.S. election system, there'll never be another Republican president elected again. President Trump should not concede. It's the Wild West when it comes to mail-in ballots.
An integral part of
He's a lawyer,
the
he's a job lawyer,
ideology
he knows better than this.
fascism.
So, David, what is Lindsey Graham?
An integral part of fascism.
He does know whether this is a matter of law, but also as a matter of politics. Lindsey Graham knows that the Republicans have lost the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections, and he knows, at least the former Lindsey Graham knew, that the way to address Republican losses was through the autopsy, to realize that perhaps mainstream Republicanism is becoming out of touch with how the nation and demographics are changing. Andrew, I think you'll see the gospel of one side, Lindsey Graham, Cruz, and others navigate this moment to figure out what's in it for them within Trumpism. But for others, most Republicans on the hill are happy to get rid of Donald Trump. They don't say that publicly, but they want this guy out of town. Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, everything we've done in the last 30 years haven't been out of loyalty to the man Donald Trump. It's been out of saving their own political careers. And they just presume Donald Trump gone. And for Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy, it elevates their leadership within the party. But most politicians on Capitol Hill today, particularly in the Republican Party, are like 10 fish that navigate around the most powerful fish in leadership. That has been Donald Trump. It is no longer. Republicans are beginning to gravitate to where they see the center of power within the party, as Trump really sees it.
Well, listen, that whole point.
Yes, but the whole aside from the fact that it's obviously
Russia
and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris told us about this growing conflict between progressive Democrats and the House.
It's standard
Ocasio-Cortez saying that there are different provisions within the party that need to be addressed. But here's the member, like Alabama Spending, just be elected with Felix Humphreys in Virginia, saying terms like socialism and defund police are completely Democrats.
And as an outsider, people that we can enjoy the whole idea of the blood and
not only did we not lose it, but we lost our seats that we shouldn't have lost, in my opinion. There were some 70 million Americans who didn't think that our democratic policies would impact them, that our democratic policies would be good for them. And in fact, in some cases, might have made them wary of what our policies are because of slogans that don't actually spell out what they're for.
As increased technological and intellectual capacity, they say, right? It's something that actually we can say. It's a tragic flaw in the Hitlerian world. But it was so, and I don't know what you had mentioned earlier, maybe it's not integral to his character, maybe it's sweeper seats in Georgia, Joe Biden is probably going to walk 5 million and please, not at the beginning, this guy
I don't actually think that this is such a
and he's surrounded
right now, but, you know, Democrat, Democrat. And I actually think it
really sort of loosely
to talk about, you know, some of these slogans that the Congresswoman was just referring to. Number one, Joe Biden, the head of the ticket, was very clear about his opinion that international Jew was some of that energy around this, like these police, why Joe Biden won all these places like Philadelphia,
it's a nutty conspiracy
that the government having a big party, that you have a lot of different
right? They were leading figures in culture and philosophy, all those kinds of things, and that they could be overtaken with this wildly, wickedly weird conspiracy theory, and that it actually determined Hitler was taking vast amounts of German resources and using it to wipe out this race when he needed all kinds of other things to fight a war of annihilation. So that is the weirdest
the assistant leader, his opinion. But I'll just say, I just think this is a time for Democrats to cast I think this was a big win last week for Democrats, and I think actually the focus should be on how this body is going to govern and how Democrats are going to carry the mandate that they got from the historic wins that they had last week, which are comparable to Reagan and other big wins. How Democrats are going to transition that into governing in January.
Tragedy 1,000 years from now will be seen as something.
Well, that's true. It's fascinating to think. As you talked about.
Thanks to Garrett as well. And next, we're back at the big board. You haven't seen him attacking lately, so Steve Bernanke is back with
this is a discussion I have with my dad as a physicist.
I think he's gotten some sleep. I hope so. We're watching Andrew with reports only on MSNBC.
Evil inherently contains with it that kind of
T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why
my dad's discussions, he's a physicist and engineer. His belief is that at this time in our history, the reason why nuclear terrorists involved in nuclear weapons somewhere in the world is that the kind of people that would be terrorists are simply not confident enough at their job of being destructive. So like there's a kind of plotting. The more evil you are, the less able you are. And by evil I mean purely just, you said, if we were to consider the hatred of the Jewish people as evil, because it's sort of detached from reality. It's like just this pure hatred of something that's grounded on things, conspiracy theories. If that's evil, then the more you sell yourself, the more you give into these conspiracy theories, the less capable you are at actually engineering, which is very difficult, engineering nuclear weapons. So that's the hopeful message that the destructive people in this world are, by their worldview, incompetent in creating ultimate destruction.
When my vehicle broke down, car show made sure everything was safe.
Why haven't we destroyed ourselves? Why haven't the terrorists? Well, it's been many decades. Why haven't we destroyed ourselves to this point?
Many decades. That's like saying in the life of a 150-year-old person, we've been doing well for years. The problem with all these Bertrand Russell, the philosopher who said that, he said it's unreasonable to expect a man to walk on a tightrope for 50 years. I mean, the problem is that this is a long game. And let's remember that up until relatively recently, 30 years ago, the nuclear weapons in the world were really tight. That was one of the real dangers in the fall of the Soviet Union. Remember the worry that all of a sudden you would have bankrupt former Soviet republics selling nuclear weapons to terrorists. I would suggest that here's the problem.
Commercial killers most makes and models will use no long-term contracts.
To say Osama bin Laden is easy for me to say, but one man's terrorism is freedom fighter.
Now it's the time to make the smart choice and protect yourself from sky-high auto repair bills. Call now for a free and instant protection plan quote. It's only a matter of time until repairs are needed. And once your car breaks down, it's too late. 800-514-7556.
That's still
800-514-7556.
I'm still stunned by that. And yet, the idea, here's the thing, I hesitate to talk about this because I don't think you're getting clear.
To move by more than 4 million votes nationwide. So how do you do it? Just bringing in MSNBC political correspondent Steve Bernanke back at the big board. He's been living just about literally for the last week. Joe Biden
Well, Andrea, at this moment, it's possible, of course, Joe Biden is still going to build on the electoral market he has right now. But at this moment, it's the 3 states we've been talking about for 4 years. It's Wisconsin, it's Michigan, it's Pennsylvania. It's 3 states that Donald Trump won by less than a point in 2016. 3 states that hadn't gone for the Republicans since the 1980s before Trump. And 3 states that Joe Biden freed. It's interesting to look
inside these states because they kind of, there's a range here of what happened within them. In Michigan, of these three states, Biden got the biggest victory, biggest being a relative term here, but he's up by nearly 3 points statewide in Michigan, about 150,000 votes. This was the most solid win he gets of these three states. The story for Biden, why he won Michigan, why he did better than this time around. There's a couple parts to it, but one place to start is right here. Big, suburban, Oakland County, just outside Detroit. You see a double-digit 14-point victory here for Joe Biden. He wins the county, Oakland County, by 110,000 votes to now compared to 40 years ago. It was but it was a single-digit march. You see, only 8 votes, Biden gets 14, and then there's a difference too, just Clinton won his county by about 50,000 votes in 2016. 4 years later, Joe Biden more than doubles that. He squeezed a lot more votes out of a densely populated suburban county, out of a population center, out of a vote-rich area. That's a big part of what he did in Michigan. He did that in Oakland County, next door in Macomb County, which is a little bit more blue-collar. Trump carried it, but Trump didn't carry it like he did in 2016. Here's another one in Michigan. Take a look at Kent County. Joe Biden, just the second Democrat in half a century to carry Kent County. This is where Grand Rapids is. That's the most solid win he got there. I just say that Wisconsin is interesting because it's 30,000 vote Joe Biden win statewide. I just want to show you this. Here's Wisconsin, like the red green map for 2020. This is the Biden win. Check out the red green county map for Wisconsin 4 years ago. That was exactly the same. Look at this. Two small counties that changed by basically a point or two each, but otherwise the map basically remained the same. The big difference here, these red counties right outside Milwaukee, the wild counties, they'll call them, traditionally Republican suburban counties, Trump still won them, but he didn't win them by as much as he did in 2016. So it was a 23,000 vote Trump victory in Wisconsin in 2016, turns around, and it's a Biden victory of 20,000. Incredibly narrow margins between Trump and
very hopeful I can, but I tend to be a little cynical about this.
And it's going to be a weekend, but it would.
But that goes to the definition of evil, I think, because
there's a change in
I'm not
Wisconsin.
so sure the history has a lot of evil people.
Are we going to hear from Arizona anytime soon?
I do believe they mostly, like, in order to be good at doing what maybe
getting updates from Arizona. Let's take a look here where things stand right now. So again,
around
the
which
Biden lead
truly
went down to
believes that you look in the mirror
16,985. One number to keep an eye on here is the difference between the two candidates. Trump continues to be on pace to cut into that Biden lead, but not really on pace to overtake it. If Trump could get that within 0.1%, that is the recount sugar right there. But we've watched these late votes coming in the last 2 or 3 days. Trump's been making up ground. He's not been making up ground at the pace he needs to overtake Biden in this initial count. And then you mentioned Georgia as well. We can just show you where things stand right there. Again, about a 10,000 vote difference right now. So the recount range in Georgia, this one's well within. So I wouldn't look for a win to be called in Georgia anytime soon. But for Biden, that's a pretty good pad, 10,000 plus votes to be taking into it.
It's just been a few years since we found this for us. And one of the challenges of our modern time, we're so often pandemic kind of revealed how soft we've gotten in terms of our deep dependence on the system. So somebody mentioned to me, what happens if power goes out one day, happens if power goes out for a month. For example, the person that mentioned this was a Berkeley faculty that I was talking with. He's in astronomy, he's observing solar flares, and it's very possible that a solar flare, they happen all the time.
It's only for women of color, for South Asian women,
to knock out the
for Native American women, Black women, all along in the White House.
So just as a thought experiment, what happens if power goes out for a week in this country, or maybe that's an act of nature. Maybe just the act of nature will reveal like a little the fragility of it all, and then the evil can emerge. The kind of thing that might happen when power goes out is especially during a divisive time.
To all of those disputes we got over
At baseline level, that would mean that the entire supply chain begins to break down, and then you have desperation, and desperation open.
Well, for people who are critics of President Trump and who are celebrating President Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, this is in some ways feeling like a poetic justice for them. The president started his political career questioning the birthplace of the first black president, and now he's projected to leave the White House with an African-American woman coming in as Vice President. Of course, she is South Asian and an immigrant. The thing to note here is that she paid tribute also to civil rights icon John Lewis, saying at one point that democracy is an act that everyone has to do their part. She also said African-American women and women of color are often overlooked, and that will not be anymore. They should see with conviction. This was also a moment where we saw President-elect Biden say, black people, you had my back, I'm going to have yours. And he talks about that today in his remarks, saying that he wants to make people who were hit hardest by the virus, African Americans, Latinos, Native Americans in this country, a priority in making sure that they get the vaccine when it's developed. So you have an administration now that reflects the backbone of the Democratic Party, that being African American women, but you also have an administration that is pledging to do specific policy things to help the lives of African Americans and people of color.
So go look at the 62
Susan Bay's the USA Today cover shows a picture of Senator Harris and the photos of all previous vice presidents, all white men.
To me, I consider that you were talking about a hopeful moment. That's one of the rare times in our history where I think the odds were overwhelming that they would be role.
But I do think that Kamala Harris is likely to have some particular stature as vice president because she does represent a figure of such
He was almost worshipped, and I was never that guy. But I will say
minorities, and because she's also an important tie for Joe Biden to more liberal
probably made decisions
in the Democratic Party. That could be very important to look at in the Biden presidency.
Thought he should be taking the road that would have
and to a younger generation as well.
And to push back against that is, when you look at it now, I mean, again, you were a betting person, you
the
would bet.
transition to women like Kamala Harris as vice president.
So when we talk about how the world will end, the fact that one person actually had that in their hands meant that somebody collected
Haitian American and has talked to a lot of Haitians in this country. They felt so deeply offended by the way that the president spoke about Haiti. Of course, the first black nation to wrestle its people away from slavery and become free in 1804. It is such a pride for so many African Americans and so many Haitian Americans. The president put down the country. He separated immigrant families. He talked about Senator Harris calling her at one point a monster. This feels as though it's a country finally maybe is listening to immigrants, listening to people that have the background that Senator Harris has, of course, with her Jamaican father and her Indian mother, and saying, we see you, you deserve to be in power, we want you to lead this country. So there are a lot of people who are really excited about this, and there are a lot of Haitians who I think are really feeling like they're wounds, the things that they had to suffer through this country, all of the stereotypes that the president laid out at one point, saying falsely that Haitians had AIDS, painful things he said, but that might be now, we might now be turning a chapter on that, and finally getting back to a place where people respect Haitians, respect the history.
85% or something around the world. You can't say we're going to stop doing damage to the world here in the United States. If China doesn't, right? So people have to get on board that train. It's hard to be pessimistic over those kinds of shifts unless it's right, Krypton's about to explode. We have to, and so I think if you're talking about a gambling man's view of this,
we used to have gun problems.
That's got to be the odds on paper.
Healthy guns
It requires such a unanimity. And the systems may be argued. Right? The fact that we need major governmental bodies that discredited now on board, and we would have to subvert the national interests of nation states. I mean, the amount of things that have to go right in a short period of time. We have 6 years to figure this out, right? So to me, that looked like the most likely, just because the things we would have to do to avoid it seem the most unlikely. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. I believe, call me naive, just like you said with the individual, I believe that charismatic leaders, individual leaders, like the single
get them all on the same.
Did you know you may not be eligible for additional Medicare approved benefits because
It doesn't really matter.
free
It's a
eyeglasses,
ripple
free home
effect. So it
prescription
starts with
delivery,
one
and
leader,
free rights to
their
medical appointments?
charisma inspires other leaders. Like, so it's like one antiquated steps up, and then the rest of the ants start behaving, and then there's like little other spikes of leaders that emerge, and then that's what
If you're
collaboration
not
works.
100%
And believe
sure
that
about
like
your Medicare benefits,
heat up the
it's time to
system,
call the Medicare helpline.
shit
The
starts
call
getting
is free.
really
You could be eligible for a
chaotic,
Medicare
then
Advantage plan with
later,
no copays, no
whatever this
deductibles,
collective
and no
intelligence
monthly
developed,
premiums. That's no
later
as
will
in zero.
like
Is it true that they don't automatically get the new additional benefits?
The Jews are the people who did all this, right? You know what I'm saying is that the idea that they would come up, you have a charismatic
That's
leader
right.
and he's going to
Call now to instantly find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits.
wrong
We don't make these automatic.
I guess what I'm saying
So
is,
call and see if you're eligible.
but a lot of
The
things
call
have
is
to go
free,
the right
and
way.
there's no
But
obligation
my
to enroll.
intuition about
Just
the
call the
evolutionary
toll-free
process that
number
led
on
to
your
the
screen
creation of
now to see
humans,
if you
intelligence
qualify.
and consciousness
Our
on Earth
friends are all saying that right now
results
is the
in
best time to call
the
during
power
Medicare.
of, like, if you think of it, just
But
the love in the
so
system
many
versus the
people
hate in
over
the system.
65
That
trying to
the
call
love
for
is
the deadline.
greater. The human,
The Medicare helpline is open during the
human
annual
kindness
enrollment period to help
potential in the
everyone on
system is
Medicare
greater
make sure
than
you're getting the benefits you deserve.
hatred
Just call
potential. So the leader that is in the time
now
that's needed,
to find out if you're
the
eligible
leader
for a
that
Medicare Advantage plan
inspires
that
love
includes
and
additional
kindness
benefits.
will-
There is no
is
obligation to
more
enroll.
likely to
The call
emerge.
and
You
Medicare
have more
benefits
power.
review
So
are
you have
absolutely
the
free.
Hitlers of the
Call
world that
800-355-9911.
they're actually in the grand
That's
scheme of history are not
800-355-9911.
that impactful. So it's weird to say, not that many people died in World War II. If you look at the full range of human history, it's up to 100 million, or whatever that is. With natural pandemics too, you can have those kind of numbers, but still the percentage, percentages maybe 3-5% of the human population on Earth, maybe some of those focused in the region. So it's not destructive to the entirety of human civilization. So I believe that the charismatic leaders, when time is needed, that do good for the world in the broader sense of good, are more likely to emerge than the ones that say kill all the Jews. It's
possible though.
Traditionally, when a presidential candidate loses,
but I mean,
President calls and congratulates their
it's
opponent,
betting money
and then
here
makes a
in this
concession
21st
speech
century.
in order to unite the
I
country.
think maybe
So far, President Trump
you
has told
divided this into
2008, after losing a tough campaign to Barack Obama, Senator John McCain gave one of the most gracious speeches in history.
something that might be more in
trying
the
to share
center
words
of
and bring
that
the country
linear
together behind the
balancing act. Self-interest,
Whatever
which
our
may or
differences,
may not
we are fellow Americans.
the good version of it we
Please
call
believe me
enlightened
when I say
self-interest, right?
no
Bad
association
version of it
has
we call
ever meant more
selfishness.
to me
But
than that.
self-interest to me
Tonight, more
seems
than
like
any night,
something more likely to
I hold in my
impact
heart
the
nothing but
outcome
love
than
for this
either love
country
on one side
and
or
for all
evil.
its citizens.
Simply a
Whether they
question of
supported
what's good
me
for me,
or
or
Senator
what's good for
Obama,
the country,
whether
or
they
what's good
supported
for my
me or
point of
Senator
view,
Obama,
or what's good for
I
my
wish
business.
Godspeed to
I
the
mean,
man
you tell
who was
me,
my former opponent.
and maybe
my
I'm
president.
a coal, or maybe I own a coal mine.
And
You're saying
Wilson,
we have to
President,
stop
joining now is
using
Mark
coal
Sullivan,
because it's hurting
the
the
man who
world.
wrote that speech,
I have a
former
hard
senior
time
advisor to the McCain campaign and so much
disentangling
more.
that
His new book
greater
is The
good
Luckiest
question
Man, Life
from
with
my
John McCain.
right now good eating my
And you
family.
indeed spent your
Right?
life with John
So I
McCain.
think,
The speech you wrote
I think
from
maybe it's going
it's
to be
going
a much
viral
more
now.
banal
Write a
thing
concession
than good and
speeches
evil.
matter.
Much
And
more a question
what
of
is
we're not all going
President
to
Trump
decide
losing
at the same
by
time
not making
that the
gracious
interests that we have are aligned.
Well, interestingly, I think President McCain's nature aligned with not just rapidly as he could, and he wanted the country to move on, especially his supporters to move on. But just should he have known for a couple of weeks, even lose. He was also aware that when there were some town hall meetings and rallies where some of his supporters questioned Senator Obama's citizenship, that there were unfounded allegations about the legitimacy of the Obama candidacy, and he wanted to make sure he discouraged them from continuing. So He wanted to be gracious.
more likely to
He thought he'd be remembered for his speech.
and people like him
Influencing
are
history
not
was the biggest ambition John McCain ever had.
That's not
He thought he would be remembered. He was conscious of how he would be remembered by history.
maybe it's an
So I think
intuition
Trump
that
is using
kindness
all of that to be remembered so much better for his exit than he was for his tenure as president, by being as ungracious and as ferocious as he is. No one in that White House believes that President Trump will return for another 4 years. Nobody can do anything about the fact that on January 20th, Joe Biden will be the 46th president of the United States. Donald Trump can't prevent that. Donald Trump Jr. can't prevent that. Rudy Giuliani can't prevent that. Lindsey Graham can't prevent that. It's a fact. Now, if he were really putting America first, he want to do something that at least quiet some of the resentments and not pour gasoline on the outcome of this election.
If Krypton's about to explode,
Especially in the middle of the pandemic, which is now
themselves to great and give power to the people who need
so
it,
many
to make
deaths,
the sacrifices.
tragedies as
But that's
well.
what makes, I
And
think,
we need to move on. We need to get that
climate
transition
change
going, especially right
screwing
now.
up your environment
What advice to
Brexit,
someone
particularly in
thinking
cities,
on letting that speech through? You put it in together?
fight and flight
Yeah.
mechanisms,
Yeah.
the natural ability we have to deal with
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
right on top of us. And it
There was
requires an amount
there was a
of
backstory
foresight that while some people
that Sarah
would be
Palin
finding
wanted
that,
to speak
most
as well,
people
which was
are
not
doing
traditional.
and understand
And I guess
these
knowing
great
that her tone might not be
today's
adherent to the
threats
script,
rather than next
but
generation,
she's already
whatever it might be. So I mean,
Yeah, I think when Matt Scully wrote her speech, he's a beautiful speechwriter. He would have been nothing but gracious. So John just didn't want to prolong the experience. He just felt he would go out, concede the election as graciously as he could, encourage everyone around behind our new president. And we'd all know why he wanted to move on. And as soon as he gave that speech, he dismissed, he said, he told the Secret Service detail, I appreciate it right home. You can go home to your families. Our association is over. And he wants the country to move on. That was always the way he approached even successes. He didn't want to remain sort of captive to it. And he wanted to move on to the next thing. And he thought that was important for the country. I don't think it was necessary concern she would give an ungracious speech that way.
I think we're both, maybe I'm over the top.
He told me that's what he wanted to say. He wanted to recognize the special significance, historical significance of Senator Obama's election. That was important to him. As I said, he thought he would be remembered for the speech, and he wanted to do everything as well as he could. He was superstitious, so he generally didn't like us writing speeches on election night before we knew the outcome. But we had talked about it at length, and he didn't leave to prepare a little early than usual. I kind of held off and waited until we got the second wave of exits, and knew where it was going.
Okay.
And we should also
so let me,
point out that
if I was
President
to look at the
W.
guy
Bush has, unlike
from a
Mitch McConnell
perspective
and
of human
others in the
history,
Senate, has congratulated
it feels like
and
he will be a little
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Just think about like what will we remember from our time?
Any Republican office holder or former office holder or Republicans in national stature
Hitler's
who doesn't do that is not a statesman.
Who's going to be? It's hard
Is not putting the country first. They're putting their own aspirations first, maybe, but they're not putting the country first. This is a very divided country, a very polarized country. It's a great disservice to the country to pour gasoline on these problems, which is what is happening right now. Trying to convince people to believe that this is somehow legitimate.
Sort of leave.
Look, you know,
The president has just tweeted the departure of another defense secretary. Mark Esper is out. Esper had written a letter of resignation and was in fact trying to work behind the scenes to get some of those
Weird to ask you
Confederate
this. I
bases
don't know what your
remade.
opinions are, but
And so
do you think humans
the
will
director
be
of
able to plan their
NCTC, of the Counterterrorism Center, will be the next acting Secretary
I
of
think Elon
Defense,
will be successful in
Mr.
this dream.
Trina.
And
So
he
that's just been
doesn't
announced.
shy away from saying
Frank
this,
Salter,
right?
this is
He
what we're
really wants
expecting
to
in
colonize
this next period.
Mars first,
Another departure and how many
other
defense secretaries since he had
earthly
it. I guess
planets
this is his
and other solar systems.
I know we're not going to vote, so he worked on Joe, I worked on the Hill, he's a good guy, and I'm sure he was trying to do his
And this
best.
actually, again, dovetails into what we were talking about. I actually, first of all, I toured space, and it is it's hard to get your mind around.
I've had contact with him also in the secretary there and before, and he's trying to do
it's
something
incredible that
constructive
we're
on
watching
the
individual
annual
companies and
basis,
stuff do
which
through the
of course
faster
the president
yeah,
did not
well,
want. So this was signified
pushing
after
on
that
right
Lafayette's
faster than
June
the government's
1st.
at the
But
time.
this was not going to go well
It
because
really is. I mean, there's a lot of people,
both
right? I think
regretted their actions
who
that day.
think Elon is overrated and you have no right when you go see it, you have no
Mark,
That's actually not what I'm most impressed with.
any other thoughts about what we're going to see in this transition? Because there's an effect to try to force
And the reason
the
why
firing
is because in my mind, we just talked about what I think
Fauci. He can't be fired directly, and that comes from Francis
And I
Collins,
talked
and
about
over
our
overheads.
inability maybe all at the same time to be willing to sacrifice our
There's
self-interest
also talk
in order
about
for the
declassifying
goal.
our intelligence, which would
And I don't
really upset some professionals in intelligence agencies.
In my mind,
I think that we'll be running on shadowing just as every week of this administration. We can't take environmental function or I'm sure President Biden or case where we will be appointed should he be removed from his office somehow. I don't think that's going to happen. We just got to
help us transition away from one of the main causes.
Cross our fingers and hope for the best for the next 2 months. You'd like to think that a guy would maybe in the White House would want to do something to be remembered a little bit more favorably than he would be, but probably not this guy.
And you would have thought it would have taken decades for some of this stuff.
As well,
So
this
what
thing
if
is yet to
today was just one
congratulate
major
Joe Biden,
we didn't
he's
have
tweeting and pleased to announce Christopher Seymour, the highly respected director of the National
and if
Counterterrorism
you had
Center,
said to me, Dan,
will be acting Secretary of Defense
transition
effective
from
immediately.
that were 10 years ago, which is something people aren't going to do
This would be a great
efficient,
tax
this, that nobody wants
job
people.
Mark Esper
Well,
has
what
been
if you created the
created.
vehicle
We'd like to thank him for his service. That's the way we say goodbye to your Secretary of Defense. Truly.
That's the best way to get around
It's a class act.
without wanting to. I think he's identified, as he's told me before. You know where the last time a car company was created and actually, blah, blah, blah. He's right. And so I happen to feel that even though he's pushing the envelope on the space thing, I think somebody else has done that someday. I'm not sure because of the various things he's mentioned, how difficult it is to start there. I'm not sure that the industries that created these things for us would have gone where he's going to lead them if he didn't force them there through consumer demand by making a better car that people wanted anyway. They'll follow, they'll copy, they'll do all those things, and yet who is going to do that? So I hope he doesn't hate me for saying this, but I happen to think that Tesla idea
It's the Press Daily. I am Casey Hunt.
may alleviate some of the need to get off this planet because the planet's being destroyed, right? And we're going to colonize Mars, probably anyway, we live around the Earth. And I think the Tesla idea, not just Elon's
Defense Secretary Mark Esper
is the best chance at making sure we're around long
what we anticipate could be many shakeups around the
Other thing
president
from my
in the
perspective,
wake of
I'm
his
now
loss.
starting
Let's
a
go straight
company.
to NBC's
I think
Monica
the
Alvarez. She
interesting
is
thing
outside the White House. Monica, good afternoon to you. We just learned about this a couple of minutes ago.
For people that sort of to push back on our Doom conversation from earlier, that a single individual
Esper had, in fact,
could
before
build
the election or around the time of election night, had drafted a
allows us
resolution
as self-interested
in anticipation of
individuals
this.
to gather together in a collective way
by my
to
colleagues
actually
Charlie and
alleviate some of the
who've been
dangers that
documenting the president's displeasure with Secretary Esper for months. We've seen it aired publicly and also privately, according to their reporting. And 3 defense officials had told them that indeed Secretary Esper had drafted this letter before last week, before the election, knowing this could be the potential outcome, and that the president, as one of his first acts, if he had lost, or even if he potentially won re-election, would have moved to get rid of some cabinet officials who he had clashed with. At the top of that list, according to this tweet that we're now just seeing, it appears to be Secretary of Defense Mark Esper. And now we also understand something that may have contributed to this is the fact that Secretary Esper would have maybe renamed or made it easier to rename some of the military bases, something that the president was very much against and had made that very well known. And because of that, he knew he was maybe going to be a target. But really, Casey, it shows you that this is the president's sort of first act in a post-Joe Biden as the president-elect world, right? This is the first official business that we see him doing, and something really that reminds people that he's still the current occupant of
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue behind me and can do all of these things, especially as a lame duck president over the next 70 days or so. And we can expect, we're told by White House officials, there will likely be more of this action to come in the coming weeks. But what stands out here is that we haven't seen the president in any public events over the last 4 days, apart from golfing at his golf course in Virginia over the weekend. So this is the White House signaling to us that the president is now back in the Oval Office, having these meetings, doing things that are a little bit more normal as opposed to the last few days. All we heard from was all of these baseless claims that he made on Twitter. Today, now firing his defense secretary and replacing him with someone else. Again, probably a preview of what we're likely to see in the coming days, Casey.
You're not. You can take somebody who doesn't even believe in the environment. It's a problem. So they're inadvertently having anything. That's the genius.
Why is the country better off?
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's one way to make love a much more efficient mechanism of change.
Making it in your self-interest.
And make this creating a product that at least more love than hate.
You're going to want to love your neighbor. You're going to make more changes. There you go.
That's why
I'm on board.
This out a lot
That's
more,
why
but it
Elon
strikes
said,
me as this is an executive who wants to remind the American public that for at least the next few months or so, he is still the commander-in-chief and can make these decisions when really for the last few days, he's been mostly sitting by the sidelines, complaining, airing his grievances, believing that this election was somehow stolen from him, making claims of voter fraud that, of course, are completely not backed by any evidence. There has been no widespread voter fraud. We can't say that enough. And he is a president who's on his heels and who, in the next few months, as he is going to be leaving the White House, I think many around him would say he may be the outgoing president, but he doesn't want to go out without a fight. And this may be where we begin to see other action in other areas as the president, to me, what this signals is him accepting the reality now for the first time in a more concrete way that he is going to be leaving Washington and the White House. And so he's trying to make these last moves where he can that reflect his preferences that he was sort of waiting to make until after the election.
I know we were just...
Monica, stick with me for a second. I want to bring
Put that right back on, are you?
She is going to be covering the Biden transition. And Allie, we obviously heard from the former Vice President, now President-elect, earlier today, the focus coronavirus. But also, from a broad perspective, clearly the event's designed to send a message that the president-elect is already building a government in waiting, that he has planned extensively to try and calm not just the rhetorical and emotional waters of a country that's been rocked by a pandemic and the chaos of this White House, but also a government that has been run in a sort of chaotic slapdash fashion in many regards. And the Defense Department, frankly, that we're talking about here, has gone through quite a few changes over the course of the Trump administration. Do you have anything yet from the Biden team on the Esper firing, and how do you think they view the future of the Department of Defense in the wake of this move?
Something was stuck in my memory. I remember thinking.
Nothing on this yet, but think about the contrast that we're about to see play out over the course of the next 70 some odd days. President Trump continuing to govern the way that he has the entire 4 years that he's been in office, governing by tweet, in this case terminating someone by tweet. And so this is going to be the argument that Joe Biden made on the campaign trail now playing out on a national scale, watching Joe Biden spend the day meeting with public health experts, talking about the coronavirus as a top priority. Casey, this is the same message that we've heard from Joe Biden over the course of the last year and a half. The only difference now is that he has a bigger bullhorn than ever before to make the coronavirus and general traditional style of leadership much more loudly as he makes that case. And to that end, just look at the way that he spent the first official day of his transition, putting forward a task force of 12 individuals, scientists and experts to lead a coronavirus task force that puts in place the 5-point plan that he talked about on the campaign trail into an actionable plan that they can use on day one when they actually get into office. It includes names of people that we've heard before, Obama-era
Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, and then another one from the Trump administration, Dr. Rick Bright, one of the whistleblowers who would let go from the administration because his warnings about the coronavirus were going unheeded. And so Biden making the case that he's going to be ready to deal with this pandemic on day one. But remember, this is still Trump's job right now, which Biden reminded us.
I wouldn't do it, but I mean, we would have these terrible conversations after every broadcast where the director and they're yelling about heat. Heat was this. Create more heat. Right? Heat is division. They want the ownership of their election. They're not Republicans. Democrats either.
We can say tens of thousands of lives engaged just all ways.
And because of the constructs of the line, you don't have a lot of time to get it. You can't have me giving you an hour and a half.
Do it for your hours. Last is not a plan of mistake.
Way, your audience is changing every day to start putting the country. Whatever points you make to create interest and intrigue and engage.
Casey, I think that really what that lays out, what we've seen from Biden today lays out, is that the erraticism of the Trump administration is now going to be countered by an elected administration that is just trying to show steadiness and methodological planning. They've already identified 4,300 potential appointees to fill 4,000 federal government posts. That's already up through January. There is one wrinkle to this, though. The General Services Administration, which is basically government HR, has still not sent a letter certifying that Biden has won the election. The reason that that's important is because it basically allows the Biden administration more information about the agencies that they're trying to seamlessly plug into come January, as well as just basic space, money, and even email addresses for them to get this operation going and off the ground. There is concern among sources that I talked to. The head of the GSA right now is a Trump appointee. A lot of folks who use Biden former campaign moving into the transition now wondering if this wrinkle is going to prevent them from doing the work that they need to be doing right now so that they are prepared on day one. Casey?
That's what the George Friedman was saying.
Alex, thanks. Stick around just a little bit to kindergarten correspondent Courtney Creedy, who joins us now.
We can't have the same kind of support
covered
because we don't have a
number of
geographical
defense
division
secretaries
that's
through the
clear
course of the Trump administration, and this relationship with Esther has been fraught, particularly in the final weeks here. I was wondering, can you walk us through what the elements are of this relationship, how it got here, why President Trump was so frustrated with his defense secretary that this is the first act he takes after he's been elected?
What it might seem like
Yeah, that's right. I mean, President Trump has had a difficult relationship with all of the secretaries of defense since he came into office. Whether it was Jim Mattis at the beginning, Secretary Pat Shanahan, acting Secretary Pat Shanahan, and then, of course, Mark Esper. The relationship between Esper and Trump really started to sour early in the summer of 2020, though. And that was when there were a series of issues that Secretary Esper disagreed with the president on, and those issues became public. And President Trump brought them out in a very public way. So one of those was somehow early June. Everyone recalls, of course, after the death of George Floyd, there were massive protests all across the country. Well, Secretary Esper, he worked initially behind the scenes to ensure that active U.S. military were now brought into cities, particularly into Washington, D.C., to quell the protests. That was something that President Trump, behind the scenes, was talking very vocally about to his staff and his aides, but he was interested in using the information to bring the active duty. Well, then Secretary Esper came out in the briefing room, actually first he came out in an interview with us at NBC News, and then in the briefing room at the Pentagon, said he was against the use of the Insurrection Act. That really rubbed the president the wrong way. He was angry that the Secretary of Defense would openly denounce a decision, a potential decision that he was going to make. That was one thing. After that, very soon after that, there was a public dispute about the issue of renaming bases named after Confederate generals or leaders, potentially not just bases, but also ships, borders, streetways. First, Army Secretary Ron McCarthy came out and said that he was in favor of discussing the issue, or discussing the issue. And Secretary Esper signed on to that statement, made it a joint statement, and put the Pentagon, the way the Pentagon leadership behind it. But that was something that President Trump and others in the White House were very against, particularly Mark Meadows being one of them. And then we saw President Trump issue a tweet saying, we're never going to change the names. So over the
there's no question that the tensions between the two men really ratcheted up. There were a number of other smaller issues. Secretary Esper's budget was potentially cutting the Stars and Stripes, which is a decades-old military publication. President Trump came out and tweeted and said, we're not cutting Stars and Stripes, there's no way. It just became awkward how clear and how awkward it was between the Pentagon and the White House on some of these issues. So it's not a surprise that we're seeing the president make this decision today. It's not a surprise. We've been expecting it actually since over the summer. We know, according to reporting from our colleague Pierre and myself, we know that Secretary Esper also would not be surprised if in fact he was asked for his resignation, and in fact he's had his resignation letter ready.
It feels to me
yeah, that was a great reporting I you in Carroll a few days ago. Time last week, so which day it was last week, it was great. Can we just dig into for a second you touched on it at some length, but I think this is about a lot more than just Esper. That scene of the president, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs driving across Lafayette Square in the middle of those protests, and the way that image sort of punctuated this long-standing frustration of many of the top generals who have privately sued and perhaps kind of spilled out into public view when Jim Mattis resigned and then made that extraordinary public statement. How does what's going on here with Esper fit into that broader narrative? And how would you describe it? You've covered the Pentagon for a long time. How does the way things are right now between the commander-in-chief and the chiefs of his armed forces, what is that relationship like in the context of our longer history?
In some small way, and Joe being
that's another relationship that's really been under tension. Remember back to summer of 2017, what's become sort of this infamous tank meeting in July of 2017, where the president came in and they were talking
not by saying we should vote for or any of that kind of stuff, really, but
one of the things he talked about was Afghanistan, and the president, he called the then commander of the war in Afghanistan, General Nicholson, illegally. He said we should fire him, and that was the beginning of what we know.
I truly am worried about
a time where the relationship and the tensions between not just the civilians or the political approaches of the Pentagon and the president, but the uniforms. That relationship, I really saw it degrade seriously over the summer, and it started with the now infamous church walk in June, where Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, he walked across the Lafayette Square over towards St. John's Church. And not only a couple days later, he came out and apologized and said it was a mistake and he shouldn't have done it. That was something that the president, according to a number of persons he spoke with, said he was very upset that General Milley did that he apologized to it. But more than that, it really broke some faith between the uniforms and President Trump. And we've seen that even exacerbated in the summer, where the president really needed, if he was going to be, President Trump was going to be reelected for a second term, he was going to have to really repair his relationship with the uniformed military leaders at the Pentagon. That was something that he would, for a potential follow-on Secretary of Defense, he was going to have to find someone who could help him rebuild that relationship. And one thing that we haven't talked about is who is this person who's putting in for the next Secretary of Defense right now, and that's Chris Miller. An interesting choice. He's currently the head of the National Counterterror Center. He's only been there since about August, I believe when he was sworn in early August.
Just 3 years difference.
He served in the Special Operations Low Intensity Conflict War at the Pentagon, and he's a long-time Special Forces soldier. So he's got a military background, an extensive military background, and it is in the more Special Forces world as opposed to the conventional. It's an interesting choice. He would have to choose someone if he wants the person to be an acting Secretary of Defense who's Senate confirmed, where of course Chris Miller is, being an NCTC. But it's not like he's going to someone who's completely outside the chain, outside of the military. He's going to someone who's known in military circles.
And there's lots of differences.
by
Yeah, let's just
some of it is just
underscore that this is
trolling
really
laughs,
about
some of it
his
is just
anger and
people not
frustration
interacting
with
face to face.
Esper. And
Free to treat each other
perhaps
that way.
even we saw the president-elect
I, of
give his
course, am
first
trying to
major
figure out
transition-related speech today about coronavirus. If you know anything about
this is
President
how
Trump,
we have
it's
always
he tries to grab those
we've
Chiron
always
headlines back at every opportunity. This is certainly something that will prompt such things. So let's bring in retired general at ABC News, military analyst Barry McCaffrey, to talk a little bit more about this. General, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. I'd like to get your top-line reaction here to the president's decision, and also your reflections on what Courtney and I were just talking about, the student play between our commander-in-chief, only for a few months, and the Pentagon that he has been leading.
Too much of a pop-side culture.
Well, first of all, I guess this signals that Mr. Trump does not see himself as commander-in-chief for only a few more months. It makes no logical sense whatsoever to fire somebody who is highly qualified with literally weeks before you turn over this office.
Let me ask you something.
Putting down, on Brian Williams a couple nights ago, I said this is a period of enhanced vigilance over the security forces of the U.S. I'd say we ought to be apprehensive about what's going on. I don't have a handle on the new nominee. I'm sure he's a good man, but this is a unusual move. Americans need to understand that the uniformed military don't give orders to the armed forces. That's the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense to the 9 joint commanders
It's ironic because these
actual operating forces. So let me worry about this. They will follow orders of the President of the United States unless they're illegal.
Why are they
because so someone's got to step up with this now and say, what is going on?
Leaders don't come around every day, and if you eliminate them from the scene, the odds are you're not going to get it. Why? I guess what I'm saying is that everything you have the effect you think it will, right? They destabilize systems in a way most of us consider positive. Those systems have a way of affecting us.
We talked a little bit earlier about some of the reasons why there was conflict between Esper
history shows,
and Trump.
history is pretty
I've covered the arguments back and forth about renaming bases and roads and other things in the military that named for Confederate generals. What do you see as the consequences, assuming, and I take your point absolutely, but assuming that he does actually vacate the office in 2 months, what are you most worried about in that period of time?
History are less obvious to detect or actually
we have global national security interests. The Chinese, the Iranians, the North Koreans, the Russians, and others are watching what's going on. This is utter chaos. It looks like Pac-Man illegality in many ways. The TSA not allowing the transition process to begin. And people could try and take advantage of it. The Chinese have moved some substantial military forces, hypersonic missiles, air power, up threatening Taiwan. Could we see
I can do better Twitter as the first step.
motion against the Baltic states? Chinese are running the transition.
And listen,
This makes no sense. Department of Security, Department of Defense, Department of Justice.
when I'm on it. So let me just say,
Coercive agencies of the U.S. government. These are people with guns and badges and the ability to
I didn't believe
high-intensity operations. What is Mr. Trump up to?
People that
He's supposed to leave office at noon on January 20th. Why is he installing an acting DOD secretary? It should be a cause for alarm in the U.S. Congress.
Anyone to build a company that's a more powerful than any
I'm
government.
glad you raised that,
So that
General,
could be
because
very
we
destructive,
can ask for Republican
but it could be also
congressman that
very
very question.
positive.
Francis Rooney of
And
Florida
that's,
is
I
retiring
tend to
at the
believe
end of
somebody
his
like
term.
Elon Musk
But he is one of the few
somebody
Republicans that's
like me
probably
and like me
congratulated the
could
president-elect
have more
Biden, and he
power
is with us now. So
Congressman, thank you so much for being here, but I want to start with the general's question there. Are you concerned about the implications of the president's actions today, firing his defense secretary while still not having conceded to the president-elect?
Systems as a way to create fire, simply to prevent you from doing what you're talking about. In other words, there's a line that if we're to change anything, they never allow it. If modern day successor to Twitter would really do what you wanted to do, and this would stabilize governments, do you think that governments would take countermeasures to squash that love without 2 days?
There's several answers. One, first of all, I don't actually respect what you said earlier. I don't think love is as much of an enemy of the state as one would think. I think the states want power, and I don't always think that love is intention for power. I think it's not just about love, it's about rationality, it's reason, it's empathy, all of those things. I don't necessarily think they're always
So what would you ask of your fellow members of Congress? I mean, as we introduced you, we noted you're one of the few people that has congratulated Vice President-elect Biden, two Republicans, I should say. We did hear from the former President George W. Bush and a handful of others, Mitt Romney,
you have to be conscious of the way these states think.
We haven't heard that from the bulk of
the fact that China bans certain services and so on, that means
instead you have Senator Cruz, Senator Brown going out on the airwaves and saying, fight this, raising questions about the legitimacy of the election. Why do you think that's happening? Can you explain kind of the politics of it?
I think it's all a game, and you have to be good at the game. And just like Elon, who said Tesla and saving the environment. I mean, that's not just by getting on a stage and saying we'll save the environment. It's by building a product that people can't help but love, and then convincing Hollywood stars to love it. Like there's a game that you play.
Okay, so let me because I think there's a way to see this. I think you're right. And so it has to do with the story about the 1960s. So in the vast scheme of things, the 1960s looks like a revival of neo-romantic ideas, right? I have in mind several years, 2 decades ago, who was in the 60s when
see publicly what they're
and we
doing,
were
what they're
talking
not
about
doing,
it, and I was romanticizing it. He said, don't romanticize it. Because most of the people who went to those protests and did all of those things, all they were there was to meet girls, have a good time. It wasn't so
or frustrated or any one of these types of emotions. Do you think there are people that are glad to see President Trump go, even if they won't say it out loud?
You're never going to, in my life, grab that great mass of people on the images, they're interested, whatever. But if meeting girls for a young teenage guy requires you to feign empathy, requires you to read deeper subjects because that's what people are into, you can almost, as a silly way to be trendy, you can make maybe empathy trendy, love trendy, solutions that are the opposite of that, the kind of things that people inherently will not put up with. In other words,
do you think it's going to be
possibility
different? We know, Mitch McConnell famously documented and I've been reported seen, sat down with Biden at the beginning of the Obama administration and said, essentially, I'm going to do everything I can to block all the legislation.
Okay, so we found a meeting of the
we know Biden and McConnell have a strong relationship. Biden understands the Senate. Republicans, of course, gain seats in the House, so yes, it was going to have a more narrow majority. I realize you're leaving, and I understand how frustrated some people in your position have been, and you're not the only one who's decided to hang it up. But do you think that this new, likely divided government, or possibly divided anyway, government that we're going to see, is going to be one that's more productive and rewarding to work in as somebody who's been in your shoes, or not?
It's difficult for both. So, but you and I, as I mentioned to you, I think of like good friends from college. So like, So like that's the beauty of podcasting. You know, I've now just been fortunate with this particular podcast that I see it in people's eyes when they meet me, that they've been friends with me for a few years now, and we become fast friends actually after we start talking. But it's one way in the back of that first moment. You know, like there's something about especially hardcore history that's just crazy challenges and running stuff. I remember in particular, I don't have time, one of my favorite episodes, the painful taking one, because it's too real.
All right, Congressman Murray, thank you very much for your time today. So we really appreciate you taking some time.
I remember listening to that when I ran.
It is a very newsy afternoon here, so thank you very much. Thank you also to Ali Vitale, Monica Alba, and QB for their breaking news reporting as we kicked off this hour. And coming up ahead here, virus cases are soaring, but there's a ray of hope coming out of Pfizer's latest vaccine trial. We want to talk to the public health expert about what the news means in a minute. And later, Georgia on our minds. The high-stakes runoff races, plural, that are going to determine the balance of power in the Senate. And now, both sides rushing to turn out the votes again.
To yourself, and to me, and to other podcasters, and Joe Rogan, about this journey that we're on. I feel like it's something special. I'm not sure exactly what's happening. It feels like podcasting is special. What advice, and I'm relatively new to it, what advice do you have for people that are carrying this plane and traveling this journey? Tried a list of do's and don'ts and grain.
What I don't have any value. They came along. They made it out of copper, gold, silver, water. Soon people decided to put all their value into it as a hammer. They proceeded to wave goodbye to value into unlimited amounts of money as they passed the buck to the future. That's why it's trying to digital currency. And your investment can replace the
by the time you reach
and digital. Don't break shows.
They don't need it. They have figured this out. The people that sometimes help are brand new people trying to figure out the way to make a shell.
So now that Medicare annual
and I have standard answers to that.
it's time to take advantage of a plan that gives you more for your Medicare dollar.
Tell you what to do.
And Medicare Advantage Plan from United Healthcare.
Right?
This opportunity to
There's I guess a specific things that we're talking offline about
take advantage of $0 copays for all primary care doctor visits and virtual visits
and
$0
one of the things
copays on
that Joe
hundreds of prescriptions at the pharmacy.
paying attention
Delivered right to your door.
joined Spotify.
Now's the time to find more savings. Our members saved an average of $7,200 on prescriptions last year.
One, I don't give a damn about money.
With this plan, get $0 copays on preventative care, free annual eye exams, and free design frames.
So I guess it makes it get the freedom, right? The freedom.
Call United Healthcare today. Find out why we're America's number one medical advantage plan
On that point,
provider.
but I also,
Now's the perfect
maybe
time
it's from
to take your
education,
shot
but
and
I
join
feel
the
like
plan with the
podcasting
nation's
is
largest Medicare Advantage network. And all of United Healthcare offers Renew Active, a program that provides a free gym membership and access to our extensive network of fitness locations
I
nationwide.
drafted a few
Annual
tweets and so on,
enrollment ends December
attacking
2nd, so don't
Spotify
miss
that
your
I
chance.
down.
Call United Healthcare now.
You can't
We'll
lock
guide
up
you
these
through our
special
wide
things we
choice of
have.
plans, including
But then I
PPO
realized
options that let you see
maybe
any doctor who accepts
that
Medicare
these are
without a referral.
vehicles for
Take advantage of
reaching
more
more
benefits,
people and
more
actually
ways to save,
respecting
and more
podcasters more
support.
and so on.
Catching a
That's what I mean by it's unclear what the journey is.
So call United Healthcare today.
You also
With
serve
over
as
40 years of experience, you can lean on us when you need it most.
1
We'll
million
help
plus
you easily
podcasters.
enroll before the moment slips away.
I wonder what the journey is.
From
Do
United
you have a
Healthcare,
sense
it's time to take advantage.
Are you romantic in the same kind of way in feeling that you have a radio too? Do you feel that podcasting is pirate radio? Or is the Spotify thing more possible ever? Are you nervous about Joe as a friend of Joe? Or is this a good thing for us? So my history of how I got involved in podcasts. I was in radio, and then I started a company back in the era where the .com boom was happening and everybody was being bought up, and it just seemed like a great idea, right?
Welcome back. As we continue to follow the breaking news, President Trump having just announced he's firing his defense secretary.
We had to invent
don't want to forget about the pandemic that is raging. Drug maker Pfizer announced, and this is a little bit of good news, a vaccine in development to be highly effective in preventing illness. Public health experts are cautiously optimistic about these headlines, and while they're noting improvements across the board, but of course more data needs to be collected, and even if the vaccine ultimately proves to be safe and effective, it's still going to be months before it's going to be widely distributed. And right now, the U.S. appears to be on an alarming trajectory when it comes to the pandemic. Infection rates are soaring, hospitalizations heading for record levels, and deaths are once again inching up to 1,000 a day. The U.S. has passed another big milestone, 10 million total
podcast grew out of that because
joining now is medical perspective and expertise is Dr. William Shatner, an infectious disease specialist at Vanderbilt University. Doctor, thank you so much for taking some time out to talk to us a little bit about what this really means. I think everyone has everyone's looking for razor hope, right? And it's clear that this seems like it's at least better than it could have been. But I think people are also struggling to understand what it means. What does it mean that this trial shows 90% efficacy? What does it mean in terms of how they're going to spend the winter? So what do you want people to know about what we learned from Pfizer today?
To ask listeners to donate.
So basically, these good news programs begin with first steps, and these are among the first steps. None of us, I think, had anticipated that a vaccine might be 90+% effective. I would have been overjoyed at 70%. This is really potentially good news. But we haven't seen all of the data yet. Let's take it one step at a time. Does it really work as effectively in urgent people whose immune system isn't quite as strong? We don't know anything about pregnant women yet. The studies are just starting in children, so we have lots to learn. But nonetheless, it looks good.
So to get back to your Spotify question, it's just one example.
Food and Drug Administration review, they have a tough external committee that will look at these data. But I would anticipate in a few weeks an emergency use authorization will be issued, and we might even in December start to vaccinate the first array of people. That's the resources management. And they will be watched very, very carefully for safety of the vaccine. And so then when we get to the general population, down into the strain of the disease, for example, we'll be able to tell them very solidly that this is a safe vaccine and an effective vaccine, and exactly how effective it is. But those are things down the road, but it's very exciting that we have this first step.
But it's becoming almost
a couple of other things. The first is that it won't be a miracle. We'll still have to wear our masks, right? And the other is,
my case, you can't say we didn't show a month today, right?
So we'll have to persuade people to take that second dose. But
there's not one size fits all.
It's
but I guess as a long-time pirate podcaster,
For sure. Let me pick up on that question of persuading people, because you mentioned emergency use authorization, possibly very quickly. I'd be interested to know why you think it may happen that fast, but I also think that this idea of an emergency use authorization has come into our conversation about politics, because people have been raising questions about whether this would be rushed too quickly, and we're dealing with, frankly, confidence that has been dwindling, or at least diminishing over the course of the last few months. Fewer and fewer people have said they would definitely take this vaccine, as doubts have been raised about it. What would you say to people in terms of, why should they believe this data coming out? Why were you confident in it? And should they be nervous if there is this emergency use authorization, or do you feel utterly confident in the FDA on that?
It's
Well, first of all, I'm guardedly optimistic. Let's see the data.
So I'm
It really
afraid
would appear that now that we've lost the election, that this has become somewhat depoliticized. And I certainly hope that it continues to put the scientists and the public health people in the front, and the politicians can take a step back. That would be very necessary in order to convince not only the general public, but the medical community, the doctors, the nurses, the pharmacists, the physicians' assistants, they are also somewhat skeptical because of the political veneer that has covered this vaccine. And if some of that is taken away, then I think we can focus on the science. And we just have to see how it goes. There will be some dropping that we don't have any safety data yet, but that will be rolled out. The entirety is, as you said, in the setup piece, 1,000 people dying a day. We may do something, and if we have a product,
so if you walk into this whole thing with some skepticism,
we would like to do that. All of us.
And then it works because Spotify understands the magic that it makes podcasts.
You mentioned masks,
where they
and
appear
we're all going to have to wear them, and
at least they understand enough to respect Joe Rogan, despite what I don't know if there's the internet and there's people's opinions on the internet.
Seeing their families over Thanksgiving,
And they have
what should we all
opinions
be doing while we
about
wait
Joe
to
and
find out if this
Spotify,
vaccine is safe?
but the reality is, there's two things.
Casey,
Private conversations
this is the
with Joe,
COVID Thanksgiving, and
general,
probably will be the
there's two important things. One,
COVID
Spotify is
Christmas, Hanukkah, New Year's, etc.
all the people that
I
think
think we need to all be
Spotify's
careful.
somehow pushing
I don't think we need to gather in our traditional fashion. We need to have social distancing. We
companies have a way of, even
all of us need to wear masks.
marketing.
We're going to have to go through this difficult period in order to get to Thanksgiving 2021.
Spotify smart enough to send a single email that's really Thanksgiving, and they meet a meeting. There is meetings inside Spotify that incredible people complain. Those meetings never reach Joe. That's that company stuff. And the idea that Spotify is different than pirate radio. The difficult thing about podcasting is nobody gives a damn about it. You're alone. I mean, there's fans and stuff, but nobody's looking out for you yet. And the nice thing about Spotify is they make Joe's podcast succeed even more. That's what Joe talked about. That's the difference between YouTube and Spotify. Spotify wants to be the Netflix of podcasting. And they, like what Netflix does is they don't want to control you in any way. They want to create a platform where you can flourish. Even your interests are aligned.
So let me bring up, let's make it distinct. It's not all companies who do this hard who brought YouTube and Spotify. To me, YouTube is at least more like Spotify than some of these smaller. Now the term is they favor the term well-start. So I've been around podcasting so long now that I've seen rounds of consultants. They come in Brussels, and all of a sudden, you'll get, and I'm not going to mention anything, but up until basically consolidation is happening with relatively small works and the problem was, I decided to consolidate your materials into walled gardens. You are walling yourself off from market. The majority of people take your choices and look at the money in this company allows this to be a large chunk of my audience. Taking the Belsis must up to negotiating power with that company based on your audience size, signing up to diminish your audience size, you lose negotiating power. If you or your family ever have major thyroid cancer, have multiple endocrine syndromes type 2, or allergic specifically, stop Belsis and get medical help right away. Should a lump or swelling in your neck, severe sinus or allergic reaction. So the serious side effects may include pancreatitis, tell your provider about visual problems or mood changes. Taking Rebelsis will just follow you instead of how you would have been with some of these smaller nausea, where you're walking away a fraction of the audience you want in, you have the potential to walk out with whatever you got in the original deal plus because the algorithm push people to as little as $10 per prescription. So
it takes away some of the downside risk, which alleviates, and if you could write an agreement about your work, I mean, where you protected your freedom to put the content the way you want, some of the downside risk is mitigated, and if you eliminate to monetize and stay up with the latest tech, then it might be fun. I'm scared of things like that, but at the same time, I'm trying to not be an idiot about it, and I can be an idiot about it. So when you've been doing it as independently for as long as I have, the inertia of that has a force on its own. But I'm intimidated enough in what I'm trying to do on this budget that it's opening me at least listening to people. At the same time, I love my audience, and it sounds like a cliche. They're literally the reason I'm here. So I want to make sure that whatever I do, if I can, is in a relationship that I've developed for 15 years. But like you said, no matter what you do, because see, here's the thing, don't sign up with voters to make it easier to get your stuff on this hand. They might yell at you how difficult it is with the new operating system, just updated you. Either way, you're opening yourself up to ridicule this one. All of that makes it easier to go,
NBC has so far made calls in 19
my audience.
27 districts classified
And
as
again, this
toss-ups by
business,
the
when you're
nonpartisan
talking about
political
cutting-edge
report.
technology that is ever-changing, and as you said, millions of podcasts in the world, I think you have to try to maintain flexibility, especially if they can mitigate the downside risk.
Pennsylvania Democrat Connor Lamb, who narrowly won the election, told the New York Times, quote, the rhetoric and the policies and all that stuff is gone way too far. It needs to be dialed back. It needs to be rooted in common sense, in reality, and yes, politics.
So Joe's pushing out as a guinea pig, and
energized the voters who got
as a fan of your shows and
joining me now to talk more about this is Congresswoman Camilla Giant Hall of Washington. She is the co-chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Congresswoman, it's great to see you as always. Thanks very much for being here today. Let's just start. I mean, frankly, a lot of this anger flew out on a caucus call that we reported on over the course of the last week. But the reality is, these losses surprised everyone. I mean, all of the sources I was talking to heading in to election night expected the Democrats were going to win between 5 and 7 seats, and that if it was a good night, it would be in the double digits. And frankly, the opposite happened. Republicans picked up seats. Why, in your view, did that happen?
It's a brand new thing for
I think that the important thing here is I don't think anybody expected the turnout of Trump voters. I mean, you just have to understand this. In 2018, Donald Trump was not on the ballot. And so we had incredible turnout in districts that we never expected to win. We mounted great candidates in those districts, and they won. And so that was very, very important. But in this cycle, I think we expected that our turnout would be enormous, which it was, but Donald Trump would not turn out people. And of course, those districts are districts, in some cases, that Donald Trump is winning by 25%. My good friend Max Rose in New York, I hope he gets to say, one of my favorite members of Congress, but Donald Trump is winning his district by 25%. So I just think we have to understand that there are terms that will be thrown at Democrats regardless of what Democratic members of Congress do. There are terms that were thrown at people like Ted Roosevelt being called socialist. Medicare was called socialist. Now it's one of the most popular programs in the country. But the reality is that a lot of this is about not only the turnout, which we did a great job on, and let's be clear, but without the turnout of young people, of new voters who are not part of the Democratic Party base before. These are new people that we energized and got to the polls and got out to vote in not only swing districts like Pennsylvania or swing states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, but also look at the incredible work that Stacey Abrams, Black Voters Matter, and others did in Georgia. Look at the work that immigrant rights organizations did in Arizona to turn out those voters. We would not have won without that. And without some other people coming out. So let's just be clear, this is an important election for progressives to have turned out, and we did a great job doing that.
whether you
So what,
are committing to
I totally understand all of those points,
whether
and
you do it or
the data
not.
does back
Is there
up
something
that
that's
a lot of your, you have a lot of those new voters, and
be
that
interesting
I'm sure that we'll find that many of them were energized by progressives. But the reality is, your majority is made in these suburban districts, where a lot of these frontline members who won in 2018 are still, some of them are still fighting to see if they're going to keep their seats. Lauren Underwood, for example, comes to mind. Jim Feider, the woman in that house, has basically said, well, defund the police, that's a problem. He said in the context of Jamie Harrison, but it certainly could potentially be applied to these House districts as well. How are you going to prioritize hanging on to the majority in the House and balancing it with the energy on the progressive side?
I'm not seeing the dedication here. You're only getting 2.5 shows out of you, and I want to say,
we just have to be very careful about pointing fingers in any direction, because the country is divided. We see that in spite of this tremendous victory for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, which we're all celebrating. The reality is there are a ton of people that are voting for Donald Trump as well, and so there is a different map to winning a state, or and a different map to winning a district. So that's the first thing. And many of these districts have different challenges. So my appeal to everybody in the party is to not point fingers. We did not do that. We did not say, we are the conservative part of the wing is wrong and we're not going to turn out Democrat. We all unify around Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in spite of the fact that Joe Biden was not our top choice of many progressives, many young people.
That had anything inadvertent, because when you improvise a show,
that no progress is possible with Donald Trump in the White House, and he turned people out. Now, if we say from anywhere in the party that progressives are the reason for losses in these Democratic districts, some of these Democratic districts, I fear we will lose people for a generation. They gave us a chance to make them believe again in democracy, to make them believe that there is a difference between a Democratic administration and a Republican administration. We did that. Joe Biden did that as well, but many of us were the translators of the message and the organizers of people on the ground. And it is important for people to understand that these are folks that really, in many ways, are the biggest swing voters. They're not part of the Democratic base. They weren't before. We turned them out, and we need to respect and celebrate that they turned out to help us get Donald Trump out of the White House. That's the thing we should be focusing on. We have a giant victory for the country. That we got Donald Trump out, but we voted him out of the White House, and that Joe Biden won not only the popular vote, but the electoral college vote for the first time in some cycles.
The current show about 2 months ago.
I'm not sure that I got that they will be swing voters in the future, but I do understand what you're saying in terms of getting folks energized and turning them out. Sometimes when it's always great to see you. I'm sure there are many conversations ahead in our future of the next couple of years, so thank you very much. There are still, of course, a few uncalled states in the presidential race, but it's with two big Senate races in Georgia that determine control of the Senate.
Drive it off the lot, it loses half its value, right? These shows are just as good or just as bad. 5 years from now, although the standards of the internet change,
strong immune system, your body needs routine. Centrum helps your immune defenses every day with vitamins C, D, and zinc. Season after season. Ace your immune support with Centrum.
They're impatient and they're telling you on Twitter, where is it? You have show, the show's also for people 5 years from now who haven't discovered it yet and don't care how long it took, because they're going to be able to download the book and all they care about is quality. And so what I always tell the podcasters is, they always say, and the audience chases on TV for the car breakdown. It takes too long, but it's really good when you get it. They will not forgive me if I rush it to get it out on time and it's a piece of crap. So for us, and this is why we never Spotify do anything else, they can't interfere because my job here, as far as I'm concerned, is quality and everything else. Because the only thing people care about long-term, the only thing that gives you longevity is how good it is. How good is that car share
helps ease the pain of expensive breakdowns.
You don't care how
When your
long
car
it
breaks
took.
down,
You know, you care how good it is to pay.
certified
And that's
mechanic
what
with Deere.
because you
Car
really
Shield
like to get
handles the
good.
rest.
It's
This
really
show stopping coverage
Everything
also
else
includes
falls
roadside
into
assistance, towing, and rental
Although
costs.
sometimes the pushback, sorry to interrupt, is
Thousand times a week. Get me back.
sometimes the deadline, some of the greatest like movies and books. I mean, you think about like Dostoevsky, I forget which one, or something. He needs the money, so you have to write it real quick. Sometimes the deadline creates is powerful at taking the creative mind of the artist, just like slapping it around for something. The problem with history, of course, is there's different definitions of good. That like it's not just about what you talk about, which is the storytelling, which is the storytelling. I'm sure you're not complimenting too much, but you're one of the great storytellers of our time. That I'm sure if you put in a jail cell at fourth and somebody pointed a gun at you, you could tell one of the good story. But you still get the facts of history, or not necessarily the facts, like making sure you painting the right picture, not perfectly right. That's what I meant by the audience doesn't understand the history podcast. You can't just rip and be wrong.
So let me both pose what you just said and back up. So I have a book, right? And in a book you have a hard day, right? So Harper Collins had a hard day with the book. So when I released it, I was mad because I revealed it, which is my style, right? Get it right. We had a chapter in the book entitled "Pandemic Question," and it was the book about the part about the black dad, 1918 flu and all that stuff. And I was just doing an interview with a Spanish journalist this morning who said how lucky you got on that, eminent undertone of the pandemic and had I had my troubles, I would have kept that book working in my study for months. And the pandemic would have happened. And that would look like a chapter after the fact. And I had to rewrite some things. So that argues for what you said. At the same time, I would
Joe Biden is the president-elect, but there are still some outstanding states 6 days after the polls closed. In Arizona, President Trump has chipped away at Joe Biden's narrow lead, but his chance of winning that state appears to be narrowing as the majority of the remaining ballot drops are not expected to be Trump-heavy enough to close the gap. We expect more ballots from all important Maricopa County to be released tonight. In North Carolina, President Trump is up by about 75,000 votes. We're not expecting any movement in this race. We'll learn more about later riding absentee ballots and provisional ballots as well as provisional ballots.
Because we're going to do that show one day.
And we still have yet to call a winner in Alaska. They have only counted about 56% of their ballots, some literally delivered by dog sled.
What we try to do
and then there's Georgia, where Joe Biden's lead sits around 10,000 votes, and we appear to be headed to the recount
whenever the
there.
heck we finish this,
All eyes, of course, will be on Georgia for the next 2 months, as it seems all but certain we're going to have two Senate runoffs there on January 5th that will decide control of the U.S. Senate. It is truly an extraordinary situation there. Joining me now from Atlanta with the very latest is NBC's Blaine Alexander. Blaine, good afternoon. It's great to see you. I honestly am in the hallways of the Capitol all the time, and so these two races together, the fact that control of the majority is on the line, is a fascinating dynamic. And make you the center of the political world for the next couple of months. I'm curious what you think the dynamics are on the ground. Because going into election night, sources on both sides of the aisle were telling me, look, if we get the two runoffs, it's more likely Republicans will be able to hang on to both of these seats in Georgia. They were a little bit concerned that John Ossoff might be able to win outright against David Perdue. Not looking up, of course, like that's what's going to happen. How are Democrats feeling on the ground in Georgia about how this is going to play out? What do they think they need to do to get their candidates over the line? And what do Republicans think they need to do to hold that line?
We had talked about Stalin earlier.
And
don't sit the odds
everybody in Georgia is keenly aware that this is far beyond the state of Georgia. That everybody is looking at this, and not only are good names looking at this, talking about this, we're already seeing millions of dollars flowing into the state of Georgia, trying to get the Democrats and Republicans. So let me kind of break down what exactly the strategy is here right now. When I talk to Democrats and other Democrats here in the state, a lot of them are optimistic with the fact that Joe Biden, nationally called president-elect, is going to essentially drive enthusiasm for their voters. I mean, let's be clear, nobody is trying to change laws at this point. It's more about making sure that their side get the turnout that they need on January. A lot of people, of course, have done the election. Now they're trying to make sure that people will either come out to vote or express their support or in some way get candidates. So that's really what it comes down to for these parties. Now, on the Democratic side, we've already seen ads out there. We've already seen them getting ready for the runoff. Fair Fight has raised more than $7 million that will go for a large part of the Senate campaign coming up. Now, on the Republican side, they're doing everything they can to stop that. They're doing everything they can to essentially break that momentum for Democrats, and they're doing it saying, listen, yes, Joe Biden may be in the House of the Senate, even Senate control is going to be the only thing that's going to stop his agenda from moving forward.
I just feel like you can tell a story that it's funny. Hillary's one of the most studied people that I still feel like this
decided they didn't want to see Trump be president, or they were going to send a check in the form of two Republican senators back. So, Lynn Alexander, thank you very much, my friend. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of you on this story in the next couple months. Thank you, all of you as well, for being with us here this hour. Chuck, we'll be back tomorrow with much more Meet the Press Daily. And don't forget, you can catch me tomorrow and every weekday morning on the 2 early, starting at 5 a.m. Eastern.
But you would think
Come on, get up with
that
us.
something like
MSNBC
that
coverage
is pretty
continues here on the
established
Media
fact.
Turn
There's
right
new
after
stuff
the
coming
break.
out all the time. And needless to say, Germany's been investigating this guy forever, and sometimes it's like years to get a translation. Actually, 5 years in Germany.
We made a cloud.
So, I mean, and he is. When we talk about fascinating figures, he's so, the whole thing is so twistedly weird. There was a couple of years ago, somebody found tape. He was talking to, I want to say it was Finnish General, right? And he's just in a very normal conversation.
About tax smart investing.
You know, they did their tape but this was a very sedate, and I wish I understood the German language.
So
Really didn't do it, because I was reading what German said is a lot of southern accent, you know, little things only a native speaker would hear. And I remember thinking, this is such a different side of twisted character. And you would always
changing plans.
You would think this is information
The changing plans is always
rise of all of their rights, but it was. And so if you have risk factors like heart disease, diabetes, risk triglycerides, Alexander, use something to do with it. I think interpretations like the fact that
and those colors those give depth to your
the secret is clear. It was a byproduct of my FDA approved, where we thought we're going to celebrate less risk. The historian can follow the family history right away from me. I see who you are or this guy is, so you can trust him. But then we've created other people who had serious side effects may occur. People didn't realize problems in if they're not problems may occur as a result of persistent cardiovascular risk. And they love that. So I love that. Because it allows us to side effects of the possible enjoyment and sort of three-dimensional. Celebrate less risk. Added cardio protection. Talk to your doctor about added protection with placebo.
There are lots of people who are confused about which Medicare plan
Who's
is
been
right.
in the studio?
That's me. I barely know where to start.
Well, start here with me, Karen. I'm a licensed Humana sales agent.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Karen. I'm John.
It's hard to be the white rabbit for you.
At Humana, we know you're unique.
Carrots all
So we
around
have
the
different
production
needs for
room. I don't know
what
what that means.
Yeah, I've always
A lot of people demanded
Together,
that I
we can find a plan that's right for
I
you.
somehow would figure out a way to do this.
If I said he was real,
and I have
people would say, no, he's not. If I said he was, if he wasn't real, they would say, yes, he is. So,
Medicare
it's a Santa Claus Easter
You
bunny
get
kind of
coverage for hospital stays, doctor visits,
One is
and
real.
Part D
That's
prescription drug
exactly what I
benefits,
told him.
all for an affordable and sometimes no monthly
Okay, the
premium.
most absurd question. I'm sorry.
Sure. I'll get a decision right in the mail to you today.
What's the meaning of you study history?
Someone who understands the real need.
Human
Call or
history.
go online now to get your free decision guide. Call a licensed
You've been able to make
financial
sense
agent
of
today.
why the hell
A more human way to
spinning
help.
rock? Does any of it even make sense? What's the meaning? Like,
Good afternoon, I'm Katie. It is 11 a.m. out west and 2 p.m. in the east. Well, President-elect Joe Biden held his first briefing to show he is serious about aggressively trying to contain the pandemic, and it comes at a critical moment. In the past 6 days, while the attention of the country was laser focused on the election, roughly 600,000 Americans contracted the virus, 13,000 were hospitalized, and 5,800 died.
all these things
This
that were
morning,
connected as
Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala
That's the
Harris
part
were
that
joined
always makes this
virtually
so
by their newly formed 12-person COVID-19 advisory board. It includes former Obama Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, Obama's architect Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel, and vaccine expert and whistleblower Dr. Rick Wright, who was asked
as something that seems like we're repeating history because you have
criticizing Donald Trump's response to
just
the
like you have then,
pandemic.
and you have a system that resembles the one we have here. So you throw the constant in with a system that is somewhat similar, you begin to see things that look like they rhyme. So for me, I'm always trying to figure out
We're still facing a very dark day.
when you show us
Crisis claim
900 years ago in Asia, and 800 years ago,
240,000 deaths so far.
places that you put the guinea pigs, and you watch how they respond to the different stimuli and challenges.
Before vaccine can be made widely available.
Flesh out a little bit more.
And this breaking news on a vaccine from pharmaceutical company Pfizer, the drug maker announced that early data from its stage 3 vaccine trial shows a 90% effectiveness rate.
do you think there's in that common humanity throughout history of getting paid?
Effectiveness rate.
Is there a
Again, this
why
is early data from Pfizer.
Or is it
The
somehow
Trump
like it
administration
feels
is
like it's
taking
an
credit. Pfizer
experiment?
took deliberate steps to distance itself from the White House. It noted its vaccine is
I think
not
Boston
a part
sure
of
the idea that there's some
and that it
kid
had
that
not
we put
received
into
any
aliens
federal
and
money for vaccine development.
and we hope he doesn't
This
grow a
as the
tarantula
latest
just to
outbreak
see what happens.
inside the Trump White House, which spread
I think
from staff
the
members and
wise
several other White House and
and I
campaign
think
staffers
that
over
what
the
makes
weekend.
philosophy and religion and those sorts of things so interesting is that they grapple
has
with
also
the wise.
tested positive for COVID-19.
But I'm not wise
Joining me now
enough
from Wilmington, Delaware, as
to
NBC News political
propose
reporter
a
Alex
theory
Alley,
myself,
from Chicago,
but I'm
NBC News
interested enough to
correspondent
read
Tom Perry.
all.
Also with me, the Dean of Brown University School of Public Health,
Let's put it this way, I don't think there's any definitive
Ali Vitale, I hope you're getting comfortable there in Delaware, because I imagine you're going to be spending quite a bit of time
whatever it
there
is,
in the
whoever
coming
the kid is
months.
that
Tell me
created
about
this thing,
today, Joe
the
Biden
hand
coming out and using this
farm
first
is kind of interesting.
other than an acceptance speech, this first appearance as the president-elect to focus on the coronavirus.
But then again, that's the Russian perspective.
Yeah, Katie, we're setting up shop here in Wilmington, and I imagine the first glimpse that we got today of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sitting down to meet virtually with public health experts and scientists about the coronavirus. That's a preview likely of what we're going to see over the course of the next 72 days. They began day one of this transition, really highlighting the two administration's top priority. This was the thing that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden on the campaign trail hinged their entire pitch on. They were the best suited team to take on the pandemic so that they could then get to tackling the issues like climate change and the economy that Democrats desperately want to tick down in this agenda now that they have a Democratic White House. But the pandemic is top of mind for Biden's team, creating a task force with people who served in the Obama administration, some Republican administrations, even the Trump administration. Dr. Rick Wright, one of the ousted whistleblowers from the Trump administration, for the way that he talked about the coronavirus pandemic earlier this year, just gives you a sense of the way that the Biden team is putting together a coalition of experts to deal with this crisis. Biden laying out his plan and what's important about it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dan Carlin. Thank you for our sponsors. Athletic Greens, the all-in-one drink that I start every day with, cover all my nutrition. Simply Safe, home security company I use to monitor my apartment. Magic Spoon, low-carb, keto-friendly cereal. Finally, Cash App. The app I just said money to friends. Please check out these sponsors in the description. You get a discount and support this
Katie,
podcast.
so the coronavirus clearly priority number one, but there are a lot of federal government positions that need to be filled. We're told that the Biden transition team has identified about 4,300 potential candidates to fill 4,000 federal government appointee seats. In addition to that, though, there is a wrinkle here as the transition really begins to gear up a little bit more loudly on the quiet work that they've been doing over the course of the last few months. The General Services Administration, which is basically government HR, to allow the now Biden incoming administration access to agency data as well as office space, money, even email addresses, things that they need to really get the ball rolling ahead of assuming office in January. The GSA has not yet sent a letter certifying that Biden has won the election. That's usually something that happens pretty quickly. Some have pointed out that the head of the GSA right now is a Trump appointee. Definitely hearing some consternation in my circles of sources that this could be something that is political, but of course it's something that is slowing down the transition at this point that the Biden team is hoping is rectified quickly.
This implies the existence
And allow me just to point out why that is
this
so
discovery
important.
resulted in the 2011 Nobel Prize.
Of the tools and resources
Outside of
that
this
the administration
groundbreaking
needs
research,
to come in
is
and
a
be
great
ready to
science
work on day
communicator
one.
and
Part
is
of the
one of the most widely
Commission, part of their
admired
findings was
educators.
that there was not a smooth
I really
transition
enjoyed this conversation.
between power between
Sure,
Bill
Alex,
Clinton
back
and
again.
George W. Bush, in part because of all
We
the
want you to be
turmoil
sponsored.
in the
All of us
2000
are
election,
sponsored.
and that is in part what led to
Europe,
us not
to
being
make our
prepared
functional,
for
sugar-free
9/11.
gum,
So when
mints
George W.
that
Bush
used
was
to
handing
give
over
brain
power
quick
to President
caffeine.
Barack Obama, he wanted to
Better health
ensure
and
that
online
the
therapy
transition
with a
was
license.
absolutely as smooth as possible.
Masterclass,
He made it top
online courses
priority.
that I
President
enjoy.
Obama did that with Donald Trump's
Amazing
administration
humans
as
in
well.
history.
And this is
And
so far
Cash
not
App,
something
the
we're
app I
so
use
far
to
seeing
play your
from the Trump administration.
Please check out these sponsors and subscriptions to get a discount
Pretty soon.
and
Ally Vitale, thank you so much. Let's go to
Side
Cal
note,
Perry.
I'm
Cal,
gonna say that
the virus,
talk about
coronavirus,
this
is
conversation.
spreading across the
Objects that
country.
populate the
We broke
universe
a number of
was
records
awe-inspiring
last week when it came to
terrifying.
the number of people in
Capacity
this
to
country
create
who contracted the virus in a single day.
solar flares and
We're
asteroids
getting warnings of a
looking in the
dark
darkness
winter. We
of
have been
space,
for months. It
threaten our
seems that dark winter
fragile
is upon us.
existence
What do you
we
say?
are. The chaos, tension,
here in the Midwest,
conflict,
it's already
social
arrived. That
division,
second wave is in full
need to
effect. It
forget
doesn't really matter
just
what
how
stat I
lucky
give you. They're all incredibly frightening, but I'll start with positivity rate. New York City, where you are, for example, has about a 2% positivity rate. Here in Chicago, it's about 12%.
Enjoy this
2 hours
thing.
north of
Subscribe
here,
on YouTube,
in
review,
Wisconsin,
Podcast,
it's almost
Podcast,
30%. That's
follow on
1 in
Spotify,
3
or on
tests
Patreon.
coming up positive.
Connect with me,
Hospitalization
Twitter,
rates here are as
X.
high as they were in May.
Now,
About 4,000
here's my
people in
conversation.
hospitals. Here in the state of Illinois, it has doctors
Let's
very
start
concerned
by
that
talking
they're going to
about
reach
the biggest
capacity in these hospitals, that they'll have to start shutting
The
down
universe
some
expanded
of the
forever
elective
or
procedures
what?
just to deal with the coronavirus.
Well, you know, that's a
We spoke
great
to a doctor
question.
who's been on the
One of the big
ICU floor
questions
here
comes
at Northwestern. He's been here for more than 7 months.
We have
So he was
evidence
about
that
being
the
prepared
matter
for this time of
density
year.
is sufficiently low that the universe will extend
We've
forever.
known
But
that
not only that,
there's a wave
there's this
coming. The
weird
uptick, of course, started weeks ago, and so we've had time to prepare in terms of increasing our staffing, the availability of space to care for patients with COVID-19, and ensure that we have a supply chain for PPE, for ventilators, and everything that we need to care for patients and the healthcare providers. Do you know where you are compared to your capacity? Do you know which room you have left?
So, like,
We're
in terms
certainly
of
going up,
investment advice,
and I think that
give me, and then
we
you bet
have a
all the
lot of
money
great
on one or the
plans
other.
in
Where
place
does
to
your
maximize
intuition
our facility
right now, I
and
would
be able to
say
care for all the
it
patients that we
expands
need to.
because I think that the dark energy is likely to be
Listen, in May when we saw that first spike, you could evacuate patients to Wisconsin, you could evacuate them to Minnesota, Wisconsin is about at an 85% capacity in those hospitals, and we know that there is a delay between the time that people test positive and when they go to the hospital. You were talking about how the U.S. had over 100,000 cases in one day. On that day, there was 10,000 cases here in Illinois, 5,000 in Wisconsin. That's 15,000 cases alone between these two states, comprising of some 15% of cases. So doctors here are worried that we're going to see a wave of patients heading for hospitals going
vastly
to 10
better
to 14 days.
observational things. So, you know,
That
different
7-day
theories of
average
what it
graphic that
might
we
be
just had on the screen
predict
shows you how scary it
different sorts
is.
of
It is
behavior
just
for that
on its
evolution.
way up and
And we've been
rising.
measuring that
Dr. Jha,
evolution
let's turn now for a moment
And
to the
the data
vaccine.
appear to
This
agree
announcement
with
from Pfizer
predictions
that
of a
its
constant
stage 3 trials
density
shows a
vacuum
90%
energy.
effectiveness rate.
But
what is your feeling on that? Is that maybe helpful?
Because one would have to show...
That's okay, thanks for having me on. First and foremost, you don't have a lot of it, it's just a press release. But that said, I think this is really good. I think many of us were expecting vaccines to start getting authorized later this month or next month. Some data coming in. But I have to tell you, I was expecting effectiveness around 50 to 70%. And I was hoping that it'd be closer to 70 to 50. 90% effectiveness would make an enormous difference. It also makes me more optimistic about the other vaccines that are still under trial, that maybe they will have a higher level of effectiveness as well.
Space. And that type of energy could,
in terms of the trial, they say that it takes 28 days. It's a 2-dose vaccine. If it does start getting rolled out later this year, how quickly can it get to the American public? And are you concerned about the way that it might be distributed with this current administration in place? Governor Cuomo expressed that concern a little bit earlier today, and he's been pretty firmly criticized by Republican members of Congress for it.
The universe.
First of all, the data has to be evaluated by the FDA, and that hasn't happened yet. And we've got to look at not just effectiveness, but also safety, and make sure the vaccine is safe. If all of that goes smoothly, and I'm sure it will, we can see an authorization maybe by the end of this month or early next month. And then after that, we're going to start seeing some people, first responders, healthcare providers, starting to get vaccinated. We really do need a really good blueprint. Who comes next? What are the stages? How is this going to get out to the rest of the country? We haven't seen that kind of blueprint in as details I'd like from the Trump administration, but in many ways it was really up to the Biden administration to figure out that implementation plan. They're going to have to get working on it now.
That you were thinking through this rigorously, like experimental.
Where the majority of Americans get it,
What about
the
like the
timelines that
fundamental
everybody has
physics?
expressed. You might get some first responders early on, and those are the most vulnerable parts of society. But the mass public, the mass American public won't be getting it until mid next year. Dr. Josh, because we trust you so much, and come on, you're so level-headed, you express everything in terms of your medical knowledge. When you look at the Biden COVID team, this task force that he is creating for himself, and you see someone like Vivek Murthy or Dr. Emanuel on that team, Rick Wright being worked on that team, Dr. Alsterberg on that team. Do you think that these are the people that will be able to usher us through the rest of this pandemic?
If it turns out...
Yeah, it's a great question. So if you think about what do you want to see in terms of experts? You want to see people who have the right kind of training. You want to see people who spent their lives studying and working on these issues, and you want to see a breadth of expertise. That's what you have in this pandemic advisory board. I think it's the A team. And so I'm really pleased to see who Mr. Biden, President-elect Biden has put together. And I believe that if they can get their ideas implemented, it would make an enormous difference in terms of getting the pandemic under control.
And become reasonably convinced
Thank you so much for joining us. I know we're back to often on this. I'm not carrying all the time.
Generically
And the math says it's over.
But there are many versions of them.
But the president is telling his supporters the math, those numbers,
There's even ideas
the way they add up, is a lie.
Something from
We're going to look at
within
the impact and what this means for Biden's
there are a bunch
ability to
of
govern
bubble
with from Alberta. This is
surrounding our universe.
and facing what would likely be a united Congress with a daunting to-do list. Will President-elect Biden be able to make the kind of change many Democrats are calling for? Our next guest,
And some types of these could have,
but first, breaking news of a tweet President Trump announced he has terminated Defense Secretary Mark Esper. The latest on that news and what the next 2.5 months are going to look like after a quick break.
quantum particle that is thought very gravity is thought to traverse the bulk, the space between these different elemental particles. So it's conceivable that these three universes are pulling out. That's not a favored explanation right now, but really nothing
Since buying a new SUV in 1935, the Chevy Suburban has carried many things.
examples within the masses of now. But in
It's
general,
also the most versatile and advanced Chevy Suburban and Tahoe ever.
what's causing this observed
Before money, people traded goods, tools, cattle,
energy,
grain.
even shells represented value. Then currency came along. They made it out of copper, gold, silver, water. Soon people decided to put all that value into a piece of paper, then proceeded to wave goodbye energy, printing unlimited amounts of money as they passed the buck to the future. That's why it's time for digital currency. The investment in the grayscale fund. Go digital. Go grayscale.
Maybe these are our. The following is a common Taylor. If you're driving without a lot of energy, so it's close to expiring,
Ptolemy had
it could be
a
the
geocentric
expensive auto repairs that would cost
everything
$2,000.
goes around Earth.
Archie could qualify for an auto protection plan that could save you from expensive auto
planets among the
repairs.
stars.
Choose the plan from Archie that's right for you, so you don't have to pay for private repairs. No more money if you can afford a hard part, or more expensive parts and labor.
Which themselves went around Earth. And
Plus, you can take any Anderson certified mechanical dealership to fix your car.
planet is going
You also receive roadside assistance, ramp equipment, and hotel reimbursement
it can
on
appear
travel.
in projection
Breakdowns,
going
but you don't need to get stuck with expensive repair bills.
retrograde motion.
Don't put yourself
And it was a
through the
brilliant
wall.
mathematical scheme.
Most cars go
He could have
further.
added
All
epicycles
functional math to your free instant quote.
and reproduced the reserve positions of plants to arbitrary accuracy. And this is really the beginning of what we now call Fourier analysis. Any periodic function can be represented by a sum of sines and cosines of different periods, amplitudes, and phases. They're kind of work arbitrarily well. But Stoicism data, show that so dark energy and dark matter, just these bandings that we now have to try to explain the data, but they're just completely wrong. That's a possibility as well. And as a scientist, I have to be open to that possibility.
How do you put yourself in the mindset of somebody that, or majority of the scientific community, or majority of people believe that the Earth,
This year,
everything
we're
rotates
all
around
finding
Earth?
new ways to learn at home. And
How do
if
you
you
put
need debit
yourself
card
in
and
that
out, make it
mindset
easy for kids to learn
and
about
then
money. Learn how to
take a
budget.
leap
Learn how to save.
to
Learn how to spend wisely. Kids, learn
propose
through the
a model
Remote is here
that
to let your
the
kids
sun
save money.
is
Selling a home is expensive and it's stressful. So we set out to create a better
So that puts us back in the
network of the most successful real estate in America. It'll sell your home for as little as
he
you
had
have
this
this
philosophical reference for his son being the dominant body.
They were so stress-free, the whole
The
process was
observational
amazing, and I would
evidence
definitely recommend
in
it.
terms of the different positions that he's in was not better explained by the heliocentric, sun-centered system. It's just that, Copernicus saw that the sun is the source of all
Donald
our
Trump is
light.
refusing to concede and lying about widespread voter fraud. We expect to hear more about that this hour as a lawsuit his campaign is filing in Pennsylvania to change to challenge mail-in ballots is filed. That will be added to a stack of claims across 5 states, including Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and Michigan. Some that courts have already dismissed. Beyond the legal filings, the Labour president is now starting to follow through with private and public threats he's made over the last months to get rid of officials who does not like. The president just tweeted he has terminated his defense secretary, Mark Esper. Last week, NBC News reported Esper had prepared a letter of resignation. Joining me now is Washington Post White House Bureau Chief Greg Rucker. So there's so much to discuss about what these next 2.5 months look like. This news that Esper is out. Not a surprise to those who knew the president wasn't a big fan of him. Esper just gave an interview to Military Times. He actually did this on November 4th, the day after the election. He says he was no yes man to Donald Trump. What more can we expect?
Kind of sad. It's sad from an individual perspective because that means, of course, you as a scientist, you're stuck with whatever the heck philosophies you brought to the table. You might be almost completely unable
and Secretary Esper
outside of this
Milley, the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman, was just in that. In addition, Esper put out an order saying you cannot fly a Confederate flag on military bases, and he also expressed
openness to renaming military bases that have been named after Confederate generals. Both of those things were in conflict with what the president wanted, and so this was only a matter of time before he was removed. But it's really telling that Trump is effectively a lame duck president. He only has 2 months left in office, and he's already firing his defense secretary, putting in an acting defense secretary who, of course, will likely be out the door as well on January 20th with the Biden presidency.
To show that distinction
Well, let me read a little
was
bit more
that
what
slightly off-center circle is not much different from
He was asked if he had any regrets about how he handled himself, how long
there
he stayed in
wasn't
the
much
administration.
difference between
And he said, at the end of the day, it's as I said, you've got to pick your fights. I put up a fight over anything, and I could make it a big fight. I could live with that. Why? Who's going to come in behind me? It's going to be a real yes man. And then God help us.
Observation working together with hypotheses, and they kind of bounce off.
He's Christopher Miller. He's the director of the Counterterrorism National Counterterrorism Center. I don't know much about him, but we know that Trump has wanted a yes man in that job for some time. Remember, his first defense secretary was Jim Mattis, the revered Marine Corps general who did stand up to President Trump time and again. And Trump thought in replacing Mattis with Mark Esper that he was going to get more of a yes man, somebody who would follow his wishes and orders, but it turns out that Esper did in fact resist some of the more dangerous impulses and ideas of President Trump's, and so perhaps in Miller, Trump is finally going to get somebody to just represent and do whatever he wants to do. We're going to find out, but again, he's only going to be on the job for 2 months.
Give us or full.
And talking to my sources around Trump and the campaign and the administration,
so it should appear
there's a lot of they don't really know how he's going to behave in this next 2 months. Also, a lot of questions about whether he'll participate in any of the inaugural festivities and ceremonies, the actual physical look at transferring the power that the president passes on to another president on the day of the inauguration. Beyond that, though, I haven't heard anything from your sources about any concern about national security in the next 2.5 months.
And,
It's a really important concern, Katie, because the folks in the national security and intelligence communities have been fearful that this period of transition for our government makes America particularly vulnerable to foreign adversaries, to threats around the world. Our enemies out there know that our government is in turmoil because of transition that's going to be underway, and they know that Trump is resisting the results of the election, and that creates a very tumultuous environment here in Washington, and it's an opportunity for America's adversaries if they were to try to challenge us or to try to attack us in some way. And so the military community is on guard for that, but further turmoil at the Pentagon only leads to more instability there and raises concerns, I think, throughout the national security firmament of the country.
In any case,
the commission pointed out the transition as a really potential time. And the turmoil surrounding the 2000 transition is what led Osama bin Laden to be able to take advantage of us.
They placed Galileo in house arrest, and that gave Galileo time
I know we're still waiting for a couple of standing states to have all the balance. NBC News said that it's still too early, too close to call the Georgia race. It's still too close to call, but we're now characterizing it as Joe Biden in the lead. So it's a little bit of news coming from the NBC News decision desk. Too close to call, but Joe Biden does have the lead. There are 10,647 votes between them. The president is filing lawsuits all over the country.
How do you think
Does
he
he
was
actually expect any of these
if we
things to
avoid
stick, or at this
the
point it's just a
near-term issues we're having?
I don't we don't know President Trump inside his soul what he actually expects. Those around the president, however, don't expect any of this to reverse the outcome of the election, which has been clear for some time now. These are lawsuits that are being filed because the president wants to fight because he wants these lawsuits filed. And he's asking for Rudy Giuliani to go ahead and file them and to try to make hay in the legal arena. His campaign, sort of on paper, is pressing forward with
these challenges that they've acquired recognition inside Trump's orbit, that it's at this point sort of a lost cause that he's not going to be reelected as president, and that at some point he's going to need to accept that reality.
Which I think will be our evolutionary
It's not just Rudy Giuliani, though. There are a number of very prominent Republican lawmakers who are continuing to be critical as well. Ted Cruz, who is Harvard a lawyer, argued cases in front of the Supreme Court, is saying this. It's baseless. It's nonsense.
The point is
and
that
so
certainly on Earth, there are
I was going to
other
see you. Thank you, my friend. And still had a question. I said, it is time for the president to put up or shut up.
right now. So we will definitely need to move away from our solar system to other systems. And then, the question is, can they keep on propagating to other planetary systems?
Well, Republicans currently in office appear to be taking a wait-and-see approach
in our own
president's
solar
election
system,
fraud claims.
the sun
And in his
burning out
victory
is
speech,
not
President Biden extended an olive
immediate
branch to his political opponents. But will a
That'll happen in
Republican-led
about
Senate be willing
5
to
billion
work
years when it becomes
with a Democratic
Although I
president?
should hasten to add that within the next 1 or 2 billion years, the sun will have brightened enough that unless there are compensatory atmospheric changes, the oceans will evaporate away. And you need much less carbon dioxide for the temperatures to be maintained roughly at the present controlled plants and lower the carbon dioxide. So within 1 or 2 billion years, probably the oceans will evaporate. But on a sooner timescale than that, I would say an asteroid collision leading to a potential mass extinction, or at least an extinction of complex beings themselves that require quite special conditions and cockroaches to survive. One of these civilization-changing asteroids is only 1 kilometer or so and true mass extinction event is now it's true that we can find and track the orbits of asteroids that might be headed toward Earth, and if we find them 50 or 100 years before they impact us, then other physicists and engineers can figure out ways to deflect them. But at some point, some comet will come in from the deep freeze of the solar system, and there we have very little on months to a year.
What's the deep freeze?
Well, the deep freeze is sort of out beyond Neptune. There's this thing called the Kuiper Belt. And it consists of a bunch of, dirty ice balls or icy dirt balls. It's the source of the comets that occasionally come east from the sun. And then there's a bigger area scattered dead sources of big comets around the solar system way out there. Which other comets come from? Then there's the Oort cloud, and a double-sided RT after given Oort system. It's another part of a light year away from the sun, so a good fraction
At Humana, we believe your healthcare should evolve with you, and part of that evolution is choosing the right Medicare plan for you. Humana can help. With original Medicare, you're covered for hospital stays and doctor office visits, but you have to pay a deductible for treatment. A Medicare supplement plan can cover your deductibles and co-insurance, but you may pay higher premiums and still not get prescription drug coverage. But with an all-in-one Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get all that coverage plus Part B prescription drug benefits. You get all this coverage for as low as a $0 monthly plan premium in many areas. Humana has a large network of doctors and hospitals, and telehealth coverage with a $0 copay. So
other direction. So since we can't predict how much outgassing there will be and exactly what direction,
Medicare Advantage plan could save you money.
it's hard to predict the trajectory.
Why do I have life insurance? Because I want to make sure that these kids are always taken care of. My life insurance policy with Genuine gives me peace of mind. For $1 a day, I've got up to $500,000 in coverage. Visit Genuine.com to get a policy in minutes.
Instead of trying to be a hero, right?
Because most people overpay for cars. Gabby is a free tool that saves you money by finding the best deal. Gabby saves users over $800 a year on average. Go to Gabby.com and stop overpaying for car insurance.
That there would be a collision from a scientific
The Senate
perspective,
is
from an
about to
engineering
convene for the
perspective.
first
I
time
imagine you would
since
actually be in the
presidential
room.
election.
People
At 3 p.m.,
deciding
Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will speak at the start of the debate. session.
too.
McConnell easily won the election and will set the tone for a chamber divided over Donald Trump's lies about widespread voter fraud. If McConnell rejects the false claims, how will those like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz say this? Respond.
And then by the time
If Republicans don't challenge and change the U.S. election system, there'll never be another Republican president elected again. President Trump should not concede.
I believe President Trump still has a path to victory, and that path is to count every single legal vote that was cast, but also not to cast any votes that were fraudulently cast or illegally cast, and we have a legal process to determine what's legal and what isn't.
It doesn't take much, but you can imagine if the thing is about to hit you, you have to deflect it 90 degrees or more, right? You know, you don't have to do
President-elect Joe Biden
slow it down or speed it up a lot if that's what
with an antagonistic majority.
decades
My next guest
is
suggests
sufficient time,
Biden
but
can still get a lot
months is
done.
not sufficient
And on
time.
Gary
So at
Ross
that
writes
point,
New York
I would
Times,
think
Mr. Biden could bypass Congress.
the name of the
to make
game would be
personal
trying to
changes in
predict
people's
where
lives,
it
changes that would in their own
if it's
way
in a
help
heavily
address one root
populated
cause
region,
of the very gridlock those actions
to
would be working around. Lack of faith.
try to start an orderly evacuation. But you know, that might cause so much panic, but I'm thinking, how would you do it in New York City?
Gentlemen, thank you so
or
much.
Los
Gary, I
Angeles
want to start with you. So
I might have a different opinion a year ago.
Tell me if I'm wrong, and more come in the last 24 hours, but so far only Lisa Murkowski and Mitt Romney have congratulated Joe Biden on his win.
Competence, yeah.
The rest
Confidence.
Right,
are
but we expect
silent.
extreme incompetence.
What are you
If
expecting to
anything,
hear from
yes,
Mitch
No,
McConnell
so I'm
today?
quite disappointed.
There has been a
From
third.
a
Susan
medical
Collins just
perspective,
within the
I
last
think
hour did
you're
send out a
saying
statement
that
congratulating the
point.
president and vice
It's almost better
president
to get
on this
better
hard-fought race. Mitch McConnell is pretty good at saying exactly as little as he wants to in times like this, and I suspect that's what we'll hear. So he may mention the election, the turnout, the lack of foreign interference, sort of the broad successive Republicans at the same level, which is what they think they have so far. I don't expect that they'll comment on the question of who is president-elect right now, in part because he doesn't want to divide his caucus and sort of one with Mitch McConnell, trying not to throw everybody overboard if he don't have to. So I don't think he's going to make a firm statement one way or the other on the fact that Joe Biden is the president-elect. I think a big part of the reason is the focus on Georgia. Just within the last 30 minutes, I got a campaign fundraising email from Mitch McConnell's campaign raising money to defend those Georgia Senate seats. It doesn't say anything about the election results at the top of the ticket, but this is sort of the primary focus now, I think, of everything you see the Republican-controlled Senate doing in the next month and a half is how do they keep those two seats in the cold and keep Mitch McConnell in the majority leader's chair? And I think that's the prism through which we should watch everything that's going to happen here. Certainly in the next few days, if not the next few weeks as well.
Are you hearing about any private conversations about the posture towards Joe Biden if Republicans are able to maintain
There's the possibility that a star will
in Georgia and also the majority in the Senate?
Only a little bit. There's a general agreement that Biden should get the cabinet he wants to, as Mitt Romney put it the other day,
estimates are
that shows, that they picked someone from way out in left field. But beyond that, I think there's a lot of let's wait and see what the next few weeks look like. Let's wait and see what that Georgia Senate race shakes out to be like. As the point out, Biden and Mitch McConnell do have a fairly long-standing personal relationship from their time in the Senate together, and from Biden's time as the vice president working with McConnell when he was the minority leader. That said, I don't expect him to be, particularly best friends there anytime soon.
You wrote about how Joe Biden can still accomplish a lot by going around Congress.
The greater
there are limits
danger,
to that, so explain what you're arguing.
Changing.
Well, Joe Biden ran on this promise of the restoration of normalcy. But I think the idea of Make America 2016 again is an unappealing one because 2016 is the year in which the conditions of this country got Donald Trump elected. And so instead of starting this conversation the way so many of us in the media do, which is about the process, what's Mitch going to do? What's Lindsey going to do? What are people who have spent the last 4 years enabling autocracy in America? What are they going to do? What's their next move? I think we have to start not this process but with people's pain. The reality is Joe Biden has won an election in which many people in this country are in unprecedented pain. Pain caused by the loss loss of loved ones in this pandemic, pain caused by the associated economic catastrophe that's left very few people untouched, except the billionaire class. And so the question should not be, are there 50 votes or 49 votes or 51 votes or 60 votes? Did you get rid of the filibuster? What happens in Georgia? The most immediate question is, what do we do about that pain? And if Joe Biden is serious about acting on that pain, there is, as I write in the New York Times piece, a bunch of things he can do by executive action. It turns out that it's not just environmental protection rollbacks that you can do by executive order, the way Trump did. You can actually also protect the environment. It's not just deregulating the economy. There's actually regulations you can add to make consumers' lives better and make our banks more secure. You can do things not just to help big corporations, but you can wipe out $50,000 of student debt by executive order.
It's terrifying to think that people listen to this conversation and think they listen to Bill Gates talk about pandemics, talk a few years ago, and realizing
minority leader who, if the Senate would flip, would become majority leader. And he signaled to me in this conversation a very different direction, potentially, even for the moderate wing of the Democratic Party. He said we have not been big enough or bold enough as a party in the last 15 to 20 years, very clearly talking about the Obama years. We need to have an FDR style. That is not Chuck Schumer's political philosophy until now. There is real talk of the need for a real shift in the party, not because of process, but because of pain.
The sun, right? It's the nuclear winter.
And you also write that Joe Biden is uniquely suited for this. Let me read this. The example of Lyndon Johnson, a longtime senator and vice president, less charismatic than the president he served, and succeeded, who nevertheless became more consequential, provides a possible historical analog. Mr. Biden could turn out to be an improbably deft salesman for progressive priorities, using his dishonest, folksy, median voter-friendly patois, that come-on-man Americana vibe, to make major changes seem like common sense. I'm going to forgive you for forcing you to pronounce a French word on television. But on a side, do you think that Joe Biden is going to be able to sell something like, and taking the issue of healthcare, which is going to be in front of the Supreme Court and could get struck down, the Affordable Care Act, that would kick 20 million Americans off their health care. Talk about pain. That's going to put a lot of people into more severe pain than they are right now. Is Joe Biden the kind of personality, with the relationships that he has in the Senate, and also the reputation he has around the country, to find a way to find a compromise, if he has to, on the issue of health care?
I think one of the things that we all have to be humble about as political observers is that it's not always the radicals who get the radical things done and the moderates who get the moderate things done. Sometimes it maps that way, and then sometimes it flips. Right? So if you look at FDR, a lot of his coming of age and early career would not predict that, and including a very wealthy family, one of the wealthiest people ever become president, would not predict the FDR presidency. If you heard the way Lyndon Johnson talked about black people in private, that would not have led you to predict the signing of the elections and the civil rights act. And there's plenty of examples of that in our history. And so I think with Biden, less because of the relationship that everybody emphasizes, although maybe that's important, more because of his ability, if he has a political superpower, is to communicate to Americans some of these ideas in ways that do not raise the, frankly, in my view, irrational fears that a lot of people have about things like healthcare for all, education that's accessible, and this and that. But Joe Biden has this kind of translation skill. And a good example of this is his climate speech, largely Prakash of the Sunrise Movement, one of the most far-reaching climate leaders out there, young leader, was really well on this climate speech after she lobbied him in the Unity Task Force, and he changed his positions and he gave this speech. And what she observed about the speech was he suddenly made climate sound like everything else he makes it sound like. When you get knocked down, you didn't pick up the climate. He's this folksiness that can strip some of these issues of their country.
This whole conversation is making me realize how lucky we are.
Oh, we're incredibly lucky, but we've set ourselves up to be very, very fragile. And we're intrinsically complex biological creatures that, except for the fact that we have brains and minds with which we can, try to prevent some of these things or respond to them, we as a living organism
And Philadelphia's state Republican election official calls out the president's allegations of voter fraud.
we're not cockroaches. We're not going to
From the inside looking out, it feels very deranged. At the end of the day, we are counting eligible votes cast by voters.
The stars, like, inspires.
But that is not stopping the president and his legal team from launching lawsuit after lawsuit in an
I see
attempt
space
to challenge the election results.
like that it's reaching out more than just reaching out to the stars. It's a really beautiful idea. But if you listen to somebody like Elon Musk, he talks about space exploration. It's very pragmatic. We have to be. And this is a ridiculous way of sounding like an engineer, but it's just like it's obvious we need to become a multi-planetary species if we want to survive long term. So maybe both philosophically, the beauty, and in terms of
Anyone on Medicare, the Medicare annual
space exploration, the challenges of it.
Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare Advantage benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free home prescription delivery, and free rights to Medicare payments?
We're both on Medicare. I talked to an insurance agent. But we've been
there's a lot to unpack there. But humans are by their very
and want to make
nature
sure that we're getting all the benefits.
they want to go out, climb the next
If you're not 100% sure about your Medicare benefits, it's time to call the Medicare helpline. The call is free. You could be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with no copays, no deductibles, and no monthly premiums. That's no and zero.
Is it true that I don't automatically get the notification here on Earth?
Now, some people say
your agents can look at the plane I'm on and let me know if I'm getting all the benefits on the planet.
That's right. All you have to do is find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits. You don't get these automatically, so call and see if you're eligible.
Nevertheless,
Call is free, and there is no obligation to enroll. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify.
Our friends are
It'd be
all
good to be on
saying
Mars.
right
That would
now
be
is
a
the
good
best time
place
to
for
call
us
during the Medicare annual
from which to, explore.
Would that be a
so
good?
many people
Would that be a
over
good next step?
65
Well, that's the good. It's a good next step. I happen to disagree
The
with that.
Medicare helpline is open during the payment and waiting periods to help
Very
everyone on
optimistic.
Medicare make sure you are getting the benefits you deserve.
To get people
Just
going.
call 800-355-9911 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits.
In order
There's no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call 800-355-9911. That's 800-355-9911.
Sort of like every time you flew from San Francisco to Los Angeles.
Attention, do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $134 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Home Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-985-9143. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Home Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-985-9143. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-985-9143. That's
I was reading this recently in terms of like what's the most efficient
Frustrated that the police of damage from the Washington and then just do what the same? Well, now there's a solution with Downey to Buy Damage. Downey to Buy Damage protects your clothes
So
from
you want
inspection,
to
cleaning,
build
and
giant
pressing that happens
colonies
throughout the wash process. All cycle one. Simply
Yeah, a
toss
lot
the
of protein,
detergent,
and they're easy
add
to
Divine Aids, then toss in your clothes. And Downey to Buy's unique formula conditions and protects fibers. So clothes stay looking newer, longer. Now you can protect your clothes so they look newer longer with Downey to Buy Damage.
But, so there's this thin atmosphere, it's got the wrong temperature, it's mostly carbon dioxide.
Put aside the carbon,
Violent dust storms,
and the rhetoric that
the temperatures are generally cold.
demonize them.
You need to do a lot of things. You need to terraform basically in order to make it nicely livable without some dome surrounding you. And if you insist on a dome, well, that's not going to house that many people.
And yet,
let's look briefly then, we're looking for a new apartment to move into. So let's look outside the solar system. Do you think, you've spoken about exoplanets as well. Do you think there's possible homes out there for us outside of our solar system?
An attorney in the political law group at Chapman in Drysdale and University of Virginia law lecturer Matthew Sanderson.
Planetary
He's
system
also an
nearly every
MSNBC
star
election
you
law
see is
analyst. So Tim, you say the Republicans have so far failed. Elaborate.
It's a relatively new
Kepler satellites 7 or 8 months laying the groundwork for alleging mass voter fraud. Without planning all the way to carry it out and follow through on it. And so, as you read from my piece there, this was coming. This is not a surprise. Whether the president had lost 5 votes or 5 million, he was going to go against Trump, which I think obviously Republicans were hoping that it would be a Trump victory or a Trump law. Matter of fact, I can tell you for sure that they're going to talk with a lot of elected Republican officials last night about this, which is when they were to a person, they were all hoping that if he loses, he loses by a huge margin, because then we're sort of off the hook. We can say, this is obviously over, this, people have spoken. They're now sort of in their own personal hell, their own personal workspace scenario here, because they believe that it's a reasonable situation. Either they stay silent, and they look weak, and they look like they're complicit, and that they're enabling the president, leveling these extremely grave allegations, and they substantiate the evidence, or they speak out against him, and they incur the rap, not just the president, which they're actually right now. It's his base. It's his voters, their constituents in their own backyards, who are just teed up right now when they are waiting to pounce on any Republican who is going to be perceived as betraying the president. We see this when Fox News makes the call to debate. We see it when, a radio host like Hugh Hewitt calls Joe Biden the president-elect and he gets lit up on his Twitter feed by the right. I mean, there is a lot of anger and frustration and exasperation right now in the president's face, and it is all going to be taken out on these Republican officials, and they're so worried about that they can't bring themselves, most of them, to just speak the truth and observe the reality of the situations that the president has lost. He's not going to be reelected, and they can't represent the same on us.
Now that's 10,000 generations.
Roughly, 70 million people who voted for Donald Trump, and I said,
so you need this column
say that none of them are going to accept the results.
that is able to sustain itself.
I mean, it might only be a very small portion that don't accept the results or choose not to believe it, but anyone
10,000 generations, they have to commit themselves
the
to
process
living
of democracy
on this
is not good for democracy, especially when
I just don't see
leaders who are elected democratically, Republican and Democratic leaders who are elected democratically are saying so in the public airways. I'd also like pointed this out. It doesn't make any sense because a lot of voters split their tickets. So if the presidential ballots weren't valid, then the Senate ballots wouldn't be valid either. And Republicans so far are maintaining control of the Senate. Of course, there are those two runoffs. Matt, you told us that you've had interactions like this before.
Artificial intelligence, you just tell the thing, fix yourself.
Allegations
When you land on the planet,
tell me how the process
producing
normally goes against
something.
you.
Initially, the materials.
Yes, I've been a Republican leader, just have a leader, and have had many hours worth of conversations with people who believe in widespread voter fraud. It doesn't always start out with over-the-top, grandiose allegations with the promise that research is just around the corner of a million years, and then it quickly devolves into a series of shifting anecdotes. And so what I would say is, based on my experience, what people should do is not listen to what these people are saying on TV or on Twitter. They should look and see what they actually say in Twitter. And I think what we've seen in the post-election period as well as earlier on in litigation that was before the election, when judges have asked the Trump campaign for evidence of voter fraud in a circumstance where they're under oath, where they cannot talk and they cannot lie, they have nothing to point to. And I think that as I look at this, I've been in Republican politics a long time. I know what a Republican legal strategy looks like. But so far, this is not a legal strategy. This is lawyers acting as grief counselors to an emotionally sensitive president who somehow can't quite come to terms with an obvious loss.
So
I
you
like
write
to think
about
that there isn't anything, and that how beautiful it is that our thoughts and emotions and feelings or
these
compassion
argue cases in front of the
all come
Supreme
from
Court against
these ones and zeros.
Witches
That
out there,
to me
Fox
actually
News
is
saying
a beautiful thought.
that the
And the
election
idea that
isn't over
machines,
because their
silicon-based
role is
life
fraud. Only legal
could be our
ballots should be
natural
counted.
evolutionary descendants,
When
not
lawyers
from a
look to
DNA
Ted Cruz, who has this
perspective. They are
country that
our
Tim Alberta
creations, and
has
they
pointed out,
carry on.
and he's saying,
That to me is a beautiful thought in
what do
some
you
ways
tell
that
them
others
when somebody with that sort of resume
It's
comes out and
exciting to
spews this
it is
nonsense?
exciting to me as well.
Yeah.
Because to me,
This nonsense really used to be on the fringes of my party,
I
and
believe it's
unfortunately,
impossible to
some are indulging in it from my perspective due to political expediency. But again, I would point everyone to don't pay attention to what Ted Cruz is saying on Twitter. Pay attention to what the Trump campaign is saying in court. And like I said, later this year, when federal judges in Montana and New Jersey and Pennsylvania ordered them to produce evidence of voter fraud, they have nothing to point to. And that's playing out again and again in this post-election period. There's nothing that they've been able to come up with. All they have so far is a result that they don't like. And that's not enough, obviously.
Passion and love and hate.
Matthew Sanders and Tim Alberta, and we did not have enough time for this conversation today. I'm just going to go out there and admit it right now. We had at least 5 more minutes, but I appreciate you coming on nonetheless. And coming up next, President-elect Biden's next order of business will be to build on his administration. We're going to take a look at the people who can shape the next 4 years. After a very quick break, don't go anywhere.
I think it's curiosity.
Hello.
It might look very
Hello
different
is
than
friendly. Hello is open. It's welcoming. Everything we want to be when helping people find a Medicare plan. So if you're looking for yours, say hello to Hello Medicare, a one-stop shop for Medicare plans, including a range of all-in-one Medicare Advantage plans from the names you know.
And really, if we want to move to other planets outside
Even
of
enroll,
the system,
all in one
I think
place.
realistically,
No matter where you
that's a
are in
much
your
better
search, whether
option
you're just starting
than
out
thinking that
or already have a good idea of what you want, give us a call. Our licensed Hello Medicare agents are here to make things easy and help guide you to a plan that fits your needs. Because we get it, finding the right Medicare plan can be challenging. Plans can differ by price or benefits.
You figure out how much
They can even differ by where you live. That's why we're here, to put it all together and be your go-to place for all the latest information laid out right in front of you, in a way that's easy to understand. It all starts with a few simple questions, so we can get to know you better. Questions like, do you want to keep your doctor? And which benefits are important to you? Then, based on your answers, we'll match you with plans from the top names in Medicare, giving you a complete picture of your best options. Next, we'll help you compare benefits, compare costs. It's easy. And when you feel good about your selection, we'll sign you up. Done and done. Remember, the annual enrollment period is here, and it ends on December 7th. So whether you're looking to save money or find better coverage, let's do this. Let's go find your Medicare plan. Call us today and speak with one of our helpful licensed Hello Medicare agents. Hello Medicare. Say hello to an easier way to do
Say
Medicare.
hello real quickly and then send the images back to us, okay? So that's a tiny little thing, right? Maybe you can accelerate that to they're hoping
President-elect
20%
Obama
of
is building what is being
with a
called
whole
his
bunch of
big
high-powered
one
lasers
staff that work
aimed
for the
at
White
it.
House.
It's not clear that other countries will allow
Biden
us to
plans
do
to
that, by
announce
the
some of
way.
these
That's a
positions
very
as
forward-looking
early
thought.
as
We
this
very
week.
support
Top
the idea.
contenders for
But
the
there's a
jobs
big
range
difference
from
between sending a little tiny
Biden's
camera
list to a
and
group of
sending a
newer
payload
aides who
to
joined his
people
campaign in
with
2020.
equipment that
Joining
could
me now
then
with new reporting
mine
on the Biden transition is NBC News
the
correspondent Carol
resources
Lee.
on
So
the
Carol, I know
exoplanet that
there's
they
talk out
reach
there about the cabinet
and
not
go
being
forth
announced
and
until a little bit later on.
Let's
But so
talk
far,
about the big
you are
galactic
expecting to
things
hear
and
some of the more,
how we might be able to leverage them for
I guess,
some of that.
fundamental day-to-day
Science
names
fiction,
being
but,
announced this week.
ideas of
Yeah, that's right, Katie. What we're told is that the President-elect Biden wants to do this in phases. So essentially, the first get this team, this day one staff sort of squared away before moving on to, although they're still looking at people to fill cabinet positions, but really not zeroing in on that until after this essential staff is figured out. And these are folks like the White House Chief of Staff, White House Counsel, White House Press Secretary, senior advisors, an economic team, a domestic policy team, and so they're within the White House itself, and then several posts at key agencies across the government. And the idea is that when the president-elect comes in, there's a staff there that's ready to hit the ground running on day one, on Inauguration Day, to implement what we expect to be a number of policy changes, executive orders, but also if there's new legislation, for instance, on coronavirus relief, then that's something that the president-elect would want to at least have momentum on before coming into office. And so you need to have staff in place that same day to start working on that now in the transition to be ready to implement it when he takes office. So we're expecting some announcements this week on these individuals. And a lot of them are familiar names. Ron Klain is expected to be White House Chief of Staff. He was when Vice President Biden, when he was Vice President-elect in 2008, he was his incoming Chief of Staff. He's somebody that the President-elect knows very well. There's others around the President-elect who've been with him a long time, and then there's some who are newer, and so it's going to be this mix, as we expect, of aides who are there basically putting together a roadmap for what they want to do as soon as they get in now, and then getting there that day and implementing it.
By the singularity.
Carol, I know
Now, for a rotating black hole, it turns out there is a
are there
way
any names that
to
you're
pass
hearing
through
so
the
far?
event
Comparing to
horizon, the
the people who
boundary
said
of the black
it's got to get a spot
and avoid the singularity
Yeah, there's a
and go
number
out the other
of
side,
names
or
of
even
folks that
traverse
have
the
bubbled up
donut
here and
hole
there.
in
There's some who've been around the
rotating black holes,
president-elect for some time.
There's
We're
actually
expecting Michelle
two
Fournier, for
theoretical
instance,
ways
is often mentioned as
a rotating
possible
black hole
defense
or a charged
secretary.
black hole.
Folks like Jay Johnson, Susan Rice, you mentioned Pete Buttigieg. There's a number of individuals who've been in the mix. We just don't know exactly where they will ultimately land.
Good evidence for them. Do they have traversable wormholes? Probably not, because it's still the case that when you go in, you go in with so much energy that it either squeezes the wormhole shut, or you encounter a whole bunch of incoming and outgoing energy that vaporizes what's called the mass inflation stability. And it sort of vaporizes
on Medicare. Did you know that right now is the annual enrollment period for all Medicare recipients? Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call 800-792-8271 for your free, no obligation Medicare benefits review. Now is the time during the Medicare annual enrollment period to see if you are eligible to save money and get additional benefits at little to no additional cost. You don't get these savings or additional benefits automatically, so make sure you call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period to make sure you are getting all the benefits you deserve. If you're not sure you're on the best plan for you, just call the number on your screen now for your free, no obligation Medicare benefits review. Call before the December 7th deadline. You may be able to save money and receive additional benefits. You may also be eligible for a plan that includes additional benefits like home prescription delivery and expanded at-home telehealth visits. Just call 800-792-8271 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 worth of in-years, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits. benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. Call a Medicare benefits review on absolutely free. If you're not sure if you're on the best plan for you, just call the number on your screen now for your free, no obligation Medicare benefits review. You don't get these savings and additional benefits automatically. So call before the December 7th deadline. You may be able to save money and receive additional benefits. Call 800-792-8271.
And you're not even going forward in time necessarily then to the same universe, right? You're ending up in some other universe.
There's lots of people who are confused about which Medicare plan is right for them.
Right?
That's me.
Travel.
Don't start with I'm a licensed humanist sales agent.
It's nice to meet more ways than one.
Yeah, and then there's this idea of the airdrop, where you warp space-time in front of you so as to greatly reduce distance so you can expand space-time. You're sort of riding away from space-time. But the problem I see with that becomes practical energy requirements. And by the way, how do you get out of this bubble through which you're riding this wave of space-time? Pierre acknowledged all these things. So this is purely theoretical answers and all that.
Sure. I'll get a decision by
The problem I see is that you have to get to those places in some way so as to change the shape of space-time, so as to make the journey quicker. But to get there, you got there in the normal way, at a speed considerably less than that of light. So in a sense,
maybe
have the same
here in
thing
New York, we're following breaking news at this hour.
taking that journey
50 hours after President Trump lost his bid for re-election. The president is refusing to concede and instead is firing a top cabinet and national security official. President Trump tweeted out this afternoon that Defense Secretary Mark Esper has been terminated immediately. This after 16 months in the job. National Counterterrorism Center Director Christopher C. Miller will become the president's fourth Pentagon chief, serving up the final 72 days of the Trump presidency. In a brand new interview with Military Times, Esper spoke about preserving my integrity. Quote, my frustration is I sit here and say, 18 cabinet members, who's pushed back more than anybody? Name another cabinet secretary that's pushed back. Have you seen me on stage saying, under the exceptional leadership of blah, 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 some sort of suspended enemy Secretary Mark Esper speaking to the Military Times today. The city man will expect to hear from Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell in his first floor appearance since the election. Now, President Joe Biden is moving forward with his transition team, starting with naming his coronavirus task force. It comes as the U.S. has recorded over 100,000 cases for 5 straight days, after 10 million total cases in the nation. So one of those new cases is HUD Secretary Dr. Ben Carson, who's at the White House for the election night party in the Eastern Right, as well as Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and 5 other aides who have all tested positive since Friday. But we do want to begin with the breaking news out of the Pentagon with Democrat Congressman Andy Kim of New Jersey, who serves on the Armed Services Committee and the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus. Congressman, it's good to have you with us. So let me get your reaction to the President terminating Secretary Esper so abruptly in these final 2 months of his presidency. What do you think?
Approaches infinity.
First of all, thank you for having me. Second, we are 72 days out from this presidential transition, which having a new administration. Why in the world is the president putting our country at greater risk by having this level of instability in our leadership? As someone who worked in the Pentagon before, working in national security, our security is dependent on stability, and we lack that right now.
One of the
You
things
mentioned that you're on the your service on the coronavirus committee. What is the most important challenge for President Biden to tackle on day one as he assumes office?
Intelligent life forms.
The most important thing for President-elect Biden to engage on right now is to have a whole of government strategy ready to go. He started with absolutely right thing to do out of the gate, which is put together some of the brightest, talented minds in our country in public health, and make sure that this is a scientific and medical decision and process leading this. Now they need to go and make sure they're engaged with governors and mayors across this country, with public health officials, and try to have the type of engagement and coordination that we have lacked for almost half the
diameter of our
Trump administration has botched the response. So that is something that is so critical, and I just urge them to make sure that they're pushing at all costs.
So you say whole government approach, where do you begin to drill down? What do you see as the most pressing and urgent need for the health of America, physically and
roughly
national security-wise?
Earth-like planets and so on.
The sad thing about this response is that we know what needs to be done. That the testing and the contact tracing, the isolation, you will hear these words over and over again because that is absolutely the right thing to do. So it's about making sure that we are engaged in this, but it's about a level of coordination that we have just fundamentally lacked. Whether that is about the production and distribution of personal protective equipment, whether that is about the testing strategies, we have lacked that, and now we need to make sure we're moving forward. But the Biden administration and this transition team leading up to it cannot do this in a vacuum. They need to making sure they're working at all levels of government.
Let's go back. You're going to tell us for a moment. New Jersey's imposing some new restrictions tonight, ending late night indoor dining. How do your constituents feel about it? Are you seeing pandemic fatigue and a sense of frustration with people being less careful setting in?
Our level of intelligence and mechanical ability and curiosity.
Fatigue. I feel it too. I wish I could go out to restaurants
There's no evidence
and enjoy the things that I've done before. I feel that from my constituents as well. And we have also lost thousands of people here in our community. New Jersey got hit at the very front end of this. We're the epicenter of the war. We don't want to ever see that again. So a lot of people here share their suffering. And in the meantime, we need to make sure that we're delivering for small businesses, giving them the relief and the support that they need to make sure that they get through it. So that is why it's so critical that we
intelligent or mechanically able
this
on
crisis.
Earth. Okay.
It's important to recognize that the fastest way that we're going to be able to end this crisis is being able to make sure we are abiding by the public health strategies that we need to until we get that vaccine, which I hope occurs.
Yeah, hopefully so. Some people from Pfizer today. Let's turn to politics, though. If I can this one in the election, the Democrats lost some unexpected seats, but kept the House majority. Speaker Pelosi is describing the results as a strong mandate. I think a lot of people would disagree with that. I'm curious to get your thoughts.
Huge amount of intelligent civilizations have
well, in my district, my district's the district that President Trump carried by 6 points in 2016, and right now we're still waiting for all the votes to come in, but there's a potential that I'll be able to run this off by double digits. So it's about what we were able to do in this district is just focus on the people. Focus on what they are concerned about, which is the coronavirus crisis, the pandemic, the economic hardships, showing them that we're engaged and fighting for them each and every day. So that is really the key to it here in this district. And look, we'll start to see how
SETI has been now
search for extraterrestrial intelligence. But right now, the single most important thing that we can be doing is government. It's not about crafting the right message and talking about that and figuring out what pollsters are thinking about right now. It is about government and showing the American people that we know how to govern and getting things done. That's ultimately what's going to make sure that we get our country better.
So let me drill down for a bit, if I can, since you're talking specifically about governing, and there is a difference about which side of the Democratic Party's approach to governing is the correct one. You already have members of your caucus, AOC, Alexander Ocasio-Cortez, and Conor Lamb. They're publicly disagreeing over what caused Democrats to lose some of these seats. Lamb said some progressive messages, incumbents, while Representative Ocasio-Cortez says that Democrats lack a strong ground game. Can you just shed light on where you fall on this?
Among Homo sapiens,
well, first and foremost, what I've learned in the work that I've done, whether that was when I worked as a diplomat, even in the last 10 years as a congressman in my home district, it's about building coalitions. You can't get anything done without coalition, making sure that we can move forward, and that's our fight. I'm going to be going back down to D.C., gathering with my colleagues next week. There's time for us to talk, right? And we have now a Biden transition team and future administration. But we know that there's not one single thing that happened during the election that caused the results that we see. It was ripple effect, lots of different efforts all over the place. We had over 400,000 people turn out in my congressional district to say correct. So there's a lot of things that happened. There's not one single thing that went right or wrong. but now is a time for us to build a coalition.
Okay, I guess
And for that coalition to
question, do you think we'll actually get that?
He spoken like a true diplomat, I have to admit.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Andy came from refuses to deliver a concession speech. Pressure is mounting on the General Services Administration to affirm Joe Biden's victory. Now, the agency, under law, facilitates the handoff from one administration to the next. Joining me now is from our Utah Governor Mike Levitt. He's a Republican member of the nonpartisan center for presidential transition and served as HHS Secretary under President George W. Bush. It's great to have you with us, sir. I appreciate your time. I want to start with a new letter that you and former White House Chief of Staff Dr. Bolton called on the GSA to ascertain that Biden has won. Until the GSA does, though, Biden's transition can't officially begin. Tell me about your motivation to write this letter and how concerned are you that it may drag on for some time?
So the point is that through science,
the topic of ascertainment, which is essentially the GSA concluding that government assets cannot be provided, is essentially a procedural step. And there's actually no reason that procedural step could not occur. And at the same time, allow the president to continue on with the legitimate measurement of the fields, like recounts and so forth.
The mystery perspective, it seems like
judge's hammer
the mystery
coming down saying it's final, it's a procedural step. It can and should be done.
the degrees of freedom
So it does beg the question, sir, why do you think President Trump is doing it? If you're saying it does not have an impact on the bearing of the legal challenges that the president legitimately can pursue and wants to pursue, why do you think he is then blocking this ascertainment?
the existence of
Well, that's not a question I'm ready to answer, other than assume that they simply don't want to have any further sequels. That's an assumption that I'm
again,
making.
that alien would have started out somewhere.
How long do you think you can wait before you start seeing some serious disruption? I don't want to say damage, but serious disruption. I've interviewed others that have been involved in transition. Obviously, this process can go forward, but until you actually have the full weight of government behind you, with the resources and the access to information and the access to intelligence, you're not going to really be able to hit the ground running. So from your experience, how long and how much damage is done every day this goes on?
They make 2 copies each, and
Well, actually, the coordination is badly needed. One example would be Operation Warp Speed, where you announced this morning that we're going to see emergency use authorizations requested by Pfizer. That will move into a building phase, and the ability to have information to coordinate as the Biden team stands up each task force will be very important. It will be valuable. It will improve the transition should occur. And most people believe that it will occur, and that nothing is lost by except a lot is gained by areas of intelligence gathering. Presidents-elect need to have common intelligence so that when the president becomes president, they're up to date with the national security things up to date. This is the reason why we do transitions.
And also,
75 days, there's a lot to be done, and democracy is improved by a peaceful transition process.
You went through the transition from Bush to Obama.
really honest about
What was the most difficult part of that process that you would share with your colleagues who are about to undergo a similar transition from a Biden to a Trump?
So I can imagine a civilization that goes on for billions of years. It's just things
we transition
figures out the minimal
transition. A number of existing places where we actually work together.
Yeah,
side by side, the tabletop exercises to anticipate that if certain things occur, that we would be ready. We work together with the career employees to make certain that there was, in fact, an intellectual foundation that could be passed along to them. This is a very significant part of the way we govern democracy to have smooth transitions. It requires both sides to enter into it with the right attitude. There's no reason that
with the
transition can proceed, and the president will adjudicate all of the concerns that he has through the weekend.
This is like a TV show.
Yeah, it's like a reality TV show.
And over to Capitol Hill,
So they just tuned in.
joining me in his first remarks of the lame duck session.
To me,
the first time since President-elect Joe Biden was projected to win the election, MSNBC's Derek Hayden joins us live from Capitol Hill. Good to see you back in friendly territory, so to speak.
Some of them would have been way ahead of us.
Let's start with this breaking news this afternoon. Has there been, first of all, any reaction from lawmakers to the firing of Defense Secretary Mark Esper and its time? Yeah, you know, there has been, in fact, Esper certainly got 90 votes for his contribution. That's extraordinarily unusual in the Trump era. And the first two statements about it, getting back came from Democratic Senator Tim Kaine and Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin. Slotkin's statement was particularly she suggested that there's no reason to fire Esper based on his performance, that it is either purely vindictive or indicative of a president who wants to do something that the defense secretary wouldn't allow him to do in this transitional period. And that's a cause for at least, if not alarm, being watched very closely. The usual argument Republicans should to speak up. The general Republican MO at this moment tends to be keep your head down while these election results get sorted. I was going to say, speaking of keeping your head down, lots of questions about the Republican Party right now and what they are and what they are not saying, particularly when it comes to these election results, and congratulating President-elect Joe Biden, even encouraging the president to concede two different statements, and yet we're not hearing either statement being made by a lot of Republicans. What are we expecting to hear from Leader McConnell? I don't expect to see him rocking the boat here, at least in terms of calling for the president to concede or even congratulating his former colleague Joe Biden. The majority leader's imperative here is to protect his majority, and it's been this way that the time this is for Barry, you have to understand his brain. He's not going to say anything that's going to divide his conference or force them to answer for anything he said, which makes me believe he's going to say functionally nothing about who will be our next president. But we'll see just like he wants. We certainly will, Gary Hank. We're going to come back to you if you're fact. Which McConnell does get underway in this hour. Thank you, Gary. The international community has overwhelmingly welcomed the news of President-elect Biden's winning contrast to Republicans here in this country for rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization to re-upping the Iran nuclear deal. The challenges Biden faces in restoring America's diplomatic role in the world. We're going to get some perspective on that.
Really exciting scientific thing is that particular point is something that we might be able to discuss even in our lifetimes, that find life elsewhere we didn't live or we may be able to discuss you adapt to any business.
Because if you find lots of pretty advanced life, that would suggest, and especially for that fossilized civilization somewhere else,
of bacteria, of like that defunct civilization of like primitive life.
I'm sorry, I switched gears there. If we found some intelligent or rally groups and even tribal fights, elsewhere, that would be bad news for us because that would mean that the great filters ahead of us. Lots of things that but given the Fermi paradox, the Fermi paradox is equal. There's no one else out there. You don't necessarily have to accept that. If you accept that it means that no one else is out there, and yet there are lots of things we found that are at or roughly at our level, that means that the great filter is ahead of us, and that's for our long-term future.
I can fight.
It's funny you said started by saying you're a little bit on the pessimistic side, but it's funny because we're doing this kind of dance with pessimism, because I'm not sure if us being alone in the observable universe tells you being pessimistic.
Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma. That's not
made it through.
Nervous system problems. Serious allergic reactions,
we're the only ones. And there are such
areas where certain fungal infections are common.
Formation of life,
TB, hepatitis B, formation of infections, or fever symptoms of nucleus cells. If you have an infection.
Development of like intelligence is another, right? There might be several such
number one prescribed by
and we were the lucky ones. And, then people say, well, then that means you're putting yourself into a special perspective, and every time we've done that, we've been wrong. Yeah, I know all those arguments, but it still could be the case that there's one of us, at least per galaxy, or per 10, 100, 1,000 galaxies, And we're sitting here having this conversation because we exist. And so there's an observational selection effect there, right? Just because we're special doesn't mean that we shouldn't have these conversations about whether or not we're special, right?
Yeah, so that's okay. That's optimistic.
So that's the optimistic part, that if we don't find other intelligent life there, it might be that we're the ones that made it.
And in general, outside the great culture and so on, you know, it's not obvious that life behind
So, you know, I knew Hoppy and I greatly respect his scientific work.
Selling home is expensive and stressful.
Early work.
So we set out to create a
unification of general
network of the most successful real estate agents in America. You'll sell your home as little as it's
fantastic. If you were alive, you should have been a recipient of this year's Physics and Crunch, which was
They were so stress-free, the whole process was amazing.
by Roger Penrose from Theoretical Evolution. He's a star, massive results. You basically can't avoid having a black hole. Anyway, talking fantastic.
So Americans aren't the only ones reacting to President-elect Biden's victory over President Trump. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are among the world leaders who have congratulated Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Noticeably, Russian President Vladimir Putin, Chinese President Xi, Brazilian President Bolsonaro, and Turkish President Erdogan have all been silent so far. And then there's Mexican President Lopez Obrador saying he will not congratulate a winner until the legal challenges are actually over. NBC News Chief Correspondent Engel joins us now from London on this, which we'll get to talk to. So President Trump over the past 4 years, you know, a lot of people would say he undermined a lot of the global alliances that past U.S. presidents relied on, starting trade wars, encouraging dictators like Kim Jong-un, among others. Joe Biden, while he's pledging to restore America's standing in the world, how big of a task does he have ahead of him?
And then they can squash us, right?
How big of a task as president? It won't,
they could have done it
especially over the next couple of months.
They'll do it if they want to. Whether we advertise our business or not.
Landmines in his way and changes the calendar and causes problems that he's going to have to deliberately deal with. But in terms of re-engaging with the rest of the world, I think he's pushing on an open door. There was a tremendous frustration
to us to see
that occurred in capitals all around the world. Not every capital, and we'll get to this in a second, but most countries. Richard, I'm so sorry to apologize to interrupt you, but we do want to just cross over to the Senate. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell giving his first comments since the election of President Joe Biden.
The 2020 election appears to have been free from meaningful foreign interference. And there was no suggestion that our foreign adversaries going on undermine the integrity of our process.
One of the ideas
according to the director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Administration, quote,
ever since we figured out how to build nuclear weapons,
no evidence
that we should
any foreign adversary was capable of preventing Americans from
so you know, if I was an alien, I would start showing up then as well.
end quote.
Well, why not just observe us from your
No, I know. I would figure out. That's why I'm always
and U.S. Cyber Command reported Tuesday night, quote,
very pixelated.
the actions we've taken against adversaries have ensured they're not going to interfere in our election.
wants to believe beautiful things.
The Trump administration and the Senate spent 4 years supporting the state and local election authorities
big fascination
on the front lines.
And usually saying they can call
information sharing partnerships,
look at lights,
unprecedented coordination, hundreds of millions in new funding,
it's not a downer to think in a skeptical sense.
like Russia,
That's
if
just
they interfere.
you want to feel like there's something magical.
Is a ringing
I thought that first one was
endorsement of our bipartisan
when he first told me about
and it slams the door on the American irresponsible rhetoric.
weird physical phenomenon. He said his intuition was, tell me this as a little kid, like I really like math. His intuition was, whoever figures
Too many
out.
voices tried to talk down our progress.
I think there was a sign
not to have confidence.
I decided that
anyone who's done those rallies who oppose
I'm going to win a Nobel Prize.
to do that
was like one of the first sort of scientific guys that was mystery easily captured imagination. I think when I speak to people that report UFOs, that's that fire, that's what I see, that excitement.
Yeah, I understand that.
Personally rewrite. What do we do with that? Because there's hundreds of thousands of millions, and then the scientific community really could I can start to be a lecture. What do we do with those reports? It's most of the scientific community kind of rolls their eyes and dismisses it. Is it possible voters across the nation, 90% of those folks saw something that actually stunned prognosticators?
It's just one of those
Last year, American people seem to have reacted to radicalism and obstruction.
They haven't brought us actual tangible physical evidence of which experiments can be done in laboratories.
And then there's the
anecdotal evidence. The photographs are
no states have yet certified their election results.
Ambiguous.
We have one or two states that are already on track for a recent pilot commander. There's a bunch of them, but he's sort of one of the most legitimate pilots, people. The core principle here is not the fact that he saw something weird. He doesn't know what the heck it is. We saw something weird. I mean, I don't know what to do with it. On the psychological side, I'm pretty confident he saw what he saw. He's not. He's saying it's something weird.
Right.
To work through. One of the interesting psychological things that institutions are actually built for this. Everybody in the Navy, everybody in the U.S. government, everybody in the scientific community just kind of like to look into allegations of irregularities and that's what makes me believe if aliens show up, just ignore that they're present. 20 years ago, when Florida came down to a very thin margin, we saw Vice President Gore exhaust the legal system use this opportunity to inspire the So, in terms of originally, reach out to the meeting and call for the Bush's re-election in 2004, say that whenever there is some good about the scientists will be excited about, there's this kind of conspiracy that I don't like. In 2016, election laws saw the U.S. government somehow hide the good evidence. If any major irregularities there's some legitimacy to it, because you have military then every single American should want them to be brought to light. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this people less because they should have no reason millions of people are inspired by any extra scrutiny. And it feels like an opportunity to inspire institutions we need to address
as well as the extraordinary
the president has every right to look into allegations and to request recounts under the law. And notably, the Constitution gives no role in this process to wealthy media corporations.
You know, a lot of the things that are seen,
the projections and commentary of the press,
you can imagine
yet either
military purposes, surveillance
of any citizen, including the president or the United
maybe
States.
some of these pilots saw Soviet or whatever satellites. A lot of some of the crashes that were later shown to be weather, whatever.
In the same case, we just spent 4 years refusing to accept the validity of the last election.
Tends to stay away from the sensation
would be illegitimate.
So it may be that someone else's calling in life is to investigate these phenomena. And I don't categorically actually deny the possibility that ships as I said earlier, at slow speeds, there's no problem in reaching other stars. In fact, our Voyager and Pioneer spacecraft in a few million years are going to be in the vicinity of different stars. We can calculate which ones they're going to be in the vicinity, right? There's nothing that breaks any laws of physics that go slowly. But that's different. Having Voyager or Pioneer on some star, that's different from having active aliens altering the trajectory of the vehicle, and then either zipping back to their home planet or sending signals that tell them about us. They are likely to use many languages away, and they're not going to have broken that barrier as well. Okay, right? So,
But this time last week, small business owners in cities across America
go ahead, start on the great.
President Trump appears to
Some young kid who wants to do it, it might be their calling, and that's how they might find meaning in their lives.
Suffice it to say, a few real inquiries from the president.
I chose not to because at a very young age I found the evidence to the degree that I understood it to be convincing, and I had other things that I wanted to do. But I don't categorically deny the possibility that I think it should be investigated.
This is one of those phenomena that 99.9% of people are almost definitely this conventional explanations. Mysterious things that probably have explanations that are a little bit more complicated, but there's not enough that I can believe that aliens showed up and gave me plenty of evidence for scientists to study. And exactly what you said, Voyager type of spacecraft that could see some kind of dumb thing, almost like a sensor just like probing, like statistically speaking, flying by, maybe in miles, maybe there's some kind of robot type of thing used in like in ways that we don't understand. I feel like it would be hard to dismiss and I also, especially this year, believe that the U.S. government is not sufficiently competent, given the huge amount of evidence that will be revealed from this kind of thing, to conceal all of it. At least in modern times, you can say maybe decades ago, in modern times. But, you know, the people I speak to, and the reason I bring it up is because so many people write to me, they're inspired by it.
By the way, I wanted to comment on something you said earlier. I had said that I'm sort of a pessimist in that I think there are very few other intelligent, mechanically able creatures out there. But then I said, yes, in a sense I'm optimist, as you pointed out, because it means that we made it through the great filter run. I meant originally to be pessimistic about the possibility that there are many
mathematically speaking, in the Drake equation.
Exactly, right. But it may mean that so we can survive side by side.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
In addition to that, he
I think,
acknowledging the outcome of the election so far, saying that there is a certification process.
I guess one of the reasons I've not been
He's also saying because as within his right for legal challenges. It was interesting though to note he started his speech talking about election interference and the integrity of the vote.
I must admit I have not
been no signs
through the
of
literature to convince myself that there are many
Let's just
scientists
look
doing
at the
systematic
FBI and
studies
the Director of National Intelligence.
I can't say for sure
just a few days before the election, stating that they believe that there was an attempt to try and influence this election. Let's not take anything away from the record, but let's just fact check that for the study. In addition, it's important to note one of the loudest and strongest voices undermining the integrity of the voting process has been coming from this party's leader, that is President Trump, who is consistently questioning the process of mail-in balloting in this country without any evidence that there is any widespread.
It's actually really difficult.
Also, just one other fact check on security related matters. There to describe that the fears that many Americans have about putting up their shots because of what he described as far-left mobs. There were 2 individuals arrested in Philadelphia outside of the voting center, the voting the convention. The conventions and the voting was taking place, those 2 individuals, as well as the fact that they had flags belonging to QAnon.
How can you ignore it? I'm giving you the answer. Here's my document. Just these large write-ups. The problem is,
with his take on this. So as you predicted, Garrett, the majority leader there, not encouraging a concession,
it's very possible
congratulating President-elect
Joe Biden.
I actually saw the
Yeah, not terribly surprising. I think what you saw there was a majority leader trying to give cover for the rest of his conference. However, they decided he was, not going out of his way to make wild claims that, Trump had won the election or that, that somehow the results were going to be overturned, but also making the point that he deserves to stay in court, according to the majority leader. So that gives room for the Susan Collins.
It's amazing stuff out there. Why does it make when evolution for Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, you say the president ought to just keep fighting. Look at this hypocrisy of Trump, and that's what the majority leader is going to be focused on. He wants to keep all his ducks in a row until those races are done in January. The other thing I think you heard from him, get ready to hear this over and over and over again, is the reminding folks of the comments from Hillary Clinton, of course, is not associated with the Biden campaign. He wasn't on the ticket this cycle about not giving up the election right away. I think you're going to hear that.
And I'm not saying
the lawmaker after Republican lawmaker that's moving out, and whenever President Trump ultimately does concede or Joe Biden ultimately does put his head in the Bible and swears in.
It's just there's so many decoys, like so much noise that you have to figure out.
And there's only so many sides, so it's hard.
Rules when you bring that to you. In the meantime, we are now joined by a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Senator Kristen Gillibrand of New York. She was a 2020 Democratic candidate for president. It was her first national television interview, we should note, since President
the radius is the
surgery. Senator Gillibrand, it's great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us. I do want to give you a chance to respond to what you perhaps just heard there on the Senate floor by the leader, Mitch McConnell. What do you make of what he has said so far?
That's less than the radius of the universe.
A bit odd that
How's that possible?
people can't see the truth for what it is. Obviously, President Trump is entitled to have whatever lawsuits he wants to have. But the truth is that Vice President Biden won the election. And it's been fairly concerning that rank and file Republicans can't seem to actually say those words.
So imagine
their silence is deafening. It's more of the same than what we've seen throughout President Trump's entire presidency. That Republicans don't stand up, don't articulate the truth, and don't want to admit that he's lost.
Continues to expand.
Senator, I do want to just give you a heads up that we are expecting minority leader Schumer to start speaking any second now, so I apologize if I have to interrupt you to go back to the Senate floor.
Early stages of your cosmic microwave background radiation
beginning right now. Let's cross over to the Senate floor.
Now, Mr. President, last Tuesday, our country conducted the most sacred process in our democratic system, the national election. It was an election unlike any other in modern history.
So it's like you're
Much of the voting was done before Election Day itself.
On one of these
The global pandemic forced states to adjust their balloting and voting procedures. The counting of the vote took a little longer than most Americans might have expected or hoped. Indeed, some of the final tabulations are not yet complete. It is still to be determined which party will hold a majority in this chamber. But we do know a few things. First, most important, former Vice President Joseph Robinette Biden will become the 46th President of the United States. My dear colleague, the distinguished Senator from California, Kamala Harris,
How is
will be the
that?
next Vice President of the United States.
How is that
And on
not
January 20th, the country will finally turn the page on one of the most divisive and chaotic chapters in our history. President-elect Joe Biden has told the country that it's time to come together again, to unify once again, to fight not our political opponents but our common enemies, disease and poverty and injustice. There's no person better suited to the task than the former Vice President. He would be a great president for all Americans. Vice President-elect Harris, meanwhile, has just made history 4 times over. She will be the first African-American woman, the first Asian-American woman, the first biracial woman, and the first woman of color to ever serve Vice President of the United States.
That's not how speed works.
I congratulate the former Vice President, his wife Jill, our colleague Senator Harris, and her husband Doug,
If you take
on their
two ping pong balls that are
hard-fought
sufficiently far apart, especially in an accelerated universe, you can easily have them Vice President-elect Harris
and any ticket in our nation's history.
Take two ping pong balls that were originally 400,000 kilometers from each other, and let every centimeter
to take the reins of the executive branch and marshal his government.
And suddenly, this 400,000
for they will assume the high offices of the presidency and the vice presidency at the time.
It went out by 400,000 kilometers in 1 second.
Our great
that
nation
exceeds the
faces the greatest economic crisis in 75 years.
But
the greatest public health crisis in a century.
That particle limit,
extraordinary inequalities in wealth and income strike at the heart of the idea of America as the land of equal opportunity.
There's nothing in either
racial disparities in our society
that prevents
strike at the heart of the idea of America
from expanding
as a place of equal justice.
That's no problem. Einstein wouldn't have had a problem
the very future
with the universe.
The American people have placed their faith in President Biden to confront these challenges and to relieve their suffering, to repair our democracy, to recover our economy, and rebuild the country and economy for this generation and the next.
Space itself.
I have no doubt their faith will be rewarded. But I also have no doubt that the task ahead is daunting. So the country prepares for a changing administration. It must also brace for the darkest days of the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the weekend, the United States reported its 10 millionth case. We are now confirming nearly 100,000 new cases of COVID per day.
Then, regardless of how far back in time goes, there's always that topological shape.
As exhausted and impatient as we all
suddenly into a shape.
Our lives, our livelihoods to return to normal.
So when people say, well, the universe started out
is still ahead.
That's being kind of
the quickest way to turn the tide, crush the virus, and get back to normal
very high density.
is to do what we should
and we don't know actually whether it was finite or infinite.
Take the virus
I
seriously.
think personally that it was
Listen
finite
to
sometimes, but it expanded
who
very, very
dedicate the
quickly.
necessary resources
If it
to get the job
exponentiated
done.
and continued in some places to
President Biden is already
then it could
prepared
in
to do
fact
just
be
that.
infinite right now. And
Today,
most
he
of
named
us
several
think
health
it is
experts and scientific advisors to serve on the COVID-19 task force. It sends the right signal that while the president will not assume office for another few months,
use light
his administration will hit the ground running.
You'd never
And his policy on COVID-19
always be bigger
will
than just
refreshingly
this light
be
travel.
dictated
That's
by
what we got
facts
in a universe
and by
that's
science.
accelerating in its expansion.
It's a major turning point that soon we will have an administration that actually acknowledges that this is a healthcare crisis, that knows our economy won't fully
It expands exponentially. That's what the
I'm
inflation theory
confident
is
that
all
the
about.
Biden administration will do that. But Congress must play its
So we're going to continue listening to Senator Schumer there, and we'll bring you any news that comes out of that since he has finished talking about the outcome of the election. He obviously congratulated President Joe Biden as well as Kamala Harris paying tribute to that historic ticket. Let me bring in once again, if I can, Senator Kristen Gillibrand, New York Senator. Thank you for your patience. Apologize again for putting you on hold while we listen to the senator. Let me get your reactions, if I can, since Senator Schumer is there on our screen. How do you think the Democratic Party under his leadership fared with the Senate races that so many people have anticipated, and the polling shows was going to bring about a Democrat-run Senate?
That's one of the
Well, we had some extraordinary candidates run this past cycle, so there was so much optimism around them.
Yeah, because you have to test how would you actually imagine.
But I do think
I
at
sometimes
the
say
end of
to
the
my
day, it was
cosmology
underestimated the
well,
number
if I
of Trump
took
voters that actually turned out.
outside this whole
The
thing,
states that
and
we
I took a
went to win,
godlike
we've not won
slice
before.
in
They weren't
time,
like
wouldn't it be
I
finite?
mean, we
how
haven't
big it is?
ever been
They
to
object and they say, all right,
we don't win
you can't
Iowa.
be outside and take a
again,
godlike
they were
slice
aspirational,
of
they
time,
had amazing
you know.
candidates,
There's nothing
but
outside.
I think
Well,
we
I'm
have
not,
some very strong successes
also,
in what we did in Arizona as well as Colorado. Two incredibly, Senator Hoover and Senator-elect Kelly are going to hit the ground running. And we want to govern. We are in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. People are desperate for COVID relief.
perpendicular
state
to one
is in need
another.
of resources.
And
People
you can
need
look at Brian
unemployment
Green's
insurance,
books
need
and
money
lectures and other
for
things where
healthcare as well
he
as
imagines
food
taking
and
loaf
housing. So
of
there's a lot
bread
of work to be done.
and
So I
slicing
hope that we can
in
come
units
together
of time
in a
as you
bipartisan
progress
way
forward.
and actually serve the needs.
But then if you're zipping
Yeah, so much work that needs to be done. If you were advising the Biden campaign as to what you should prioritize, what would it be? What would you tell him and
So it's not even
Vice
clear
President
what
Kamala
slices
Harris?
of time mean.
The first and most
I'm
important
an
thing is COVID
observationist
relief.
on
We
it. I know
have to
which
help
end of the
people
possible
who are
to.
suffering.
The way I
We
understand
are
the
expecting
Infinity is,
massive
as I just
spikes
told
in
you,
every state.
operational
We need a
observation.
thorough analysis of what's the best
There'd be
way
no
to
way
contain
of seeing
COVID.
that it's a
I
finite
think Vice President
of
now,
measuring
President-elect
finite
Biden,
universe. So in that
is
sense,
doing exactly what he needs to do. He's putting together a panel of
even if it
experts to
started
actually
out
come up with a plan
as
on what
a
we're going to do
finite
starting on January 20th to control the
not a god, I'm
virus,
sorry,
to
a
improve
finite
people's
little hypersleep.
wearing their masks and washing their hands
he didn't
and better
really
contact tracing
start
and
out
eventually
there.
access to vaccinations.
What-
Everyone wants them.
what happened
So
before
I
that?
think
Well, we don't know.
Joe Biden and
This is where it
Congress
gets
have
into a
worked
lot
it
of
out for them,
speculation.
but certainly I
Let's go.
stand ready in the
Let's go
Senate
there.
to
Okay,
write
sure.
that
So,
legislation, deliver it, and hopefully
nobody
Mitch
can
McConnell
put it
will
on.
step up.
You certainly, Jim, because you said you were willing and
out there. I like to
capable
see
of writing that legislation. Would you also be willing to serve
not
in
just by
Biden Harris administration if it was extended and an offer was extended?
and say, oh, well, let's think about
Well, I'm happy to serve in any capacity, but I do believe I would be most useful in the U.S. Senate. I think there's going to be a premium on bipartisanship right now, and what I've done in the last 10 years is show how to deliver large, far-reaching legislation to help people on a bipartisan basis. And so I'm going to help in every capacity I can, but I think this is a moment where we need really strong advocates in the U.S. Senate to deliver the legislation that Joe and Kamala need to govern.
Let me switch gears if I can for a moment to the breaking news we heard earlier today. I'm sure you're fully aware President Trump firing Secretary of Defense as per in the middle of the presidential transition period. What do you make of that news? How concerned are you about this being a preview of what we can anticipate in the next 70
And they
plus
may
days?
have indirect tests in that if
First
you
of all,
adopt
I
this
did support
hypothesis,
my
then there
husband
might be
anyway,
a bunch of
so
things you
no love
expect
lost
of the
there.
universe, and
But this is just
measure.
more President Trump.
But we're not
The American
actually
people just fired him,
measuring
and
anything
he's more
at
concerned
less than
about
zero.
payback and
Or
firing
we're
people
not
that he felt was
measuring
dismantled.
the
The American
presence of
people are
another
tired
universe
of
in
the
this
chaos,
multiverse.
and so
And yet there
I think
are
this is just more of the
indirect
same from
ideas
President
that
Trump,
stem forth.
and it's frustrating
So
because
it's
we
hard to
need
prove
real leadership, and
uniqueness,
as I said
and it's
earlier,
hard to completely
we
convince oneself
have to
that
address the COVID epidemic, and
hypothesis
President
must
Trump
be
has
true.
failed over the last year to
But,
do
you know, the
anything that
more
needs
and
to be
more
done.
tests
As we've seen time and time again, so many of these senior officials, once they leave, try to distance themselves from the administration, saying they were not a yes man. That's certainly something Defense Secretary Esper said earlier today. That he said he fought back when he could. It sounds to me like you're disputing that you disagree with his characterization that he was not a yes man.
And you can't do that. But you've satisfied 49 of the other testable predictions. So that's science.
I don't think
right?
he
Now,
stood up to President
a
Trump
conventional
enough,
condensed
and I
matter
think,
physicist or
some
someone
of the
who deals
policies
with
that
real
have
data in the
come out
laboratory
of
might say, oh,
the Defense Department have not been ideal.
science,
So
because it's not
again,
directly
no love lost,
testable.
but
But I would
again,
say it's sort of
more of the same
testable.
from President Trump.
But it's not
sowing
completely
chaos
testable, and so
and
it's
not
up the
leading
boundary. But it's not
anyone.
like we're coming
As
up
I
with
was
these
saying,
crazy
many
ideas.
officials trying to reinvent
Among
themselves.
them, quantum
Now that they see the
fluctuations out of
writing on the
nothing,
wall, Senator
and then
Tuesday,
inflating
Jill,
the
thank you
universe
so much. I appreciate your time.
You might say, well, you created
Thank
a
you.
giant amount of energy.
We're keeping our eye on the market. Stocks rallied to record levels today on that breaking news that Pfizer, through its early trial data, shows that its COVID vaccine is more than 90% effective. After rallying 1,200 points and hitting an all-time high today, the Dow is now up about 100 points.
Since the stuff
We'll be right back with
of
more
the
here on
universe
MSNBC.
has a positive energy, but there's a negative gravitational energy associated with it. Like I drop an apple, you got kinetic energy, energy of motion.
How do we make sure the direction we're headed is forward?
Bring it to that height.
At Fidelity, we'll get
So by
plenty of advice to prepare you for the future
gaining
without
energy of motion,
sacrificing the things that are important to you
positive 1,
today.
2, 3, 4, 5 units of kinetic energy. It's also gaining or losing,
Taxes,
depending on what
and any other uncertainties along the way.
negative 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
Because
units
with
of potential
Fidelity,
energy,
you can feel
the total energy
the only
remains the
direction
same.
you're
An
moving
inflating
is
universe
forward.
can do that. Or other physicists say that energy isn't considered in general relativity. It's another way out. Creating a universe out of nothing. No. But the point is, this is all based on reasonably well tested physics tells us these valuations seem kind of outrageous at first. They're not the Medicare annually within the realm of what we call science.
Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare approved benefits, including free vitamins, free eyeglasses, free home prescription deliveries, and free runs to medical appointments?
Right now, we don't have a way of doing it.
Speaking of young whippersnappers, Roger Penrose. So he kind of has a, idea that there may be some information
sure of actual Medicare benefits, it's time to call the Medicare helpline.
Is
The call is free. You
So
could
do
be
you
eligible
think
for a
it's
Medicare Advantage plan with no copays,
Like,
no
actually
deductibles, and no
experimented
monthly
with
payments.
some-
That's no as in zero.
I don't know what it is.
It's true that I got automatic.
Yeah, the cosmic microwave background.
But if I call, you're able to look up what plan I'm on and let me know if I'm getting all the benefits on the time.
Philosophically,
That's right. Call now to instantly find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that
or
includes
is it,
additional benefits.
what you said
You
was
don't
like
get these
everything we
automatically, so
observe
call and see if you're eligible.
as we
Call
come
us
to
in,
understand what
and
happened to
there's
the
no
information
obligation
of
to
this
enroll.
particular
Just call the toll-free
Yeah, I mean,
number on your screen now to see
It's
if
very
you
difficult to
qualify.
answer right now because we don't have a single verified, fully self-consistent, experimentally tested quantum theory of gravity. And of course, the beginning of the universe is a large amount of stuff in a
The
very small
Medicare
space.
helpline is over the annual enrollment period to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-355-9911 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call 800-355-9911. That's 800-355-9911.
Right? You know, there are various forms of string theories, quantum loop gravity, there are various ideas. But which, if any, will be the one that survives the test of time? And more importantly, within that, it has to be experimentation. So my own feeling is probably these things don't survive. I don't think we've seen any evidence in the cosmic microwave background radiation of information leaking through. Similarly, one of the delays in the night presence of other universes is if they were to collide with ours, that would leave a pattern, a temperature signature in the cosmic microwave background radiation. Some astrophysicists claim to have found it, but in my opinion, it's not statistically significant to the level that would be necessary to have such an amazing claim, right? It's just a 5% chance that the microwave background had that distribution just by chance. 5% isn't very long on. If you're claiming
You can too. So this deadline,
you're finding, evidence from another.
Yeah, really, that's like 794.
Large Hadron Collider's able to claim,
794.
after gathering enough data to show the Higgs particle, when there was
President-elect Joe Biden defeated President Trump with over 74 million votes, more than any other candidate in U.S. history. But in spite of leading President Trump in the popular vote, Biden's margins in the states that gave him electoral victory were comparatively thin. Joining me now is NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, great to talk to you again, my friend. Walk us through how close was this race really? Yeah, it's really interesting. And you put the national popular vote up to 4.4 million. That's Biden's advantage right now. That's probably going to grow too, because they got a lot of votes still to be tallied up, especially in California. Certainly got a lot of college margin up there. We talked about when you run up to this election that gap between the electoral college and the popular vote potentially was going to be wider than ever. This is certainly a larger popular vote of margin than Hillary Clinton had in 2016. Again, could grow a little bit, but take a look at the ballot for the electoral college here, because the North type, Wisconsin, this is where right here, until Joe Biden, of course, the big impression, you got Wisconsin by just 20,000 votes. We can't really take place there, but it's 20,000 vote Joe Biden margin in Wisconsin. Just polls in Wisconsin. It suggested that was one of the strongest swing states for Joe Biden, up 7-8 9 9 points. He ends up winning by a whisker, a fraction of a point, just 20,000 votes. But if you think about it, if Joe Biden hadn't gotten Wisconsin,
of your life that worked with incredible team of people that
just 20,000 votes, fraction of a point. We're knocked in under 270. And then look at the rest of this map. And you say, well, Alaska, North Carolina right now, very well may go with Trump. That would leave Arizona and Georgia. And again, Biden's leading here in Arizona. His margin is shrunk. We talked about this. Trump doesn't seem to be on a trajectory to pass Biden, but it's close. 17,000, that may get even tighter. Fraction of a point. And then Georgia is going into a recount. Biden's got that lead up to 11,000 and change right now. But here, I'd rather be ahead like that going into a recount. Biden very well may win. The bottom line is about 11,000 votes right now in Georgia for Biden. About 17,000 votes right now in Arizona for Biden. And 20,000 votes for Biden in Wisconsin. You're talking about a combined margin of about 50,000 votes across 3 states where if Trump got Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, we could be looking at a 269, 269 tie. We could have been at a 269, 269 tie. And by the way, that would go to the House. The House for Republicans right now are even in seats. Might well have been close to
what is the accelerated?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's really hard when you look at that and you say, hey, there's still a 4 million vote gap, and the Democratic logic would be like, hey, 4 million people want to see Joe Biden the president more than they want to see President Trump, as you just laid out. It could still come down to those 50,000 votes in some of those key states. Steve, good to see you again, my friend. Good to see that you're repping after the weekend we all went through. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. All right. And as we just touched upon there, Joe Biden appears to be inching toward a victory in Georgia, but the election is still too close to call, even though he is leading right now. However, Georgians will still face a barrage of campaign ads in the coming weeks as one, if not both, of the state's U.S. Senate races are now heading for a runoff on January 5th. On January 5th, NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins me live. Blaine, good to talk to you again. The Wall Street Journal, there have been 7 statewide runoff elections in Georgia since 1988, and Democrats only won one of them, and that was back in 1998. Given that record, how are Democrats so confident that they can win these 2 critical races this time around?
Even then, you'd expect the universe to be slowing down. But we look back through the history of the universe by looking at progressively more distant galaxies and by seeing the evolution of this expansion rate is that in the first 9 billion years, it was slowing down. But in the last 5 billion years, it's been speeding up. So who asked for that, right?
I think it's interesting to talk about a little bit of the human story of the Nobel Prize. It's a really, first of all, the prize itself, it's kind of fascinating on a psychological level. Prizes, I know we kind of think that prizes are better. Somehow they kind of focus the mind on some of the most special things we do, which is recognition. And also inspiration for new, like I said, about kids, if you talk the Nobel Prize, like it inspires millions of young scientists. At the same time, there's a sadness to it a little bit, that, especially in the field, like depending on the field, experimental fields that involve teams, hundreds, millions of people. The Nobel Prize is only given to just a handful.
That's right.
Is it max at 3?
Yeah, and it's not even written in Alfred Nobel as well. One of our teammates looked into it in a museum in Stockholm, and we went there for Nobel in 2011. The leaders who got the prize formally knew that without the rest of us working hard in the trenches, the result would not have been settled. So they invited us to participate in Nobel Week, and so one of the demons lifting the will, and it's not there. It's just tradition. That's okay. That's the way science used to be done.
And before we go, a lot of students just gone through a bitter and divisive election, but there was one shining moment for healing for the United States. This is Mississippi's state football team running onto the field this weekend With the state's brand new flag on display, it was adopted during Tuesday's election. The flag of the new Magnolia is a 126-year-old design that included a Confederate emblem. The new design shows a magnolia flower encircled by 20 stars representing Mississippi's admission into the United States as the 20th state of the Union, and the phrase, "In God we trust," a small but important and long overdue symbolic step for healing in this country. That wraps up this hour. I'll see you right back here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. Deadline White House with Nicole Wallace starts right after this quick break.
In our case, it was 2 teams consisting of about 50 people, and we used techniques that were arguably developed in part by people, astrophysicists who weren't even on those 2 papers. Some of them were, but other papers were by people. So it's like standing on the shoulders of giants. And none of those people was officially recognized. And to me, it was okay. You know, again, it was the thrill of doing the work, and ultimately the work, the discovery was recognized and prized. And you don't participate in all that week. And, you know, it's okay with me. I've known other physicists whose lives were ruined because they did not get the Nobel Prize and they felt strongly that they should have.
So it doesn't.
I'm Greg, I'm 16 years old. I do motivation speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling to get back to younger people. I think most of us were started realizing that they were calling things to they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking prednisone for about 3 years.
His life was ruined.
Saved me clear out because you got to just
not this inner
really
It's very possible that a small handful of people agree that you would be one of the winners of the Nobel Prize. That doesn't weigh heavy on you.
Well, you know, there were the 2 team leaders, Mother and Brian Schumann. Usually there's the team leaders that are recognized. And then Adam Reese was my postdoc. First off, I was second off.
Hey, you're all set up.
Yeah,
thanks.
So I was his direct mentor at the time, although he was one of those people who just
that was my business key.
runs with things. He was an MIT undergraduate, by the way.
Set up right with
Harvard graduate student, and then a postdoc as a Miller Fellow for basic research in science. They never decided to 84 to 86.
That's why
You're largely a free agent.
Get all the
You work at Tech Plus, and he came to Berkeley to work with me on Schmidt's team. He was charged with analyzing the data. He measured in the brightness of these distant supernovae, showing that they're fainter and thus more distant than anticipated, and that led to this conclusion that the universe spectrum accelerated in order to push them
with powerful, easy-to-use tools and interactive sites to give you an edge. 24/7 support included the most plus $0 commissions for online U.S.
But it's very.
There's lots of people who can use which Medicare plan is right for them.
But that would have been
that's me. I know your story.
Well, start here with me. I'm a licensed humanist sales agent.
But, you know, was I number 4, 5, 6, 7? I don't know.
Well, it's also very. So if I was to, it's possible that you're. I make some very good case.
Together, we can find a plan that's right for you. Great.
That's like the whole. Right, that's psychologically. I mean, listen, it weighs on me a little bit because
all-in-one Medicare Advantage plans. You get coverage for hospital stays, doctor visits, and Part D prescription drug benefits, all for an affordable and sometimes non-monthly plan premium.
Do you have anyone here?
Sure, I'll get a decision map in the mail to you today.
Almost like the black hole gets the Nobel Prize, or these other universities get the Nobel Prize. Here's the decision people really culpable for an Oscar that you could say, because
it's a team effort.
It's a team.
And it should be redone. The breakthrough prize in fundamental physics.
Hi everyone, it's President-elect Joe Biden. President-elect Joe Biden.
Yeah,
Donald Trump's blessing to assume the office of the presidency just a little more than 2 months from now. And despite Trump's immediate efforts to obstruct the transition. Looks like he spent the last 4 years in office obstructing Congress, obstructing justice, the rule of law, and the basic functions of administrative norms. Joe Biden doesn't need Donald Trump's permission to begin leading the country through the crisis playing out as the pandemic reaches a record number of cases, and Americans are being much needed economic relief. Today, Joe Biden hitting the ground running at the start of his first full week since his historic victory, naming a COVID advisory board first thing this morning, already receiving a briefing on the virus today, and early this afternoon announcing a COVID response plan that he says he'll deploy as much as he can, even before he takes office, now emboldened by the gravitas of his newly bestowed title, President-elect.
They were left out. And
follow the
guy
science.
died.
Follow the science.
And it's hard to call this hard, like some people argue that the little class has been diluted to feel like Penrose. He's making an argument that he should get the prize by himself. Like, it's just separate those, like,
Should have, perhaps he should have
this campaign.
or
I was the president for
right?
every
The
year.
problem was Hawking
This
radiation
election is
was conducted. So you could argue that Hawking made enough other fundamental contributions to theoretical study of black holes, and the observing data were already good enough at the time of before Hawking's death. Okay, I mean, the latest results by Reinhard Jensen's the time dilation effect of a star that's passing very close to the black hole in the middle of our galaxy. And it adds additional evidence that hardly anyone doubted the existence of the supermassive black hole. And Andrea Ghez, I believe, hasn't yet shown that relativistic effect, and yet she got part of the prize as well. So clearly it was given for the original evidence that was really good. This is at least a decade old, you know. So what could make the case for Hawking?
What could make the case that in 2016 and whose allies say might never concede. As members of Trump's own administration embarked on an extraordinary effort to deny Joe Biden access to the resources to which he's entitled in the run-up to Inauguration Day. Today's Washington Post reports this, quote, the Trump administration appointee is refusing to sign a letter allowing President-elect Joe Biden's transition team to formally begin its work this week. In another sign, the incumbent president has not acknowledged Biden's victory and could disrupt the transfer of power. And the Trump administration, in keeping with the president's failure to concede the election, has no immediate plans to sign one. This could lead to the first transition delay in modern history, except in 2000 when the Supreme Court decided to recount the seat between Al Gore and George W. Bush in December. Donald Trump's refusal to activate the levers of government to ensure a smooth transition of power comes as he begins to send his own administration into even more turmoil. Today, the about firing announced on Twitter of his defense secretary Mark Esper, who publicly broke Trump after protesters were gassed in Lafayette Square, cleared away for Trump's photo op in front of St. John's Episcopal Church. And shortly thereafter, when Esper told reporters he did not support the use of the Insurrection Act to use military forces to put down protesters. Trump had left on the table amid growing civil unrest in the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd. The already sought transfer of power from President Trump to soon-to-be President Biden is where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. John Miles is back, NBC News and MSNBC national affairs correspondent, co-host, and executive producer of Showtime's The Circus and executive editor of The Weekend is here. Also joining us, MSNBC contributor Ben Rhodes, former deputy national security advisor to President Obama. Also here, NBC News correspondent Carol Lee, who has some new reporting for us. Carol Lee, how has this Twitter firing of Mark Esper landed?
You know, now he's been teaching me that, you know, offering them wine.
Like we've heard from people on the president who said that this is not something that they would have recommended.
And I got them to be pretty talkative.
A number of people have heard in the White House and certainly at the Pentagon. And this is, we've reported on this relationship over several months. This is something that, while expected, in the last couple of days there were some questions about whether the president would actually follow through with this.
when the transition was not yet clear, when he's still contesting the results of the election, and according to Mark Esper had a resignation letter prepared, so clearly the president wanted to get out in front of him and do the firing himself, as opposed to have one of his top aides in his cabinet resign amid all of this that's going on, where he's questioning the results of the election, and people are trying to convince him that maybe these legal fights are not something that he should continue to so aggressively pursue. We have some new reporting from people and the president that hope that he is out by the end of the week, that they're concerned he could be destroying his own legacy, taking the Republican Party down with him. And this, adding to all of that, just raises the stakes for all of these concerns that we're hearing. And again, this is all happening against the backdrop of a new outbreak of coronavirus within the White House that has the president's own chief of staff sidelined. So there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of tumult, and a lot of concern increasingly about where the president is heading on this, and who is going to step in and tell him that it may be time to throw in the towel here, to admit the election results, and that Joe Biden is the president-elect.
Carol, it's so interesting when you hear of the kinds of arguments people are making to Donald Trump about preserving his legacy, maintaining his dignity. They never about the country. Is there anyone with the country's interest?
It's a bit easier because there have been
Look, I think there are a number of people around the president who are thinking about just the broader picture. The president, though, if you're trying to convince the president to do something, you have to do it in a way that motivates him. And one of the motivators for him is his own legacy, how people will see him. Look, one person that I spoke with told me that this is an exercise that's designed basically to get the president to help him save face. That this is the goal here is not to have legal battles that people think are going to wind up being legit and actually overturning the election results. It's that it's for the president, it's for him, it's to get him to acceptance ultimately. And that they want, and this person described it, the idea is branding him as anything but a loser. That's a quote. And so that's the exercise we're seeing playing out, and we're starting to see this divide within the president's team about who thinks that they should continue going in full speed in this direction, and those that really kind of want to go back, and to go back to your question about Defense Secretary Esper, that really kicked some of those people who may have been on the fence about this into the column of thinking the president has to stop.
I don't know who else other than a loser ends up at the Four Seasons Total Landscaping parking lot next to a sex shop. So I think that, I think Carol is right in what she's reporting. But if they're trying to scare him from being a loser, the die was cast when his team, the moment that every network, including Fox News, was fundraising for Joe Biden, his top personal attorney was standing in the parking lot of a landscaping business next to a sex shop.
Teams get recognized as well. And if you pay attention to the newspapers, authors like Dennis Levi of the New York Times and others, these were teams of people.
I was throwing a water out later on. The president-elect is putting together a COVID task force and talking about how we shouldn't see masks as a political thing. We should put together as a country to fight the virus, and not telling us we're just about to round the corner, not like living some fantasy land about this pandemic. I mean, I just pause and just say, doesn't it feel great to have an incoming president of the United States who's going to take this virus seriously and try to bring the country together to divide it every single day? And having said that, I think that the nuance in Carol's reporting, which I think may just kind of, you got to parse this thing together here. It's not that they can make him not a loser. He's a loser. He's lost the presidency, has been called, and he's lost. And some of the things like Four Seasons landscaping thing, and just that fairly Trumpian sort of absurdity to the whole thing. Just at the moment, the thing is to try to get Trump to not think this is a psychological game. His buyers have different motivations.
And in that case, I mean, the coaches, the families,
that the election's been stolen and that he should fight for the last
coaches and families.
Who thinks that? Like, who
do.
Who thinks that? Who thinks 40,000 votes were stolen in these
They don't get
states? Who
credit,
thinks that?
and it's, you know, credit assignment is the best.
Always somebody who's a totally unhinged
Before the
divorce from reality, but there's like a guy named Mark Meadows who works as the chief of staff for Donald J. Trump and who everything that's come out of his mouth in the time that he's been in that job has been that he's been a perfect kind of Donald Trump image. So I think there are people who may believe that the president believes. I just don't know how to rule that out. I think most of these people recognize that President Trump is lost. And the game now for them is a psychological game. It's like, they know what will be best for Trump, what will be best for the Republican Party, and what will be best for the country would be for Trump to move on. The question is, how do you get Trump to do that? And you can't, to your question, Carol, you can't appeal to him on that basis. You can't appeal to him on the basis of party because he doesn't care about the party. And you can't appeal to him on the basis of country because he doesn't care about the country. You gotta appeal to him on the basis of him. And if you can get him somehow to see it as being in his best interest to stand down on these challenges and on these acts of trying to slow down Biden's ascension as president-elect and as president. If you get him to see that as being in his best interest, you might be able to get him to do the right thing for the party and for the country. But you can't get the straightforward appeal to this round. Because Trump, if he's looking at, this would be the best interest of the country, Mr. President, he'd be like, what? The country? What are you talking about? Like you're speaking Aramaic to somebody if you're talking about the country. Or the party, it's like you're speaking Swahili. So you got to put it in the language he understands. The only language Donald Trump understands is the language of self-interest and the language of Trump.
Well, and sadly, that is the language, Ben Rose, being spoken by the person who was supposed to release funds to the Biden transition team. And if you haven't worked in government in this time period of a presidential campaign, especially a change of presidents, you don't know how important that is. But what a transition is the incoming president gets government funds and government office space at HHS and at DHS, and they get to put a transition team in there and start understanding some of the policy issues, and really the most important thing is start working on is personnel. To deprive Joe Biden of transition funds and transition authority does not hobble him on day one. He still becomes president on day one. But it is another example of what Carol's reporting when Heilman's crystallizing. This is a president who does not and never did care about the country and needs.
Reasonably slowly, but
That's why minorities. Transitions are set up to be the most efficient way possible to handle the tomorrow apparatus of the world government. The more presidents are right. And that means you have to do several things at once. Part of it is, yes, mapping out personnel changes from the cabinet secretaries to the several thousand political appointees that need to be filled to the White House staff itself. But also we have to get ready for that policy agenda from government. So they have these landing teams that go into the different departments and agencies. Literally teams of people who are normally working out of the State Department, or HHS, trying to get a handle on what's the state of play here, or what's the latest virus that we need to know about his roommate work plans, so that we can have as seamless a transition as possible to January 20th. And this is an effort to kind of slow down those gears. But here's the thing, this is going to happen anyway. Some people seem to be talking like they have some agency here. We're going to have a package already with the president of announcing his advisory group. He's going to start announcing cabinet secretaries. The center of political gravity in this country and the world is shifting to Joe Biden. Foreign leaders are already having phone calls with Joe Biden talking about the general they're going to pursue January 20th. If that reality happens something yet to some people in the White House, they will sink in when they have to leave on January 20th. And they're going to be able to reawaken here. I remember I was on the incoming side where I felt the spotlight shifting to us in 2008, and I was on the outgoing side in 2016 when we were shifting away from us to Donald Trump. That's just going to happen regardless of what they do. But the question is, how much damage do they do? How much do they slow down the efficiency of it? How much do they sow seeds of doubt of whether this is a legitimate result for their supporters? But they cannot affect the basic story here. The basic story is that Joe Biden wants Donald Trump lost. Biden's going to hire a team and getting ready to take over the government January 1st. We could make that more difficult for him, but they can't stop it.
You know,
they can't stop that. The truth remains, a lot of folks in your circles, in national security circles, are very concerned that the most damage Donald Trump can do, other than continuing to ignore the raging pandemic, is in the national security arena. Today, firing Mark as per my tweet, but we know Axios and others have reported that he has designs on firing FBI Director Chris Wray and CIA Director.
And the ones that we use
other than the individuals, what is the impact of going on a firing spree like that?
Or the so-called type Roman numeral 1
lowercase
there's a short-term trend, which is events could happen.
They come from a weird type of a star called the White Dwarf. Our own sun will turn into a white dwarf in about 7 billion years. We'll have about half its present mass compressed into a volume the size of Earth. That's
to be hollowing out the leadership of the most important national agencies.
And the matter is what's called by constitutions degenerate matter. Not because it's morally reprehensible.
A lot of these items. I think a lot of people want to get in on because they can determine
electrons that are squeezed into a very tight space. The electrons take on a motion through Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and also due to the Pauli exclusion principle. Electrons don't like to be in the same place. Those two things mean that a lot of electrons are moving very rapidly, which gives the star extra pressure far above the thermal pressure associated with
how do those connect up to the galactic?
It's a weird type of star.
So yes, there's a short-term
normally it would explode the sun
and creating vulnerabilities and events and crises by putting out these positions. But then it's also just a question of how deep is the rock at the head of these agencies, and the less that he lets the body people get in there and see that, the harder it is to do for them to hit the ground running in January, and just creates more uncertainty and instability for our country and our government at a time when we should be preparing to move into the chapter.
Carly, I can't imagine that anyone around the president thinks that he minds that Joe Biden is just going to move ahead and try to contain and control the coronavirus pandemic. The president has publicly and privately made clear he's not interested in that role. Was there any reaction to the caliber of individuals named today on the advisory team?
Well, in terms of the Trump side's reaction to the whole thing, I mean, we did see a tweet from one of the president's sons when Pfizer came out and made its announcement about a vaccine suggesting that there was some really nefarious happening, that, all of a sudden, now we have an announcement about a vaccine. Coronavirus, in terms of a task force, is not something that we have seen this White House focus on really for several months. They initially would meet regularly, and then it just faded. And so I think if you're observing the president-elect and him pulling together his team, it's a very different image than what we've seen coming out of the White House, which is we don't hear from the experts and the doctors in the briefing room in the way that we had initially when all of this started back in the spring and late winter. And so it's a contrast, and it's part of this broader split screen that we're seeing. We're seeing the president-elect go ahead and move forward, pulling together a team. We're told he's going to make announcements this week on his day one staff, those who will have with him immediately to start making policies and decisions, and then move to the cabinet. And so you have that, and he's obviously at this meeting with his coronavirus experts. And then you have the White House, and we haven't seen the president since Thursday night. We saw images of him on the golf course, but he hasn't come out and addressed the public. We see a lot from him on his Twitter feed. A lot of it's defiant. Obviously, we've seen a number of his allies come out and hold these press conferences. But there's not and even the way he fired the defense secretary was via tweet. It was not coming out and making a statement or saying anything publicly. So you have this split screen moment in the country. And also, it's worth noting that one of the things that a person close to the president told us, told my colleague Peter Alexander, is that when they really started to sink in for some people around the president was when internationally world leaders started to congratulate President-elect Biden. And we've seen some holdouts, but by and large that's what's been happening. And the feeling around the president from the members of his team is that he's increasingly shouting into the international, the global wind, that no one is listening to him, and that everyone's kind of moving on in screen one, and here in screen two, you have the president and his Twitter feed, and he's stuck. And that's where we're hearing today some concerns that we just hadn't really been hearing from people in the last couple of days. There's a growing sense that it's time.
Carol Lee, thank you for bringing all your reporting to us. Ben and John sticking around for much, much more. When we come back, President-elect Biden moving aggressively today, as we've been saying, starting with tackling the growing pandemic. One place that might need his immediate attention, the new super spreader event at the White House. More people close to Donald Trump testing positive for coronavirus today. And as more election results come in, the scale of Joe Biden's victory becomes more clear and makes Trump's fake fraud claims even more fruitless. The trick of the big board
Standard candles is what his farmers like to say, but I don't like that.
A week from 75 million Joe Biden numbers. All those stories coming up.
Calibrate them, that's what
Yeah, you calibrate them, standardize them, calibrate them. You look at enough of them in nearby galaxies whose distances you know independently, and what you can tell is that, this is something that a colleague of mine, Pierre Phillips, did. He was on Schmidt's team and argued that it's one of the people who deserve the Nobel Prize. He showed intrinsically more powerful type 1As.
Let's remember this time when so many struggled to
decline in brightness, and it turns out rising more slow. So if you calibrate this by measuring a whole bunch of nearby ones,
do you have Medicare?
then you look
Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Pro Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-985-9143. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Pro Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-985-9143. Hold a call and a consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Pro Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-985-9143. That's 800-985-9143.
Skeptical that we could use technologies because of this diversity that I was observing. But in 1993, Mark Phillips wrote a paper that showed this correlation between the light cuts, the brightness versus time, and the velocity.
Gives you enough information to calibrate.
Yeah, then they become calibrated.
How many type 1As are out there to use for data?
Now there are thousands of them.
Thousands, wow.
The high Z team had 16, and the Supernova Cosmology Project had 40, but the 16 were better measured than the 40, so our statistical uncertainties were comparable if you look at the two papers that we published.
How does that make you feel that there's this gigantic explosion just sprinkled out there?
Well, I certainly don't want one to be very nearby. It would have to be within something like 10 light years to be an existential threat.
So they can happen in our galaxy?
Oh, yeah. So
we would be okay?
In most cases, we'd be okay, because our galaxy is 100,000 light years across, and you need one of these things to be within about 10 light years of being an existential threat.
And it gives birth to a bunch of other stars, I guess.
Yeah, it's first the expanding gases that are chemically enriched, and those expanding gases mix with other chemically enriched expanding gases or primordial clouds of hydrogen. This is the greatest story ever told.
And that's when the real nightmare begins. To No Harm, a new podcast series. Subscribe for free on Apple Podcasts. For breaking news and judgment, download the listen.
If you get it wrong, I will retroactively fail. The whole career will have been shot. That, if they just observe a total solar eclipse, it has the opportunity to do so. We will retroactively fail them. But one of them is, where did we come from? Where did the elements in our genetic come from? The carbon in our cells, the oxygen that we breathe, the calcium in our bones, the iron in our blood cells. Those elements, they all came from stars.
President-elect Joe Biden and the urgency of the coronavirus pandemic marathon as grim new milestones
And in some cases, that iron made during the...
The United States has officially surpassed in latest cases about 1/5 of the total infections across
made a new
the world.
star or
Our third peak of the virus continues
some
to
of
grow.
whose members
Now
then
we're level
evolved
nearly
and
double our
exploded,
second peak in July
thus
and
enriching
triple our
the
first
gas
peak back back in
the
April.
galaxy
We're
progressively
now at a
more
record
time until
average of more
finally,
than
4.5 billion years
109,000
ago,
cases per
from one of
day.
these
Almost
chemically enriched
6,000 Americans have died
our
since
solar
election
system
day,
formed
as this
with a
country
rocky
nears 240,000
and
souls
somewhere,
lost
somehow,
to the
these
coronavirus.
self-replicating
There was some promising
evolving
news today.
molecules,
American pharmaceutical
bacteria,
giant
form
Pfizer says
and
its
evolve
vaccine is proving to be more than 90%
Paramecia
effective,
and
much more
amoebas and
successful than
slugs
many experts
and
expected.
apes and
Pfizer
us.
has been very
And
adamant
here we
about
are,
its position of not taking
sentient
any money from the
can
Trump
ask these
administration's
questions about our
Operation
very
Warp
origins.
Speed program
And with
for
our
research and
intellect,
development of a
and with the
vaccine.
machines we
The two
make,
have agreed on a production and
come to
distribution
a
plan starting
reasonable
with 100 million
understanding of our
doses. The vaccine is approved.
What
Let's
a
bring in our
beautiful
conversation with
story.
global health policy
If
expert
that
and
is
NBC
not
News medical contributor, Dr. Ben Gupta, who has served as
love
an
with
advisor to the
science
Biden team. Ben
and
knows
its
his business
power
as well. Dr.
of
Gupta,
deduction.
first of all, on where we are right now, I think that
It's
people
one of the
thought
greatest stories.
that
It's not the greatest
the worst
story
was
about
behind
business.
us and that while winter would drive people inside, I think most people, no matter where they
Perhaps the
live,
greatest
are
story
startled
of
by
the
how
whole.
bad it is, how
I
early.
mean, you could link it to the Big Bang and go even farther.
Good afternoon, Nicole. I think
But
that was
as a
that
substance,
surprise
that's
to us all to some
in some
degree.
ways a greater
But this is
story.
why it was so important to try to get the virus under control in the summer
Because you could,
and then the late spring, because we immediately entered the fall
never
at a high baseline level of cases, with people tired, with schools reopened, with open tables suggesting that indoor reservations for restaurants across the country are in 2020.
Is there other
Society is normalizing
Well,
life,
the
just as this
supernova
virus
is
is
the
getting
one
more
that
and more out of
I
control.
touched on the subject
In addition to the cold and dry air, as we know is right fodder
because I talk
for
about
any
how
respiratory
our
virus.
sun right now
It's
is
the perfect
freezing
storm,
hydrogen
Nicole. So while this is surprising
and
to some
later
degree, I think it's mainly surprising
carbon and
to
oxygen.
fatigue. There's a lot of events conspiring to why this is happening the way it is.
Massive enough
So you're only, I want to put some headlines up, but then you're only so good at bringing it back to sort of news we can use, but we should still be doing it. Let me put up a couple more headlines. New York City dangerously close to second wave, mayor says as new wave loom. Utah governor declares emergency, issues mask mandate. We cannot afford to debate this issue. 46 states and Washington, D.C. have seen case percentage increases of 10% or more over the last 2 weeks. 7 states seeing over 100%.
Available for the production of
I don't want to ask how much worse it can get because that seems like a doomsday scenario, but I always want to know where the off-ramps are. How can we change this trajectory? What should and can we do?
I saw that you got a
few weeks to call this talk about the here and now and what people should expect. I've said this in the last few days, but if you can, go to any department store, buy yourself 3 non-medical masks. The truth here is, I was just on a Air Force drill, I saw one of my colleagues using that neck girdle just sort of covering to cover their nose and mouth, and you know that's not effective. I was actually astonished at how many my colleagues were using that because they think it's safe. It's actually not safe. So a lot of variability in all types of cloth masks. So use that 3-ply non-medical mask. All the department stores have it. I've posted a lot about it, and I'm happy to answer your questions. That's number one. Number two, there was now emerging data that even if you wear an eye shield and if you wear a mask, do all the right things. Trains, for example, make tendency to open. Any kind of air travel seems like it's wrong right now. Even with ventilation very good on airplanes, we have a study suggesting that there's one out of Europe suggesting that those types of that type of travel can be potentially risky, can be the site for a super spreader effect. So I would actually suggest all American families to snuggle up at home, minimize non-essential travel, avoid airplanes if you can. It's just not safe right now. Things are out of control. It might have been safe if they got things under control way back when we had high quality mass everybody. Right now, stick at home. And the final what I would say is eye shields. If you're a teacher, if you're an essential frontline worker, we do have better data now. There's actual data coming out suggesting that high quality masks with eye shields might prevent transmission. So for most teachers out there, for anybody in close spaces, because that's what the rule tells you have to do, put on eye shields. Those are some actual advice.
Tell me about the vaccine news today from Pfizer.
So he did that.
I think it's promising.
Is there, if I could just pause for a second, you said you can't one of the most intuitive understanding nature.
Safety days are really critical.
If you could break
I think
the
the key
problem
piece
into,
here is, unlike, for example,
this type of level,
the Pfizer vaccine requires cold chain. What does that mean? That requires immediate minus 100 degree Fahrenheit temperatures for storage. So it's not, and right now we don't have enough cold storage fridges for the entire country, and every health site is going to require these vaccines. So we need to figure out a way for logistics for the cold chain, and right now we just don't have it. So now there's going to be a double dose, it's going to be an initial dose of days early, and then one at 28. So there's a lot of complications here ahead on logistics to make sure everybody gets this vaccine.
What would be the earliest point where you can have it tested and produced and distributed and have those two doses in enough of our bodies to protect us?
Particles coming together and then the particle going out.
So there's going to be a priority system in the National Academy of Medicine to determine who's going to get it first, who's going to get it later. I would say for every American to get the two doses, like according to Dr. Anthony Fauci here, probably looking at the middle to end of Q2 2021. So sometime in the summer of 2021 for everybody to get the two doses. But I'm hoping that we'll see some priority groups get the vaccine towards the end of this year until next year.
And you mentioned being involved in presidential transitions when wars in the Middle East and extremely difficult economic crises at home were being inherited and being passed on. Let me read you how the New York Times describes what Joe Biden is inheriting with the coronavirus. Mr. Biden is in line to inherit one of the most serious and complicated national crises that any incoming president in more than half a century has faced. While other presidents have entered office during an economic slowdown, including President Obama and Mr. Biden as vice president in 2009, not since Harry Truman in the final months of World War II has a new president faced a situation as complex and multi-headed as the pandemic. According to Shulman, a political historian at Boston University. I want to bring your sort of knowledge of Joe Biden and how he governs to sort of share a little bit of what you understand from behind the scenes of how he's likely to tackle all of these intricate and sort of complicated moving pieces that Dr. Trump is describing.
And just sort of usually brings everything together. The particles that was made is right in terms of working up with a crazy idea. But
President Obama and President Biden will tell you
it ends up being actually
the depths of the financial crisis until they got those figures to be.
But you're also, I mean,
There's information in the U.S. government that is
outside your science work is being
in
one
terms
of
of how to approach it. If you look at
greatest
the advisors that we have today,
and
Joe Biden is someone who looks to experts.
Yeah.
These are bona fide
is
experts
there
across the
something
board.
about being a
They all
teacher?
have a medical background.
Well, it's
None of them
very, very
have a potential because they were on hot seat. These are people who are there because
going
they
back
know what they're doing. They're also diverse. But what's important is Joe Biden is one of the best people. And he has not just that advisors. There's a guy like Ron Trump who ran the ability response in the White House and is now one of the principal advisors. What does Ron Trump do? In the ability response, he worked with the states and local governments across the country to figure out how do we get out the best information to you? How do we get out the guidelines? How do we solve problems? We just heard about the challenge of cold storage. We're back to finding the federal government to come in and solve. What Joe Biden's going to do is he's going to make up the policy. He's going to get from the experts, okay, what is the situation? What are the calls I need to make? What resources do you, the experts, need to get the job done? My job as president is to go to Congress, to move things around the executive branch, to get on the phone with that government, make sure that the problem gets solved. And I think that's the kind of leader Joe Biden's going to be.
You guys are
Someone
too
again
scared
who empowers these experts as much as he can, but then he's the decision maker. To make sure that if we need to put resources to get something done, to get a vaccine disseminated, but we need to work with states to make sure that their guidelines are improving so that their people are safer. You don't get that done. And I think he's saying that today is never encourage your time is going to be.
And just to end on something that Alan said, I mean, this will be the first time since the pandemic came to our country that we'll have a president trying to solve it nationally. They settled the strategy of leaving it to the states, and Donald Trump basically became a heckler, eliminate Virginia, eliminate Michigan. So we both managed to reassure me on a topic that terrifies me. Dr. Ray and Ben Rose, thank you both so much for your time. Up next for us, results from suburban parts of Atlanta, Philadelphia, showing how the growing rebellion against Donald Trump got us to where we are with the president-elect Joe Biden. Steve Bernanke is back. Don't go anywhere.
Life is what you make of it. Each of us has to have our own meaning, and it doesn't have to be. Well, I think that in many cases, meaning is to some degree associated with goals. You set some goals for yourself, things you want to accomplish, things you want to do, things you want to experience, and to the degree that you experience those and do those things, it can give you meaning. You don't have to change the world the way Newton or Michelangelo or Da Vinci did. I mean, people have to say, but look, there's 7.5, close to 8 billion of us now. Most of us are not going to change the world. Does that mean that most of us are leading meaningful lives? No. It just has to be something that gives you meaning, that gives you satisfaction, that gives you a good feeling about what you did. And often, based on human nature, which can be very good and also very bad, but often it's the things that help others.
Can you believe all the things we've been under one roof?
Satisfaction. You taught someone to read. You cared for someone who was terminally ill. You brought up a nice family. You brought up your kids. You did a good job. You put your heart and soul into it. You read a lot of
We're here to help our small business any way we can. Every in for small business, all in one place.
Traveled the world.
The UPS store.
For money, people should not within reach.
Tools, cattle, grain, even shells representing cattle.
You can't travel
And
the world
currency
whatever.
They made it
Find other forms
gold, silver, wampum. Soon people decided to put all that value into a piece of paper. They proceeded to wave goodbye to value into unlimited amounts of money as they pass the buck to the future. That's why it's time for digital currency. And your investment in the Grayscale Fund. Go digital. Go Grayscale.
And now we're two things asking you about the meaning of life. How does that fit? Does that make any sense?
It does. That's sort of what I was referring to, that it's a beautiful universe that allows us to come into creation, right? It's a way the universe found of knowing, of understanding itself, because I don't think that inanimate rocks and stars and black holes and things have any real capability of abstract thoughts and learning about the rest of the universe or even their origins. It's just a pile of atoms has no conscience, has no ability to think, has no ability to explore, and we do. And, you know, I'm not saying we're the epitome of all life forever, but at least for life on Earth, so far, evidence suggests that we are the epitome. In terms of the richness of our thoughts, the degree to which we can explore the universe, do experiments, build machines, understand our origins, and I just hope that we use science for good.
Not even 688-6102 or something. In the whales, they don't 688-6102.
Ask abstract questions, they don't read books.
After nearly a week of
They're not
tracking those
in any
elections,
danger of
Bernanke
destroying
found those,
themselves.
we are now getting a much clearer picture
So maybe
of the
that's a
2020
better
election.
form of
Nationwide, Joe Biden leads the popular vote by more than 4 million, and numbers likely to grow as votes in Democratic-leaning states like California and New York are still being counted. All of this amounting to a pretty convincing win for Joe Biden and a decisive rebuke of President Trump. Detailed new reporting in the Washington Post explains just how we got here. It paints a portrait of two very different candidacies. A steady, disciplined Biden versus an unpopular Trump who couldn't help but get in his own way. Some impulses that helped lift him to victory in 2016, the outsider ethos, the angry burn it all down, free to pour, the fiery and controversial rants, the false reality forged through untruths and deception, contributed to his unbelievable 4 years later. Exhausted voters in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, who once gave Trump a shot, turned on him Tuesday. For this conversation, we have NBC News national political correspondent Steve Bernanke back at the Big Board for us. plus Democrats voters, Basil Michael, and John Howland is back as well. Steve Bernanke, I want to add my congratulations to you for a remarkable week as explainer-in-chief to viewers of this network and everywhere. I've been dying to talk to you, though, since the race was called Saturday, about how this race has been watching so closely fell into place and what the win looks like now that we know how split it is.
Thanks, Bill. And you know, it's interesting, you look inside some of these states and what's swung on. At this point, you know, Biden certainly could still get Arizona, could still get Georgia, but at this point we're talking about what's the three-year stint. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and it's really interesting when you look inside these states. Take Pennsylvania, when they put them over the top on Saturday, you know, they lead, they're ticking up near a point right now. Actually, 45,000 votes right now for Biden, there's 46,000 for Trump in Pennsylvania 4 years ago. So it's come around. Where did it come around in Pennsylvania? And one of the big answers here is the suburbs, it's the power counties right outside Philadelphia. These areas have been trending Democratic for a while, and that trend has really accelerated in the Trump era. So I'll give you an example here. Here's Chester County. Take a look. Joe Biden wins this county. It's a big one right outside Philadelphia. He wins it by 17 points, and you can see right there, he wins it by 52,000 votes. Now, this was a Democratic county already. It was a Democratic county in 2016. But check out the difference between what Democrats got out of this county in 2016 and what they got out of it in 2020. In 2016, Clinton won it by 10, and her margin was 25,000 votes. This time the margin was 52,000 for Democrats. Biden doubled the margin, raw vote margin with Hillary Clinton got from 10 to 17 points. And you just saw similar progression throughout this area. You know, 23 becomes 26 in Delaware County. You take a look in Montgomery, 22 becomes 26. You know, Bucks County was razor thin in 2016, still close, but again, Biden wins it a little bit more decisively. It's a close race statewide, and there are areas in the state that have very strong for Trump. But when you saw it in Pennsylvania, you saw it in Wisconsin, you saw it in Michigan, you see it in Georgia, you're seeing it in Arizona and Maricopa County, particularly these suburbs, these metropolitan areas, higher turnout and more movement. Much more movement, even relative to a couple of years ago, 2018, from the Trump Republican Party to Biden. Makes all the difference in states like this.
Have you had enough time, Steve, with the exit polls to understand what it was that repelled suburban, and it looks like men and women and some men, from Trump?
I mean, look, it just seems like a continuation of the 4-year story. In some ways, I look at what happened here, again, not to stick too much on the Philadelphia suburbs, but I just remember how Democrats talked in the run-up to the 2016 campaign. There was this famous line from Chuck Schumer, the Democratic Senate leader, who was asked in 16 if he was worried about Pennsylvania, and particularly Trump's rural strength. And his line was essentially, well, for every vote we lose in the rural part, we're going to get 2 in the suburbs. And he was wrong in 16, but it was kind of a delayed thing, because I think what Democrats were looking at when they saw maps in Pennsylvania and other states like it in 2016, they got in 2020. So they believed these were the kinds of voters who were always right to move away from Trump, to move toward them. It started to happen in 16. I think it really happened in 18 in a lot of places. Yeah. And then Trump back on the back. You know, Arizona's a great example of this, by the way, not to jump from state to state, but you think of Trump winning Arizona in 2016, then you go to 2018, Democrats get the Senate race. Why? The Phoenix suburbs. And now 2020, Biden's clinging that lead in Arizona. I think very good chance he can hang on to that. Why? The Phoenix suburbs.
Yeah, you know, John Heilman, I sort of had this epiphany about 6 weeks ago that we had done this incredible disservice by focusing so intently on the Trump base voter, the kinds that go to rallies and are such public sort of enthusiasts of Trump and everything he ushered in. And we didn't pay enough attention to the frailty of the 2016 Trump coalition, because it seems based on Steve's data, that fell apart possibly right after the election. I mean, that could have fallen apart with, you know, all of the mayhem of the first 2 years, the 2-year-long Mueller investigation, the jailing of children, of migrant children, and asylum seekers at the border, the Muslim ban. I mean, they could have been turned off from day one, and I wonder what you think about that, Barry.
Well, if you don't mind, Nicole, I'll loop Kornacki into this if you can hear me, just because I know he knows the data better than I do at this point. But I think it's not so much that the Trump coalition fell apart. It's that, Trump got 8 million more votes in 2020 than he did in 2016, and he continued to be a dominant force in rural and exurban America. That's just a reality, and that's one of the things that I think Democrats were stunned by a little bit, that, the victory that Joe Biden showed is a bigger victory than people understood. Over the course of the week, it's become clear to people that how substantial Biden's victory is, number one. But number two, the fact is the Trump coalition didn't really fall apart. In some sense, Donald Trump got more votes than he got last time, but not by a little. In the places that were the core of the Trump coalition, as I said, rural and exurban, he not only got his 2016 totals, but managed to turn out more people. They did what they said they had to do, which is to go and find more white non-college voters, a lot of white non-college voters that didn't vote in 2016, and turn them out. They did that. Their problem is that the growth in the growth in the population and the growth in the demographic change that's happening in America right now gives the upper hand to Democrats, whose coalition is increasingly driven by more educated voters and voters who therefore are primarily urban and suburban. So what happened is, as Steve just described it is, and at least this is the question I have for Kornacki, has to do a lot with the non-white vote. My sense is that basically Biden had the kind of turnout with black voters across these states in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania that Clinton did, that he way overperformed her in the suburbs. And his overperformance in the suburbs was so great that it compensated for the growth of Trump's vote in the rural and exurban parts of the country. It's just Biden just blew out the suburbs to such an extent that it allowed him to win. That's my perception of what happened, which is a slightly different thing. Trump had a little bit of support in the suburbs in 2016, and that's the part you're pointing to, Nicole, which is that he did damage in a close race. He hurt himself in some of those places where he'd done well enough in 2016.
Right.
And that was part of the story here, but a lot of it has to do with Biden overperforming in the suburbs around America in these battleground states.
What say you, Steve?
Yeah, well, I think let's go to Wisconsin, because I think that's really a perfect illustration of this, because Wisconsin is a state that, it actually didn't budge much. Like John is talking about here. Let me just show you the map. This is the 2020 map in Wisconsin. Joe Biden wins Wisconsin by 20,000. Look at all the red counties there, the blue counties in population terms. Now let me show you 2016. Looks pretty similar, right? Got to look very subtle here. There's 2 counties here that change hands between 2016 and 2020. And by the way, there's small counties that barely change hands. We're talking about Biden 50, 48, and it's Trump that was a county that was at 47 times. So why did Biden win 20,000 votes in Wisconsin when Trump got it by 20,000 last time around? And this is, it is the suburbs. And it was a critical piece of the Trump coalition in 2016, because ultimately he needed all the rural, he needed all the blue collar, he needed all the support in northern Wisconsin in 2016 to get the state, but he also needed in 2016, Trump did, those densely populated, traditionally Republican suburbs just outside Milwaukee, the WOW counties, they call them, 3 of them right here. He won in 2020, but let me show you. Here's Waukesha County, right? Trump, this time around, Trump wins Waukesha County, basically by 20 points. Check out what happened in 2016. 27 points. That's a drop. Trump, it's still red on the map. But if you want to know why Trump won Wisconsin by 20,000 in 2016, he was going to lose it by 20,000 in 2020. It's the counties right outside Milwaukee, traditionally Republican suburbs, and Trump did not get traditionally Republican levels of support.
So interesting. It does bring the whole conversation back to turnout. That is where we will turn on the other side of the break. Basil, Steve, and John are sticking around.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Our retirement plan with Pierre gives us confidence. So we can spend a bit today knowing we're prepared for tomorrow.
Wow. Do you think you overdid it, maybe?
Overdid what?
Well planned, well invested, well protected.
Be confident to and through retirement.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-985-9143. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-985-9143. Both a call and a consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-985-9143. That's 800-985-9143.
Hi, I'm Dorothy Hamill. As I look towards 65, I'm thinking about Medicare. I know I want coverage that connects all the different parts of my health care to keep me aging active. Keep doing what you love. That's the Aetna Medicare Advantage.
Hey, everything okay? I know the last time we talked, you said something about going back to school. I can't wait to see here right now. I really have enough time for myself, let alone enough time to go back to school. Haven't you heard about Education Connection? Huh? EducationConnection.com. It's a site where you can find an online school for free. You just fill out a form and it only takes a few minutes. And you can find online degree programs where you never have to leave your home to earn your degree. I can go to EducationConnection.com right now to check this out. So I'm going to get a copy for you.
Managing type 2 diabetes? You're on it. You may think you're doing all you can to manage type 2 diabetes and heart disease. But could your medication do more to lower your heart risk? Jardiance can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease, so it can help save your life from a heart attack or stroke, and it lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and some kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
On it. Jardiance.
We're committed to making Jardiance available and affordable. With our savings card, eligible patients pay as little as $0.
Feeling good, feeling relieved, feeling like America made the right decision.
The last 4 years have been really hard for Pierre. And I feel like we've created a better opportunity and a better world for our children.
Awesome, excited, cloud is lifted.
You can hear them cheering in the streets on Saturday morning here in New York. Ask any Democrat or any member of the Biden coalition how they're feeling, and you're likely to hear the same answers over and over. Relief, euphoric, joy. Perhaps above all else, an ability to exhale. Let's bring in our conversation Basil Smythe. Basil, just your reaction to this sort of protracted counting and call on Saturday.
You know, it's 4 very difficult years that this country has had, especially if you're a Democrat with Donald Trump as president. And this last year has been so devastating on so many levels for Americans. It was good to be able to eke out a victory. I think that's the emotion that you're seeing pouring out into the streets. It was cathartic. You had this year of wanting some radical change, both in terms of our health, but also the racial unrest. And so it's no wonder that people just felt this sigh and said this exhale. It's like the waiting exhale was a political movie. This would be it. And to sort of tie it to the earlier segment, you know, when you have this increased urbanization, which is actually a phenomenon that's occurring across the globe, where many more people are moving to urban areas, and the suburbs are becoming more diverse. When you look at the mayors that are running a lot of these cities, particularly the black women that came to the forefront during the racial unrest, we're mobilizing and organizing in ways that we never did before. And it's incredible to see. And if you have any doubts, just think about how on message we were when Joe Biden and the ticket said, vote early and make up the right to vote. When have you seen so many Democrats do exactly that? and have such an incredible sort of impact on this election. Down the road, I think that rural urban divide complicates some plans for sort of red state, blue state conversation. But if you think about sort of what a lot of voters in these densely populated areas were experiencing, and certainly across the country, they were talking to each other, they were sharing stories, and this was a sign that, you know what, elections have consequences, and if we come together, if we organize something, we can make substantial change, and that's exactly what you saw.
Look up on John Hileman's analysis that while the coalition didn't look the same, Donald Trump did turn out his vote. Joe Biden just turned out more of his. I mean, I think you're getting at that Democrats did what they usually don't do, they plan their vote. But what sort of, I mean, it's a magic, turnout isn't a science. I mean, it's art and science and ground game, and it can't all be bought. Some of it has to be knocked and walked. And just talk about the winning formula that Joe Biden landed on.
Well, you touched on it earlier when you referenced that article, because in that article it also said that, you know, this year, the Trump saying said that this year, this pandemic really cost him. I actually think it was really those 2 weeks from the debate performance to him getting COVID and the sort of the behavior after that. I think he lost a lot of independent voters and a lot of swing voters as a result of that. And you know what? Joe Biden predicated his campaign on bringing back those exact same voters and being able to step into rural communities that have gotten older and more pockets of poverty. So his ability to do that, but also, again, I always say that voting is a form of protest. So if you think about it as a continuation of what we saw over the summer with the racial unrest, there's no wonder that you're going to have the turnout that you had. It's a little scary and jarring that Donald Trump's numbers actually did go up, but that he actually got more votes from 2016. But when you look at what happened on the Democratic side, that is not in isolation. That is a summer's worth, a year's worth of saying enough is enough, and this has to be the year where we make a stand.
Steve Kornacki, John Heilman, Basil Smykel, to be continued. So much more of this to digest. Thank you so much for spending some time with us here today. The next hour of Deadline White House starts after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll, whether for yourself or someone you love. Call the number on the screen now. Call now.
With this scene, this restaurant is committed to higher levels of cleanliness. The expertise that helps keep hospitals clean is helping keep businesses clean too. Look for the Ecolab Sign Certified seal.
Is arthritis or joint pain holding you back? JointFlex is clinically proven to penetrate right to the source of pain for fast-acting and long-lasting relief. X out your joint pain with JointFlex. Now with turmeric.
Attention Zantac users. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac and products containing ranitidine off the market, noting exposure to unacceptable levels of a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac or ranitidine products, you might be entitled to financial compensation. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing. Call 800-509-5112.
I bet you've never seen a bed like this. It's the new Craftmatic Legacy Rising Low Rest Adjustable Bed, featuring bedside power plugs, underbed night lights, and more for less. Up to 50% less than Tempur-Pedic, Sleep Number, and other adjustables. Call now. You gotta see how little they cost.
First time I see you. A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
For the 32 years as ancestors in my family, I made a promise to protect it and break it. Everyone, Miss Valerie's mine. Let me get it. I plan to.
Streaming November 22nd.
It was so important early on to say to the president, if your basis for not conceding is that there was voter fraud, then show us. Show us. Because if you can't show us, we can't do this. We can't back you blindly without evidence. And that's why I said what I said on Wednesday morning and on Thursday night. And I'm hoping that more Republicans move in the direction of saying, not that we don't support the president, he's been a friend of mine for 20 years. But friendship doesn't mean that you're blind. Friendship means that you will listen to somebody, give them their opportunity, and if they don't come forward with the proof, then it's time to move on.
Hi again, everyone. It's 5 o'clock in New York. It's time for Donald Trump to put up or shut up, according to his ally and friend, Chris Christie. The president still, over 48 hours since Joe Biden became President-elect Joe Biden, seemingly unable to accept reality, the reality of his own defeat. And the Republican Party, with only just a couple of noteworthy exceptions, all too eager to follow him down his rabbit hole of falsehoods and baseless legal claims. Today marks Donald Trump's fourth straight day of making no public appearances. He's been vocal over on Twitter, though, casting doubt and falsely claiming victory was stolen from him. His claims so inflammatory and unsubstantiated that Twitter has had to attach warnings to them. In the face of Trump's Party's former standard bearers are adhering to tradition. Former President George W. Bush congratulating Biden yesterday. The call in a statement, quote, I extended my warm congratulations and thanked him for the patriotic message he delivered last night. Though we have political differences, I know Joe Biden to be a good man who has won his opportunity to lead and unify our country. And Senator Mitt Romney, the party's presidential nominee 8 years ago, warned that history judges how leaders handle moments just like these.
Clearly, people in the past, like myself, who lost elections, have gone out in a way that said, look, I know the eyes of the world are on us, the eyes of our own people are on the institutions that we have, the eyes of history are on us.
However, most currently serving top elected Republicans have yet to free themselves from Trump's distortion fields. New York Times reports this, quote, more than 24 hours after his election had been declared, the vast majority of Republicans declined to offer the customary statements of goodwill for the victor that have been standard after American presidential contests, as Mr. Trump defied the results and vowed to forge ahead with long-shot lawsuits to try to overturn them. Legal battles, that Axios reports, are not going away anytime soon. Quote, GOP leaders and confidants of President Trump tell Axios his legal fight to overturn President-elect Joe Biden's victory, which they admit is likely doomed, could last a month or more, possibly pushing the 2020 political wars toward Christmas time. Meanwhile, Axios is also reporting that at the same time Donald Trump is privately mulling a presidential run in the year 2024, which they note is the clearest indication yet that Trump understands he lost. And even if Trump never formally concedes the election, does not assist President-elect Biden with the transition, and does not attend Joe Biden's inauguration, he will still need to leave the White House. That's 72 days away, and already we've seen Trump swinging his lame duck grudge cudgel around, firing his defense secretary Mark Esper by tweet earlier today. Donald Trump is a loser, unable